Chapter 51, Good evening. Well, consider it. With a funding requirement of less than 500,000 tls, the local tyrant chicken at this stage will still not be painful, and if there are more, it can be laughed off. This sum of money will not be smashed to Yongwing, at least it will be converted into combat effectiveness. If it is smashed to Jinying, it will soon fall into the pockets of the lady sisters in the city. At the end, thank you for your cultivation. Huang Degong guessed that this would probably happen, so he was overjoyed and hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. Since he came back from Henanku, he reported the situation to Emperor Chongzhen at the same time, and at the same time made this suggestion. But after the memo was sent up, there was no news. The reason is simple. The emperor has no money. It is estimated that 300,000 tls would have to let the emperor start another line. Daddy Xiaogo was so poor that he didn't even have the money to give money to his family ace, and he could actually tolerate a group of rich brains and nobles around him. This really made Yoji dumbfounded. Huang Degong saw that most of the nobles were cleaned up by the prince, and the silver found from their mansion was packed in boxes. He thought it was a suitable moment, so he made this request carefully. If there is no such thing, the prince's supervision of the country will be the same as the emperor's previous dilemma. He still has no money to allocate military expenses. Everything he says is in vain. Not to mention a cavalry battalion, or the purchase of an infantry battalion. This is not always possible. Huang Degong also has his own calculations. If his request is less than 500,000 tls, the prince has just collected millions of tls from Xungai, only about an 1/10 of it. Most of them will agree to it. It's hard to say. As the emperor's powerful force, the Yongwei camp has outstanding military achievements. It is already a great face to fill the debts and buy a cavalry camp. It is an unrealistic idea to hope for anything else. Therefore, Huang Degong didn't mention any other requirements besides this. Now that the line speaks loudly and doubles the army, this is likely to embarrass the prince, and the days of the Yongwei camp will not be easy in the future. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yuoyan, who is in charge of Shangshan supervisor, came in to report that the dinner had been prepared, which meant that Yoji could take a group of younger brothers to eat chicken food. The dinner is simple, so that the chefs can prepare them quickly and bring them faster. If the serving is slow, the noodles will be condensed. If the prince cuts down the chopsticks and picks up a big pile, some people will hit the plate. Eat. There are just a few of us in the house. You aching are not outsiders. You are welcome. The dinner is a bit simpler, but the food is enough and you can take care of it. Whoever can't eat 2 bowls is just unpredictable. Yoji does not move his chopsticks, and no one dares to act rashly, otherwise it would be a crime of disrespect. Sitting on the left were 3 eunuchs, and on the right were 3 generals. All 6 of them looked at each other when they heard the words. Without exception, they had to throw off their arms and eat desperately, because it is for military commanders. If the bowl is too small, it will make people feel embarrassed to always serve the rice, so Yoji prepared a palm bowl for them, which is a big ocean bowl that adults can hold with their 5 fingers spread out. Generally, 2 bowls of noodles for young and strong people are almost full. A rice bucket like a military commander is estimated to be 3 or 4 bowls. Now that he is here, he will not let his subordinates leave without eating whole. If this is spread, it will be a real joke. Zhang Yuoyan respectfully helped by the side. Everyone should not underestimate this noodle. This is made by the recipe of the Prince Yinzixianji. The braised sauce can promote the taste buds. It is full of flavor when mixed with noodles. It is definitely not comparable to ordinary noodles. To be on the safe side, Zhang Yuoyan had tasted it before serving, so he recognized the taste of Scottish marinated noodles, so he dared to say that. Otherwise, it would be a mess for the prince. It would be better to watch others eat it. It's delicious. At the end, thank your highness for the noodles. Huang Degong stirred the stewed sauce with the noodles and felt that it was almost done, so he first stirred up a chopsticks and swallowed all the noodles. He was shocked. The taste is indeed very delicate and full of strength, whether it is meat or sauce. When the noodles are mixed together, people will have an urge to swallow. Although I ate barbecue for lunch, It is also full, but this dish of marinated noodles that I ate in the evening feels different. Huang Degong thinks he has eaten countless pasta in his life, but the bowl of noodles in front of him is absolutely unforgettable. It is by no means comparable to ordinary noodles. Even without the help of soup, it can rank in the top 3. No need to say more, lest you choke. Give noodles, madden. It's funny to think about it here. If you thank you one by one, don't I have to reply after eating half a meal? Can you still eat it? No words to eat, no words to sleep, especially when eating fish and noodles. If one is not paying attention, it is easy to have trouble with the throat. The 6 people immediately understood, and they didn't dare to say anything more. All of them stuffed their heads and babbled. Today's meal has a personal target. Don't even think about leaving if you can't eat 2 bowls. Besides, everyone has to eat fast. Is it because the prince has finished eating? Let the prince sit and wait for you to finish eating. Don't worry, just finish eating. The weather is hot and leftovers are easy to spoil. Yoji deliberately ate slowly, so as not to make everyone feel pressed for time. Leftovers are easy to spoil. There is another sentence after it, that is, you can only feed the dog. Yoji didn't say it, for fear that the 6 rice buckets in front of him would be dumbfounded. In less than 10 minutes, Huang Degong, the number 1 rice bucket, was the first to complete the task. He killed 2 bowls of noodles and ate a few spare ribs. He drank a bowl of iced plum soup and pressed his gas. Finally, he wiped his greasy mouth from the napkin, looking at the follow-up opponent with disinterest. Originally, he wanted to eat the 3rd bowl, but only after catching a glimpse of everyone's speed is not slow, so he dispelled the idea of eating 1 more bowl. If others eat the 2nd bowl before you eat the 3rd bowl, wouldn't you be the last one? So on this issue, Huang Zongbing also has his own small abacus, and he can't lose to 2 subordinates and 3 supervising troops no matter what. But eat fast and return to eat fast. This slow noodle is really delicious, and the immortal delicacy made by Imperial Kitchen is well deserved. Even if I only ate 6 or 7 minutes full, the whole person still feels very comfortable. The fragrance in his mouth, the aftertaste is endless. When the 6 people had finished eating, Yoji nodded approvingly, and said in praise, yes, from the perspective of this palace, all the Akings are real people. Everyone is being merciless, otherwise the 2 bowls will not be able to fight, especially the big rice buckets like Huang Degong, which is obviously because they eat less in order to get ahead. It's no wonder that when I banqueted them for the first time, these people were cautious, and it was inevitable to keep an eye on them. Not how insidious and cunning. Although the meal to buy people's hearts is a bit simpler, all the things that should be given are delivered, so it's all for a living. The payment problem of the Yonghui battalion was solved, and a cavalry battalion requested by Huang Degong was settled. Sun Yinyun is about to take up the post of governor of Jinying, from the Rubub ministry to the chief official alone. Zhu Yuji, who has strong anti-strike ability, will start to form the Prince's Dongong Guards. Moreover, Yoji had no intention of installing a live monitor such as the supervisor army in this army because he had a high moral character for this NC. This result is basically a happy one for everyone. The eunuch Gao Shiming, the eunuch of Sealess Palm Seal, was very relieved that he was not promoted, because His Royal Highness did not ask him for any more money. His Royal Highness, Donggong talked about Yang Shikeng and Wu Wai asking to see you outside the palace. After the prince banqueted the generals of the Yonghui camp, Yang Jinka made a small step to report. He thought that all he came to see were dispensable goods, so he waited until the prince was full of food and drink. It is not too late to report. Well, if they have something to tell me, they will wait for the report tomorrow morning. It is too late today, and the palace is tired, so I won't see you anymore. Although Yang Shikeng was named as the teacher of the prince by the Emperor Chongzhen, he was deeply sacred and insidious. He had no integrity. He first voted for Li Ziking and then for Dorgan. His life history is truly remarkable. It is said that Li Ziking despised this kind of invertebrates and ordered Yang Shikeng to hand in 20,000 yuan to recover the stolen silver. As a result, Yang Shiken quickly paid off the money and was unscathed in the catastrophe of the capital. Wu Yi was not much better than his colleague. After the King army entered the customs, he became an upright official under the seduce of his daughters-in-law Chen Zilin. He survived the Shunji dynasty and survived until Kangji 10th year. There is a saying that Yang Shiken, the loyal to the liver and the courage, and Wu Yi, the ironclad Wu Yi, both of whom have spoken and read in the Donggong. The fact that the person who dumps the pot is very high. Yoji used his heel to analyze, and they all knew that they asked to meet for the dog food of Chen Biqian, because these three people have the same identity as Donglin. Once the case is confirmed, it will be even more difficult to think about activities. So while the Crown Prince has not yet decided, they still want to enter the palace for activities. This is to explore the prince's tone, to see if Chen Biqian might be fished out. Secondly, we have to see whether the prince will anger the entire Donglin because of Chen Biqian. Of course, there is a third possibility. If possible, put the former first assistant to Donglin Huang Qi Ziting grew up again. So before the two smashed into the palace, Yoji had already seen through their tricks, and meeting them was a waste of time. It's okay to let Chen Biqian go, but the premise is to come out with 1 million taels of silver. This guy doesn't know how to live or die, and he has nothing to do at the court meeting. He adds to Lao Tzu's obstacles. If he doesn't get some money, how can I let Lao Tzu calm down? Donglin was rich, but in their eyes, it was hard to say whether this former servant could be worth 1 million taels of silver. Even if you make a discount, 100,000 taels is not always willing, because the former attendant is on the blacklist of the prince, and will never be reinstated. If you sell the post of chief assistant to Zitingru, maybe Donglin's Woods can get the money from the gold master behind them, and they can really come up with this amount of silver. Chapter 52, Daming Maojong. Calculating carefully, apart from the nobles who were packed, the first minister to be imprisoned was Donglin Huan. In their opinion, this should not be a good sign. In this extremely sensitive time period, entering the palace to inquire about the news, as long as you see the prince, regardless of what the other party says, it can play a role in asking for directions. But Yoji doesn't intend to satisfy their wish. It is okay to go to the palace and meet Lao Tzu. Tickets are 10,000 taels. Don't be too expensive. In this palace, you can't see anyone who spends money. His Royal Highness. These two people are all speaking and reading for the East Palace. Out of good intentions, Yang Jinkao reminded the little prince not to neglect the two teachers. That's just right. I'll pass an oral statement from my palace. From now on, these two people will no longer hold the post of lecturer in the East Palace. They only need to perform their original posts and do it right away. It's okay not to mention it. Since you mentioned this, then there is no need to see these two evils in the palace in the future. If you don't know what is good and what is wrong, and if you run out to find fault tomorrow morning, don't blame Lao Tzu for turning his face and ruthlessly. The ice and smart Yang Jinkao sensed the unpleasant color in the prince's tone, and did not dare to say anything, so he could only go out and dismiss the two visitors who were still waiting. My son, please peace with the mother. After dinner, Yoji came to Cunning Palace again, and the beautiful mother had already used the royal meal, and her beautiful face was still slightly sad. Probably because of the cheap grandfather who was greedy for money and deceived the king. Brother Hong has just recovered from a serious illness. Don't have to be so polite, come over and talk. Seeing her precious son, Queen Zhu managed to squeeze a little smile. Ying Shengyan greeted the eldest son who came to greet her. Originally, my beautiful mother wanted to say a few good things to the national war after the fact to ease the tension between grandparents and grandchildren. But after seeing the amount of checks reported by Fang Zhenghua, Queen Zhu, as a daughter, would no longer excuse her father. 350,000 taels. Silver alone copied 350,000 taels from Zhu Mansion. In the face of the silver piled up into mountains, the words of the poor family in the previous national war were shattered in an instant. I really deceived myself so hard. I still wanted to advance the money for the national war, but I didn't expect it. Seeing the awkward face of the national battle, Queen Zhu suddenly felt that for her father, The love between father and daughter was not as good as a box of silver. To deceive the emperor, the queen, and the prince, the national war is really bold and deceiving every way. Had it not been for the zoo mansion to be confiscated today, no one would have known that the national war was so reliant on money and fate, and repeated persuasion by his own daughter would not help. As a national war that has attracted much attention, when the national crisis was at the head of the country, instead of generously donating, he was extremely stingy. In the face of the prince's question, the national war actually lied and signed the paper with a shy face, which became irresistible afterwards. Even the Queen Zhu, who was his daughter, felt extremely embarrassed. Those nobles are not willing to donate money. As a national war, the emperor's father-in-law, the queen's biological father, and the prince's grandfather, on the main hall, openly declared that their family is poor and uncompromising. After being recorded by the historian at the court, it will definitely become a shame in the history of the Ming dynasty for more than 200 years. In comparison, the high-ranking national war is not as good as a servant like Wang Chenjin. Family members are not as good as domestic slaves. Sad and ridiculous. The Zhu family, together with the queen, seemed to have become a big joke in one day. Both the old man and the child can give pointers to the royal family. Yoji didn't mean anything, but directly asked softly, "Is the mother and queen still worried about the national war?" Empress Zhu can't afford other people's hearts, and the only thing to worry about is her mother's family. The beautiful mother sighed and got up to apologize mournfully. The mother's offspring has apologized to Brother Hong for the national warfare. Both the emperor and himself were deceived by the tricks of the national war. Had it not been for Brother Hong's cleverness and wit and set a trap, the national war would still not reveal any flaws even today. After this incident, Empress Zhao's treatment of the national war has undergone a great change. In terms of the relationship between her father and daughter, as long as the national war is not questioned, she will not intercede with her son. For this deliberately deceived father, there is nothing wrong with being alive like ordinary people. Before his success, although his family ate coarse tea and light rice, it was also a happy one. Accepting such a gift, he will lose his life. Yoji hurriedly stopped and said, "The national war deliberately deceived the king, and deserves to be punished. The mother is kind, so there is no need to apologize." Fortunately, today, a mentally retarded Yang Hua was in front. Otherwise, he would show such a thing as a national war, and the civil and military of the whole dynasty would stare at him. It would be troublesome if he didn't severely punish him. For a miser with a wealth of wealth, copying his family and letting him live in poverty in the world is the harshest punishment for him. After slaughtering this product, the beautiful mother will be sad, and for Yoji, she will not give up her hatred very much. It's better to be kept in captivity so well, and let the national war grandfather live a poor life every day. I used to pretend to be poor, but now I don't need to pretend to be poor. I don't have much money in the money, so I won't be used to you from now on. For meat, it's best to eat it once a week. It can help you lose weight and avoid 3 highs. Clothes, coarse cloth will do, and there is no need to do heavy physical work, and there is no need to worry about wearing out the cuffs. Well, the house is a good house without letting the air leak. Let the maidens experience the Beijing farmhouse. The family's monthly living expenses of 50 total should be enough to get enough food. Anyway, there is no more. By the way, you will not be able to move around at will in the future, since it is a captive. As support, naturally there are sentinels at the door to protect. All the nobles who have been demoted as common people must be so and so, accept unified management, and report on time every morning, otherwise how can they experience the mighty grace of the emperor? Everyone just loved this palace at the court meeting, and now this palace anti-love goes back. This is the price of love. Any courtier who is tired of the delicacies of the mountains and the sea, and is tired of living in the courtyard of the mansion, can go in and experience the experience, guaranteeing to get countless experiences. Queen Zhu did not want to mention the sadness of the national war again, and she took Yoji's little hand with pity and exclaimed, "My son is still young, so I want to take over the government. I am really tired." As soon as her husband left Xianyu, The national champion was copied out of hundreds of thousands of tills of silver, not to mention the capital. But the people in the imperial city were panicking. Not only that, in the face of the deceit and questioning of courtiers, if there is no such caring baby to share the worries and troubles for herself, Empress Zhu really doesn't know what to do. Yoji saw the love and compassion of her beautiful mother, and hurriedly reassured, the queen does not have to worry about her, she is a prince, and the country is at the head of the crisis. The supervision of the country is a matter of our own. Within 10 days, it will be as usual. Please don't worry about the mother. It's just that the Empress still needs the guidance of the mother in the back residence, so there must be no noise. Daddy Shalgo became a vegetative, and a group of old ladies lived in the back residence, chattering, and discussions were inevitable, but as long as there was no major event of slaughtering people, it would be considered as a hindrance. If they are asked to discuss government affairs as little as possible, it is not impossible. One way is to order directly, and the other is to divert the attention of these old ladies. The former method is more blunt and violent, and it is difficult to get the desired result. The latter method is based on the circumstances and conforms to human nature. Before the meeting today, the Queen Mother was still very worried. But Brother Hong was not surprised when he was out of trouble, and now he is so confident, the Queen will feel relieved. Empress originally had doubts about the eldest son's return from a study tour in the fairy world, but during the daytime her precious son had a quarrel with the officials, and had the upper hand, which made her relieve more than half of her worries. If a child who was only 10 years old had no other worldly wisdom, he would definitely not be the opponent of those veterans who had been in the court for many years. After thinking about it, Brother Hong's talent for rebutting this time may have been caused by the Emperor Taizu of the immortal world. Brother Hong? Empress Zhi finished speaking and saw the eldest son who was still in a daze. She didn't reply, so she hurriedly asked, "Don't become stupid again." "Oh, don't worry about the queen. I just thought of a very interesting card game, so I was shocked for a while. Get this stuff out, and the boring nobles in the back mansion can play it. Make sure to get up early and love the dark." What Yoji thinks about is Mahjong. If he works hard, he might be regarded as the quintessence of Ming dynasty. The predecessor of Mahjong was the leaf play, which was the kind of cards that used to draw villains on thin and long plastic sheets. It is said that this thing existed in the Tang dynasty, but it is definitely not made of plastic. The material should be wood chips or paper shells. Li Yu, the postmaster of the southern Tang dynasty, was a master of the leaf opera, and he also wrote famous theories such as Little Leafch, Golden Leafch, and Striking Mengyij. The popular horse-hanging leaves in the Ming dynasty is very similar to Mahjong, with money a few pieces, rope string money, 10,000 guan and 100,000 guan ship units. According to the gossip, there is a description of Jinlian and Kao playing horseshoes in the bottle, but when Yoji is reading, this kind of non-violent plot is almost directly skipped. Iron Bone Clank Wu. Why I did not forget to spray literati and officialdom when he wrote Sui Guan Jil, saying that they indulged in horse grains all day and abandoned government affairs, so that the Ming Empire was given by the king of the Qing dynasty. Papa Smith is big. It is estimated that the standard of this horse grain is not a bit poor, and it always loses money, so that I have to borrow my own clumsy work to complain about others. In the 47th episode of A Dream of a Certain Mansion, Mother Jia, Wang Xifeng, and Aunt X played cards together. They played the Darking Mo cards that evolved from the horse-hanging leaves. By the end of the Qing dynasty, Mahjong had evolved over hundreds of years, and it was gradually similar to modern Mahjong. So Yoji can be sure that Ming's spinach market has great potential to tap. What card game can make Brother Hong enthralled? When she was told by her precious son, Queen Zhu was also intrigued. The nobles in the back residence do not have much leisure and entertainment activities except horse cranes. First, there are few entertainment projects at this time, and secondly, they are not allowed to go out of the palace without authorization. Chapter 53. Exquisite Seal Cutting. Mother, Can there be wood like mahogany or red sandalwood in the back residence? Don't Master Apocalypse stank like carpentry very much? There should be a lot of wood in the Imperial City, so it can't be burned by the daddy, right? In the face of the late Emperor brother, maybe there are only a few sticks left in the pot father, right? The mahjong part of later generations is made of ceramics, but the inside is filled with materials. Otherwise, like a porcelain bowl, it will break when touched. There is also plastic, which is impossible to make in the Ming Empire at this stage. Choose. The best material for mahjong is wood, especially high-grade wood. After polishing, it feels as good as rosary, not much lower than ceramic mahjong. Wooden mahjong is easy to make, easy to wash, and the cost is not high. If you really think that the grade is low, let the craftsman make a batch of ivory mahjong in a few days. The ivory that Fanbang came to the palace was useless. Instead of putting it in the warehouse, it was better to carve out some mahjong. Maybe you could still cash in some silver. Maybe there? The mother and the queen are not sure. Let's ask her servant. Yena, go and summon Sui Yan from the Yinzi prison. Not long after the pretty mother ordered to go down, Su Yan, the female officer of Cunning Palace, brought in a guy with her head down. After all, she didn't need to find someone for this matter. The errands had their own eunuchs to do it. She just waited at the door. The Yinzu supervisor is an institution in charge of seals, surveys, verifications, and similar things, and it is also one of the 12 supervisors in the Great Internal War. If you can engrave a seal, it shouldn't be difficult to engrave a wooden stamp. Wooden mahjong is actually a kind of stamp that does not require a stamp. The slave servant Sui Yan sends greetings to His Royal Highness the Queen and His Royal Highness. I wish. No, I am calling you to ask about important matters. Do you have a craftsman who is good at seal carving? Except for regular occasions, Yoji is really not that yaxing waiting for people to flip their sleeves, tuck their robes, and then knelt on their heads for peace. After such a routine, it is estimated that a minute has passed, and it is as uncomfortable as going to the bank to line up. Yes, in reply to your highness, there are no fewer than dozens of such craftsmen in the supervisor of Yinzu. There are also several masters of seal engraving. The servants don't know what kind of seals His Highness wants to seal. Sui Anton felt a false alarm. Now the factory is busy arresting people, regardless of the level of the waiters, as long as they can't hold the chicken thighs like the queen or the taffy, and are targeted by the factory. It's basically the case. Yinzi moved with his head. Yesterday, I donated 5,000 kls, and 80% is not enough. If the prince excuses that the errand is not doing well enough, and angers himself, wouldn't it be a worrying life? It's better to go back and sell some things and buy some Zijin bonds. What if it is better to be a close friend and be favored by the emperor? The Prince Jiang Oh, wasn't he like a dog? He was chopped when he said that he was chopped. No matter how much money you can save, you must first have a life flower. Put your index finger out. Yoji got up and walked to Sui Yan's, circled around him, and then slowly ordered. As a domestic slave, even if he knew that his fingers would be chopped off, he would dare not stretch it out. Have you seen? This kind of stamp is as long as your index finger's 2 joints. One joint is so wide, and the other is so thick. First try with Huang Uli, let the craftsman come out 120 pieces of exactly the same size. Each stamp, all 6 faces of the company need to be polished and smooth, and there should be no burrs. I have to look at the semi-finished products first. Can the work be handed over at noon tomorrow 11 AM? Since it is a royal family, we should use yellow wood. It looks like the color of Huang Uli is quite beautiful, and it is much softer than the color of mahogany. It is not easy to be dazzled after playing for a long time. This is all Yaji's speculation, and the actual effect will not be known until the finished product comes out. The slaves and maids went back and ordered the craftsmen to start work immediately, and they must be handed over at noon tomorrow. Although the prince spoke in a negotiating tone, Sui Yan knew that if the work could not be completed within the set deadline, it would be a bad thing. The only thing is that this task is not too difficult. The content does not need to be written on paper. You can write it all down with your head. The requirements are not high. Moreover, there are many craftsmen in the supervisor of India. Not to mention working overnight tonight, even if you start working again tomorrow morning, at noon. Before, I could also make a deal. Only this time the prince is doing things. Suyan is not sure, and he has done it for the prince before. But that was before the prince's supervision of the country. Now that the prince is in power, if he doesn't do anything, that means he's retreating. Remember to use your heart. In the end, Queen Zhu did not forget to exhort her with a cold tone, lest these people deliberately fool her baby son. The maidservant will remember the decree of the queen in my heart. Don't dare to forget it. After being reminded by the queen, Suyan understood more carefully now. The prince did not know what he was capable of, but the queen knew all about it. Once the submitted items were found to be slightly flawed, and the queen was upset, it would be smashed. If you don't talk about it for nothing by then, you might lose your head because of it. Yogi didn't intend to frighten the slave, and encouraged him with a pleasant face. With the working ability of the Indian courier, it is more than enough to make some stamps. As long as you use your heart, the palace will be satisfied. A king doesn't need to worry about it. By the way, Huang Uli may have. His Royal Highness, there are more than 100 roots of Huang Uli in the warehouse in the prison, with a thick bowl, all of which can be used as stamps. As an office of the inner court, even if the inventory is not the supply, even if it is bought from the market, the material is relatively good. These stocks are ready to be used as tables, chairs and benches at any time. Who knows if there will be an Apocalypse Tank 20 edition someday? Well, that's fine, go ahead and do it. Even if you want to get more than 100 cards, you can't use a Huang Uli. As long as the craftsmen don't waste it, it shouldn't be a waste of high-grade wood. Yogi thinks that it is enough to carve 120 sheets first. If you carve 200 sheets, one pair will have too much surplus, and 2 pairs will not be enough. 36 chapters of strips, breads, and 10,000 pieces, 108 pieces in total, plus 4 pieces of red. Even if they are all alive. If you don't play fancy gameplay, you can get excited with these 112 cards. If the interest of these nobles is provoked, maybe they will have to fight night. After Suyan went down, Queen Zhu eagerly asked, Brother Hong, talk to the mother, how to play with this card. Like playing cards is the nature of the upper-class women in ancient times, especially in the boring inner courtyard of the palace. It is naturally great to have an extra pastime. Okay, by the way, can Sister Su know how to calligraphy and painting? Yogi promised, and then turned to ask Suyan, who was waiting next to him. Suyan's surname is Su and she is also from Suzhou. She is a fellow with her beautiful mother. She is graceful, smart, good at abacus, and decently. She is favored by Queen Zhu as soon as she enters the palace. Although she is not good at piano, chess, calligraphy, she is also can know the general idea. Yogi can also be painted by hand, but if the card is 4D, even if it is reasonable, it is not as good looking as an adult. If Suyan took the beautiful mother's handwriting to copy it, it would still be a crime of disrespect if it broke, and after all deliberation, it would be safest for Suyan to write. Suyan's small mouth was slightly squeezed. She was a little restrained, but she knew that she was tailing, so she had to lightly replied, His Majesty, the slave and maid will only write ordinary documents, for fear of ruining the chess and cards of your highness. It's just a few simple words, from 1 to 9, plus the middle character in the center and the 10,000 characters in the center. Yogi almost blurted out from 1 to 10. Hearing unintentionally, the speaker was embarrassed, which meant more than 4 more cards. His Royal Highness, is this content really so simple? Suyan couldn't help but frown her eyebrows slightly, showing a slightly unbelievable look. Isn't this too simple? Yogi looked at the pt's bewildered and beautiful expression, and said with a smile on her back, This is the fairy world game. If it is so difficult to read the words, then no one will play it. The gods also need entertainment. Since the wooden mahjong is going to be launched, The look will be similar to that of later generations of Mahjong. The material is tentatively set to be Huanguli. The surface of the card is painted white. The characters are all sealed with red paint. The grooves of the numbers are filled with red paint. The grooves of the 4D characters are filled with black paint, and the grooves of the remaining cakes and bars are filled with red paint and green paint. The renderings produced with a crooked brain are almost not much different from modern industrial products. If they are much worse, Suiyan will be pushed out, and the stick will be 20. Anyway, Yoji will not carry this pot. After chatting with his pretty mother, Yaoji took a group of servants back to his little chicken coop. Donggong, Sister Xia, what have I asked you to prepare? As soon as Yoji entered the house, he did not see the requested materials placed on his desk, so it was very strange. His Royal Highness, the servants put the cloth on the chopping board here. Xia didn't dare to put such a humble thing openly on the prince's desk. If she was known by the queen, she would inevitably have to be reprimanded. Xia can only guess what the prince is going to do. Since returning from the fairy world, the prince has always done amazing things. It is also useful for Yoji to ask the giant ball sister to prepare these things. For example, a certain prince plans to make some lady's clothes. The young lady in front of her was wearing a small suit-style clouded shoulders, mainly used to cover the fragrant shoulders and willow waists on both sides. There is a tender green main waist made of rhombus yarn, which is a tube top. Because the outline of the object to be covered is too large, a short and deep gully is revealed, and the small half is proud of white. The lower body is naturally a horsey-faced skirt that is enough to mop the floor, not to mention the thighs, even the calf, or even the ankle. You can't see a trace of it. As a maid beside Yoji, how can this dress be good? Sister Xia wears so many clothes. Isn't it hot? I feel sweaty when I look at you. During the Little Ice Age, the capital, like the vast area north of the Yangtze River, heated up very quickly, and it rarely rained. The eunuch and the maid dress up neatly every day, staying with the master for a whole day, and when they can rest, they are basically wet. Especially the underwear inside is stuck to the epidermis with sweat, which is not much different from the sauna. Chapter 54, Tailor Yourself Repair. The maidservant is not hot. If the maidservant feels that the weather is hot, the maidservant will send someone to bathe and change his clothes. Originally, the prince could take a bath every day. It's just a matter of time. Xia went to the East Palace on the first day. Even if he hadn't dealt with this matter before, he still had to pay more attention because he was the one who the prince would come from the queen. Not only that, the son also took 4 little maids who were only 14 or 5 years old, and was busy with them. Sweat your face. It's strange if it's not hot. Yoji watched very carefully, but he grabbed the key parts and saved unnecessary time. After a glance at the slightly reserved face, he saw the flaws. In such a hot day and wearing so many clothes, what is more important is that you can't wipe sweat at will. Not only Xia, but even the 4 little maids look like this. Enter the court, get the tailor of the Shanghai supervisor. This palace will make some clothes. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Jinko, the eunuch of the East Palace Palm Seal, agreed, and immediately went out and ordered to go down. Yoji walked to the desk and began to paint on his own. The clothes pattern presented on the paper is also very simple, and the tailor can almost understand it at a glance. After almost a quarter of an hour, Yang Jinkao came in to report that all the tailors needed were waiting in front of the door. His Royal Highness, these 4 are for outerwear, these 4 are for skirts, and these 4 are for underwear. Yang Jinkao didn't know exactly what clothes the prince was going to make. He simply recruited 4 tailors of every kind, and there should be no omissions. Because of the strict ban in the palace, without exception, these tailors are all women, except for the eunuch who leads the team. Yoji carried her little hand like a review, walked in front of a group of people, and then announced in a big manner, "Well, very good. The palace is going to make some clothes for Xia's sister. The drawing has been drawn and will be distributed in a while. Go on. After you finish measuring the size on the target body, you will immediately tailor your clothes. within half an hour. Once the time is up, the palace will see how your cutting and sewing standards are. If you do well, you will be rewarded. If you don't do well, then you will be rewarded. Why go and why go? If you deliberately destroy the clothes made by others, you should be punished according to the crime of deceiving the king. When the hand comes to this, it is time. When you enter the court, you sit and watch them, and go to the palace, bathed. I showed everyone how to look at the clock, and worried that these world tailors would not understand what they meant. Yogi took a piece of ornament, a square tulle, and compared it with Xia and combined the paintings. The styles of clothes. Explain to everyone exactly what you mean. If they still don't understand, these ignorant women can go back home immediately. It takes so much effort to make shirts, female skirts, dresses and ball covers, and Shang Yijian simply cancels them. Each tailor has only one task, and the time is relatively abundant. The prince does not require any patterns to be embroidered, just the size is appropriate and the needlework is fine, so the pressure on these high-level tailors is not too great. Yogi didn't plan to make clothes that are too complicated now. It's not long before dark. Even if tailors can use the lights to fight at night, they will inevitably make mistakes. Today, I will mainly test their basic skills. The prince waved his hand and left. After Yang Jinkao Gong sent it back, according to his highness instructions, he was still fishing for a chair and didn't have to stand for half an hour. It's a bit Xia. The 10 tailors in front of her are holding a measuring tape and making gestures on her body. Especially the tailors who make underwear have to carefully measure on the hemisphere. It is inevitable that their fingers will touch an extremely sensitive part. Xia hid and didn't dare to hide, yelled and dared not scream, so she had to try her best to hold Ying Hong's small mouth and survive this period of time. Although everyone is female, Xia always feels very embarrassed by this kind of thing, and her cheeks can't help but flush with seductive flushes. Yang Jinkao sat in a chair and drank tea contentedly. As long as there was no illegal thing stipulated by the prince, he would have seen nothing. Although Xia was a court lady, she was a person next to the queen, and the prince asked to come over by name. If a servant sees someone beautiful, and his mind is secretly moved, then he really thinks he has a long life. Cut all the nails of the palace, so that they are level with your fingertips. In the bath, especially when washing his hair, Yogi finally discovered that the people at this time, especially the scholars, kept their nails for the purpose of scratching their heads. The length of the fingertips left by Confucian scholars is as long as the part covering the first joint, or even longer. This is related to the Confucian theory of body hair and skin, be affected by parents. Have you seen the nails of a female anchor? Although the wiping on the face is the same as the bricklayer construction, most of the long nails are applied with carapace patches, mainly for the sake of good looking during the live broadcast. The nails of these Confucian scholars are so real. It is estimated that showing an eagle claw skill can scare the wild boars who are about to urinate. Yogi glanced at the nails of Xuguoguan, the capital city, and that was truly amazing. The part outside the fingertips is as long as a joint, and you can scratch the face of the enemy with one claw. There is also this funny hairstyle. When he first walked through it, Yogi looked in the mirror and almost laughed, because the hairstyles of adults and children are completely different. Men who are underage, that is, under the age of 15, must comb their hair into 2 knots on the left and the right, which is called fufu. This thing is called total horn. As a prince, there is no exception. So when Yogi looked in the mirror, he saw his hairstyle, almost the same as Naza in the cartoon. At the age of 15, everyone can put their hair in a bun and put a hairnet on the top to fix it. If the scalp is itchy, scratch it with a long nail. Don't underestimate this post. This is what Taizu ordered to spread across the country. Zi said, Taizu feels good, then it is really good. But the gentry will pay special attention to this small hairnet, not only the center of the net on the top of the head, but also a small circle of gold and silver dotted around it as a fixed object. Because this thing has a very good effect of closing the hair, It has the exquisiteness of retracting the mane and hair, whichever is the homophonic sound. The Jiang Heihao finally became unity of mountains and rivers. The wealthy people in Jiao spend a lot of time every day to take care of their hair. As long as it does not fall off naturally, it will never be trimmed artificially. This also eliminated the prince's plan to open a barber shop. But it seems that opening a shampoo room for hair maintenance seems to be more powerful and more profitable. Coupled with a few beautiful young ladies in short skirts with hips, how can you get one back? Considering the love and sentiment of the current gentry, the more Yoji thinks about this project, the more he thinks he can do it. For a few tals, or even tens of tals of silver a month, you can get long, black, shiny, non-itchy hair. What a bargain. 1,000 gentlemen go to wash their hair, and the money for washing their hair every month alone costs a few thousand tals, which is tens of thousands of tals a year. It seems that there is no similar professional shampoo room in Beijing, so you can find a few direct family members to plan. Don't underestimate this project. If you open chain stores all over the country, there will be more than tens of thousands of tals a year. The advertisement is tentatively set as Rejoice and Beautiful Hair, the choice of scholars. It doesn't matter if you don't feel nauseated, as long as you can attract customers into the store and spend money. Your Majesty, the servants dare not. Cutting nails is a sin of disrespect, and the two little maids who were waiting for the prince to take a bath were so frightened that they didn't dare to do it. Courageous, dare to resist the disrespect. If you are not obedient, my palace will send you out of the palace. Madman. Such a small lie dared to resist Lao Tzu's orders. It's really outrageous. She's going to be beaten. His Royal Highness, don't let the slaves leave the palace. The two little maids were so frightened that they knelt to the ground and kowtowed to the prince. Their parents borrowed money to trust someone to find a way out, so that they could be sent to the palace. They also borrowed the favor of the queen, and only last year they exchanged the money owed to other people's families. If he was kicked out of the palace at this time, it would really be a waste of the bamboo basket to fetch water, because he would be sent back because of this, and he would have to be scolded alive by his parents. If you don't want to resist the order, be obedient, annoy the house, and send you both back to your place of origin in one sentence. Get up. Hurry up and trim your nails. It's so long, it's too much trouble. Keeping your nails in the way is of secondary importance. When doing serious things, you also have to worry about splitting your nails. That's bad. Not only is it very painful, but it is also easy to break to the foundation of the joints, which is difficult to grow in a short time. Yes, the two little maids had to carefully lift the prince's tender hands and trim them with small scissors. Since the nails after the bath were soft and the children's nails were not hard, they were easy to deal with. It took 10 minutes, even that's it. When the agreed time was almost up, Yoji finished taking a shower, changed into a new, dry dress, and wrote something. And then he went to the yard to check the masterpieces of the women tailors without a hassle. The tailors who made the shirts and women's skirts completed the work first. They only took more than half an hour, because the clothes they made were not complicated. When the prince came over, they had already made minor repairs. The two tailors who received the blouses looked much more depressed. They were rushing to sew cloth buttons on them, looking like a race against time, for fear of being punished by the prince over time. The more tragic thing than the two of them is to make the ball cover. They have no idea about this kind of strange thing that is almost born out of the sky. Because they can't let the model try it on, they just repeated the comparison a few times, and it doesn't fit. Do not know. The most embarrassing thing is Xia, who is played back and forth by a group of women like dolls. It feels like she is suffering for an hour. Even the most severe punishment of the Empress is far inferior to this, and her pretty face seems to be ashamed and familiar. Plum. It's time. As soon as the prince arrived, Yang Jinkai immediately stood up and respectfully stared at the clock beside him. He didn't dare to delay for a minute and became the timekeeper of the game temporarily. Write your names on the small cloth strips, stitch them on the left hem of the clothes you make, and stitch your underwear on the straps. After the palace examines it, rewards and punishments will be given. Chapter 55. Beautiful lady drying on. It's getting late. Yoji didn't plan to let Xia go back to the bedroom in front of a group of people's interview clothes, and then become his own exclusive model. This is what a beautiful meal. Hee. When everyone was retired, Yoji said to Yang Jinkao again, "You have been tired for a day too, so go and rest early, and you will go to the court with the palace tomorrow morning." Yoji's strategy is still very humane on how to manage subordinates. You can't search out all the money in people's pockets and use them to death. Even if you are a master, that would be too unkind. At least you have to uphold a sustainable employment strategy. Yang Jinkao hurriedly said, "The slave maid servant is not tired. The slave maid servant will go to bed." Yoji felt extremely disgusting after hearing this, and let a scowling eunuch wait in bed. Thinking of this, the little prince hurriedly told him to shut his mouth. Needless to say, there is a happy child in this palace. This is the case every day, and the people who beat the iron can't handle it. There is no urgent matter in the future. At this time, you can go back to rest even if you get off work. Of course, not all of them were actually removed. 4 court ladies and 4 eunuchs were left on guard in the yard. They were on a night shift. At dawn, they waited for the prince to get up and wash before going back to sleep. His Majesty is really kind. His maid-servant is very unforgettable to her servants. She is grateful and grateful. The servants are willing to serve as cattle and horses for His Majesty forever. When Yang Jinkao was on his knees to thank him, he cried out. He was as good as the drama of later generations, and he was extremely excited. It didn't take any time to prepare. "Okay, get up. Do you have to go to my palace to help you?" The servants are very loyal, but the moji is very bad. If you say too much, it will easily remind Yoji of the troubles during the daytime with courtiers. If you grind with Lozi here again, you can only send this goods one word: billowing. The maidservant dare not. The maidservant knows her mistake, and the maidservant resigns now. After Yang Jinkao accepted his thanks, he lowered his head and maintained a swaying posture. He slowly backed 3 steps before daring to turn around and leave. As a senior housekeeper in the back residence, he has a lot of money to scoop up land, and he has very little rest time. The work pressure is very heavy, for fear that the sentence is wrong and the master will be angry. Normally everyone's nerves are very tense, not to mention leisure and entertainment. Even if it is just to get enough sleep time, it is a lucky thing. Not to mention the rest days that I have never heard of, even if they can leave work on time. Attendants like Yang Jinkao are thankful. Many times before, he and Li Jizu, Gao Kikian and others served the prince beside him. They had to take turns on duty at night, at most just snoozing in a chair. You can't snore, otherwise it would be a tragedy. His Royal Highness, these clothes. Xia was still waiting for the prince's order. After all, everyone had withdrawn. Apart from them, there were only 4 little maids and 4 little eunuchs left in the courtyard. Take it into the house. You first go take a shower, and after you're done, put on these clothes. My palace will see how the tailors are doing. Looking at their cutting and sewing skills and the quality of the finished products, they seem to be pretty good. The most important thing is whether they fit on the model. Yes, Your Highness. When I think of the 4 things in these clothes that make me ashamed, Xia's heart goes up and down, her teeth biting her lower lip, unforgettable for a long time. Xia knew that she was a servant, and she had to take a bath as soon as possible. The prince could not wait too long. Fortunately, there were 2 maids serving her. It took less than 15 minutes to finish her makeup and she was waiting at the door. It's done so soon. After the beauty comes out of the bath, under the care of the hot water, her skin looks white and red, smooth and shiny. Although Kiao's face has not been wiped with powder, it has a girlish purity and tenderness, coupled with her graceful figure and the posture of a little woman waiting to be picked. It is very attractive and full of charm. It's late at night. The servant girl dare not let His Highness wait for a long time. If you let the Empress know that she just arrived, and if she is still there, she will let the prince forget to sleep and eat, and she will inevitably be scolded. Maybe she will be asked to go back by the Empress, and it will be even more difficult if she wants to be with the prince. Just now, when she learned that she wanted to try on clothes after taking a shower, Xia deliberately speeded up and did not dare to delay half a minute. She had to let the prince finish trying on new clothes after seeing her, and go to bed as soon as possible after she was satisfied. Fortunately, to come to the East Palace to serve the prince, Xia felt a burst of joy in her heart, which meant that she had been promoted by Xiodi, becoming a concubine bin. She didn't even dare to think about it. As long as she could earn $100 or $2 a year and let her family get enough food and clothing, it would be considered as getting what she wanted. Well, let's try it on. Start with this one. Yoji picked up a round-necked shirt and handed it to his giant ball sister. Compared with shirts and dresses, this thing is the simplest to make, and it is suitable for both men and women. If it is feasible, it can be mass-produced. Your Majesty, the servant doesn't know where this dress is the front. Xia only knew the location of the two sleeves, but she fiddled with it a few times, and couldn't figure out the front and back of her clothes. Sister, don't worry, the side with the lower neckline is the front. The way to wear this dress is to put on the neck from the lower opening, pass through the neckline, and then pass the two arms out of the cuffs to put on this dress. You have to take off your cloud shoulder to wear it. The round-necked shirt only opens to the position of the collarbone, which is actually much more conservative than the main waist tube top that exposes most of the chest. Except for the position of the cut opening, there is actually not much difference from the Ming Dynasty women's clothing at this time. Yes, Your Highness. Xia heard a little understanding, and now had to wear it again, so she had to take off her shoulders, and then ignorantly fiddled with this novel dress in her hand. In this way, the tender green main waist was completely uncovered in front of the little prince, and the huge pair of darlings even pushed the underwear into an extremely exaggerated arc. What makes Yoji Tusk even more amazing is that due to the effect of gravity, the two peaks are only slightly drooping, and the degree of abundance is beyond imagination. If it is replaced with a more appropriate ball cover, it will definitely be dazzling in the world. Wear like this. Yoji couldn't stand it, and couldn't wait for Miss Giant Ball's research progress, so she went straight to help dressing, and she could wipe some oil by the way. The little hands can feel the elasticity of the rich hemisphere just by scratching it inadvertently. If you play with it carefully, you may be able to irritate your nosebleeds. Seeing that the clothes were already on her body, Xia instinctively pulled the hem, stretched out her hand to adjust the position of the neckline, feeling dissatisfied, stretched the left and right cuffs, and smoothed the wrinkles in her abdomen. Well, good looking, very beautiful. Although this shirt made of white silk is very simple in appearance and has no fancy patterns on the chest, it is better than pure. With Xia's beautiful ears and beautiful face, it also reflects the youth and beauty of the wearer. Obviously, the tailor had considered Xia's full hemispheres before making it, so enough support space was reserved at the chest position, so that the hem of the clothes would not be directly supported by the chest away from the lower abdomen during wearing. The slave maid servant is a humble person. Your Highness should not praise the slave maid so absurdly. Xia didn't believe what the little prince said. There were many beauties in the back residence, and her appearance was not outstanding. If it is really good looking, it can only be attributed to this piece of clothing inherited from the fairy world. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Yoji took a mirror and asked the giant ball sister to take a good look at her new dress, at least as far away as a Ming woman a light year away. Using white silk to make a shirt, even if it is the same color, the effect is completely different from cotton or polyester. The soft fiber effect of rhombus is incomparable to other ordinary fabrics. If you switch to silk, the effect will be better, and the clothes can have reflective features. Sure enough, the prince could not coax herself. Xia also saw her new look, was immediately attracted, and fell in love with it. She adjusted the angle slightly, and shook her left and right shoulders. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. My sister has to wrap up thick clothes to serve the palace every day. Seeing that sister is sweating, This palace is really unbearable. In the future, if it is not a major matter, the sister can wear this kind of clothes to serve the palace. This palace will tell you that your sister doesn't need to worry too much. First, do a pilot in the palace, and at the same time, look for the defects of this type of clothing, and after improvement, you can push it to the capital market. If it sells well in the capital, it will be distributed all over the country, and tens of thousands of tals of silver each year will not run. The money is not too much, but not too much, and at least I can earn money for meals for myself and my beautiful mother. The servant maid thanked His Highness for his concern, and the servant maid was grateful. It is a blessing to be able to meet a good master in the palace. How many palace ladies say a wrong sentence will be slapped, and do a wrong thing will be starved for 3 days. If it is abandoned by the master, then all thoughts will be lost. All right, elder sister, this new dress needs to be matched with that dress. Don't follow Yang Jin's broken mouth. Yoji waved his hand impatiently, and then pointed to the table behind him. Oh, Xie looked back and found that the clothes the prince pointed to was what had previously embarrassed him. Your Jixin shirt is just a cover. The real big killer is naturally the ball cover. Hee. Although the workmanship of the round-necked shirt is far from fine, the sewing level of the neckline and cuffs still has a lot of room for improvement, but as far as the tailors are concerned, they can only follow the drawings in an hour. The appearance and the oral explanation of a certain prince, using a needle and thread manual puncture process, to make about 7 points similar to the fashion of later generations, has been regarded as a great success. Over time, let the tailors make more detailed work on this basis, adding patterns of flowers, birds, fish, and insects on the chest, making small decorations such as folds, lapels and even lace to enrich the content of the whole piece of clothing. It must be an eye-catching and superior work. Chapter 56 Donglin Petition. The most important thing is that there must be a giant ball lady who can hold up any clothes to be a model, so that the audience can have a three-dimensional aesthetic feeling. The reason is self-evident. In particular, this craftsmanship can be called a rough little cutie, which almost fully sets off Xie's most proud point. Under the cover of candlelight, it looks exquisite and embossed, beautiful, and a pair of snow-white towering hemispheres even if they are covered by a dome cover. It seems that it is about to come out. Yoji couldn't help her mouth dry, her eyes straightened, her heartbeat speeded up, her face flushed, and the moment she saw the pair of hemispheres that were so big and terrifying, she immediately became her fan. Round things. It is definitely a godsend roundworm. Although Xie is not very old, her physical development is absolutely unrivaled, possessing a devil figure that is unmatched in this era. Compared with those Yangzhou skinny horses who are slender and obscure, Xie's body is a model of fat but not greasy. It will even put the 13-year-old girl to shame. They are completely waterlogged eggplants. They haven't grown. Although the two were in the same room just now, Xie turned her back when she put on the ball cover. Shyness accounts for one aspect, and Xie doesn't have much confidence in her body. At this time, both the princes and ministers of the empire, as well as the people of the Li people, liked the Yangtze thin horse like Tangaifai. The market situation of the domestic ocean horse that can be played and ridden like her is actually not very good. What Xie didn't know was that her figure was surprisingly consistent with the age's aesthetics. A certain prince thinks that if a woman has a small ball and no buttocks, then apart from a face, how different is it from a man? Not to mention sleeping with arms around at night, the bones are still dying. There is not much merit. Of course, you can't be too fat, just like a pig, 1 meter tall and 116 weight. In general, the measurements are around 906,090, the height is 160,175, and the weight is 90,110. All high-profile girls in this range can come to a certain prince's bowl. Friendly reminder, the number of positions for this position is limited. Once hired, the treatment is favorable. Your Highness. Your Highness. Xie took a peek at the master's expression, and found that the little prince was staring straight at her chest, and even the saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Regardless of her blushing face, she hurriedly reminded the master, "Pay attention to your meter. Cough cough." Yogi was called twice, and then he came back to his senses, using a dry cough to relieve the embarrassment, and then said solemnly, "The workmanship of this dress needs to be strengthened, and the size looks like it's also a little bigger. The bottom edge should be inserted into the semicircular fishbone as a support. This can make the hemisphere more plump and avoid natural sagging. If possible, it is best to use a double layer fabric. The layer plays a beautiful role and can be embroidered with some exquisite and unique patterns, while the inner layer focuses on protecting the hemisphere and is mainly made of soft fabrics." Not only verbal evaluations, Yogi will also write down these areas that need improvement on paper, and ask Yang Jinkao to send it to Sui-an tomorrow morning, and let his tailors make a second production according to the highest instructions of His Royal Highness. The time can be relaxed to 1 day, and I hope that the 20 version of the trendy clothes can be improved in both appearance and workmanship. Xia was a little relieved when he heard the prince start to comment on this extremely shameful thing about herself. Fortunately, the situation did not deteriorate further, otherwise she would not be able to explain to the empress. Unexpectedly, the prince, just like managing politics, took extremely serious records of what he thought was improper, and felt that he was not detailed enough, and he even painted and explained intuitively. Otherwise, you have to dedicate yourself to the prince on the first day. What can you do in the days to come? But thinking of this, Xia can't help but feel a little lost in her heart. Other clothes also show the advantages and disadvantages of different levels and parts. Yuji's review records and Xia changed clothes, and it took an hour to evaluate 12 read-it-out works. Considering that he will go to court tomorrow, Yogi didn't stay up late, and went to bed under Xia's service. It's not the same bed. Yogi sleeps in the small bed in the inner room, and Xia sleeps in the big bed in the outer room. There is a fixed screen between them. If the prince has something to call her, Xia can hear the content clearly. While lying on the bed waiting to fall asleep, Yogi was still counting. If Tang Shuxi was invited and asked him to paint a few nail oil paintings, would Tang Shuxi roll his eyes with anger? By the way, given that Tom Warlock is a German, when he first met him, did he say Hi Hitler first? Yogi set a schedule for himself to go to bed at 10 o'clock in the evening, get up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and finish washing and eating before 8 o'clock. Use a little time later to think about what you are going to say for a while, clear your thoughts, and you can go to court near 9 o'clock. Yogi stood at the door of his East Palace with his neck back, stretched lazily, looking at the sky with only a trace of misty clouds. Not surprisingly, today is another sunny day, which means that the northern regions may not receive rain yet. Drought in the world. Cheating. The original refreshing morning, with a little sultry heat, at noon. It is estimated that it will be the same as yesterday. Generally, as long as Yogi is not particularly tired the day before, it will not get up late the next day. But with a group of courtiers who are so uncomfortable, a certain prince has to suffer every day, especially tired. His Royal Highness, Your Royal Highness, Yang Shikeng and Wu Yi led more than 100 supervising students to kneel down outside Chengshan Gate to petition, asking His Royal Highness to release Chen Biqian. Early in the morning, Yang Jinkao brought a pleasant piece of good news. Guo Zijian is the university of the dynasty and belongs to the highest institution of the empire. The students of Guo Zijian are the students of Guo Zijian. Among these students, the quality is also uneven, because the source of supervising students is roughly divided into 4 categories: jury, tribute, shady, and regular supervision. Zhu Jian was a Jurren who had unfortunately failed to participate in the Beijing Normal University examination. They were selected by the Hanlin Academy and sent to the Imperial College for a second study. They are considered to be the group of top students with poor grades, but they are also considered top students. Gongjian means that each school in the prefecture and county can nominate a talent to enter the Imperial College in the name of contribution every year, which is equivalent to recommending students, but the quality of the source of students is not guaranteed. There are good or bad, depending on the feelings of the county grandfather. The shadow prison is a student who is a third-ranked official or above, or a student of Xunki's son who enters the prison. It is considered a dude, but it is also the easy to learn among all the sons in the family. Otherwise, it is for nothing and slapped. The routine supervision is because of the tight state finances, and the quota of the Imperial College is used to cash out. The local tyrants do not need money and donate money to buy an admission quota. The purpose is to send his son to be gilded. In general, the supervising students generally meet the criteria for graduation upon graduation. Except for a very small number of the other three types of students, they can basically do what they should do after graduation. HMPH, zoom in. I didn't give you a chance to beat me last night. Did you bring my little brother to block the door early this morning? Come to think of it, this peculiar way is worse than those who use loan sharks to collect debts. The people who can follow the two traitors are either the dupe who has been fooled, or they are also the adorable new ones of the Donglin family. Maybe this group of people gathered in a corner last night and attacked a certain prince in an awe-inspiring tone. However, the reaction speed is fast enough. If so many people can be gathered in one night, it must be a long-planned gang committing the crime. His Royal Highness, are you still missing? Yang Jinkao cautiously raised a word beside him softly. They are still waiting for a reply, and one is inattentive. What if there is a supervised student and can think about it, and use his head to hit the wall? Hee. Since it's the Dongong lecturer and the students from the Imperial College who came here, of course this palace has to meet them. Since they have to go to the courts to handle government affairs during the day, let them be placed after the dung merchants. Wait until the palace is finished with the dung merchants. You can meet them. Yoji believes that this arrangement is very scientific, reasonable and full of humanity. After all, there can be no student supervision in Beijing. But there is absolutely no shortage of manure dealers, otherwise there will be no way to live. Loyal to the liver and righteous and Ironbone Clank brought a group of unreasonable stunned youths to play in the pavilion. If you dare to play dog jumping over the wall, Lao Tzu will go to Chen Chao Elephant. Yang Jinkao was immediately stunned when he heard the words. The arrangement of the time was completely contemptuous of the two former Dongong lectures and hundreds of supervising students. I'm afraid it's not easy to say. When Yoji saw that the second man was still in a daze, he explained with his hands behind his back. The meeting with the dung dealer was decided yesterday. As the prince, how can my palace be changed day by day? Besides, these supervising students came suddenly, and they wanted to see him. What are you doing in this palace? Let them kneel first. Don't you all think that you are the incarnation of justice? Don't want to be able to withstand drops? Okay, let's sun you all day first. This big sun is so hot. Kneel, don't move. If you stand up, my palace will look down on you. However, strategically despise it, and tactically it must be very important. From this, it can be inferred that after Donglin's former chief assistant Zhu Yanru went down the wild, his power in the capital may not be able to do much, but it could also make waves like a flying stick. Today's group demonstration is a warning signal. If it is not guarded, it will intensify and eventually develop out of control. Instead of being bullying and fearing hardship, the Donglin gang's plot is likely to succeed. But today they went out without reading the almanac and met a certain prince. Zi said, breaking ground on Taisu's head and demonstrating in front of the prince will end in the same way. On the next day, Yoji became accustomed to the Taoist rituals and routines. It can be imagined that those extremely cute Chen Chao elephants also stood at the door in a naive manner to welcome guests. The ministers who came to work saw the Guo Zijian students who were kneeling outside the Chengshan gate and petitioning, and most of them ignored them because they had heard that these students brought by Yang Shikeng and Wu Yi were for the staff of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Chen Biqian, and Chen Biqian. Things come. Chapter 57, Killing Locust. It's better not to get mixed up with this matter. No one can prove that Chen Biqian is an innocent official. Once Dong Cheng and Jai Yi publicized the property of the ransacked house, the amount is relatively easy to handle. If it is the opposite, it will become uneven. The second soybean is, the Ming law stipulates that officials who are greedy for ink must be stripped of their skins. This is the rule set by the Emperor Taizu. Even officials such as Hu Weiyong and Li Shancheng were not able to retreat in their entirety. He Chen Biqian dared to oppose the prince at the court meeting. If this was caught by the little prince, wouldn't he be dealt with to death? Chen Biqian has neither the title of nobility nor the relationship between relatives. With the identity of Donglin alone, these ministers are not optimistic that he can stand up. Where is Shandong Governor Yan Jizu? Today's meeting will start with what happened yesterday. This is what Yoji suddenly remembered when he was riding Jingshan yesterday. The minister is here. Yan Jizu was the first to be named, and his heart cocked. It stands to reason that he should be talking about Chen Biqian. He was picked up by the prince, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Is it possible that the prince will regret it afterwards? Wouldn't he be rejailed so soon? It is a blessing, not a curse, but a curse cannot be avoided. Now they are all standing in the hall, and it is too late to shrink their heads. Yoji slowly explained what he felt and said, after retiring to the court yesterday afternoon, I went to Meishan to relax. I inadvertently remembered Aking's mention of the locust plague at the court meeting. My heart is very puzzled. Since the locusts are harmful crops, wherever they go, there are no crops. Why don't local officials in Shandong organize the people to kill locusts? Besides, locusts are also food, at least much stronger than the bark of grass roots. Right? Apart from reaching out for money from a Lao Tzu, you trash, how much can you do? The river bursts its bank for money. Dry fields need money. Even the locust army came and asked Lao Tzu for money. Thinking of this is irritating. You just stare at the locusts eating up all the crops. As soon as I heard that this was the matter, not that he was going to be captured again, Yan Zhizu couldn't help but settled in his heart, and quickly organized a word, and immediately explained, His Royal Highness, the minister knows a thing or two about this matter. First, locusts. Insect eggs hatched after a severe drought, and they were tens of trillions of dollars in an instant. With such a shocking number, it is extremely difficult for the people to kill them. Second, locusts are migratory locusts, which come from the sky and leave from the sky. Knowing the news from other places, they are often caught off guard against the fleet of migratory locusts coming soon. Third, there are still many people among the people who believe that locusts are divine insects, but they come with the mighty power of heaven. If the Li people deliberately offend, they will be caught off guard. Severe retribution. Fourth, even if the people dare to eat locusts, there are still rumors of death by eating locusts or bloating in Minjian. Fifth, the locust of locusts and the emperor are the same as the emperor. At the end, Yan Zhizi left a sentence deliberately. The meaning is already very clear. Presumably the prince and the officials should understand. Aching means that eating locusts is eating the emperor. Yoji pointed out the words directly. Anyway, eating insects is not afraid of big things. Besides, it is related that the one who is still lying in the palace of the King dynasty, Weijian, is guilty. Yan Zhizu didn't dare to make trouble anymore. If he said something wrong, Chen Biqian would end up with inconsistency. The best thing was to be an official. It's so out of context and literary words, it's really the best thing in the world. Dare to ask you a king, who has never eaten ginseng. According to them, eating ginseng is eating people. Every dynasty has stipulated taboos. For example, the names of people cannot be the same phonetic as the name of the emperor, let alone the same word. Then there are the dynasty reigns and the preferences of the emperor. The people are not allowed to use any content that is classified as a forbidden zone. However, on the issue of locusts, Emperor Ming dynasty was basically more enlightened on this matter. It is said that when Emperor Taizong was still in a locust plague, he tried to eat a few of them himself, and while eating, he asked him why he wanted something in his mouth. Fighting with minutes. When asked by the prince, the ministers remained silent, waiting for the prince's next remarks. so as not to help others to ask for directions. Everyone is nothing. Obviously learned from yesterday's experience and lessons. When the prince asked about the dinner recipe, it was not a nuisance for play. Seeing that no one went on to say, Yoji guessed the probabilities in his heart, and said calmly, the three things that Yan King said are based on falsehoods. The purpose is to spread rumors and make the victims lose their confidence in fighting the disaster and helping themselves, so that it can be used by anti-thief with ulterior motives. As long as the court orders all locusts to be suppressed, the false rumors will be crushed. And the first and second items, the palace also has countermeasures. First, the neighboring counties are learning about it. After the locust plague, the people must be ordered to harvest crops in advance. Although there are losses, it is better to feed the worms than the hard-grown grains. Second, the stalks of the crops after the harvest are lit to form an insect-proof isolation zone. The thick smoke blocked the attack route of the locusts. Third, every household must take action. Anyone who can walk must go down to the fields to catch the locusts. The palace has returned from the fairyland and has obtained this worm. Confidential. This insect is rich in nutrients, and the nutrients in the 5 locusts are equivalent to an egg. Poor people can't afford to eat eggs. Can't they not afford roasted locusts that cost nothing? As for eating locusts and die from bloating ... ha 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 ha. That must be too much to eat, and it will die. Yoji had eaten this food when he was young. If it is baked, it is not unpalatable, but the appearance is very impressive. The only drawback of grilled locusts is nothing more than that. This thing has no toxins. If it does exist, that means that the land has been drugged. For the victims, it is a rare delicacy. At this time, locusts eat pure natural and pollution-free crops. Of course, their own taste is excellent. If the craftsmanship is good, they can roast the scent of animal protein. This is not what Uzuhai said. Although locusts and eggs are rich in protein, the taste experience of roasting insects is absolutely different from eating eggs. When this thing is chewed, it has an extremely delicious smell. Yoji had eaten a very fat locust in the wild, and the extremely special scent was unforgettable after a few years, because it was too fragrant and far superior to home-made ingredients. Of course, he can't compare to the man standing at the top of the food chain who eats raw ground, such as plump and juicy caterpillars. The officials were stunned by the prince's remarks. The dignified Prince Taming actually called on the people of Li people to catch the locusts and roast them to eat. The shock to their hearts is immeasurable. There is also the high argument that the nutrition in 5 locusts is equivalent to an egg. Is this really a secret from the fairy world? It's not reliable to think about it. With that extremely disgusting appearance, thousands of small things crawling around on the rice leaf seedlings. Just thinking about it, everyone feels extremely disgusted. In addition, there is a goosebump, as if a locust crawled on their back. On eating? How can it be? A big man would rather eat grass roots than such ugly insects. The good news for everyone is that dinner can be saved. Once I heard of roasted locusts, I probably lost my appetite. Yan Jiza thought for a long time, doubting what the prince had said, but he thought that most of these things had to fall on him. If this happens next year, it is estimated that his place will appear in the jail again, and he will be humbly before he tries it this year. Asked, His Royal Highness, the locusts come and go fast, and the manpower can't match them. The White Jinn does not know how to catch this insect. Now that the prince has obtained the secrets about this worm from the fairy world, he must already know how to catch the worm, right? Otherwise, it would not be so calm. As a local governor, Yan Jizi has naturally seen locusts, and even caught locusts as a child, which is extremely difficult to catch with his hands. In the case of ordinary people, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of locusts came to their homes overnight. How many locusts can be caught even if the whole family is dispatched? Enter the dynasty and take the magic weapon of this palace. Now that this matter has been mentioned, Yoji must of course be fully prepared. Besides, for a master insect catcher, a line of words floats across the sky. Catching locusts is simply not a problem. Yang Jinkai immediately understood and thought, So this thing is for this purpose. Tang Dang Dong Gong Palm Seal Eunuch took a super magic weapon, which is the legendary dragonfly net. The officials only saw Yang Jinkao holding a wooden stick in his hand, with a round-mouthed cloth bag tied at the top. Could it be that this is a weapon for catching locusts? It's really shameful. The fairies of the fairy world use this thing to catch locusts. How can it be successful? Not to mention that a group of petrified ministers, even the beautiful mothers who are queens, are all confused. Is her brother arrogant talking about it? Yoji took his magic weapon, poked the stick's head on the ground, stood up confidently, with an aura of being about to surprise the crowd, facing a group of dumb courtiers. He smiled and asked, "You almost of the time I caught dragonflies in my childhood. I wonder if dragonflies are easy to catch, or locusts are easy to catch." Xwaking. That is to say, my body is not strong enough, and I can only afford light weapons, otherwise I have to install a 2 or 3 meter long pole, let alone migratory locusts. It is the most difficult big blue sky in the legend. I will give you one. Net win? Yoji asked the little eunuchs around him, and everyone said that the methods of catching insects by friends everywhere use pat, which is to use rags or branches to draw grasshoppers. The net bag is not without it, but the most important part of this weapon is the metal ring of the net mouth. With this thing, the net mouth can be fixed, and it is much stronger than the wicker. The iron smelting technology in the Ming dynasty has been very popular, and the output is huge, but the poor families want to make a few iron ring net bags for their children, which are undoubtedly luxury toys. When Yoji was a child, the friends rarely had high-end net bags, gauze nets, iron rings, long wooden poles. This kind of thing in the morning market cost 3 to 5 yuan. One can imagine how rare Ming is. Chapter 58. The Ombudsman catches insects. If you have a net bag made of iron rods or steel pipes, then there is no doubt that you are the king of a group of friends, and you can immediately take your little brothers to the overgrown place for glory. Xgyuogwan, I want you to continue to be the first assistant. As an immediate return, at least be a worm for the palace today, right? His Royal Highness, the minister also caught dragonflies and locusts when they were young. These two insects seem to have wings, but dragonflies are more than 10 times more flexible than locusts, and it is extremely difficult to catch them. At first, Xgyuogwan didn't know what the little prince was holding for this thing, but when combined with the content of catching locusts before, its effect became obvious. Only after watching for a few seconds, the cabinet chief understood the purpose of this object. There is such a thing that can be swept back and forth, and it is not difficult to catch locusts. According to the prince, this object should be used to catch dragonflies, as long as it can catch dragonflies that are even more difficult to catch. Then catching locusts will be done by hand. With the comparison of the difficulty of the two kinds of insects, the ministers want to say that the locusts are difficult to catch. That would be laughable and generous. If you don't even understand this, then you are really inferior to the 10-year-old prince. Yoji is still satisfied with the explanation of this worm support, so he is not embarrassed by the first assistant for the time being. Xwaking is extremely true, and my palace is deeply convinced. This magic weapon is the only weapon for catching dragonflies. As long as you add a little playing with it, you can net the dragonfly in the cloth bag. The structure is simple and can be manufactured in large quantities. Enter the court and take it to share with you, a king. A group of second-class ministers talked about this, not praised, but questioned again and again. After everyone saw it, most of them felt that the net bag was too simple. There was already a similar thing at home, and this thing was used to catch the locust. It's incredible. What Lao Tzu likes is what you hate. Yesterday, I saw your savvy skills. Yoji had anticipated this reaction, so he smiled and said, since you aching have doubts, I might as well demonstrate that if you catch a dragonfly, the dust will settle. After being touched by a group of old bone spirits with female anchor-level nails, Yang Jinkao hurriedly wiped the sticks in the net bag with rhubarb silk to avoid contaminating the little hands of the prince. There's Yuodu Yushi Zongqiang of the Metropolitan Procuratorate stood out, trying to stop the prince's actions. His Royal Highness is a body of a daughter, how can he do such a condescending thing? Yesterday's pilgrimage was lively enough. At the beginning of today's pilgrimage, the prince will be in front of the officials, holding a cloth bag to catch the dragonflies. If it is recorded by the historian, it must be another time-honored experience. Embarrassing matter. Yoji didn't care about his reputation. The reputation of Daddy Xiaogo was already stinking. If he couldn't turn the tide, then the reputation of the old Zhu family would really become so high. It's okay, if even a child like this palace can catch it. Staying at Dragonfly, I dare to ask you, a king, how can I dare to catch the locusts? Stinky tofu smells stinky and tastes fragrant. Xiang smells and eats, and there is a fundamental difference between the two. In addition to Zongqiang, the cabinet's Jiang Saizi, Chen Yan, Wei Zouqing and others also showed up to stop them, but they all acted hypocritically. After being beaten by the prince yesterday, they all wanted to find a chance to save face today. When I came back, I just waited for the prince to make a fool of myself. Xuguoguan inherited the previous style, listening more, watching more, speaking carefully. The prince did not ask, he remained silent, watching the pig teammates around him automatically jump into the trap dug by the prince. Yoji knew the cautious thoughts of the officials, so he picked up the net bag and slowly walked down the steps of the throne. Under the protection of a group of eunuchs and Han generals, he walked out of the main entrance of Fengshan Temple with ease. You are all 10 steps away from the palace, and you are not allowed to approach without the order of the palace. After being disturbed by this group of second goods, it also caught a sesame dragonfly. After giving the order, Yoji finished rolling up his sleeves, raised his hem, and stood on the white marble platform and looked around. This move made the ministers below the 3rd grade and below look unclear. Therefore, no one knows that the prince is here. What are you going to do? Yeah? It really doesn't take much effort. Yoji suddenly saw a cerebrum with yellow fluffy head and orange slender body falling stupidly on the white marble handrail, as if lazily basking in the sun, but the distance was only 5 meters away. So, the little prince who caught the dragonfly carried the net bag and tiptoed close to the target, for fear that his actions would make noises and disturb his favorite prey. You know, this is not a small step for the prince, but a big step for the empire. The sun said, the prince is responsible for catching insects for the country. Although he is not an adult, he does not have such a large amount of sweeping power, but Yoji's net bag is also tailored according to his own strength, plus his own past life experience in catching insects. To kill the dragonflies in Jiao Jiao, theoretically difficult. If it is too large, there may be a little problem in actual work, but it is definitely not insurmountable. At this moment, Yoji didn't seem to be catching insects alone. Beautiful mothers, court ladies, eunuchs, ministers, guards, and more than 1,000 people were all looking at themselves quietly, and the prince shouldered the only remaining hope for the revival of the empire. No matter how painful and tired, with this weak body, I have to carry this crumbling empire up, get rid of the rut of sliding into the abyss, and move forward on a brand new road. Thinking of this, Yoji couldn't help but stare at the prey in front of him, grasping the wooden stick in his hand, and the beating frequency of the cautious liver suddenly increased, as if he was about to meet the ruthless enemy. Calculate the wind direction, find the correct angle, estimate the amount of advance, and guess the possible escape route of the prey. After a series of complex and scientific analysis, an extremely feasible plan is drawn. Then he made up his mind, seized the opportunity, held his breath, synced his danshan, struggling with his arms, and used the power of the mini version that had been concealed in his body, suddenly hugged. Well, this is just a simple bug-catching game. I just moved so fast that even my eyes were not sure whether to see the prey caught. Generally speaking, after sweeping horizontally with the net bag, in order to prevent the prey from flying out of the net mouth, there will be a hand-shaking action, so that the net bag can be upwards. With the help of inertia, the tail of the cloth bag is buckled up, and the prey detained inside. Yoji did the same. but because the cloth pockets are not transparent, it is difficult to see with the naked eye whether there is a harvest inside without the prey being tossed violently. After the thrilling moment just now, I didn't see that silly brain slipping away from the net bag. 7 or 80 of them were still in the net bag. This product won't bite. So Yogi simply stretched out his tender hand and fumbled around the outside of the cloth pocket. Really? Ahahaha. This palace is triumphant. As today's first contest between each other, Yogi still attaches great importance to tactics. Slowly grabbed the brain from the cloth pocket, pinched the wings of the prey with his lower hands, and turned around to show it to the officials. Yang Jinkao, who was quick and quick-mouthed, saw it and hurriedly sent a flattery. Your Highness is mighty. The prince was only 10 years old. It would be difficult to go to battle to kill the enemy, but catching insects can show his heroism. Yogi waved his hand triumphantly, indicating that the flatterer could turn off the fire, and then exhorted the officials. Dragonfly is so elusive, a child in this palace can catch it. Locusts are slower than dragonflies, plus they are greedy. My bright adult man, is there any helpless reason? Even good crops can be eaten by locusts. Just now, some ministers even prayed secretly in their hearts, letting the prince fly into the air, and returned in disappointment, waiting to see his jokes. But the little prince has practiced thousands of times a long time ago, and no one in Aoki dared to catch dragonflies, so these things are very stupid. And one trick works. It makes the unsuspecting courtiers really better than eating Huanglian. Still uncomfortable. Yan Jizu, the minister is here. You are the governor of Shandong. You should master the method of using this magic weapon in order to demonstrate the effect. This palace limits you to catch a dragonfly and 2 locusts within a stick of incense. If you fail, don't eat lunch! Exclamation mark. ... The minister followed the order. After speaking, he released the dragonfly in his hand, and let this silly thing live for a summer, and he could eat hundreds of more mosquitoes anyway, saving himself from donating blood to the Zerg at night. Yan Jizu was really depressed when he heard such an order. The dignified official in Frontiers actually fell into holding a net bag to catch dragonflies. Good luck and tricks, people. Oh sorrow. Holding a wooden stick is really mixed feelings. Catching insects under the comments of the group of officials. If you miss it, it would be really shameful. The time for a stick of incense is not long, not short. Lunch is a small matter, and face is a big deal. The crown prince will be able to do it as soon as he takes the shot. Instead of holding this ridiculous magic weapon by himself, if he can't complete the task within a stick of incense, he will really laugh generously. Despite all the reluctance in his heart, the prince had orders, and the reason was also high-sounding. No matter how unwilling, Yan Jizi had to bite the bullet. At first, Yan Jizi thought that the prince was deliberately making things difficult for him, but then he thought again. If he doubled the number of captures, he would have to act accordingly. With this net bag, 2 locusts are easy to catch. As long as you work hard to catch a dragonfly, you will complete the task. There were also people who couldn't see the prince's mischief. Lin wanted to end your prince's mischief, so he went out to oppose His Royal Highness. Ordering the governor to catch insects in foreign dynasties is really a comical act. It has never been done in previous dynasties, and it is even more against the ritual and mathematical system. Your Highness takes it back. This early morning let the prince go on trouble. And today's court meeting really doesn't know what will happen. Yesterday, all the ministers were suppressed by the prince. Today, we absolutely must turn things around, and we must not let the young prince continue to do her own way. Seeing someone arguing with the prince in his early days, Yao Minggong, Zhuo Dailang, who entered the cabinet, also echoed. The minister reconsidered what Lin Shangxiu said. The governor catches insects. It is a discord between emotions and reason. I hope your highness will think twice. Chapter 59. The Essentials of Catching Insects. If you think that they are justifying Yan Jizu, you are very wrong. These 2 guys don't want to get the tragic governor of Shandong, they just want to use the matter to find a place. Yoji neither backed down nor angered, and instead asked the ugly babies, Zhang Saizi, Zhang Aking, and Aking also come from the Ministry of Rights. They naturally understand the so-called etiquette system. I don't know whether Aking supports the palace's destiny or reconsiders Lin Aking. What did you say to Yao Aking? I'll take a look at the high-ranking opinions of the three humble guests in the Ministry of Rights today. If you say it well, there will be a reward. After being in officialdom for a long time, the officials had never seen a Huang Kuxiao who could not be dealt with. Even the crown prince established by the emperor. Although everyone is a courtier, the right to speak must be in their own hands, and this matter must not be compromised. As soon as the prince supervises the country, he has to take over the power alone. If things go on like this, wouldn't the officials become a fan of the little prince? This is absolutely impossible. Even if the interest group still scores Zehuan, Kiwan, Donglin, etc. In many respects, it is difficult to bridge the differences between each other, but on the issue of fighting for power, everyone's goal is the same. With the help of the governor catching insects, as long as the force is used properly and the righteousness of etiquette is stood up, the negative situation of passiveness can be reversed. After being named by the prince, Jiang Sai's heart suddenly tightened. With the help of his drooping head, he took a peek at Xuguoguan next to him. Yesterday, when the prince put one in public, Jiang Sai was frustrated and wanted to find it back today, but his colleagues started too quickly, and he became a bystander before he could make any effort. Waiting for an opportunity to retaliate is to pay attention to methods, but also to see the timing. Even if half of the time is wrong, it will end up in the same way as Chen Biqian. Xuguoguan knew Jiang Sai's thoughts, but he was less than 3 meters in front of the prince. How could he wink at his comrades? Can only respond to changes with the unchanging. Of course, there is also the idea of trying his ability to observe words and expressions, and given him a wink yesterday, this stupid pig actually ignored his kindness. If today is still thinking about the mental retardation of yesterday, Xuguoguan has decided to give up this incompetent foreign aid, so as not to add chaos to himself, and if nothing happens, he will help. However, 1 or 2 of the money receivable cannot be less. That is a lot of money, and you can wake up with a smile in your dreams. Jiang Sai saw that the first assistant was indifferent, and he couldn't hold on, and felt that the crown prince was left behind, so he had to reply. Lin Shangxiu and Yao Shifu were extremely true, but the original intention of His Highness was for the country and the people, and the minister thought, it doesn't hurt to think about it. This is the obvious stepping on 2 boats, neither offending colleagues nor offending the prince. If you offend the former, you will be alienated or even reported. If you provoke the latter, if you have good luck, you may get an official, but if you have bad luck, you will be ransacked and put in jail. Therefore, the ugly 8 monsters are eager to be wise and choose a rather modest path. After returning home yesterday, Jiang Sai didn't do anything. He sat at the table and recalled what happened during the court, especially reflecting on the mistakes he had made. Before dinner, the housekeeper ordered the cook to cook only 3 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetarian, and 1 soup. It was so simple that it attracted great dissatisfaction among the wives, concubines, and children who were accustomed to eating big fish and meat. Jiang Sai suddenly became angry, and he didn't care about his decent face, and cursed his family members. Eat. Just know to eat. Do you know that some people are in the prison of the Ministry of Justice? When the master gave an overview of what happened at the meeting, the whole family was dumbfounded, and the house could be ransacked after a meal. How will you live in the future? Who knows if there are any spies sent by Jin Yiwai among the people? As long as you don't pay attention, it will be too late to regret. You must not be careless, otherwise, how could there be such a thing as the Huangdi who has been shining brightly for more than 200 years? The front is tight, the rear is tight. The prince used this excuse to arrest people and ransack the house, unless you are sure that the servants in your house are all committed to yourself, and none of them are against the water. If the butler entourage is instigated by Dongqing or Jin Yiwai, he will hand over the most confidential account book. Comparing the annual salary of the officials of Ming dynasty, if you are convicted on the basis of the copied money, it is enough to be Linkai dozens of times. Be careful to make the Wanian boat. After thinking about it, Zhang Saizi decided that from now on, there will be 3 dishes in the morning, noon, and evening at the house, and one more is not enough. Don't let the prince grab the handle of his own food and drink. The whole family was imprisoned because of a table of food. It was really a loss of money. As for the anger during the day, if you don't vent it, you can only toss about the beautiful flowery concubine. Ha ha. Yoji smiled meaningfully, and commented, "It's not hurtful. My palace also thinks so. If you are ugly, I will let you live 2 more days. Otherwise, this one will teach you an unforgettable lesson." Seeing that the prince had already expressed his position, the first assistant Xuguoguan swiftly attacked and explained his position. His Royal Highness is extremely true. His Royal Highness is suitable for demonstration. This is a painstaking effort, but it is a good deed for the country and the people. It is a good deed for the country and the people. It's not good, but it's also love. If Governor Yan grasps the essentials and returns to Shandong to promote it, combining with His Royal Highness to reveal the secrets of the immortal world, he will be able to accomplish a lot. Perhaps Zhang Saizi was also aware of yesterday's lesson, so he did not dare to confront the prince head at today's meeting. This is not a complete fool. The nonsense of ugly Bagua made Xiaozuk see a trace of his usefulness, and temporarily dispelled the idea of kicking the goods away immediately. If he is still the same as yesterday, then the officials of these years will be for nothing, and he has not learned anything. Even the most basic observance and flattery are unsatisfactory, and he does not have the conditions to enter the cabinet. Xuguoguan was still in a shallow way back then, but he could not be savagely scheming when Tyron. But after years of experience and lessons learned, it is quite relaxing and pleasant to lead the current group of colleagues. Since the reverse is not possible, just follow along. As long as the wind makes the rudder, the prince must not be offended first, and the good words that can be convincingly convinced by the sage, the rest can be dealt with calmly. Everything can be put down, but only one thing must be preserved. That is, the seat of the first assistant is decided not to be lost. The prince does not speak to express dissatisfaction, and the first assistant will not move. Yesterday Xuguoguan found the prince's words Zuji at the court meeting, and was shocked. Although the little prince was young, he was by no means a waiter, and he would not obey the orders of his officials. Since the prince did not look like the dumb Emperor Jin Hui, if he wanted to control the court, he had to find another way besides forming a cabinet close to him and overcoming the powerful King. Yoji immediately understood the meaning of the old fox, and praised it in puns. Xueqing is so kind, and my palace is very relieved. If there are more officials like Xueqing, ZTE is expected to come. Although Xuguoguan is a horrendous person, he is not without the advantages that he can use. At least he said an idea to make the honor bleeding. But the bullying and fearful dumping father finally regretted it, resulting in failure. This kind of person still has the ability, not as high as Li Si, Zhang Liang, and Fang Xuanling. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the ratio of the Chaffinch to the Hongwu. At first glance, it is not good. The chain comparison is not good. It can still be compared with the same period, compared with Wen Tyron, Zuyanru, Chen Yan, perhaps even slightly better. Employing people with advantages, as long as you are obedient to yourself, so as not to have a new first assistant come up, and then fight each other with yourself. You have to restart a certain Sumato sensory game. Seeing that the prince recognized his statement, Xuguoguan hurriedly responded with great humility, His Royal Highness is absurd, the minister is apprehensive, and the minister knows that his ability is low, so he is shallow in learning. He only hopes that he can do his best for the court like Zhao Song's Fan Zongyan. After death, originally, Master Shufu wanted to say that he was like Wen Tanxian, but he could think again that Wen Tanxian is the state of subjugation, so this metaphor is really wrong, and Fan Zongyan, who has had all successes, is justified. For the current plan, I still have to relax the relationship with the prince, shorten the distance between the two, first stand on the side of the prince and see what benefits can be gained, and then talk about other things. If he were still diametrically opposed to the prince, his lips would be refreshed, but the actual benefits would be nothing. It is true that you can save a lot of money when you enter the cabinet, but the members of the cabinet can't change every day, and it is fast to change half a year. Through yesterday's home search and subsequent inquiries, Xguogwen suddenly discovered that the little prince was already sitting on a sylvan mountain, and opened his mouth to spend 1,000,000 tals to build 2 new cities. If you can reasonably take a drop from the prince's pocket, there are tens of thousands of tals. Wouldn't it be many times more worrying and fearful than having to collect cash all day long? But how to get a piece of the pie from the prince? Xguogwen is still racking his brains to find a way. In view of the fact that this old drama is very good at snatching, Yoji can only praise the opposite sex. Xwaking does not have to be self-facing. My father and the emperor ordered you to be the chief assistant of the cabinet. Naturally, there is great wisdom in it. I'm convinced you aching will follow the palace back to the temple and talk about killing locusts in detail. Yan aching, there is a secret to catching dragonflies. This palace thinks you are loyal to the country, and you might as well disclose your relationship with aching. First, keep your pace lightly, not to startle the prey. Second, the arm must be stable and the net bag must not be swayed. Third, the hand must be fast, and the prey must not be allowed to escape in advance. Fourth, the smash must be accurate, and the smash must not be accidentally hit. Yan Jizi hurriedly thanked Shenzhen with gratitude after hearing this. If the prince didn't tell this secret like himself, he really didn't know when he could catch the prescribed amount. Afterwards, a group of people, including Queen Zhu, returned to the Palace of Emperors with a huff, and only Yan Jizu and a few eunuchs were left on the huge platform outside the main gate. These eunuchs really became the supervisors of the governor. People. At the order of Yang Jinko, the eunuch of the East Palace Palm Seal, 2 eunuchs moved over to a small table with an incense burner placed on it. The leading eunuch was also very considerate of Yan Jizu and asked kindly, "Governor Yan, would you like to use the magic weapon of your Royal Highness to practice hand skills? When you think it's almost done, let's start timing." Chapter 60, Fried Locusts. The governor and the prince can't be compared. Everyone at Shikai has seen the prince's figure catching insects. Not only are they engrossed, but they are also very particular about every move. With the figure of the man in front of him, it is a blessing not to say that it is successful once. I am afraid that it can be done in one morning. Taking a step back, how many flexible governors are there in the world? Count on them. Ha ha. Yan Jizu was stunned at first when he heard the words, and then he approached and inquired softly, "Can it still be like this?" He thought that if he couldn't do it once, he would wait to be punished. It sounds like there is still something to do. The older eunuch's next words almost shocked the governor's chin. "His Royal Highness has instructed our family, you only need to catch the specified number within a stick of incense, and the number of times is unlimited. You are successful in the morning. It's okay to catch it in the afternoon. If you can't do it today, you can catch it tomorrow. Your Highness has already revealed the secret of catching insects. You only catch 1 dragonfly and 2 locusts. Isn't it difficult?" It was not difficult for Yan Jizu to hear the contempt. His face changed and changed, but he still accepted his fate. "This is really the king let the minister catch. The minister has to catch it." Yesterday, the Baiguan, who was waiting outside the hall, saw the fruit of the Dongqing clan's copying of the family. Today, everyone can see the Shandong governor's method of catching insects on the spot. After work, after dinner, you can describe it with your wife and children. That's called a beautiful. Yan Jizu is holding the magic treasure of the immortal realm with a small cloth pocket slung over his shoulder as a pocket for prey. This is something that people can't touch, because if something caught from the net bag flies, whose fault is it? The governor's lord was followed by a gong beating, because after stepping off the platform, the outer square is very large. If you are in the corner of the corner, you can't just shout with your voice. Besides, if there is an eunuch who comes out in the hall to give orders at the same time, What should I do if the two confuse? Still knocking the gong neatly can make the little eunuch who is watching the incense on the stage understand immediately. As long as Yan Jizi had captured the required number of insects, the little eunuch behind him would immediately knock the gong to signal that he was done, and then he could enter the hall and shout out to the prince to return to life. The situation is compelling. Faced with the gazes of 100 officials gloating, Yan Jizi can no longer take care of the face. Anyway, it's all the same, and he has no choice but to do it. If he fails today, he will continue to catch him tomorrow. That would be the real sorrow. The yogi sitting on a small chair in the hall could guess that Yan Jizi would greet himself to Ziliolius Stinky Tofu in his heart. But what about? You have to catch the bugs you should catch. In a while, you idiot will have to go to the temple and thank Lao Tzu for teaching you the Sumato sensory game, which can not only eliminate harm, but also strengthen your body. Wahahaha. You aching, not only in Shandong, but also in the northern pest-affected areas can make such net bags for catching worms. In addition, neighboring prefectures and counties must also develop a linkage mechanism to jointly prevent the occurrence of pests. The so-called linkage mechanism is to make plans for early warning, looting, and rounding up. The early warning is very simple. When the locusts arrive, it will be too late to scream. If any county is hit by the insects, large fireworks will be lit immediately, and the fireworks will rush up to 100 meters in the sky. It can be seen in the surrounding areas, which has the same function as the Frontier Beacon Tower, but is cheaper. After seeing the warning fireworks, the prefectures that have not suffered from the pests immediately send people to verify the situation, and if the situation is true, the crops will be harvested immediately. The more distant prefectures must send young people to participate in the pest control operations of the prefectures that have suffered from the infestation. Because locusts are hundreds of millions as long as they dare to come, they are by no means the people in a single county can contend, and they will inevitably need the help of neighboring counties. As the saying goes, when one party is in trouble, all parties support. Only me, the Ming court and local officials, work together with the people to provide assistance, and cooperate with the net bag and flames to defeat the locusts that come and go freely, so that the pests can come and go. Anyway, I should tell you that Yogi has already said the same thing. If the crops are still eaten by the locusts, then the local implementation is not in place. By then, the knife will have been sharpened long ago, and it will be a dead head. It is guaranteed that you can get a good stubble with a single knife, and you can make some money by the way. At present, there are only a few ways to resist the Zerg army. The main thing is that it never rains. Once it rains, the eggs will start to hatch in large quantities and quickly, and insects will soon form. If you really have to find a potback man, then you can only sacrifice the Dragon King of the East China Sea, but people can use eels to top the tank. Without waiting for the ministers to discuss it, Xu seemed to have been inspired by the previous one. And then he screamed and said, "His Royal Highness is thoughtful and well planned." This is a thought-provoking statement. The minister has a lot of emotion. The minister has also been distressed by the locust plague and has been thinking for a long time. I have never figured out a countermeasure, and my Royal Highness raised some points today, and the ministers can't help but confess. His Royal Highness is really the blessing of the people of Ming dynasty. If such a favorable method is announced to the world, it will definitely inspire Mingxin and defeat these pests that have been raging for many years. Returning to the people of Ming dynasty a pure land where they can live and work in peace and contentment is indeed a feat that has contributed to Shiji. This method is not so thorough and proper, but it is simple and practical, costs little money, and can save a lot of losses. At this stage, the insecticidal strategies that can be used in various places in Ming dynasty are limited to this. But even this way, the officials couldn't think of it. Li Jixi, the left servant of the Ministry of Industry, hated Xu sharp turn, and the flattery he flattered was disgusting, so he took the opportunity to sneer and said, "Although your highness' strategy is exquisite, it has not yet been implemented, and it is difficult to verify whether it has miraculous effects." Shufu is loyal to minutes, but he was a little too anxious. After he went to various places to report the killing of locusts, it would not be too late for Shufu to praise him. Yesterday, although he did not beat the prince in the debate, the prince will be long in the future, and the prince has a fierce tongue. He may not be able to win all battles in the protracted debate. There will always be times when the horse will stumble. Li Jixi is wondering how to use the topic to make use of it. Today, seeing Zhuogwen see the prince gaining power, he will openly approach the prince, and it is an instinctive action to criticize it. The first and second ministers of the dignified cabinet, but the slaves and maidservants offered flattery to the yellow-mouthed children. It was really a savage shame. The former emperor was in charge, and he did not see such an ugly attitude. Presumably Zhuogwen was calculating something, otherwise he wouldn't be so inferior. He was not afraid of being seen through such inferior behavior by the prince. It was a laugh. Zhuogwen immediately heard the other side's overtones, but he didn't care about anything in public. Instead, he said with a smile, "In this case, Li Shilang must have a trick to kill insects. Let's talk to your highness and your colleagues. It's also a good experience." The first assistant could not help sneer in his heart. If Kai King spoke, he would still be a little jealous. "You just want to mock the cabinet chief because you are a servant. It seems that you don't have the qualifications yet. And the advantage of the first assistant is not so easy to take advantage of." Li Jixi suddenly realized that Zhuogwen was hiding a knife in his smile, so he planned to avoid his sharp edge and proactively said, "Xiaoguan is a mediocre person." What the former said is seeking truth from facts, out of loyalty, from the bottom of his heart, and never adept at it. His Royal Highness' intention to be a good policy. Shiki's official remarks are slightly abrupt. If there is any offense to the first assistant, Wang Heihan will forgive me. If there is no help from colleagues in this matter, Li Jixi alone will not be able to compete with the powerful chief assistant, not to mention that the other four ministers in the cabinet are all introduced by Xuo's viewpoint. If they were attacked by a group of them, it would be very bad, so for now, I would take a step back and broaden the sky. The other party's weakness made it difficult for Zhuogwen to continue to exert his strength, but it didn't matter. The prince could reconcile from it. After all, the ministers wanted peace. Yoji certainly couldn't let go of the minister who dared to question him, and said with a smile, "My palace thinks that Li King is also sincere, and the first assistant does not need to care about it. Li King's loyalty can be learned, and the palace is very comfortable. In the future, the residents will promote thrift. This palace is really not good for rewarding King's valuables. Why not give King's 50 fried locusts for lunch? Surely King is desperate to kill insects, so he will share the worries for this palace, right? It seems a bit inconvenient to charge you money like this. It seems that the charge is nameless. But since you want to give your breath first, let's send you an unforgettable lunch. Remember, this meal is not only nutritious, but also completely free." Li Jixi heard that he was rewarded with 50 deep-fried locusts, and his head suddenly grew big. How to eat this? If the prince is not allowed to take his life back immediately, then the big bowl of locusts will be eaten by himself. So he immediately said, "His Royal Highness." Before this guy turned back, Yoji took the lead, and said what he wanted to say for this guy. Okay. This palace already knows King's intention of thanking him. I think King is already in a hurry. Be patient. If you enter the dynasty, send someone to take Li King to dinner first. Be sure to treat him well. Don't neglect Li King. If 50 fried locusts are not enough to eat, then fry 50 more. Remember, you have to pick fat, sturdy, large-shaped fried in the pot, otherwise Li King will not be able to eat the delicious food. Li King, 50 pieces are enough to eat. The waiter doesn't need to catch them now. Yesterday, when he went to court, Yoji asked the little eunuch to catch hundreds of big ones with a net bag. If the quantity is not enough, buy them out immediately. If they can't catch them in the capital, then you bunch of rubbish. Do you have to get out of the palace quickly for Lao Tzu? because this dish is the only weapon today used to deal with some disobedient ministers. Whoever dares to fight against Lao Tzu will give someone a bowl of fried grasshoppers for free. You can raise your hand if you don't have enough to eat. You must be full, and eat until you are full and hiccup. By now, Li Ji suddenly found that his retreat had been completely blocked by the little prince, and even the possibility of refusing to eat was gone. He couldn't say not to eat, he could only say enough to eat. Although the prince praised him well, he still remembered his talented remarks in his heart, but his anger was already contained in this big bowl of fried locusts. While watching the excitement, Xuguoguan almost laughed out loud. This trick made by the prince was too ruthless. It was comparable to a 7-inch snake, but let alone, it was really hateful. Chapter 61, The Magical Treasure of the Immortal Realm. Li Ji, you are so pretentious that you dare to question the prince's good policy, so go out and eat those 50 fried locusts. If you don't eat enough, you can double it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It's really a trick. In this way, other courtiers did not dare to say good things to Li Ji rashly. Otherwise, a big bowl of fried locusts would fall from the sky, and their bowl would come out, and they would have to eat it when they were eaten. You have to eat if you don't want to eat a bowl of fried locusts. Do you think it's a joke? Except for Sun Quanting and a few people who are suffering outside, who dares to say that there is no psychological barrier to eating this stuff? Thanks your highness reward, the minister enough to eat. However, after holding back for a long time, Li Ji had to hesitate to thank the prince. If he refused the kind words from the prince, he would not be far from being ransacked and imprisoned. Because Li Ji also has a lot of family property, naturally there is no need to elaborate on how he got it. If he were arguing in the courtroom, it would still be okay. He really had the point to turn his face with the prince. He thought he didn't have the courage. Today is different from the past. Even the 3 princes and national warriors were ransacked by the prince, not to mention a little waiter. Besides, personal and physical evidence are readily available. The prince knew this, so he dared to prescribe the right medicine and replace him with an upright official. With this trick, he might not be able to hold his prey. Yoji doesn't believe that a moth dared to bet his wealth and the lives of the whole family. For one thing, at the meeting, he dared to fight each other to the end. Halfway through, you have to retreat. Once you've hit the end, the result of angering the prince is the 20th version of Yangwon, which is completely erased from the map and household registration by Dongcheng. That's good. Enter the dynasty. After Yoji finished speaking, Yang Jinkao understood and led Li Ji out of the main entrance of the Palace of Emperors. The eunuch led him to eat on the open space outside the left door of Fengshan Gate. The people of the Shangshan supervisor had been there for a long time. The side is ready. Afterwards, Yang Jinkao announced on the stage to the 100 officials waiting below, left servant Li Ji of the Ministry of Industry is patriotic, and His Royal Highness will reward 50 fried locusts. I couldn't cover it anymore. Li Ji was shocked, extremely depressed, and inadvertently, he almost rolled off the steps. Yan Jizu, the governor of Shandong province, was still relaxed and happy training hands on the square. Hearing this order, he couldn't help but stop and watch. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't happen to him. Those are 50 deep-fried locusts. They are black and non-slippery, densely packed, ugly, and terrifying. Just looking at them will make people creepy, let alone eat them in the stomach. If the disaster minutes is allowed to eat, then naturally there is no consideration, as long as it can fill the stomach. But as a court official, it takes a lot of courage to eat so many locusts. Last night, Yoji had already ordered Yang Jinkao. He said that a big one is 1 finger length in size. A finger is as long as the index finger of an adult. If you don't have the concept of length, you can measure it by yourself. Such a big locust eats 50. Come, AI King, it's a man. I did this bowl of fried locusts. Don't say that your concubines can't do it. Otherwise, there are fried leeches, fried cockroaches, fried millipedes in this palace. By the way, is there any dissatisfaction with this pimple? The governor is trying to catch the dragonflies, and the servant is going to eat fried grasshoppers. This picture is too beautiful to watch. Because spicy eyes. After Lijzi was invited to feast, Yoji said to the officials seriously, now that there are proper measures, local officials must attach great importance to killing locusts. Due to the characteristics of locusts, this is a very difficult task. The task of locusts should not be negligent, nor can they retreat. Originally, farmers are relying on the sky for food, such as today's severe drought. The harvest is not much, and if they are plagued by locusts, it does not mean that they have toiled for half a year but will have no harvest. Agriculture is the foundation of my Ming dynasty. Anyone who shakes the foundation, whether it is a human or a bug, must be wiped out. The old saying goes, a person who is a good country, meets the people like a parent's beloved son, a brother's beloved brother, and hears of hunger and cold. It's sorrow to see his hard work. If there is no such love, and how to live in this world? What face is there to see the ancestors and ancestors? Many people in Shandong, Shaanxi, and Bezali, especially Nongmin, suffer from natural disasters, locust plagues, military disasters, salary disasters, and economic disasters. Natural disasters cannot be resisted, and military disasters cannot be defeated. The people were already irresistible, and the disaster was to support the large-scale clan. The imperial court had no choice but to apportion the money to the local government, let alone a local government, and used the land leased to make up for it. How can there be so many free fields, such as the 20,000 hectares of filial piety to King Ruit plundered directly from the people? The initial enfeoffment was at the end of the Wanli period. Shenzong enfeoffmented more than 100,000 hectares of land to his closest brothers and sons. Only his younger brother, Zuyu, obtained 40,000 hectares of land by others in Xianchou. As Shenzong's favorite son, King Fu had to give 40,000 hectares at first, but when he couldn't make up all of them, he was cut in half, and the land he got was as much as 20,000 hectares. Even the land of military households was arbitrarily occupied, not to mention ordinary peoples. The population of the clan doubles almost every 30 years. When the empire collapses, the huge clan is almost ready to be fed. As a prince, Yoji couldn't feed the clan like rats, and if it was not possible to divide overseas, it would only have to implement manual population reduction. Otherwise, the land held by the clan will not be taxed, but will have to ask for land. Facing the obese, incompetent and greedy clan, besides sharpening the knife faster, he seems to have nothing else to do. In comparison, if even the least difficult locust plague cannot be resisted, the people will be left to rebuild except starve to death. Hearing the prince's generous statement, Jiang Saizi, in order to avoid being preempted by Xiguoguan, took the lead in saying, His Royal Highness is compassionate to the people, and he knows the poverty of the people. It is the blessing of the people in the world. If I am the officials of Ming dynasty, like your highness, you are sympathetic to the people and perform your duties, so why are you afraid of this insect plague? It is absolutely impossible to speak ill of the prince, but if you attack the negligent local officials, the 8 achievements are no problem, and they can still occupy the righteousness. Why not do it? What's more, everyone knows the virtues of the local parents and officials. Presumably the prince is so shrewd and can know 1 or 2 things. Yoji completely ignored this flattery, especially from the mouth of the ugly monsters. The people who are sympathetic to the people can't just move their mouths. If there is no actual action, how can the people know the care of the court? The Ministry of Industry rushes to make 1 million. The net bag is used to kill the locusts by the people everywhere. There is no need to use wooden sticks, just use cloth to cover the iron ring, transport it to the place, and then cut the wood on the spot. This will not only reduce the cost, but also facilitate the transportation. The countermeasures mentioned were compiled into notices and sent to counties, towns and villages to inform each village orally wherever mortals can notify. they must take precautionary measures. I hope that the daylily that can be taken out of your mouth is cold, and the summer is about to enter every place. Under such severe drought conditions, locust plagues are bound to occur. Liu Zongxian, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of Industry, thought for a while, and then said in a casual way, His Royal Highness, the minister thinks that if this net bag is a weapon for catching insects, the amount of production should be increased. Today is the drought in the north, and locust plagues in various places one after another. Put 1 million net bags into each area. It's just a drop in the bucket. According to the administrative division of Ming, there is a Beijing Northern Zili in the north alone in Shandong, Shaanxi, Henan, and Shaanxi. These 4 declaring political envoys provinces are counted as 5 declaring political envoys. With 1 million net bags, on average, each contractor can only get 200,000. And then they will be divided by each county. When they are in the hands of the farmers, I am afraid that there will be less than 1 for each household. Open guns are easy to hide, but hidden arrows are hard to guard. Before speaking, Liu Zongxian had already tacitly regarded this fairy world magic weapon as a weapon for catching insects. In case he talked about the drawbacks of this thing, he would be rewarded with a bowl of fried locusts by the prince, and he would be treated like Li Jixi, the head servant of the left. It's really hard to ride a tiger. I wonder if this colleague can eat the ground outside? Liu Zongxian's grounds are not unreasonable, and Yoji has no intention of casting a net and spreading the net. If it is distributed and allocated equally by the counties, the number of net bags will be drastically reduced, and the power will naturally be greatly weakened. This batch will be allocated to Yanzhi for use. Shandong is a place for disaster relief and self-rescue. Shandong is a place where the imperial court levies taxes. In the future, its status will be comparable to Jiangnan, and Shaanxi will never be changed. The palace believes that the imperial court should allocate 1 for each of Bizili, Henan, Shandong, Shaanxi, and Shaanxi. Millions of net bags, plus those made locally, will surely double the total, but the manufacturing speed varies, so Liu Aking must pay attention to this matter. The imperial court smashed millions of pulls of silver in Shandong. If you fool me there, then wait for the big punishment. By the way, this governor is still catching insects outside. Hearing the prince's plan, Liu Zongxian was relieved. If this amount can be reached, the hope of exterminating insects will increase. The minister is only worried that summer in the north will be coming, and wants to make 5 million net bags in a month or so. I may not be able to reach it. If we manufacture so many in a year, there might not be much pressure. Summer will start soon, and there will be at least 1 or 2 months to go. All regions will inevitably reach out to the Ministry of Industry for net bags, but the output is limited, and it is impossible to meet the needs of all regions at the same time. This matter will not be difficult for later generations. Yoji gave him an idea. Aking can contact workshops and iron factories in the south. If he can get such a large order, the business will definitely work overtime to make money, day and night. The craftsmanship of this magic weapon is extremely simple. The manufacturing speed is extremely fast. Almost no training is required, and the process can be known after reading it. If the southern parts help to rush the production, even if the amount of 5 million cannot be reached, it can be manufactured as soon as possible. The ministry only needs to send supervisors. Chapter 62, 1 Catty and 5 Money. The military industry of the Datong dynasty lived in the north, the bases of the Mineyong industry were distributed in the south, and the most powerful southern industry was in Guangdong. The iron factory with the largest production capacity in the empire is located here. It is used to produce the steel used in the manufacture of artillery, using marsh iron ore and limonite ore in Yanfu, Guangdong. Secondly, the tables and chairs used by King Christian IV of Denmark reigned 15,881,648 in the Frederiksborg Palace restaurant came from Guangdong, indicating that Guangdong's export-oriented export processing industry was already very developed at the end of the Ming dynasty. Customize according to customer needs, because the tables and chairs produced are actually European style. In general, its level of economic development is no less than that of Jingxi, and the production of net bags, a magic weapon, is simply easy. After being ordered by the prince, Liu Zongxian also felt that this matter was feasible. His Royal Highness is wise. If this thing is made by merchants all over the country, it may not be difficult to make millions before the summer. After the cost is agreed, the household with funds allocated by the Ministry of Industry can place orders for net bags to merchants everywhere. This magic weapon only needs to bend the iron wire, put it in a cloth bag, and then close the iron wire, leaving the loop buckle inserted into the wooden stick. If hundreds or thousands of workshops all over the country come to make this stuff, I'm afraid thousands of them can be made in one cup of tea. Concerning the scope of his responsibilities, Li Dawin, Shangxiu from the Ministry of Households, hurriedly asked, "His Royal Highness, the minister does not know how much the cost of this item is?" Yoji cursed in his heart. "Do you still need to ask me about this?" With a smile on her face, an iron ring and a cloth bag, does Aching think this magic weapon can cost $1? If you are a rich local tyrant, you can make a gold trap and a silk bag, and then put a stick made of golden anmu, which may not be suitable for catching insects, but it is absolutely unique when you take it out to pretend to be Pirine. Scratch. Li Dawei asked if the prince was deliberately testing himself. He couldn't be scornful on this question. He had to answer truthfully. This magic weapon is so simple. In Yikan's opinion, if it is manufactured in large quantities, the cost will inevitably be lowered, and it will definitely not more than a penny. If the purchase price is set high, the prince feels that something is wrong, and sends someone to the Ministry of Households to check that the fillings are exposed. At this time, there must be no incident of lifting a rock and hitting oneself in the foot. If it is not complete, the family will have to be fried like a locust. Now that there is no objection to the mass net bag matter, Yoji took advantage of the trend and came up with two supporting strategies. This matter is negotiated by the Ministry of Households and the Ministry of Industry, and it can be reported to the palace. If the price is high, the bidding model can be adopted, which is quoted by the merchants. The Ministry of Households and the Ministry of Industry approve them, and the merchants who provide high quality and cheap net bags get the order. With this thing, the court will issue another edict. The palace thinks that as long as the people hand in a catty of locusts, 5 copper coins can be exchanged, and 200 catties can be exchanged for 1 or 2 silvers. This can arouse the people's enthusiasm for killing insects and mobilize the enthusiasm of the people to overcome the pests. As long as 6 or 7 catties of locusts are caught in one day, it will take a month. You can make up 200 catties. Presumably people everywhere will act involuntarily. Theoretically speaking, as long as you spend 100,000 tals of silver, you can kill 20 million catties of locusts. Under the heavy reward, I am afraid that the locusts in the north will die out, and those who are not dead will have to go abroad. However, under layers of deductions, a catty of locusts can be exchanged for a copper coin, which is considered a blessing. It may also happen that the price is upside down, that is, 5 catties of locusts can be exchanged for 1 copper coin. As a newcomer to the cabinet, Yao Minggong heard this and suddenly realized that Xu Ogwen and Jiang Saizi could not be dedicated to the prince's beauty. The attitude of these two people changed drastically. They must see the clues of the benefits of the prince's words. Yan complimented, "Your Highness' plan is very high. It has the same effect as yesterday's work for relief policy. If it is announced to the world, it will be fierce and the people of the Ming dynasty will be determined to kill insects. If you cooperate with this magic weapon of the immortal world, you will definitely eat it. The insects that eat seedlings will be swept away. If children can snare dozens or even hundreds of catties of locusts, there is no reason for humans to beat locusts." After Yao Minggong suffered a loss yesterday, he went home and thought about it for a long time. After thinking about it, today he still waits and sees it to become a wonderful thing. If the situation changes and the first assistant follows the prince's words, then he will wait for the opportunity to follow up. If not, he will remain silent and try not to compete with the prince. Looking at what Xu Ogwen said today, Yao Minggong had a scrupulous heart. Jin's reconsideration. After Zhuogwen followed suit, he calmly glanced at Yao Minggong, who was the first to win. This person is either doing his own thing and making a fool of himself, or he is opportunistic and tends to be inflamed. Zhang Saizi is really a raccoon dog in the same class, and he is a mediocre generation. Although he was introduced to the cabinet, he was embarrassed to use it. Thinking of this, Zhuogwen suddenly regretted it. Although the 4 helpers he recommended had their own strengths, they had different talents but not good at learning, so the quick formation of a cabinet might be really too anxious. But if asked by the prince yesterday, if he didn't say anything, then the cabinet would be a different story. Up to now, only one step can be counted as one step. An eunuch came to report. Tell your Royal Highness that Liege Li Shilang fainted during the meal and was unconscious. There was a pan in the hall immediately, and everyone was talking about it. Is it true that what has just been said is false? Will eating locusts really eat dead people? If the prince insists on eating all his subordinates, what can he do? If the locusts are really celestial worms, culling them will surely attract celestial damnation. Flap. So quiet. Yoji really couldn't stand the same situation as the vegetable market, so he picked up the paperweight on the table and knocked on it. Then Yang Jinkao understood and screamed at the officials who were gossiping below. What's the matter? The future of the dragon will be truthfully told, and there must be no deliberate concealment. After the hall was quiet again, Yoji waited for a reasonable explanation from the eunuch. I don't believe that Liege really eats locusts to death, unless someone poisons the locusts. His Royal Highness, Shikai's royal chef cooked the fried locusts and served the dishes. Liege stared at the bowl of fried locusts for a long time without moving his chopsticks. Then the servant saw Liege yelling. He fell on the dining table. Seeing that Liege, who had been given the locusts, suddenly arrived, the eunuch was also very frightened. If it is really dead, the group of people who are waiting for him to eat can't get out of the relationship. It was impossible to hide the presence of so many people, so I had to report it immediately. What happened before? Video buffer G. According to the records of Liege's pituitary gland, the situation is like this. The cook was so bold that he was expressionless when faced with the disgusting and horrible things. He opened a bamboo cage full of locusts, and dumped the contents into a small iron cage with wooden handles. Then submerged the whole cage of locusts in the hot oil. At this time, the oil pan has been burned hot. With the locusts in a cage, there is an instant cracking deep-fried sound. It seems that you can hear the screams of the reptiles when they die. If you eat a group of locusts, the worm full of resentment, isn't he sinful? Oh my God, why is my body suddenly sore? The heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if what was being fried was his own heart, liver, spleen, and lungs. In a few moments, the cook took out the things he was playing with. As soon as the mouth of the cage opened, he poured all the locusts with the sizzling deep-fried lingering sound into the ocean bowl, and then the eunuch brought them to his side. How could this be? These reptiles turned out to be hideous. Is it possible that one seemed to be alive, and his thigh seemed to be kicked and kicked? One jumped from the bowl to the table. Could it pounce on himself? Not good. They are coming over. They are coming. They are coming. Climb into your own mouth. Climb into your lungs. Climb into your own heart. Climb into your own intestines. I want to eat my own internal organs. It's not that the old man wants to eat you. Don't come over. Don't come here! Exclamation mark. What? The line of sight suddenly became dark, and the video playback ended. Trivia. Interrupting the voices of the locusts. It is a pity that it is not you. Stay with me till the end. Have you not eaten one? Rub. This product was obviously fainted by this bowl of nutritious snacks. How? Don't want to give louts your face, but still want to use this trick to prevaricate the past. As a magistrate of the 3rd grade, you are too promiscuous. Right? The slaves dare not hide anything. Liege has never eaten any of them, and he hasn't even touched them. A bowl of 50 fried locusts are intact. Not only him, but even the imperial chef knelt outside the hall, and the dishes he cooked by himself fell over the court officials. Is it worth it? If Long Yan is furious, he will be sentenced to jail for inconsistent protection. After speaking, he used a color and signaled the little eunuch beside him to bring up the bowl of locusts that had been fried. This was the most important evidence to prove his innocence. Yoji looked at the bowl of deep-fried locusts that he brought to his table, slanderously. Don't people in your place eat everything by sea, land, and air? How come you choose to pick and choose? If this doesn't work, then it won't work. As a court official, if you don't even eat, how can I promote insects? People around you can't do anything rashly, and send an imperial doctor to check it out. Isn't it because the fried locusts are not delicious? Gyoyan, can you try it for this palace first? In accordance with the court's dining rules, the waiter of the Shangshan supervisor must eat first and check whether it is safe for the master, so that the father can use his chopsticks on the leftovers. Yoji couldn't help but sneer after giving orders. These guys are really good at picking them. Looking at the guys in the bowl, one is bigger than the other. I really envy you. No wonder that Lijsi was alive and fainted. This dish is really powerful. Did you get retribution for making you hard to beat Lozi yesterday? Wahahaha. Yes. Faced with this bowl of big black bugs, the appearance is extremely hideous and terrifying. As the director of Shangshan supervisor, Zhang Yuoyan had to do it even though he was reluctant, otherwise he would resist the decree and be disrespectful, and he would have to be laughed at by hundreds of officials. Little fear. Chapter 63. This thing is very fragrant. Zhang Yuoyan looked at it for about 2 seconds, took advantage of the situation, picked a slightly larger one, and pierced it with a silver needle. He didn't find that the needle had turned black, that is, it was not poisoned. Then I didn't want to look at it too much, because the appearance of this thing was too ugly, and it was really disgusting when I saw it too much, so I threw it into my mouth resolutely and started chewing. Don't tell me, this taste is really fragrant, and when it is fried with oil, it is very crispy, and the aroma fills the whole mouth. If it is not too bad, it is indeed a unique side dish. How is the taste? Since the locust Zhang Yuoyan was so big, Yoji watched him chewing the ground very hard. In order to avoid coughing, he waited until he swallowed it before asking questions. This thing is very fragrant. Zhang Yuoyan didn't dare to say that he was eating insects in his mouth, so as not to make the prince sick. He could only use objects instead. If it's okay, let me share the bowl of fried locusts with you. Aching. Yoji pulled off a thigh and placed it in his mouth. Anyway, he didn't eat less when he was a child. Now he eats green food. Zhang Yuoyan ate 1/4 tinin were left in the bowl, except for the eunuchs, court ladies, Dahan generals, and queens. All the ministers who received salary did not use martial arts. Each one had one, and the rest would be gone after they were rewarded to the gang of Supervisor Lijsi for meals. Since Xguogwan was the first minister of the cabinet, he was qualified to be the first choice. He finally knew what Lijsi felt before. Not to mention eating a bowl, even if he ate one, he would feel extremely resistant in his heart. If Lijsi wants to eat such a big bowl, it's no wonder that he will faint. One eunuch dragged the dinner plate containing the large sea bowl, and the other eunuch was responsible for handing out napkins. The dining process was orderly, because none of the diners in the hall could escape. One is counted as one, and you have to eat it. If you don't eat it, you will resist the decree and disrespect, and the officials are responsible for destroying the locusts. Xguogwan took this extremely ugly thing, and felt sick in his heart. But at the same time, he also understood that he had no retreat. The ministers who got the locusts waited eagerly for Shufu to feast and eat. If you don't eat it yourself, others have reasons not to eat it. You aching. There is no need to wait, please. This thing smells good. Madam, I gave Lao Tzu this meal yesterday, but today Lao Tzu is so disgusting to you. Eat only the thighs, and the resistance is less. If you eat a whole one, you need enough courage. But instead of eating it by yourself, Yoji doesn't care about other people's feelings. If you find it delicious, then take care of it every day. His Royal Highness, the minister will have dinner. Crunch. Crunch. Zhuogwen saw that the prince was staring at him in a dispirited manner, while remembering to hate Zhang Yuoyan, who was speaking against his heart. While turning his head and filling the locust in his mouth directly, he was still thinking, how could this thing smell fragrant? But when it is chewed, the situation is quite different from the previous assumption. After being fried, after the soft tissues of animal protein are broken, the aroma that is emitted is unmatched by vegetarian dishes. Zhuogwen opened his eyes in surprise by the fragrance, chewing constantly in his mouth, and nodding his head. This thing is not good in appearance, but after being fried, it is really delicious. Just the appearance. When everyone saw that Shufu was brave and righteous, they couldn't delay any longer. They started to try this famous dish, and the hall was full of chewing insects. Xiaozuk, how does it taste? If you dare to say that it is not delicious, then reward you with a big bowl and let you eat until you say it is delicious. His Royal Highness, although it looks ugly, it does smell fragrant after being fried. If the victims catch it for roasting, you can eat it if you want. With Liju's lessons learned, such a big bowl, full of weight, and extremely appalling, how dare Zhuogwen say it is not delicious? If I only eat one, my heart becomes fierce, closes my eyes and stuffs it into my mouth, chews and swallows, and shinobi passes. If you have to eat 50 such insects at a time, it will be extremely tormenting, and you will resist it just thinking about it. What Aking said is true, but I don't know anyone in this palace who can't eat this kind of delicacy. Let's not talk about those who can eat. The point is that those who can't eat, need to be fished out and tortured. Think you can pass it by fainting? Then your acting skills and IQ are unqualified. Shushan is dull and dull. I really don't know who is it. Zhuogwen stated that he pretended not to know, and suddenly understood that this little prince was taking himself to Liji around the corner. Fortunately, he responded promptly, otherwise once he said it, he would agree to ransack Liji's home. How can I easily agree with this kind of offense? Obviously the prince wanted to kill someone with a knife. This method can be conceived. It is really a small devil and too insidious, so you must be careful. Yoji saw that Shufu was pretending to be confused, so he turned to ask the officials. Do you Aking know who doesn't want to eat? Shufu kept silent, and everyone else wiped their mouths and remained silent. The meaning of the prince's words is obvious, that is, he is about to clean up Liji who doesn't eat locusts. Just using such a far-fetched excuse seems to be somewhat unfair to the Minister of Engineering's Yuo. Since everyone is playing tricks with themselves, Yoji gave an example. Do you know how many properties were copied from the mansion of Chen Biqian yesterday? Lao Tzu is not all right, let alone aimlessly. He is 250% sure of packing up Liji's goods. If you don't figure out what the other party's property is, you just go to the house. Isn't that a waste of money? After listening to the prince's question, the officials were even less dare to comment lightly. When the prince said that, he must have copied a remarkable amount of belongings from the mansion of Chen Biqian. The attendant is a 3-level official, with a monthly salary of no more than 35 stone meters. According to the calculation of 1 stone and 3 tals of silver, the monthly salary is only more than 100 tals. But in addition to supporting the family, there are also all the servants of the mansion. How many are left? You can ask Hiru. Enter the dynasty, then go down and share it with you Aking. Yoji handed a booklet on the table to Yang Jinkao. This was the statistics of the Dongchen governor, Fang Zhenghua, who sent people all night, and it was only presented this morning. The content was very good. As the first assistant of the imperial court, Zhuogwen naturally enjoyed the treatment of being the first to look through it, but just saw the content of the home page. His face was stiff, and after roughly scanning it, he lost interest, and dignifiedly handed it to Jiang Sizi beside him. Jiang Si knew that he didn't know why, but he also guessed the general idea in his heart, and he took it and saw that it was so. After looking at it with a calm face for a few seconds, he handed the booklet to Chen Yan, and at the same time, He calculated the next move of the prince. After all the officials in the hall had finished watching, Yoji knocked on the table and asked with a loud voice, "This palace just wants to know whether these dog foods are shameless. Do you know what propriety, justice and shame are? Yesterday, I spoke to this palace in a polite manner. Fourth, a mouthful of selflessness, benevolence, justice and morality, and the result is that the family background is completely exposed. Yao Dao is that the civil servants are clean and the court is prosperous, and now, one by one, can't wait to dig the ground for 3 feet to make money. Dare to sell dog meat in the court. Being an official is a side job, and the main job is to make money. Zhenxiu, you said that Chen Biqian has become corrupt and betraying the law to such a degree. What should he be guilty of? Madman. I told you to fight against Lao Tzu yesterday, and today Lao Tzu will take a good turn back. Let's see who puts someone down first. Since the matter is not about herself, Zhenxiu, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, calmly stepped forward to answer. His Royal Highness, according to the law of Ming, the prisoner must be shown to the public by the owl first, then the skin and grass, and the family members will be enlisted. The law of the Ming dynasty was compiled by Zule alias Stinky Tofu. Since he was born in Nongmin, he hated the Boras before making his fortune, so the natural threshold will not be high. As long as there are officials who are greedy for ink and 6-2, it is enough to peel solid grass of it. Even though the prince was only 10 years old, he dared to criticize Sang Huai in public and talk about Chen Biqian, and to teach the officials who had reached the middle and old ages, but because of lack of confidence, no one dared to refute. On the contrary, there are a few honest officials who are strict in self-discipline and usually do not earn much, but they also think that if Chen Biqian is really embezzling and betraying the law, he should be punished severely in accordance with the Daming law. This is the blame for himself and the crime deserves it. Come on, bring up the box. This is all copied from this mansion. Aching doesn't need to be polite, you can read it. In order to avenge the public, Yoji asked his servant to bring up a pile of physical evidence. Zhenxiu knows that Chen Biqian will die. Since she is a book of the Ministry of Justice, she doesn't have to be as exhausting as other colleagues. He walked over and took out a picture scroll and opened it. It was from the hands of everyone in the court, and it was by no means a counterfeit. It is inferred from the date of signing and Chen Biqian's autograph that he bought this painting that year. If he bought it by himself, he would have to spend hundreds of kills of silver, and there is no denying that he died on the seal and inscription in the corner. Up. At that time, Chen Biqian was not even a 3-tier servant, so he could own such an expensive painting. Unless someone gave it to him, he could not escape the guilt of corruption. If he was given a gift, it would actually be bribery, which was an act that Ming officials feared. When other people saw Zhenxiu admiring it alone, they gathered around, and began to point to the paintings, sometimes whispering, sighing on the surface, and gloating in their hearts. The officials in the temple are all experts at tasting calligraphy and painting, because there will be so many at home, whether they are genuine or fake. Basically you can judge with a few glances. It would be nice to say that if only such a picture is taken. The problem is that the price of such a box, even at the time when these paintings were purchased, far exceeded Chen Biqian's annual salary at that time. In this case, it would be impossible for someone to reverse the case for Chen Biqian. Otherwise, how would you explain this box? Was this picked by the roadside or dropped from the sky? If you really say it, do you think you can believe it? Do you still use it to deceive others without believing it? Does the Metropolitan Procuratorate have any objections? After restoring order, Yoji asked Yoshi's opinion again, and he could make a decision. Chapter 64. Don't serve the second master. The minister has no objection. His Royal Highness can do it by himself. The Imperial Court's Zuo Du Yashi Zongkai and the Imperial's Yao Du Yashi Shang and Zuzua would not be fine. The things copied from the mansion of Chen Biqian are placed on the square inches front of the temple. Whoever thinks it is impossible will be on his own. Go and see, it's guaranteed to be an eye-opener. The Ministry of Penalty is a detention and execution agency, and the Metropolitan Procuratorate is a review and conviction agency, but if there is hard evidence, the process will be much streamlined. At the North Korean meeting, the final solution to Chen Bikian can be roughly reached. In this case, this palace thinks that the old love is missed. Chen Bikian's mother, and women of the same generation, if they are alive and older, can be exempted. Beautiful women under the age of 30 will be selected into the Jiufang division, and other relatives will be sent to Shandong mining. The principal culprit, Chen Bikian, was guilty of corrupting the law and was unforgivable. What problems can peeling real grass and family copy-cutting solve? Nothing can be solved. There is no feather in the deterrent effect, and the one who should be greedy is greedy. As long as Chen Bikian can be killed, his family has to make money for him to atone for his sins. As the temporary leader of the Ming Empire, Yoji must squeeze the last bit of surplus value out of these people. Cut them with a single knife. It was too cheap, and I had to use mining methods to recover some of the money. As for the Jiufang division, the Jiufang in the Tang dynasty was an orchestra composed of court ladies. They performed during sacrifices or New Year's days to please the emperor and ministers and enliven the atmosphere. Don't look at the Datong dynasty. After filling in the word Jiufang, it is regarded as an official institution of the imperial court. There were only two kinds of women who came here. One was the slave who was looted through war, and the other was the wife of the convicted minister. Especially the eldest ladies of officials and eunuchs, most of them are highly educated, and it is easy to train them as a matter of course. Coupled with its dignified appearance, elegant temperament, and beautiful appearance, it is very popular among local tyrants who come to consume. The Jingqing Jiufang division is one of the leaders. If a girl tries to resist, it will end up being sold to a certain building to be the top card, and then the guests who come will not be as gentle to them as Jiufang division. That's right, the Jiufang division is a government-run 20 building. This is an inevitable result. It is said that theoretically, it can enhance the cohesion of the upper empire. If there is no objection, then the case will be settled. Killing Chen Bikian is the next thing, and getting his daughter to Jiufang division. It can really relieve the hatred. I hope it's not a product with a height of 1.5 meters and a weight of 150, or the Jiufangs I would have lost a lot of money. Yesterday you taught Lao Tzu, today Lao Tzu teaches your whole family. After waiting for 2 days, Lao Tzu asked all his generals to come to your daughter to be happy. Give them a lot of silver, and let them taste the ladies, so that the generals can realize the practical benefits of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. Jinghua, the minister is here. Send someone to visit Mrs. Lijizi and ask what you ate yesterday, the day before, and the night before the day before the first day. By the way, help Li Shilang to count the family property. If Li Shilang's family is wealthy, then copy it. Sending some fried locusts over is a cheap delicacy anyway. Yoji then ordered Fang Zhenghua to check Li Ji's mansion, with Chen Bikian, the left servant of the Ministry of Engineering, paving the road in front. Li Ji, the left servant of the Ministry of Engineering, can go on the road with peace of mind. After all, there is someone to accompany him on Huangquan Road. The crown prince was so domineering at the court meeting, and Lin Yuji, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of Rights, couldn't stand it, so he said casually, His Royal Highness, if Li Ji does not eat locusts and ransacks his home, the reason for this is a bit abrupt, please think twice. With this development going on, the prince will use the minions of the factory guard to act unscrupulously against the officials. The emperor didn't dare to go too far when he was in power. Now that the prince has just supervised the country, he has become more vigorous, comparable to that of Wei Zongxian. Yoji snorted contemptuously when he heard these funny words and asked, abrupt? Abrupt? My palace also wants to ask Aking a question. Aking thinks Li Ji is an upright official. Zhuogwen secretly observed from the sides that anyone who was designated by the prince as this dog would basically have to be ransacked and put in jail. If he wanted to reverse the case for such people, unless there was other hidden information, it would be almost a dead end. At such a critical moment, Shufu would not help the book of etiquette to say good things. If you accidentally hit the prince's plan with a trick, Don't look at it as a high-powered first assistant. You will have to eat a large bowl of locusts, or you will be ransacked and sent to jail. When it comes to this kind of problem, I will regret every wrong sentence. Lin Yuji hurriedly distinguished. The minister never knew. The minister was just curious why His Highness thought Li Ji was not an upright official. Since being executed by Chongzhen at the age of 9,000 years, the factory guard's ability to supervise the 100 officials has been artificially weakened. Lin Yuji didn't think that the factory guard still knew the family of the 100 officials well, and then reported to the prince in detail. It seems that there are still people who are dissatisfied. Yoji replies with a smile, but a smile. My palace reminds Lin King that if you shouldn't be curious, don't be curious. Could Lin King want a big bowl of fried locusts, but because of face, I am embarrassed to speak. Come here, admire Lin King's 50 fried locusts. Eat them right away while they are fresh. The officials were afraid that the little prince would come to this trick, and even Jiang Saizi, Wei Zouqing and others who jumped up and down yesterday stopped a lot, for fear that the prince would give himself a bowl of slap, and he would not even be able to cry by then. Local. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuji dared to know the difficulties and dared to argue with the prince in secret. Then see if he is a warrior who knows that there are tigers in the mountains and leans toward the tiger mountains, or is a silver gun and wax head is not useful. The neighbors of Shang Shuzhuang, an official in Quanzhou, who is also a fellow in Quanzhou with Lin Yuji, saw that he was unhappy, and immediately helped him to excuse him. His Royal Highness, I said before that 5 locusts can be worth an egg. If you eat 50 locusts, it will be fine. It's 10 eggs. Lin Yuji is very old, and I fear it would be difficult for him to eat so many locusts. Zhuang Qinlin knows that his fellow villager has 63 locusts this year, and he has eaten so many locusts at once. Even if these locusts are completely non-venomous, if the body feels unwell, I am afraid that there will be more than Zhao. At this age, even with a strong physique, eating 10 eggs in a meal is definitely not an easy task. Yoji was a little disappointed and said, well, since Zhuang Shangxiu has spoken, how can the palace not be a favor? So let's go. Lin Shangxiu only eats 20 pieces. But, it can't be less. Not to mention having dried up this bowl of insects, such a large locust, or a high-protein non-staple food, even if you eat 20 or 30, you can still keep you full and hiccup. If you don't believe it, try it. Don't blame Lao Tzu for not reminding you in advance. Of course, the foodie is an exception. Let's talk about 3 consecutive bowls first. By now, the prince had compromised to a certain extent with his fellow townspeople saying good things, and Lin Yuji knew that he couldn't stand firm anymore. Even if he really had the determination to do a bowl, his body couldn't stand it. This was a big tonic that young people could only enjoy. So he hurriedly thanked the Lord Longzhen, and the enthusiasm for continuing to be entangled with Li Ji disappeared. When Xuguoguan saw this, he couldn't help sneer. Lin Yuji really didn't hit the south wall and didn't look back. If you really eat this bowl of bombed locusts today, I'm afraid you will be carried back. By the way, the case of Chen Biqian is closed. The position of the assistant minister Zuo is already vacant. I don't know who can be qualified for this position. Can the chief assistant have a recommendation? Since I followed my buttocks like a reptile before, I will leave this candidate to you. It depends on your ability if you can hold it. This is the advantage of obedience to the prince. Even the absence of the servant has become his own pocket. Knowing that the prince is very knowledgeable about current affairs, Xuguoguan is naturally very happy. Recommending a servant means that he can make money again, but his face is still extremely respectful, and he humbly replied, His Royal Highness, the minister recommended Xisheng. This person was removed from his post because of trial and error, but he is serious. Achievement is remarkable. Once served as the official secretary, and was awarded the title of Prince Shabao. With the previous lessons, the assistant secretary Zuo will definitely work hard and fulfill his duties. Xuguoguan first stated the reason for Xisheng's dismissal, so that the prince felt that he did not hide his shortcomings, and then added his strengths and the resume of the official minister to show that he was qualified for this post. Well, I have done the official book before, and I must know everything about the official. People are not sages, who can do nothing. Mistakes are inevitable, as long as they can make corrections humbly. Since the first assistant recommended it, the palace also feels that you can give it a try, and let Xi promote it temporarily. The trial period is also 3 months. If there is no major fault here, it can be transferred to the official website. Loyal to the liver and righteous courage Yang Shikeng, Iron Bold Wu Yi, now have to add Xi Yijin Xi Sheng, Yijin, Shandong Dizu. When the Coriolis team captured the capital, it was this old man who was a scholar of New Yingdian at the time and was over 70. Who actually took the lead and surrendered on his knees. After seeing that the situation is not good, he abruptly abandoned the literary feast and sacrificed his life to Dorgan. Really dazzling Ming loyal minister. Being a man and an official has achieved this level, and he can be called a model for officials of all dynasties. Lu Bu was extremely annoyed at the title of 3 family slaves. But Xi Sheng welcomed the arrival of the master of the Qing dynasty. One of the shameless explanations is Xi Sheng Bogo. Whichever country is strong, he will hold on to the thigh of the master of which country. If Xuguoguan didn't mention this person today, Yoji would have forgotten this Texas braised chicken. It seems that Xueqing really recommends meritorious service. After a few days, she is short of money and can reach out to broiled chicken. Don't worry about 3727, first tear it off and talk to the chicken thigh. There is also the lack of Li Jixi, the left servant of the Ministry of Engineering. Aking can also recommend it together. Don't worry too much. When Li Jixi woke up, he would find that he was already in the prison of the Ministry of Punishment, and he was accompanied by his family. What a blessing. Chapter 65. New official clothes. The fate of the old and disrespectful is just such a sad reminder. Since I dared to smash Lozi and are unwilling to eat locusts, I should just go to the prison meal. It seems that the prison meal will not be able to eat a few meals. His Royal Highness, the minister thought that Jiang Xin, the right deputy of the imperial court, might be useful. Yesterday, he formed a cabinet close to him, and today he can install 2 servants. These 2 days are really smooth. People are refreshed at happy events. Xuguoguan looked happy, and became more obedient towards the prince who knew grace. The prince may be well versed in the officialdom. As long as he conforms to the prince's will, the prince will give himself all the vacancies. In this way, the relationship between the monarch and the minister can be greatly eased, which can be described as a good strategy for united efforts. As long as this person is in business and is strict in self-discipline, he will be recommended by the first assistant, and the entry requirements are the same as before. As a prince, there is no need to ask everyone's resume. As long as Xufu feels it is okay, he can try it. Anyway, the pot is ready. It's just a matter of packing the pot. Jiang Xin happens to be a native of Yexian, where Yoji wanted to build a city and mine. However, this product, like Xi Yijin, who does not serve the second master, once again refreshed the world's lower limit of integrity. In the team welcoming the master of the Qing dynasty, there is also such a number 1, a famous second minister in history. At this time, the eunuch outside the hall stepped into the threshold and said, His Royal Highness, Yan Zhizi has set the amount of insects within a stick of incense. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly. They thought they were going to watch the governor dancing in the net bag to catch the wind and catch the shadow this morning, but after the previous failures, Yan Zhizi gradually mastered the essentials of catching insects in the net bag. It was useless. A few times, it's done. Xuan Ki's audience. This is not a waste. I learn fast. As the saying goes, the governor will catch insects, so things are very different. Fortunately, Chen Yanjizu did not humiliate his life. He caught a dragonfly and 2 locusts within a stick of incense, and they are already in this cloth pocket. Although the governor of Shandong sweats profusely, he can't take care of a lot. Returning in a triumph is the right way. If it takes a long time, even if he can complete the task assigned by the prince, he will not be rewarded with a big bowl of bombed locusts. Yoji didn't care what kind of insect the governor caught, and summarized his previous decision. Well, I don't have to read it. I believed Aking's words. I must have experienced it personally. After the experience, Aking is also aware of the effect of net bags. After discussing with you Aking, the Palace of Shikai decided that the court will pay for the construction of 1 million net bags, and all of them will be distributed to the people in Shandong under Aking's jurisdiction. To help me, Daming Ximen, defeat the pest plague that has been raging for a long time. In Yoji's strategy, even if Beasley is released first, Shandong must be stabilized first. If a place with such an important strategic position is lost due to natural disasters, it will be difficult to regain it in the future. Heavy. As long as this outpost for attacking the King Army's territory is consolidated, the Liaodong Peninsula can be attacked by sea from here. It is very close on the road, and the Ming Dynasty Navy still has the advantage. Even if the army cannot win, it can run back. If it doesn't work once, it's twice. If it doesn't work twice, it's n times. Find more places with weaker defenses to land. The Ming army does not need to face the main force of the King army. Copying Mao Wenlong's tactics is to grab all, burn all and misfortune. The coastline of the Liaodong Peninsula is unusually tortuous and there are many islands. The King army wants to achieve a comprehensive defense. The Ming Army Naval Division is flexible and can launch an offensive all-weather in the summer, gathering thousands of men and horses to attack one place. Madden. No matter how trash your own subordinates, thousands of heavily armed idiots went to beat a few villages. So why couldn't they be beaten down? If there is no money, is there still no food? No food, don't the little ladies? No matter what it is, as long as you can grab it on the ship, you can exchange it for cash. Don't worry about the pot in the palace, don't think about the pot of Huang Taiji. Yan Jizu never wanted to go out to catch insects anymore. He hurriedly slapped his horse to thank him. Shenchi has only used it for a long time. I deeply feel that although the structure is simple, it is so powerful that dragonflies can hardly escape a net, and it is extremely quick to catch locusts. Your Royal Highness treats Shandongli people so kindly. The ministers have nothing to pay, and I would like to thank the Sacred Grace on behalf of the millions of people in Shandong. Yesterday, we implemented the strategy of building cities, mining, and building salt fields on behalf of workers. Today, we plan to distribute 1 million net bags to fight the locust plague. In this way, the prince is kind to himself, and he has not heard of such a generous gift. After returning to his post with these favorable decree and a lot of silver, he finally did not live in the criminal ministry in vain. But Yan Jiz lived in that place once, and he didn't want to live again in his life. God knows if he can survive. The flattery heard it, and it was dull. Yoji waved his hand confidently. Yan Aking should be free and flat. As a prince, it is part of our duty to save Li people from fire and water. This palace looks at love. King sweats a lot. Could it be caused by the hot weather and too much clothes? This guy had exercised too much just now, and his body was fat. When he came in to report, he was already sweating down his face, and he just thanked him, and the sweat was dripping on the floor in the hall. Yan Jizu didn't know what the prince asked. To be on the safe side, he hurriedly made a self-examination. The minister has always been lazy, so he became fat and weak, causing sweating. From tomorrow on, he will cultivate his character and exercise harder. The prince only allowed himself to catch a dragonfly and 2 locusts within a stick of incense. If the number doubled, then something big would happen. With his slightly blessed figure, I am afraid that it will be difficult to return to life until the afternoon. If you can't make business, the consequence is to eat a large bowl of fried locusts. Yan Jizu is afraid of thinking about it here. It's okay, the weather is hot, not to mention that Yan Aking is the only one who catches the insects. The Aking in the temple ran around the square outside the temple 2 times, and they would all be sweaty. The hot weather is one aspect, and the thick court dress is another. My palace gave you 2 sets of new clothes. Under the sultry heat, the wet clothes are wrapped around your body, and the smell is all rotten. It's not just Baiguan. On such a hot day, Yoji had to wear 2 layers of clothes, wrapped up like rice dumplings, and it was terribly uncomfortable. Although the court lady was fanning her tightly behind, the air in her clothes could not circulate easily, and there were many people standing in front of her. Yoji still kept sweating. Yanjizu was said to be embarrassed, but the situation is indeed the case. Everyone wore at least 2 sets of clothes inside and outside. After sweating all morning, in the afternoon, when there is some breeze blowing in, the hall is filled with the smell of sweat from a group of big masters. It's not yet summer. When that time comes, with the sweaty feet of some people, the taste is really beyond imagination. Yoji thinks that his office environment is almost the same as that of ordinary people outside the imperial city, and the taste is basically the same. Way of the way, strong and tangy. If you don't just change this, then you really can't live. Such a kind and lovely Xiao Mengxin will sooner or later be smoked to death by a group of full of vitality fools. My palace thought that before summer, the weather would be so hot, and the hundreds of civil and military officials were already sweating. If it is the sweltering heat, all the achings who come to the court and wear such thick court clothes will definitely feel very tortured. This palace wants to be 100. The official made 2 sets of cool and refreshing summer clothes. I don't know what aching thinks you like. Enter the court and pass the clothes patterns made by this palace to you. Aching. Keeping you cool is secondary, mainly because I am afraid that I will be killed by the smell of cumin armpits and smelly feet. That will set a historical record of crossing the world. This topic is much easier than being greedy for ink. Everyone can talk freely. As long as the price is not expensive, any suggestion can be considered and adopted. Civil and military officials in the Ming dynasty distributed the same style of clothing regardless of variety, and they were only classified according to rank. Official uniforms are divided into court uniforms, public uniforms, ordinary uniforms, and bestowed uniforms. The court uniform is the most formal official uniform, which is only worn on major festivals, entering the table, edicts, and transmissions. The Yi on the upper body is a small change based on Hanfu. The crown on the top of the head is a sign of distinguishing grade, that is, wearing the hat is like being pierced by the brain. The first grade is 7 vertical beams. In addition, there is a derivative variety of court clothes, which is the gong court clothes, that is, the luxurious version of court clothes, which is the court clothes worn by those who have made meritorious service after being knighted. Its main feature is the Grand Commander's helmet with face shields on both sides, inlaid with gold rims, painted with beautiful patterns, and a spiral lightning rod on the helmet, with a red tassel inserted at the top. The public uniform is the clothes that 100 officials wear when they meet the prince. Of course, they can wear it without worshipping, because there is no tonic on the chest. Everyone's clothes are almost the same. Apart from a few Shangxiu and the ministers who are okay to find sex, Yoji needs it. Wasn't that Yang Jinkao was reminding him. Basically he couldn't tell who was who, and the grade of the opponent. This is due to the fact that the identification of the grades of the public service is fancy. The first product uses the big monofamily flower with a diameter of 5 inches, the second product uses the small monofamily flower with a diameter of 3 inches, and the third product uses 2-inch loose flowers without branches and leaves. Ken Grandson's design. How can Yoji have time to look at the flowers? Therefore, the public service is far not as easy to be recognized as the normal service. Ordinary uniforms are official uniforms worn by officials in the office of yeoman. It is known to everyone because of the chest tonic. Civil officials are naturally the first-class crane, the second-class golden pheasant, and the third-class peacock. If everyone wears the Shang dynasty, according to the rank, where the 4th class, all the people who make up the children of Yunyan are waiting outside the hall. If they are not summoned, Yoji will not be able to see them temporarily. A gift is a python costume. The python pattern on the clothes is actually similar to the dragon, so it is highly respected by doglegs. Anyone who makes great contributions or is favored by the emperor, whether it is an official or a servant, will ask the emperor to give him a python clothes. Even if you don't wear them, hanging at home will give off supreme glory on their own. Everyone wears the same style of public uniforms, not to mention that they are humans. Yoji is far away and even the grade of each other can't be distinguished. It's so hot and I'm not too embarrassed to make everyone change to normal uniforms. I saw Xia's new clothes last night. After thinking about clothes, I came up with this idea. His Royal Highness is kind and compassionate to ministers. Xuguoguan hadn't thought about the suggestion of the new official uniform, but he didn't delay giving a flattery first. Chapter 66, The Battle of Summer Clothes. Although he is a first-grade member of the Imperial Court, he has a lot of beauty, but he has actually become a manual worker. Shufu was also one of the victims of the Korean Council. He was an old man, wrapped in 2 clothes, and stood for 5 or 6 hours a day. In order to avoid deviation, Yoji took the lead in setting the tone. Nowadays, both the imperial city and the court are advocating thrift. The palace believes that the new style of official clothing fabrics should not be expensive, and should be made of cotton or rhombus. The style is simple, breathable, easy to wash, low price, to cope with the summer heat, to avoid body temperature rise. Start with the pilot in the Kisuk area, covering all officials from the 1st to 9 products, 4 sets per person. This clothing is distinguished by color, civil and military. Civilians are red, and military will be green. The honor is purple, and the grade is distinguished by embroidered epaulettes. Tonic is the pinnacle of hand embroidery in the Ming dynasty. The price is naturally extremely expensive, and the production time is extremely long, which is not conducive to mass production. In comparison, the military rank epaulettes of later generations are more convenient to embroider, because of the simple patterns. The cost is much lower than that of tonics. First-rank seniors like Xuguoguan are naturally 5-star generals. From the first-rank Sun Quanting, he is 1 star less than Shufu, and he is already considered the leader of the generals. However, Yoji spent a long time thinking about it last night, and suddenly discovered that because the Ming dynasty officials had too many grades, the military ranks were not enough. If it is 2 bars and 4 stars from the 3rd rank, then the ranks will be used up before the 9th rank sesame officer. There is no way. I have to find another way. Increase the number of bars, from 2 bars to 3 bars, and then it is still not enough. Finally, from the 3rd rank is the 4 bars with 4 stars, and then from the 9th rank 1 bar with 4 stars. Can you match the number? When I develop 3 more products, including the one now called Missing Stream, it is estimated that I will be able to follow them. This identification system is different from the military rank system promoted in the East Palace Guards. If it is equal, a 4-bar, 4-star civilian officer from the 3rd rank will not be able to play with the military generals on the opposite side. Therefore, the stripes on the epaulettes of the new official uniform are embroidered vertically, and the epaulettes on the military uniform are horizontal. Besides, the density of the 4 stripes is too large. Even if they are put down, they are ugly. Liu Zongxian, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of Industry, saw the prince's paintings that had been circulated by the officials and asked hesitantly, "His Royal Highness, is this summer gown slit to the knees? Is it a bit too high?" According to the description of the picture of the prince, the burqa on the outside is so slit. If you look at it from the side, half of your trousers will inevitably be exposed. If it is seen by others, it will be very inelegant. Li Rixuan, the right servant of the Ministry of War, saw that the prince did not express his position, and expressed his concerns along the way. Liu Shangxiu's words are second to none. The dress in this picture does not have sleeves and 2 arms are exposed. It is really impolite. It's unsightly. Sleeves are definitely there. They are definitely not cutting sleeves. They are just down to the elbows. Even so, it is difficult for officials with fixed minds to accept them. Ming people pay attention to clothes not showing their timidity. Except for reckless men on the battlefield and farmers at the bottom, literati and officials who pay attention to their appearance will not easily show their arms and legs in public. Even when writing and drawing, the sleeves are extremely obstructive. and they will be held with the other hand instead of cutting off the sleeves. This is the origin of the paperweight, because a single brush takes up both hands. This matter does not involve an essential issue like greed of ink. So Liu Zifeng, the very old secretary of the criminal ministry, Liu Zifeng, also went out to express his views. The minister seconded what Liu Shangxiu and Li Shilang said. Since ancient times, bare chests and arms have been the service of Hu Yi, all because of his barbarism for a long time and has not been enlightened. How can my Ming official be as ignorant as Hu Yi? Please forgive me for not accepting this service. After Liu Zifeng's rebuttal, the officials nodded one after another, expressing agreement with his point of view. The arms are exposed and the legs are exposed. I definitely can't call it the official uniform of the Shang dynasty. It is almost the same as the savage Hu uniform. Madman, how many light clothes are I kindly made for you? What else is wrong with Lao Tzu? According to him, Lao Tzu has to do good deeds, and Yoji has to fight back in self-defense. Hu Yi's clothing, Liu Aking despises, and it makes sense to not wear it. However, if Hu Yi's customs are the same as Liu Aking's, Liu Aking is willing to change. No, originally, I was thinking of persuasive words. Since you are so ignorant, I can't stand it anymore. The pit has been dug. The prince said so. Maybe there are other plans. Liu Zifeng thinks for a moment and it is not easy to refuse, so he has to die hard to the end. The minister is naturally willing to change. The minister is the minister of the day Ming, and the customs will not be similar to that of Hu Yi. Although he was very worried, Liu Zifeng asked himself that he didn't seem to have any humiliating habits and characteristics. The prince seemed to be unable to grasp anything, let alone make a fuss about it. Yoji pointedly revealed the big pit he had dug, and said cheerfully, Hu Yi keeps his nails. Please trouble Liu Aking to cut all the nails on his hands, so as not to be considered similar to Hu Yi's customs. As soon as the prince finished speaking, Zhuogwen knew that the general situation was not good, and he had a good show to watch. Liu Zifeng didn't want to think about it. How could it be so easy to compete with the prince openly and secretly? Don't you see that the cabinet has been made or waited for an opportunity to greet you? Or is it silent? How can you answer when the prince said so? Really seeking a dead end? After being questioned by the prince, Liu Zifeng was no longer afraid, and said old-fashioned, His Majesty, this body is skinned and the parents are affected by filial piety. How can it be easily trimmed? This elegant style dates back to the Xia and Shang period. It has been spread for thousands of years, and it has been the same in all dynasties, and there is absolutely no reason to change it. Ask the other party to cut off the nails that have been kept for a lifetime. If this is said from the mouth of ordinary people, I think that an old gentleman like Liu Zifeng will fight with you desperately. In addition to clothes, shoes and hats, hair and nails were one of the most important signs of cultivated people in the Ming dynasty. The literati who did not leave nails were scarce than the feudal kings. Yoji likes such old stubbornness, and it is very fun to teach. The grandfather Taizu Huang of this palace never kept his nails when he launched his army, because he knows his nails are in the way, and he can't exert his strength even if he holds a weapon. Strength is not really lack of strength, because the nails are too long. If you exert strength, your nails will inevitably break, and the pain will double. How can you work? The grandfather of the palace Taizu comes from poor people. Does Liu Aking look down? Liu Aking knows that Zhao Wuling is highly praised the Hufu cavalry and shooting. My cavalry is inherited from this. The cavalry was created by the Hu, and was later regarded as an elite force to defend the home and the country in the past dynasties. Liu Aking put the ancient wind on his mouth and vowed to say number. Hu people are similar, but they have the clues of being a Hu people. They are officials in my court, but they have different expressions. But half-hearted, with a word of a gentleman, it is difficult to chase a horse. Liu Aking is now rebellious. How can he follow the words and deeds of a gentleman? If a tree doesn't fix it, it won't go straight, and people won't fix it. As the prince of the empire, Yoji inherited the established national policy of the Daton dynasty. There are only those out of reach, and there is no one who dare not stand. Finish the cabinet, touch the 6 parts, touch the Shangxiu, touch the minister. Put the first assistant in the cabinet to put out the fire first, and then transfer the firepower to the officials of the 6 ministries. I don't know if there will be a word in my temple name 100 years from now. The prince gave the Zuo Shilang of the criminal department the label of negligence in just a few words. This was worth it. After Liu Zifeng was shocked, he hurriedly defended himself and said, "The minister has strictly adhered to the way of fulfilling his duties since he entered the court and became an official. I don't have the slightest selfishness at all, and everything I take over is handled impartially. To this day, I have never received a claw two of gold and silver. The heaven and the earth can prove it, and my colleagues can serve. The remonstrances are all based on the truth and come from the heart. There are customs and things today. The ministers inherit the legacy of Xiushang and the filial piety of our dynasty. They are not meant to imitate the appearance of Hulu." Liu Zifeng never expected that the prince could have been involved in the matter of keeping his nails all the way to Emperor Taizagao. He was only 10 years old, but he had such a state of mind, and his sharp tongue was even more surprising to the courtiers. The sophistry must not be underestimated. If it weren't for being an official and honest, the prince would not have a handle. I'm afraid that Chen Biqian and Li Ji would end up similarly. Yoji realized that he had encountered a smelly and hard stone. He was not obedient and could not go to jail. He could only kick it away. Since Liu Aking believes that he is infallible, my palace thinks that Aking is old. If your physique is declining, then you can go back to your hometown to live your life. In the future, the annual salary will be 150 tals. Lao Tzu is also doing good for you. It turns out that this product was framed by his first assistant Zhu Yanru and was thrown into jail by Go Dad Chong's and died unjustly in prison for 14 years, at the age of 69. So it can be seen that Zhu Ogwen didn't do anything good. His successor Zhu Yanru, the magnificent Donglin Huangyuai, was not as virtuous as Zhu Ogwen. Zhu Ogwen was ignorant and unskilled. Zhu Yanru is the leader of thousands of Donglin elements. He usually cherishes his reputation, but he is so clean and self-conscious, and then he does such abusive things in front of the emperor. After the prince said these words, Liu Zifeng knew that his official career was over. Just like Cheng Guoxiang, he could pack his luggage and return to his hometown in Henan in a short while. He was full of sorrow and had to bow and salute. "Chen, thank you Long En." Yoji didn't say anything polite, and he paid attention to him directly. It's better to be the bad guy now than to wake up the potfather to misbelieve the slander and clean up your meal. I can't tell you this, so let's do it. Take care of yourself. Besides, at such an old age, when you come to the court every day, you have to stand for 5 or 6 hours a day. Maybe one day you will fly up while standing, and I will have to carry the pot, and I won't be able to shake it out. It's not like that. So he persuaded the master to leave. Now that the secretary of the criminal department Zuo is vacant, can the first assistant recommend someone? After careful calculation, Yoji has given Zhu Ogwen 4 secondary assistants, 1 Shangxiu, and 3 servants. The total supply is 8 short. I don't know how many 10,000 tals of silver can be exchanged for this product. If you make too little, you will definitely pay for it. Strongly despised by the prince. Only when he observed that Liu Zifeng came up with difficulties, Zhu Ogwen made a perfect plan and thought of a few candidates. If one is rejected by the prince, let's talk about the second one. He didn't expect it to be the case, so he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the minister thinks too much." Pusiking Yi Chuch Hun, this person. Chapter 67, The Change of the Attendant. Tai Pusiking is also a senior member of the 3rd grade, not a rapid rise. Maybe there is still a lack of professional ability, but it will be fine if he has been honed for 2 years, and Zhu Ogwen does not care about the after-sales service. Yoji didn't bother to listen to his explanation, and directly interrupted and ordered, "Okay, no need to go into details, just follow Aking's recommendation." Yi Chuch Hun. It's awesome to hear this name. A famous second minister. The frost is caught by the wind, and the 4 wilds cannot tolerate the old leaves. When the Lantern Festival rains, all people complain about the early spring. This couplet is the common people mocking his extraordinary ability to accumulate money. Liu Zifeng was strayed by his own sex, and almost turned into a self-reflection meeting. Yoji had to personally straighten up. Where did you talk? Oh, yes. The new official uniform. It seems the taking has a lot of resistance. My palace also feels that it's useless to talk more. After all, it's true knowledge through practice. Yan Jizu. After lunch for a while, my palace will send someone from the clothing supervisor to make you new clothes. Aching wears this suit to go to court in the afternoon. For your tastes. As a prince, if you have nothing to do, just play with the governor. How free and easy. Having said that, even if there is something, you can still play with it. What can you do with me? Ahahaha. Before the ill-fated governor could agree, Yoji did not pause for a while, and continued, there is one more thing. Although Xiangqingbo Li Guozen is the commander-in-chief of the Beijing camp and the right governor of the 5 army capital, he does not want to make progress. It has been punished for ruining military equipment, corrupting the law and harming the people. However, the safety of Jifu is very important, and these two positions are indispensable. The palace wants to send Sun Yinyun, the commander of the Yonghui battalion, to take over, to take advantage of the situation to reorganize the Beijing camp and strengthen the military. Any comments? It's about the extremely important military power, so you can't recommend it by Master Shu Fu. Yoji can put his own people directly on it, and you can cheer by the side. If your claws are too long, they will be chopped off. Theoretically, the 5 army governor's mansion and the military department must be subordinate to the emperor, and they are in consideration of the monarch's grasp of military power. The 5 army governor's mansion and the military department are mutually restrained and not under mutual control. The Ministry of Defense only has the right to dispatch troops but not the power to command troops. In an urgent matter, Yoji asked the imperial decree that Yoji had to hand over to Hong Chengchu expeditiously without going through the Ministry of War, and would not ask the 5 army capital governors' opinions in advance. Supervisor Hong Chengchu received the imperial decree and saw the tens of thousands of urgent content in it. Even if he didn't get the seal of the Ministry of War at the same time, he had to immediately lead his class to return to the court, otherwise something serious would happen. That was 130,000 horses. It was Daming's last field force. If the entire army were wiped out in the Jinzhou area, it would take at least 5 or 6 years to recover its vitality. Even if the worst result occurs, even if the capital is lost, these troops will be withdrawn to Shandong in an organizational system, which can greatly delay the King Army's southward movement. Yoji does not have the skills of other traversers. It only takes 3 months to build a victorious division. The opponent's great King Master is fast rushing. That is more than Yuri. The Donggong guards that Zuyuji set out to form are absolutely unreliable in a short time, let alone just facing the braids. 1 year into the army, 3 years into the army, without 2 or 3 years of rigorous training, the fantasy can be pulled out of bloody battle. The result is a mass of scattered sand. As for the Jinzhou city of Zhudisu, it can be defended, and it can be dragged. If it can't be dragged, it will withdraw south. For the sake of a Jinzhou city, 130,000 horses were lost. Whether it was a loss or a profit, no one would calculate this account. The previous matter was completely trivial, and it was inconvenient for me to mix it up. But when it comes to military affairs, Chen Xinjie, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of War, has something to say. He puts out a few words. His Royal Highness, the minister, knows a little about this person, has a good command of the army, and is proficient in the art of war. Went south to suppress the bandits, made many outstanding achievements, once broke the thieves' army, and the emperor praised him well. Making a more objective and positive evaluation is on the one hand, and more importantly on the other. If you object, Liu Zifeng's fate, Li Ji's fate, and Lin Yuji's fate can choose one of 3, corresponding to the official dynasty, the ransacking, and the locust eating. Even if he gets the lightest punishment and someone intercedes, he has to overcome his psychological barriers and eat half a bowl of locusts at a time. Lin Shangxiu has not finished eating yet. Zhuogwen wouldn't let Chen Xinjie be the Minister of War in vain. If Chen Xinjie didn't sit on the ground long enough, he wouldn't even have enough money back, let alone a net profit. Xu Fu has any objections? If he counts as the top leader, then the first assistant is the second leader of the empire. In view of Zhuogwan's behavior, as long as he is given enough dog food, he will be obedient like a pug. Although he is not obedient all the time, it is almost enough. If this second in command is truly talented, he might be able to become the first if he tries his best, such as Zhang Zhuzing and Emperor Shenzong. But expecting Zhuogwen to match Zhang Zhuzing is just daydreaming. I am afraid that even he himself does not have such extravagant hopes. If he is warm and tyrant, he will be exasperated. The minister seconded what Chen Shangxiu said. The prince was upset and had just given Liu Zifeng an official appointment. The newly appointed secretary of the criminal department Zhuo Shilang still recommended himself. At this juncture, Zhuogwen would certainly not be stupid enough to ignite himself and directly intervene in this personnel appointment involving military power. If the prince already has a favorite candidate, but he rashly stretches his hand to the 5-army capital, it may cause the prince to be unhappy. I recommended 3 servants today. If they were charged at 5,000 tals per person, it would be enough to come. Having obtained so many benefits from the prince, if he is greedy, it would be a little unkind. Wai Zhaoqing, the left servant of the Ministry of War, and Li Rixuan, the right servant, looked at each other. It seemed that the two of them had other ideas, but due to the encounter of the 3 servants before, the words reached their lips and they swallowed again. It would be extremely unwise to head in with the prince if there is no one-size-fits-all solution and full assurance. Sun Yiniyun comes from the emperor's promi, and his resume does not have too many flaws. Excessive enlargement of the innocuous shortcomings does not seem to be very convincing. The prince may also be seen by the prince to deliberately find faults. It is really not worth the gain, so he has to think about it. Look for another opportunity to start. If there is no objection, then it is decided like this. Yoji is very polite to ask for everyone's opinions, but it doesn't mean to ask the ministers to agree with what he said. Whoever dares to have nothing to do is to reward you with a big bowl of fried locusts. If you still don't accept it, either to be banished, or to be ransacked. The upright officials get the treatment of the former, and the corrupt officials get the fate of the latter. One is to go home as soon as possible, and the other is to get on the road early. It can be regarded as getting what they need under the new situation. The reason why Daddy Xiaogo was smashed by the ministers was still unable to deal with it. One was because IQ was in arrears, and the other was that there was no countermeasure. If the courtiers are not afraid of the emperor, what prestige does the emperor have? Talking is like farting. Still called the emperor? Yoji couldn't control how Zhuo Dad was bullied by the ministers. Anyway, he couldn't stand this scumbag, who dares to use his own words as fart, then dry. Compared with shishi, ransacking, and eating locusts, the real nirvana hidden in the crotch of the prince has not yet appeared on the scene, including your whole family. Kunshan disagreed with the new style of official uniforms, thinking that it was too unrestrained, and there was no result in the discussion until noon. Yoji was no longer anxious, and directly announced the adjournment for dinner. Lunch is to make noodles. The sauce is just like the group of people who hosted Yongwing last night. It is just a new work and definitely not leftovers. Even if it is leftovers, it is definitely not enough to eat. I have spare ribs, eat a lot of meat, and get sleepy in the afternoon. If any crippled calf dares to nap at the meeting, or even sleep while standing, it is not far from being imprisoned. However, the braised sauce and noodles with lean pork as the main ingredient, as well as the clear cucumber shreds are enough. You can eat it open, and there are various kinds of pickles as a side meal. The bowls, plates, chopsticks, and spoons used by each person are engraved with the user's name. They are dedicated for special use. They will not eat together. Even the seats are fixed. The names on the chairs of the officials who are unsacked and who are honored will naturally be affected. The waiters changed so that when the newcomers came to sit, the things they used were also disposed of, and they would no longer be used by their successors. Although lunch is a common dish for the common people, the practice of making noodles at the palace is still very particular, especially after the imperial chef has obtained the recipe from the fairy world. The things they make can stimulate the appetite of the officials. Everyone eats 2 or 3 bowls are normal things. Besides, if you don't eat at noon, you really can't hold it in the afternoon. The meeting continued at 1:15 in the afternoon, but before reopening the topic of unrestrained official uniforms, one official fainted due to heat stroke. For no reason, the weather was too hot, the dress was too much, and he was not moving for 2 consecutive days. After standing for a long time, he was physically exhausted and collapsed as soon as he was exposed to the sun. Yoji sent the imperial physician to inspect it, and then said in the concept of being compassionate to hundreds of officials, "Our palace has sent people to build a pergola to escape the heat, and it is expected to be completed the day after tomorrow. If you aching continue to be exposed to the sun, your body will naturally be unable to support it. In the future, if you go to the court every day, at least 5 or 6 hours a day, except for the generals, there are not many civil servants who resist toss. It is estimated that all those who stand outside the temple and enjoyed the sun will have to be exposed." Shenzong was influenced by his godfather Jiang Zhuzing, and he never fell in love with Zhao from beginning to end. Guangzong, who inherited from Datong, wanted to go to court, but he was helpless. Zizong is also the uncle of the Apocalypse Tank, who has little interest in the court, so it is better to make a big saw in the back residence. Xizong was diligent. The problem was that he was in arrears with his IQ. Without the help of his 9,000-year-old, he was abused by the officials. The last time he was thrown into the pot, and he still enjoyed it. "This is how aching has tortured me thousands of times, and I treat aching like first love." The ministers are grateful. "Thank you for your mercy." Zhuogwen immediately led the officials to thank the prince for his kindness, which was indeed a good and harmless thing for the officials. It's not the hottest time of the year. It's really the hottest season. With this sun exposure method, all the colleagues outside have to be fainted by the sun. With a pergola, this is much better. Although it may be a tent that is not privately enclosed, not a fixed corridor, it is better than being directly exposed to the sun. Chapter 68, 20 years ago. Chen Yanzhi has finished changing his clothes. "I'm here to meet you." After intensive tailoring and sewing by the tailors of Shanghai, everyone rushed to make new clothes. After all, it didn't take too much time. The governor of Shandong became the official first queen model. Taking off the thick official clothes, taking a shower by the way, and putting on new light and thin official clothes, coupled with the original simple design, Yan Zhizi feels unprecedented coolness and comfort. Although the style of this new style official uniform is indeed a bit strange, and I feel a little awkward in my heart, it is much more comfortable to wear on the body than the sultry official uniform. The attitude of others is second. Yan Zhizu somewhat accepted what the prince had said before. This new style of official clothes does have its advantages. Not to mention it cool, because it has short sleeves. It is also easy to lift a pen and write, and no need to use another hand anymore. Come pick up the sleeves. Coming. Just let Aking take a closer look. Since the robes were slit to the knees, Yan Zhizu didn't look awkward when he stepped up the threshold. Judging from his neat pace, when he crossed obstacles, he seemed to be lighter than his colleagues in public uniforms. Seeing this worrying governor, some of the officials frowned, some were quite surprised, and some were sighing. The appearance of this suit was not much different from what everyone had imagined before. After getting close to each other and whispering to each other, the group of officials came to a roughly equivalent conclusion, that is, this suit is too crude to wear. The unbearable Metropolitan Procurator at Xiaxi Shangzuo first spoke. His Royal Highness, The minister thinks that there is no such thing as the ancient heritage of the Han family, and its appearance is not good, and there is no elegant appearance. If it is seen by the envoys of the vassal, he will definitely give instructions. Shame, it is detrimental to my national prestige, and I hope that your highness will take it back. After hearing this, most of the officials nodded frequently and agreed. In these people's minds, the clothes worn by the governor of Shandong was a semi-finished product, and they had to go back and connect the sleeves. Shang Xiu's Wang Qin neighbors from the official department followed up to help and refused to serve this wonderful work. His Royal Highness, the minister thinks that since ancient times, my Han family's clothing has been beautiful with long sleeves, which is clearly distinguished from the uncivilized Fujing. I am the official of the Ming dynasty. If the clothes don't have long sleeves, why are clothes? It's hard to look straight like a strong man with a broken arm. Officials at this time, especially Confucian scholars, basically suffered from long-sleeve obsessive-compulsive disorder. Even the innermost inner support must have long sleeves, not long sleeves. Only non-minutes and U-minutes, who are at the bottom, are dressed in short clothes. They work hard in summer. Most of them are topped with red fruit or only wear a small vest, and a hat on their head is over. Liu Zeshan, the right servant of the Xing department, continued to criticize, and came with a thrust strike. The ministry considered Shang Yaxi and Zhuang Shangxiu. Since I reigned as Emperor Taizagao, the official uniforms have been long sleeves. Today, it has been inherited from Datong. Never wear official clothes without long sleeves. The Portuguese Cruz once wrote in his publication Da Ming's, the ordinary clothing of the Ming people is robes. Ordinary people wear black cloth robes, and the poor often wear white cloth robes. Because they don't need dyeing, the price is lower. He didn't say that the poorest people can't wear robes, and they can't work in the ground if they wear them. The robes are actually the watershed of the people's hierarchy. The shorter the hem and sleeve length of the clothes, the poorer the life. As a class of scholars who used officials as their substitutes, they would naturally not get close to the lower class in their clothing, especially if the prince intends to let the court pay and send each person his own official uniform. Then he has to care about it more seriously. Yoji couldn't help but raised his eyebrows, and summed up in his mind, is this the reason why I had just eaten and drunk, and started to discuss the afternoon meeting to meet Lozi? After absorbing the lessons of the morning, we started to attack in groups from the beginning of the afternoon. Clothes have their own pros and cons. You must not only observe the appearance, but also listen to the personal feelings of the wearer to weigh the pros and cons. Yan Naking, talk about your feelings. Such a few words are like leaving Lao Tzu out of words. Then it's too easy for you to think about it. In such a hot day, being idle is also being idle, arguing with each other. Although there was a maid behind him fanning the wind, Yoji was still hot enough to open his fan. The wind fanned his face and chest, and the light behind the fan became a yin breeze. Yan Jizu knew that the time had come for his performance, and he said that he would go out to eat locusts. The minister said that although the appearance of this uniform is slightly unique, it is several times cooler than the official uniform. Without long-sleeved elbows, he writes very badly. Convenient, if you wear it in summer, it is better than the public service. Seeing his colleagues keep getting hot and sweating one by one, and still biting the old embarrassment in their mouths, Yan Zhizu couldn't help but laugh. The appearance of this dress is indeed not as dignified and prestigious as the public service, but it is light and comfortable. If officials have been in a coma due to heat stroke in a row, wearing public uniforms will be meaningless. Just saying nothing, my palace made a poem in my spare time. Choose an aching and Yan aching for a copying contest, to see who finishes the copy first. Enter the court, send someone to move a long table over, pen, ink, paper and inkstone serve. By the way, let you so-called patriotic courtiers have a snack. Don't forget about it when you go out, and regard yourself as a Confucian scholar. Writing those collections of poems is worthy of the name to kill your will. The prince's poems aroused the curiosity of Lord Shufu. I don't know what the level is. If it's a child, it's better to stop laughing and letting go. Your Royal Highness can let the ministers have a sneak peek. When Zhuogwen took a look, he couldn't help being shocked. He was stunned for a long time without speaking. After reading it twice from start to finish, he never missed a word. His complexion changed and changed, and it took a while to break free from the poetic realm, and then he gave a deep salute to the prince. His Royal Highness is wise and wise, and he has only learned people. This poem is very ambitious, heroic, and majestic, which is highly admired by the ministers! These words are very strange to the local officials. Zhuogwan's flattering is too much. What kind of content can make it look like this? If your highness allows it, and Ron Chen will read it on his behalf. Of course, the first assistant of this kind of good thing must sit back and enjoy it. Read it. By the way, kill the momentum of your plan to counterattack. The wolf smokes up. The country looks north, the dragon curls up. The horse grows long. The sword is like frost. At first, the officials were as dissatisfied as Zhuogwen. After the first sentence of the first sentence was finished, everyone immediately stood in awe and surprised the prince's poetry talent, especially the generals like Sun Quanting in the hall whose thoughts were immersed in the blood-stained battlefield. I can't extricate myself from the sad mood when I think of Ming being ravaged by the iron hoof of the slaves in every possible way, resulting in the death of the community, the lives of the people. The name of the upper dynasty is empty, but there is no guarantee of victory. The good generals have fallen, the morale is low, and the situation of Ming becomes more passive in front of the aggressive King army. Some ministers were extremely moved, and even sighed secretly. The most important thing is that sentence 20 years, in vertical and horizontal. Who can resist? A battle that took place 20 years ago was the famous Battle of Thrall. The Ming army assembled nearly 90,000 elite divisions to expedite Chicken Wings to Hujin. As a result, the 4 men and horses were smashed by the opponent and nearly half of the troops were lost. Afterwards, half of the land outside the pass was taken by Hujin, which shocked the government and the opposition, and then began a tug-of-war for 2 decades. After that, the Ming army outside the Guan was seriously injured, and the whole line switched to passive defense. The rapidly rising military strength of Hujin began a full-scale offensive, and continued to invade and occupy the border towns of the Ming dynasty. To this day, the Ming army has not been able to reverse such a critical situation. Although regarded as a national humiliation by the Ming court, he was unable to avenge himself due to internal and external troubles. Since the Ming court gathered heavy troops and was busy fighting the waves of minutes change within the Guan, there were not a few major battles between Ming and Qing, and only one strategic decisive battle was called the Battle of Sayahu. After defeating the crusading Ming army in this battle, Chicken Wings opened the door to the emperor's foundation. As for the Battle of Songshan under the command of Hong Chengqiu, although the Ming army mobilized as many as 130,000 troops, it almost made up its troops in the north and was determined to break the siege of Jinzhou. Knowing the result, Dingtan is only the Ming version of Arden, not even a dying struggle. Today, the Qing army has 8 banners in Manchuria, Han and Mongolia. The total strength of the 24 banners is as high as 180,000. Even with a more optimistic estimate, the Huangdaiji can only command 120,000 troops that can go south at any time. The Ming army needed 3 times the size of the enemy to attack it, which would also require 360,000 horses. More ideally and more securely, it's best to gather more than 4 times the number, which is close to 500,000. Counting the annual salary, food, grass, and weapons, the average annual consumption of 40 tals of silver per person, then just to raise these people, the annual cost the military pay is as high as 20 million tals. This is also the reason why Shenzong and Daddy Xiaogo have repeatedly urged the frontline commander to fight the enemy quickly, because they have no money in their pockets and can't support so many soldiers, so they can only fight quickly. But with such a reminder, the consequences are obvious. Once the Ming army is defeated, 80% of it will be wiped out or severely damaged by the enemy. and it will take more money to recruit troops. Like other traversers, recruits who have trained for a few months can meet the braids as soon as they are facing, and there are 8,000 people who can go straight to the Shenyang chicken coop. Yoji asks himself that he does not have the ability to guard against the sky. Meteorites are more suitable. Use one chicken coop to play 3 chicken coops. The only thing a chicken can do is to mobilize soldiers by chaos. But only 1 million. Until the chicken on the opposite side was piled up with money. This trick is not too shabby. Back then, Han Xin did Xiangye's death like this, and few people said he was shameless. As long as he wins, the bound book can be written casually. Otherwise, how many Han troops can beat the same number of Chu troops in a known steel front? When you have enough money, you will come to 10 roads, each with 100,000 horses. Split into the XXXLS version, and see how many Cumanca rifle-flavored grilled chicken wings of Huang Tai chicken. You can take these brilliant tricks. So Yoji first set himself a small goal that is easy to achieve. First save 50 million tals of silver. I don't know what Xianius returnee will feel after hearing this. Chapter 69. Standing in line to vote. Here is the most metaphysical and reasonable SWOT analysis. The current advantage is that there are enough people in Ming dynasty and enough people. The disadvantage is that he has no money to earn money, and he has to make money. The opportunity is that as long as he is alive, there is hope to earn enough people. Then he inherited the legacy of Master Apocalypse Tank, and sent 1 million troops to flatten the opponent. The threat is that the opponent is also alive and does not allow himself to be enough, so he always brings his younger brother to come and engage himself. Sun Quanting stroked the beard on his chin, listening with gusto, and did not forget to comment on a few words. Good poem. Good poem. This poem is exquisite and extraordinary, and the words are pearls. It is straightforward to say that the state of mind of my Ming soldier is straightforward. A masterpiece from the heavens, Your Majesty. The content of the prince's poem has always been Sun Quanting's pursuit since he led the soldiers in war. So when I heard this poem, my heart was mixed, thinking of the several loyal colleagues who had died in the war. It was even more mixed. If it were not for the great difference in status between them, even if the age gap was very large, Sun Quanting would definitely regard the prince as a confidant compared to the one who doesn't pay the army but likes to throw the pot. It's a world of difference. For the generals, the highest level is the battlefield, the shroud of horse leather. This is definitely not seeking the effect of mouth cannon. From ancient times to the present, how many of the masters can die hanging up on the battlefield? At least he can gain a good reputation and save his family's lives. In particular, the end of life for the old Liu family and the old Zhu family was the most tragic, and a certain commander died after eating a goose. Working for the old Zhao's family is actually very good. Drinking a glass of wine and surrendering the military power will leave nothing to be desired, and you can retire. As the head of the Imperial Academy, the second assistant Chen Yan also duly sought after. This poem is indescribable, magnificent and full of ambitions. If it were read in the Imperial Academy, it would be an uproar for everyone. Chen Yanchang is not sure whether it is plagiarism or not, but it is an indisputable fact that he is praised by his officials. If he does not follow the trend, he will fall behind others. With the feelings and vision of the poet, I am afraid that any Hanlin would not have the courage to attribute this masterpiece to his own, hoping that they would defend the land and reopen the frontier. It's really idiotic to talk about dreams, and you are not afraid of being laughed at when you say it. Subsequently, the other 3 secondary assistants Jiang Saizi, Wai Zhaoqing, and Yao Minggong all scribbled and praised the poem. The main purpose is to flatter the prince, so that there are too many ministers who later flatter, and the prince can't remember. Even if Liu Zongxian, Shangxiu Liu Zongxian of the Ministry of Industry, Shangxiu Zhuangqin neighbors of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and Yushi Shang and Zhu Zuo of the Imperial Court, who had some gaps with the prince before, repeatedly tasted the content, they were convinced and had to nod their heads in praise. If it weren't for a generation of heroes, he would never have done this poem. The courtiers couldn't help thinking in their hearts, could it be that the prince was really ordered by the Taizu in the immortal realm, and he would be able to make a blockbuster after he returned to the world? Yoji smiled secretly. This song is describing something about Lao Tzu's family. Lao Tzu used it to borrow flowers to present the Buddha, but was misunderstood by you, but got unexpected results. It's really useless. If you can cash in, silver is even better. At this time, Fang Zhenghua got a refresh report from his subordinates, and then went out to verify it. After returning, the ministers were in a good mood. His Royal Highness, the minister, has copied more than 10,000 taels of silver and 2 paintings from Li Zhi's mansion. A box of jewels and a box. The stolen property has been moved to the square outside the palace. Hearing this news, the officials were collectively shocked. Unexpectedly, on the surface, Li Zhi had a cool breeze, but privately, he did not earn much less than his peers with bad reputation. Chen Biqian is like this, Li Zhi is like this, the crown prince is really eye-catching. Yoji didn't make a fuss, but just faintly ordered, bring Li Zhi and the 2 boxes of paintings and calligraphy. I have something to ask. Soon, the 2 briganded generals escorted Li Zhi to the palace to meet him. Obviously, this guy already knew the good news that he had been ransacked. The contrast between the front and back was really wonderful. Yoji glanced at the 2 boxes of evidence, and then turned to ask this guy, Li Aking, now this palace is already stolen and obtained. I wonder if Li Aking has anything to say? Don't say that it is a box or a famous painting, and it can cure you. As long as it exceeds 60 taels, you can enjoy the treatment of death. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Li Zhi, who was extremely annoyed by the fact that the other party had eaten locusts, choked weakly and replied, the minister as a sin. If it wasn't for a horse to show its feet without eating, it wouldn't let the prince grab the handle. Having been in the official career for a long time, I didn't expect that this time, I would fall into the hands of these pornographic children. But now it's too late to regret. Can someone beg for Li Aking? After Yoji finished the question, the hall remained silent. At this time, interceding with Li Zhi, who had been stolen and obtained, was really igniting. After eating the 20 locusts, Lin Yuji, Shang Xiu, the Ministry of Rights, who had returned perfectly, directly chose the state of not listening to evil. What the prince said just now, he did not hear. Since there is not, then take it with you. Yoji is all about asking and answering himself. Someone really begged Li Zhi. That is the boldness of the art master, and he must meet this unrelenting expert well. Holding the official weapon in one hand, dealing with the disobedient upright officials, holding the home weapon in the other, cleaning up the disobedient corrupt officials. When the Dongcheng and Jianui are restored, I can walk sideways and aiming. Where is the point? By the way, with this new style of official uniform, Yan Aking, please take your place. Who else would dare to compete with it? If there is no one to fight, this palace thinks that all Aking have agreed to dress in the new style of official. Impressed, Lao Tzu said that no matter whether you are willing or unwilling, you have to send someone to fight, otherwise this palace will sit back and enjoy it. And then it will be up to you to make sense. The Shangxi Liu Zongxian of the Ministry of Industry did not intend to admit defeat. To allow the prince to pass the proposal of such bad clothes so smoothly, he went out and played. His Royal Highness, the minister is willing to go faster or slower with Governor Yan. Liu Zongxian thinks that writing is very fast, even if Yan Jizu wears such an unattractive costume. He may not be faster than himself. Yoji immediately nodded and agreed, and set a color head. By the way, that's good. Both Akings need to write block letters for copying. If you finish writing first, the palace will give it to you. Yan Jizi heard this kind of luster, and he was secretly cheering on himself. If he could win the prince's calligraphy, wouldn't it be equivalent to a gold medal for immunity from death? Although it can't be compared with the iron voucher of the Book of Elixir, it is more or less an amulet. Please also Shufu and the 2 Yashi Shankian as notaries. Otherwise, the person you look down on wins for a while, and then you won't admit it. Want to deny? There are no doors, windows, or cellars. The notary will not be punished, so the first assistant Xguogwan, there's Uodu Yashi Zonging, and the right Yashi Shangzu Zuo of the superintendent's office are happy to take on this task and take a closer look. One side is carrying the sleeve and writing while the other is writing by hand. The postures of the two are quite different. However, Yan Jizu is not used to writing in a short-sleeved shirt until he finishes writing, only less than 6 or 7 characters ahead of Liu Zongxian. The three notaries carefully compared them, and after obtaining the same results, Xguogwan said on behalf of the notary group, "Your Highness, there are no typos in these two notaries. Governor Yan is a little faster, and he is the winner." Before the game, the old and cunning Xguogwan knew who the prince wanted to win. He also thought about what to do if Yan Jizi loses. Fortunately, the governor of Shandong can be regarded as upright, saving Mr. Shufu a lot of tongue. In that case, Yan Aking's work was bestowed on Yan Aking. Come and remove the table. You have already seen the new style of official uniforms, and it is very convenient to write them. I think that if there are still differences, it is better to stand in line to vote. Oppose the new style. The official server, stand on the left-hand side of this palace. Those who support the new style official server, stand on the right-hand side of this palace, and the abstainers stand in the middle. Whichever side has more people, which side will be supported by this palace. Since you want to dig a hole, dig a bit bigger and bury a few more people at a time, so that you can make more money. Those of you stubborn old things, you will soon know what it means to keep up with the times. Yan Jizi got the prize as he wished, so he naturally has to thank the prince a great deal. This is not an ordinary thing. If you hang it on the wall, it will scare the silly visitor. It will be alarmist. If anyone dares to dismiss it, then it is the sin of neglecting the king. The controversy over the new style official uniforms is extremely great, and there are not many opponents. The Minister of Industry Shangxiu Liu Zongxian, the Ministry of Officials Shangxiu Zhuangqin neighbors, the Ministry of Etiquette Shangxiu Lin Yuji, the Yuduyashi Shangzu Zuo of the Imperial Court, Li Yuzi, the Dali Temple Secretary, and the Xingbayu 7 people, including the Minister Liu Zeshan and the servant Minister Fu Shuk son of Hubuiu, held a group to resist the prince's decision to promote summer clothes and insisted on their opinions. 7 people including Li Dawin, Hubu Zuo Shilang Chen Xiang Ming, Xingbu Shangxiu Zhenxiu, Libu Yaoshi Lang Tenwaijia, Hebu Yaoshi Lang Li Rixiu An, Hebu Zuo Shilang Wai Zouqing, and Ribu Zuo Dailang Yao Minggong, etc., abstained from voting. The first assistant Xguogwan, the right servant of the Ministry of Rights Zhang Saizi, the head of the Hanlin Academy Chen Yan, the Shangxiu Chen Xinjia of the Ministry of War, and the right servant of the Ministry of Industry Zhang Guoi chose to support the proposal of the prince. This is from the civil servants' side. The 7 nobles who survived yesterday have no way out. They all have to stand on the side of the prince, so as not to annoy them. If they are unhappy, find a chance to copy their home. In addition to Yuan Gaifi's father Yuan Yu and Ma Gongyonggu, if the foreign minister Yan Jizu, the governor of Shandong, and a military general are included, the number of supporters for the prince surpasses the sum of the opposition and abstentions. The voting result is self-explanatory. Yoji is very satisfied with the result. It seems that most people are still very acquainted, well, more than half of the courtiers in favor of the new style official uniform. The voting result is already clear. Gin neighbor, Shang Shuzwang, still unwilling to give up, directly interrupted the prince's speech. The shortage of this clothing is obvious, and there is no enlightenment. If you wear it, it is really insulting and gentle. I hope your highness will think twice. The Shang and Zuzuo, who was the right capital of the imperial court, was even more indomitable, and he was desperate. The minister seconded what Zhuang Shangxiu said. This service is very simple and simple. If it is a court service, it will be ridiculed by foreign envoys, and it will definitely be detrimental. My Daming Guoi. Chapter 70, Court Work and Rest. After him, the opposition from Liu Zongxian, Shangxiu from the Ministry of Industry, came one after another, and gave the prince a three-shot combo of the 8 kings. I am a nation of etiquette and a model of costumes in the world. Whose clothing has never been regarded as beautiful. It's detrimental. There is absolutely no need to exist. Yoji was stunned by the 3-month gunner. I didn't expect that after the vote, he would dare to lick his face and deny it. You ate a lot of noodles at noon. Now this is so full. It's exciting, right? The official clothes designed by Lao Tzu, with the love of fist and fist. You look unpleasant, and your mouth is crooked. If you say no, you just give it to you. Is there any reason for this? Do you still care about how this palace feels? The prince was not angry and reprimanded the opponent, but calmly looked at the clothed beast below and said lightly, in this case, if a king feels that he can't accept the new style of official uniforms, I think that he is already old. Then you can return home. By the way, the salary for the first assistant is 250 kls. The second assistant's annual salary is 200 kls. The annual salary of Shangxiu and the prefectural court is 180 kls. The minister and Dali Temple King's salary is 160 kls. I have nothing but people who want to be an official. Anyway, Lao Tzu has fired so many courtiers, and it is no less than 7 of you. If you have more, you don't have more, and if you have less, you have a lot. Seeing that this palace is young, it is here that old-fashioned, in order to compromise and concession for this palace. Do you really think of yourself as an onion? Think you will stop after the court leaves you? Go dreaming. People like Zhuo Modi, Yang Tinglin, Diyingxi, Yuan Jixian, Qing, Hiteng Jiao were all eagerly waiting in line. Lao Tzu recognizes you. You are the members of the court. I deny you. You all have to go home. The prince's strong response was unexpected to the courtiers, and the emperor had never been so bold and arbitrary when he was in power. Unexpectedly, the 10-year-old Prince Jiango would dare to be so tough and arrogant towards courtiers in less than 2 days. Especially the last sentence, it really extinguished the last hope of the 7 ministers who held a group against the prince. This is simply the words of murder and condemnation. And it is clear that they look down on these hard-working ministers. Being so ridiculed by an underage child, even if the other party is the crown prince, Liu Zongxian was extremely angry and attacked. If there is something good from the top, the next will follow suit. If your highness does not listen to the truth and act arbitrarily, he will be criticized by the ruling and the opposition. Even more, it will cause resentment and anger among scholars in the world. So unpopular? Why Zongxing Daming? I have never had this incident for more than 200 years. If it is recorded in the annals of history, it will be ridiculed by future generations. Oh, is it? Yoji smiled and replied, you are the way to live and learn, but some veterans are short-sighted, sitting on the well, standing still, stubborn, unable to keep pace with the times, but can only become more and more stubborn, backward, until abandoned by the times. My palace also feels that I have never had this matter for more than 200 years. If it is recorded in the annals of history, it will be laughed at by posterity. The more ignorant many people, the more they feel that they know everything. This palace has seen iron ships running across the sea in the fairy world, iron birds soaring in the sky, and iron turtles invincible on land. If time is allowed, I will be able to make these magic weapons without fear of the remnants of the Eastern captives. Today's promotion of new style official uniforms is so hampered. I'm afraid that if we don't wait for the magic weapon to be made in the future, some people will be regarded as unsightly and ingenious. Just you dog stuff, just fool your IQ arrears. Even if you can't fool the Apocalypse Tank Master. Suddenly the prince raised his head, looked at the dome of the hall, and said to himself, did Grandpa Taizu see it? This is the uninspiring courtiers in the Ming court today. I hope they will work together with the palace. It's better to have more good dogs. Seeing that Brother Hong sighed like this, Empress Zhu, who was listening to the government, couldn't help but look at him. Did Emperor Taizu really watch every move in the world in the immortal realm? Shufug's Guogwen was also taken aback, secretly surprised. If the Emperor Taizagao, who has insight into everything, sees everything happening in the world, he will behave in its form. I am afraid that even if he is a ghost after his death, he will be killed by the ghost of the underworld. The staff had cramps. The officials looked at each other, all of them thoughtful. The return of the prince from the immortal world was only stated in the imperial edict. If it can really create something that is not in the world, then it is an indisputable fact. In this way, if you want to fight against the prince, there is the enemy of Emperor Taizago in the immortal world. From now on, the officials must be cautious. After all, everyone has to consider their own future affairs. Thinking of this, Xgyuogwen, who couldn't help but curiosity, asked courageously, His Royal Highness really saw the iron bird of the immortal world soaring in the sky. But the things of the immortal world are craftsmanship. How can they be made in the world? This is also an issue that the officials are concerned about. If the prince really creates these so-called magic weapons, whether it is bygone or 1 minute, he will pay homage to the prince, and it will not be excessive to call the prince a god by then. It is normal for people in this era to have never seen technology products. Even if it is a court official, the top technology products that can be seen are guns and artillery. As for the prince's dog keeping, it was automatically filtered out by everyone. No one would take a seat, and it would be too funny to hold on to this matter. When the time comes, the minister and the dog, which group is more loyal to the sage? As long as the prince pours oil on the fire, it will be unclear. Fooling these people is a very easy and pleasant thing, Yao Ji said in a good manner. The blacksmith finds it difficult to write poetry, and the scholar finds it difficult to hit the knife. If you understand the secrets, how can you find it difficult? Has the first assistant ever seen thunder and lightning? Of course I have seen it. Xgyuogwen didn't know what the prince wanted to do, but he still had to answer truthfully, otherwise he would be mocked by the officials. My palace told Aking that as long as there is a certain device, mortals can also generate electricity. My palace is busy with government these days, and when it is free, it will be a small generator. Although it is not as powerful as thunder and lightning, it can also prove this. It's so subtle. I don't know if it's better to use the hand crank. Is it better to use the pedal style? Anyway, there is no fuel such as gas, oil or diesel. The only advantage of the mansion is that there are many eunuchs. Let them initiate the call. It is really green, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free. Even if he didn't know whether it was true or not, Xgyuogwen was still shocked. If your Royal Highness intends to do this, Chen will do his best to help. If the prince can say that, it is estimated that 80% of them are fully confident. If they can prove that the art of the immortal world can be used in the world, they will prove that they have obtained the true biography of Emperor Taizagao. In the future, I am afraid that no courtier will dare to fight against it, because the prince can also report to the Emperor Ming Taizu, so that certain family who do not know the current affairs will never be superlative. Even the ghost cannot be done, and the soul will be scattered. If a person resists the sky, he will be condemned by the sky. This is the eternal truth. What's more, Emperor Taizagao is still eagerly watching you over the Dongcheng and Jinewei in the fairy world are all ready. I don't know what method the fairy world uses to pick up the skin, whether it will sprinkle some condiments. Shufu's positive response is actually just the meaning. If it's true, people are about to cut the meat, and Yoji is not in a hurry to kill the pig. That's good. Yesterday's barbecue, today's marinated noodles are based on the fairy world formula. As a result, you must have tasted it. If it weren't for the lack of a few flavors of the fairy world, I'm afraid it will be more delicious to eat, but even so, the taste is fair, right? Not to mention you, even the sister and brother of this palace, after eating, say yes and let the royal cook cook it for you. Lao Tzu is already a kind heart. It turned out that Xgyuogwen immediately praised what he ate. The royal meal has a fragrant smell and a strong taste, which can make people's tongue deep and stomach and buds moved. It is really wonderful, and the minister thanked His Highness for the reward. The imperial meal I ate in the past 2 days is indeed very delicious. Although it is not a court dish, The taste is indeed far above the level of a Beijing restaurant. I just don't know what to eat tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Don't eat any fried locusts. That stuff is really unacceptable. Since you are willing to eat, as long as you are obedient, Yoji will naturally not be stingy to pay for some money. The fairyland dishes are more convenient to cook. I know a thing or two, and I have already told the royal cook, as long as the aching don't make mistakes, naturally they can know everything. Taste it. The meaning of this transmission is very clear. In the future, if you agree with Lao Tzu's proposal, you can continue to eat fairy dishes. If there is nothing to do, then go home and eat what your wife made. In order to be able to taste the delicacies of the fairy world as much as possible, some people in the hall decided to secretly attach to the prince in the future. As long as they do not harm their own interests, then they will be perfunctory. It is better than being an official, right? By the way, starting from tomorrow, Baiguan will have 1 day off every 7 days from now on. After 5 consecutive days, all Aking will work in their respective offices on the 6th day, and then they can rest at home for 1 day. If there are no major issues, you do not need to go to the court. There is no need to deal with government affairs in the Yemen. Except for the army and factory guards, all institutions of the imperial court are like this. The daily imperial meeting is only held in the morning. In the afternoon, the Aking handles the government affairs at the Yemen. If there is no special report, you will be waiting. The DPRK will make a report the next morning. If you don't take a break, you will stand up all the time, and you have to get rid of these old bones. If some people's bodies really can't hold them, then this palace will have to be embarrassed to refresh another group of ministers. Oh, by the way, even if it's a half-day meeting, the court is in charge of the food. You don't have to worry about it. You have to eat by yourself. If you don't say this, it is estimated that some people will not say anything, and they will definitely be unhappy in their hearts. Listening to the prince sitting there and boom 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 all morning, and then you don't care about the meal, you won't be happy. When the officials heard this, they nodded their heads. Standing for 5 days and 1 day off, it seemed that the treatment was still very good. On the 6th day of office work in Yemen, that was just sitting and resting. Besides, if the meeting will be held for a long time, it means that you can go back to the Yemen and sit in the afternoon, which is much better than standing in the imperial city for a day. Chapter 71, Everyone has a share. When I returned to my turf, there were people who beat my legs and squeezed my shoulders. It was very comfortable. It seems that the prince is not blindly unreasonable, at least knows a little bit of everyone's thoughts. After retiring from the court today, the supervisor of Shanghai sent a person to measure the figure for you Aking. The new court dress is estimated to be ready within 10 days, and it will be allocated for the Aking to wear. If anyone consciously cannot accept this dress, he can apply for returning home immediately, so as not to be unable to go to court due to service reasons and delay political affairs. Yoji refers to the 7 gentlemen with long sleeves who screamed at himself and then refused to leave. It is you who cannot accept short-sleeved clothes, and it is you who are still licking their faces. People want faces. The tree needs bark. Your shameless energy is really a good example for scholars in the world. After hearing the prince describe all sorts of incredible things in the fairy world, Liu Zongxian and others were plunged into huge surprise and deep hesitation. If the prince can get the advice of Emperor Gao, the Taizu of the immortal realm, or he can really create a magic weapon to sweep and build slaves, thereby reversing the unfavorable situation of the Liadong battlefield. Although those magic weapons have never met, even listened to them, there are no records in the ancient divine book Shanhai Jing, but they came from the mouth of the prince to make everyone unclear. If the prince really returned from Xianyu and had mastered the peerless secrets taught by Emperor Taizagao, then the courtiers would be going against the heavens against the prince. This is the extreme taboo of the court officials who have read the books of sages and sages. Even if they are unreliable and hard to listen to, they will have strong fears and worries in their hearts. The anxious courtiers also thought of more long-term things, that is, because they have repeatedly opposed the prince during their lifetime. They will be severely tortured by the ghost officials sent by the Taizengao Emperor after death, and the whole family will not be allowed to live forever. If there are no more objections, this palace will all agree in front of all King, and the previous disagreements can be nothing. This bunch of old things are really good. If this palace doesn't give you a step down, you just stand rigidly here, really convinced. The Emperor of Cerebral Palsy versus the Minister of Gangtu. I don't know how Daddy Xiaogo survived all these years. The 7 gentlemen with long sleeves who did not strongly recommend success are finally relieved. If the prince refuses to make concessions, today there is only one way to go. The salary is not low. Even if Yi Luo has nothing to do after he returns to his roots, it is enough to feed his family, but in his bones he wants to do his best for Ming for a few years. After leaving so sullenly, everyone will not be reconciled in their hearts. Although they are old, they are still looking forward to the artifacts they have never seen in their lifetimes, and the food they have never eaten. His Royal Highness, Ming, forgiveness, etc. Xuguoguan was very displeased when he didn't get the 7 fates, but as the first assistant of Ming dynasty, he had to compliment the little prince on the surface. 7 fat deficiencies. How much is that? 10,000 tals of silver. It just slipped through the nails. Unfortunately. What a pity. Then I thought about it. If more than half of the cabinet and 6 officials above this hall were recommended by myself, the prince's shrewdness would definitely be extremely wary of myself, and it was unlikely that he would let himself develop his power. In view of the fact that the 4 ministers of the cabinet and the 3 servants of the 6 departments all played their own hands, Xuguoguan is also relatively satisfied with the current situation in the court, so it is still more stable at the moment, and it is better to proceed gradually. After losing 7 fatal deficiencies, Shufu could only comfort himself with speculation at this time, and he could more or less make up for it psychologically, and then consider the long-term plan. An old saying goes, first the world's worries and worries, and then the world's joys and joys. The locust plague is very serious at the moment. Since several King are so worried about my great Jiangshan Shiji, let us share these worries for this palace. King who has just opposed it. Every child over the age of 10 and under the age of 15 must eat 10 fried locusts, and adults over 15 and under 50 must eat 20 fried locusts. Under 10, 5. Those over 10 years old do not need to eat. Abstaining the King family, and then halving this number. Zhenghua, take this list and invite King's family to come, and the palace should treat it well. Since it is eaten by the whole family, this hospitality dish is called the family bucket. The prince hereby officially declares that the fried locust industry has joined the luxurious lunch of hurry to eat. Also on the market in the future are Xian's Hongzongzai, Ziking mooncake, Airgun Taniyun. Is it possible to just let go of you guys like this for a long time? Even if the Kings are lucky enough to continue to stand in the hall, this palace can turn the corner to clean up you. The 7 gentlemen with long sleeves who voted against it is not a loss, and I am here to use family bucket in exchange for his official position. What I really didn't expect was the group of people who abstained from voting, such as Hubu Shangxiu Li Dawin, Hubu Zuo Shilang Chen Xiangming, Xingbu Shangxiu Zhenxiu, Libu Yao Shilang Tenwaijia, Hingbu Yao Shilang Li Rixiu An, and Hingbu Zuo Shilang Wai Zhao Cheng, Zuo Dialang Yao Minggong. At this time, they really wanted to cry without tears, and they didn't even try to avoid them, and they were just assaulted. The whole family wants to eat. What can I do? Wai Zhao Cheng, the servant of the Ministry of War, was puzzled by this, and did not want to eat the disgusting bomb locusts, so he asked the prince, I don't know what your highness means. Why do you want to do this to those who abstain from power? Whether the family eats or not, how much to eat, is their business, mainly because he is looking at a bunch of bombed locusts, but he really can't eat it, and he doesn't even have the desire to eat one. Damn it. On this sunny day, there was a fat sheep who took the initiative to send it to the door. Yoji asked this guy with a smile, if King feels unacceptable. After being beaten by the prince, Wai Zhouqing immediately became hesitant, constantly thinking about countermeasures. If he did not answer tactfully, he would inevitably annoy the prince, and the consequences would be very bad. Even if only one sentence is wrong, he might be caught by the prince, and then gently greet his whole family. If they ate anything the other day, they would be cut off by the house. The minister just thinks that it is enough for adults to eat this food, and that children are not healthy, and locust eating may be uncomfortable. This was the only explanation that Wai Zhouqing could think of, but he was so guilty that he became quiet in the end, and even the end was swallowed directly. Is King affirming that what the palace said about the locusts is false, or is it deliberately teaching the palace how to order? With the imperial physician on the spot to supervise, will there be accidents? Does King want to follow the example of Lijizi? Lijizi is a good example for courtiers. You must hurry up and learn. Don't miss such a good opportunity. Don't you just don't want to eat it yourself? Do you still use the child to talk about things? Just this little trick. Do you think it can't be seen by the house? His Royal Highness, please rest assured, the minister dare not imitate Lijizi. Wai Zhouqing's heart suddenly tightened when he was said, and he immediately kowtowed his head to apologize, and even the sweat on his temples came down. As long as he said one more wrong sentence, he would become the second Lijizi. That's the crime of being cut off from the house, and there is no chance of wanting to eat locusts. I really don't have a brain for myself. How can I ask questions like that? This time made the prince suspicious. It was really unacceptable, and he didn't know how to get through this catastrophe. That's good. Who else thinks he can't eat locusts? He can say nothing. Yoji didn't plan to clean up the goods today, so he raised it for 2 days before talking about it, and instead asked other people. With Wai Zhouqing throwing stones at the front to ask for directions, who would dare to say that he feels disgusting when bombing locusts? If you can eat, the officials will be in peace with each other. Don't eat. Either Liu Zifeng or Lijizi will end up on the sidelines. Xuguoguan was scolding Wai Zhouqing secretly. He just stood in line and didn't follow him. He was a self-righteous stupid pig. The lure of the king of food, the worries of the king. Even if you have no good ideas, you should always be able to stand in such a simple team, right? You can stand in the wrong line, thinking that if you abstain, it will be fine. Do you really think of the prince as a 10-year-old boy who can only play in the mud? Seeing the silence in the temple, no one dared to challenge his bottom line. Yoji couldn't help feeling proud. The original intention of the establishment of Family Bucket was to let these courtiers know that the consequence of one person's opposition is that their whole family will be back. Opposing to reward one bucket at a time, the Family Bucket has some. But I have to see how many times you can oppose it in a day. The crown prince was so outrageously rewarding the ministers, Zhang Yuoyan hurriedly approached and whispered to remind His Royal Highness, there may not be enough locusts prepared by the imperial kitchen. Suddenly, the superintendent of Shangshan did not expect that the prince would treat the courtier's family in this way today. Even if our family eats 200, the 14 families need as many as 2,800. Catch if you don't have enough, or buy if you can't catch it. There is no limit to the size. It's $5 a catty, and you are afraid that no one will sell it. Buy 200 catties and keep them in case you need it. As long as we can clean up this bunch of disobedient old immortals, this palace has never been afraid to spend money. Even if a catty of locusts cost 5 pulls of silver, it can still be bought. When Yoji did not teach Zhang Yuoyan a good spirit, he deliberately said it loudly so that everyone could hear clearly. This is the nuclear weapon that shocks you. First buy 200 catties and raise them. When Kunshan heard such good news, his head was buzzing. 200 catties of locusts. How much does that have to be? How many days can I finish eating? For emergencies means that anyone who dares to oppose the prince in the future will eat this food. In the name of sharing the worries for the world, you have not been able to resist your orders. This is really bad for the courtiers. Eat. Many courtiers can't talk about it. Don't eat, then prepare your funeral in advance. Eat it every day. It is 10 times more uncomfortable than constipation. If you dream at night, you will dream of a group of locusts crawling all over your body. Yogi saw the group of big masters below with a sullen face, and had to endure it hard, not to have a seizure. Don't mention how refreshing it was. It is fake to eat locusts, it is true to clean up you. Lao Tzu, these big and plump nuclear locusts are used to calm your temper. Whoever refuses, talk less nonsense, and do this bowl of nuclear locusts first. You think you can be arrogant, and even do 3 bowls. If such courage is commendable, not only will this palace not clean up you, but will also reward you with a few taels of silver as a reward. Chapter 72, Taking the Handle. Look at the body bones of those old people who have a trace of stubbornness, and a trace of arrogant old things, and each other with themselves every day. Within a week, they will have to be bombed by nuclear locusts. With this thing, it is equivalent to grabbing a bunch of big and small kings. Even if you give out a phone number, Lao Tzu can directly throw Wangbo. If anyone really wants to have trouble with this palace, then wait to eat the locusts. There is no cow dung for the time being, but there are some locusts. Don't worry if it's fried, steamed, boiled, or locust sashimi, as long as you dare to open your mouth. This palace dare to let the eunuch fall in. Wise Zhao Qing, the servant of the Ministry of War, threw stones in front to ask for directions, and his colleagues who were still stubborn about the locusts were all at ease. When you get to this world, you have to pinch your nose to recognize it. After all, the whole family will not die after eating locusts. If they all go to jail, then they must be alive within a few days. Some people began to regret it, so why did she just abstain from voting, and just choose to support the prince and everything will be fine? If the two ends are not good, the whole family has to eat locusts and pay the prince to apologize. The reputation is still sharing the world's worries. This makes one feel more resentful than eating flies. Seeing a group of old masters who were learning rich and 5 cars suddenly overturned, Yogi was proud of it and issued a second order. By the way, Lin King has already eaten this locust, so let's avoid it. Then there is this nail, although controlled parents. But parents did not say that you must keep your nails. You, a king serving the court, naturally must abide by the rules of the court. Starting tomorrow, the length of the official nails extending from the fingertips shall not exceed half the length from the base to the fingertips. Before going to court, the in-house attendant checked one by one, and offenders were fined 1 month's salary. I just want to fix you bit by bit. Whoever doesn't accept it and feels that he has a good fortune, then try it. The officials of Ming dynasty worshipped the Zilaoliu smelly tofu. Compared with their counterparts in the Qing dynasty, the monthly salary was extremely low. The members of the first grade only received 87 shi each month, from the first grade 72 shi to the second grade 61 shi. When he arrives at the third rank waiter, the monthly salary is reduced to 35 shi, and the monthly salary is only 150 shi. Looks quite a lot, but any senior official doesn't support servants like master, jiading, and maid. Their monthly salary alone amounts to dozens of taels per month. If you don't become a poor official like Cheng Guoxiang, then you can only live by the contributions of the landlords or the tribute from your subordinates. Without a secondary industry, most of the borers are so hungry that their eyes glow green. Hearing such a decree, everyone was shocked and slandered, but they thought of Liu Zifeng, the former servant of the criminal ministry who had just been appointed by the prince. This person smashed the prince because of his nail trimming. This caused the black shag hat to be insecure. It is a lesson from the past. Be warned and must not follow in the footsteps. The official minister Shang Shu's Wang Qin neighbor could not control his angry mood, and decided to take over Liu Zifeng's unfinished business, and fought against the little prince. The ministers have never heard of this, let alone know the generality, violate etiquette and trample on Rinlun. This is a great censorship in the world. I have never promulgated it for more than 200 years. If your highness insists on going his own way, it will inevitably cause an uproar, and it will be condemned by the scholars under the world. It is better to take it back. Although the matter of cutting nails is small, you can see the undercurrent surging behind it. which is actually a direct game with the prince. At this time, Zhuang Qinaba believed that he must show his strong position in order to force the prince to compromise. Otherwise, similar things will emerge endlessly in the future, and the prince's order will make the veterans more passive. Liu Zongxian, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of Industry, and Zhuang Qin's neighbors had exactly the same views, and he immediately went out to help the battle. The minister seconded what Zhuang Shangxiu said. It has been thousands of years since the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, and there has never been such a humble government order in all dynasties. How can millions of scholars win the trust of the world? How can I rejuvenate me if I am so disheartened? Standing on the commanding heights of righteousness and criticizing the prince's botched decree is no better thing. If time is available, Liu Zongxian also plans to contact the supervising students of the Imperial College and the scholars in the capital to write a letter together, and let the prince take his life directly with the signatures of 10,000 people. As long as the people are united in one mind, forming a huge momentum and spreading to the imperial city, there is no fear that the little prince will not agree. In Yaji's view, these corrupt officials listed a bunch of reasons, condensed into one sentence: "The old man just doesn't cut it." Let not any of you the whole nail cut. Cut on the cut part. Retained part can still roam scratch. People can still smell shameless to show off yao, still cannot work openly. This is not enough. There can be such a fierce opposition. Just like stepping on a cat's tail, it is really awkward. After listening to the extremely harsh ridicule noise, Yoji felt that she was wearing thick clothes and was sleepy in the office in the afternoon. It was really unstoppable, and it was far less comfortable than the group of younger brothers and sisters at home who could sleep in the afternoon. Had it not been for the opposition of these people, I would have fallen asleep sitting in a chair at the moment, and had to yawn boredly, and drooped his eyes and said, "Is there any aching who opposes nail cutting?" The opposing aching must consider it. Clearly, stay not an official. Keep an official, not an official. If someone can't accept the new order, then let's go to office. This is how the braids cleaned up you back then. What is the result? If you want to challenge this palace, you have to wait until you have the strength to be symmetrical to it, or you can rush home and cut your nails obediently. Everyone is so old and still has so long nails, which are longer than the female anchor, but their appearance is in a mess. My palace looks at it with fear and nausea. These two goods don't have much possessions, and they can be allowed to pay official duties. If they are replaced by a fat sheep like Wai Zhaoqing, it will not be possible to enjoy the same treatment. Don't say that the mutton that is salivating, even the wool that is as thin as a hair, must be left to the palace, and none of it can float away. Seeing the amused appearance of a group of courtiers already petrified, Yoji couldn't help but think, the result of being tough on the palace is a super tough counterattack. If you want to touch an egg with a rock, you must first have a rock in your hand, and you must be 100% sure that the opposite is an egg, not a dinosaur egg. The palace engages officials other than Kisyuk, because the distance is too far, and may be beyond reach. But to clean up the troublemakers in this nth acre of land in the capital, it is a pinch. At least there are several ways to feed you. Not only can you feed you, but you can also feed your whole family. By the way, one is counted as one, and one cannot be less. I don't know when the emperor of the Ming Empire became a disadvantaged group, and almost became the mascot of the civil official group. The first assistant was the first assistant, followed by the 100 officials, and finally the emperor. But since yesterday, this situation seems to have been drastically reversed. With the prince's supervision of the country, the good days when the ministers hijacked and even threatened the emperor are gone forever. But some people are always thirsty. Lin Yuji, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of Rights, seemed to feel that the locusts were eating forever. He seemed to think that he had found the trick to veto the prince's decree. His Royal Highness, the court decree must be approved by the cabinet to take effect. If the cabinet opposes it, it will be rejected. Zaleoliu Stinky Tofu did something unprecedented after the opening of the dynasty, that is, abolished the post of prime minister and replaced it with a cabinet scholar. In this way, decentralization can be avoided, so that Zhongyi's centralization of power will be more thorough, and eventually become a single brick system. From a legal point of view, the cabinet scholar is only the emperor's private office secretary, not the official administrative department of the imperial court. But over time, after experiencing many generations of emperors in the Datong dynasty, the cabinet gradually evolved into a group with the real power of the prime minister. This group has two distinct characteristics. First, the cabinet is elected by the civil service group, not appointed by the emperor. A cabinet that has not been elected has no actual legitimacy. The sixth department and the metropolitan procuratorate will hold it back, making it difficult to implement the decree. Second, the cabinet represents the interests of a large civil servant group, not the will of the emperor. In the Middle and Late Ming dynasty, after the civil official group took over the imperial power, the emperor was no more than a puppet of the civil official group, and the cabinet became a political machine for the civil official group to realize its vested interests. Therefore, after the Zhao Smelly Tofu abolished the prime minister, the emperor of the Ming dynasty had to face the situation of being outnumbered at the court meeting. Without the superpersonal abilities of Taizu and Chengzu, he would definitely not be able to ambush on all sides. The enemy contends. If the emperor in a disadvantaged position has no talents, but he has the intention to contend with the civil official group, it is not completely impossible. Then he must support a shield that can serve as a physical shield for himself, such as Yan Song or Zhang Zhuzing. These two people are called Shufu, and they are actually prime ministers. Although they have different abilities and different behaviors, they are both behind the emperor. When the civil official group finally liquidates them, they will be responsible for all bad things, whether they are dead or alive. Carry. For the emperor of the Dazhong dynasty after Shenzong, Yan Song and Zhang Zhuzing set two very bad examples. After Zhang Zhuzing, the first assistants all knew that they would rather offend the emperor than the civil official group, otherwise their fate would be ruin. The copyist asked to cut it. After 9,000 years of age, the successive chief assistants of the Xiaogo dynasty, such as Wen Tairan, Zhang Zifa, Liu Yuliang, Zhu Yanru, Chen Yan, etc., understood this easy-to-understand truth. When the chief assistant is to play with the emperor, you must ensure that you are there. Cabinet, the heart is on the opposite side. With such an excellent upper-level framework, civil officials can have no scruples, even in a trivial matter, dare to confront the emperor. If the emperor dared to go against the wishes of the civil official group, he would not be far away from being scolded as an exposed monarch. Lin Yuji's daring to throw some ideas and encourage him to move the cabinet out to endorse himself is to completely determine the position of the chief assistant Xguogwen. In the past few times, Xguogwen was on the side of the prince, which was equivalent to fighting against Baiguan. Chapter 73. Confession. Since Lin Aking has spoken, what do you cabinet members mean? Yoji guessed Lin Yuji's plan, but didn't worry at all. If Lord Shufu dared to disobey his will, he could close the net in advance, and wait until the big fish were caught, and then reorganize the ruling and the opposition according to his own will. In addition, if you want to impress Xguogwen, you must either directly use the vacancy to win him over, or you can directly give him money. With such dry words, let the first assistant vote for him. That would be too much of an overestimation of your own value. Up. Among the few first supplements at the end of the Datong dynasty, the one with the least ink in the stomach is this one. What is the pronoun of Xguogwen? 4 words are enough. See the money. Hearing Lin Yuji's recommendation for himself, Xguogwen suddenly smelled a threat, and did not act. Instead, he replied steadfastly, "The minister thinks that this matter is harmless." Shufu heard Zhang Sai's previous answer, so he learned and used it now. Although there is no big reason at all, he can fool it anyway. The civil official group is terrible, but the prince now is even more terrifying. If you offend the civil servants group, you may be able to live until the end of the year. If you offend the prince, you won't even survive tomorrow. Why is the prince's handling of officials divided into 2 categories, one for ransacking their homes and the other for official duties? Because the prince is very clear about the property of every senior officer, So one is accurate. What kind of officials does Xyuogwen belong to? He must know it best. What is the most afraid of being an official? That is being caught by someone. What surprised Lin Yuji happened after Xyuogwen? The answers of Jiang Saizi, Chen Yan, Wai Zhaoqing, and Yao Minggong were exactly the same. The minister seconded what the first secretary said. These four people didn't even bother to say innocent and elegant, and they followed up Xyuogwan's views and positions straightforwardly. If it weren't for the difference in timbre, they almost made their colleagues think that they had heard the echo. Oppose being ransacked and abstain from eating locusts. The 5 members of the cabinet obviously have a psychological obstacle to the prince's punishment method. Once something happens, it will appear instinctively conditioned like a dog. Yesterday Chen Biqian, today Lijzi. If you don't stand on the cliff, there is an abyss in front of you. The others don't care. Anyway, the cabinet group of 5 cannot accept the tragic end of the loss of Silver and Head at the same time. Lin Yuji's ardent expectation lasted for less than a minute, and then disappeared in an instant. This result made Yoji very proud, and then asked his opponent leisurely, "The cabinet has agreed, Lin Aking has other ways?" If you think about it, go to death if you don't. This palace doesn't need to keep the old and broken things. You have to feed you thousands of tals of rice a year. It's really a waste of food. Raising your waste is used to Chiklosi. Today, no matter who jumps out to object, even if it is Taizu appearance, this palace wants you to cut your nails. If you don't cut your nails, you will get out of it. All go. You have to keep your nails when you die. After waiting for the officialdom, you will change into women's clothes, apply some rouge and glitch, and go to be a female anchor in a certain building. Maybe you earn more than when you were an official. The little prince clearly provokes himself, and Lin Yuji was gasping for anger. He did not expect that the cabinet headed by Xyuogwen would bow to the prince, completely disregarding courtesy, justice and shame. Hateful. It's really hateful. If you can't turn the tide at this moment, from now on, won't the prince have to press harder? At the time when Lin Yuzi was in poor skills, the right capital of the prefectural court of Shang and Zuzhuo went to war, His Royal Highness, Xyuogwen himself is in trouble, and his words are even more difficult to convince the public. Wu Chenxi, the staff member of the bureau, impeached him for power for personal gain, and His Highness will investigate. As early as 10 years in Chongzhen, Xyuogwen was impeached and dismissed by Wu Chenxi because of bribery. Later, he was able to be re-employed by the imperial court, and it was necessary to do things up and down, and then it was confirmed from the side that this product was indeed a wealth of wealth and a good way to earn money. Wu Chenxi was the backbone of Fush, and Fush and Donglin were 2 small sects under one big faction. They both spoke for the interest groups in Jiangsu and Zhejiang under the banner of loyalty to the emperor and serving the country, and they were not afraid to rush into the soil ahead of time. The bureaucrats are 5-grade officials, not too high. There are a lot of them in the capital. But as long as you have money in your hands, work hard, and seize the opportunity, you can be promoted to the rank of servant, and then into the ranks of true seniors. Oh, since Shang Aking said this, then spread this. Wu Chenxi, Shang and Zuzhuo and Wu Chang were both from Zhejiang. Even if political opinions are different, for the sake of fellow villagers, if the goals in front of them overlap, they may also communicate with each other. It is not impossible to kill with a knife. If it weren't for Wu Chenxi to take the initiative to find Shang Zuzhuo, intending to take advantage of the crown prince to supervise the country and stumble him over Xyuogwen in one fell swoop, there would be someone in Donglin working hard behind him, trying to get Chen Biqian out. Xyuogwen's acceptance of bribes is a cliché. Yoji has no worries about it. If Wu Chang had the iron evidence back then, Xyuogwen would not be as simple as being dismissed from office by just being dumped. When the minister was Wu Chang, I called upon His Royal Highness the Queen and His Royal Highness, and wish His Royal Highness 1,000 years, 1,000 years, and 1,000 years old, and wish His Royal Highness 1,000 years, 1,000 years, and 1,000 years old. With the help of Shang and Zuzuo, Wu Chenxi was 80% sure that Xuguoguan could be put to death this time, and the prince would promote himself by the way. Wu Eiking exempted her from ceremony and flattened her body. I heard from Shang Eiking that Wu Eiking intends to impeach Xuguoguan. Is there any evidence? Your plan is pretty good, but it's not certain who will play it. At this time, if you want to fish in troubled waters, then you are very wrong. Wu Chenxi hurriedly got up and replied respectfully, His Royal Highness only needs to ask Xuguoguan what he ate during the 3-day dinner before the Shang dynasty, and the result is naturally clear. To take real evidence, Wu Chenxi is not easy to collect, and Xuguoguan will not leave any evidence when he is greedy for ink, unless the housekeeper in Xfu turns over or the bribery surrenders, but with Chen Biqian as a drug primer, this is not difficult to think about. This guy even dared to run up to the hall to show off his cleverness. Yoji couldn't help but chuckled and asked, if Wu Eiking is like this, what is the use of the criminal department, the Metropolitan Procuratorate, and Jin Yiwai in the future? Ask the other party what they eat at night. Isn't it enough? Since Wu Eiking is so loyal, the palace must ask Wu Eiking what he had eaten during the 3-day dinner before the Shang dynasty. Come on, this palace is here to listen. Xuguoguan is the first assistant of the imperial court. Even if he wants to clean up, he still hasn't gotten your turn. If he still wants to take the opportunity to be in position, you must also have a tender face and body, otherwise who specializes? What about you? Promote the ugly? Sorry, there is already one in this palace, and it is disgustingly horrible beside me. I am planning to deal with it at some time. If you think you can give him a funeral at any time. Don't say you have no evidence. Even if you have evidence, this palace can ignore it. In this dynasty, the only one who can make a fair ruling is this palace. Ha 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 ha. Wu Chenxi was choked to speak in an instant. According to the prince's statement, didn't he want to ask Xuguoguan? Why would you ask yourself instead? How should this be done? When Shang and Zuzuo saw Wu Chang, he was questioned by the prince. He felt unhappy and had to go to battle in person. His Royal Highness is clean and clean. The world has witnessed confessions, and everyone applauds His Highness. Today, someone impeaches officials in the DPRK. If you don't check, there will be rumors and rumors, which will damage the prestige of His Highness, and will involve His Highness Zongxing Daming's goal. Since Wu Chenxi's tactics didn't work, Shang Zuzuo planned to agitate the little prince by side-struck. Xuguoguan dared to stand in the wrong team, so he had to pay a heavy price for it. This person is really sinister, and Yoji said tit for tat to him. According to Eiking's words, if someone is impeached, he must go and search. If someone impeaches the same person again a few days later, do you have to send someone to search again? Jin Yiwai, aren't you being manipulated by people with ulterior motives? By the way, Wu Eiking, haven't you said what you ate in the last 3 nights? Hurry up, I'm still waiting to hear it. In this country, Lao Tzu has the final say. Who dares to use Lao Tzu's method to command Lao Tzu? That is arrogance. Don't kidnap Lao Tzu with fame, that's useless. I don't care about fame, and this thing can't be cashed out. When the prince asked questions, he kept silent because he had a ghost in his heart. Wu Chenxi could only reluctantly answer, it's too long, the minister can't remember it anymore, and I hope His Highness Heian. When Shang Zuzuo heard this answer from his fellow townsman, he suddenly felt cold, guessing that the prince was deliberately covering Xuguoguan, let alone punishing him, and he also understood that his efforts would be in vain. Yoji despises this guy very much, even the excuse is so clumsy, the acting skills are really too bad. This is weird, you can't even remember things, you have to let Xuguoguan think about it. This palace doesn't know you. What do you think in your mind? How do you become this doctor? Zhenghua sent someone to Wu Eiking's house to ask, help Wu Eiking think about the recipes that she ate these nights. By the way, help Wu Eiking order some household goods. It's really an upright official, and this palace can let the past go. If not, let's accompany Chen Biqian and Li Jie and others. This palace also sees the wealth of officials of the 5th grade of the imperial court, whether they can claim to be incorruptible. The admiral of the East Factory, Fang Zhenghua, understood the prince's meaning in seconds, and a little bit of property meant to copy the house. According to the prince's style of acting in the past 2 days, if Wu Chengxi was really an upright official, he would be honored at the court meeting. 9 out of 10 people can bring back boxes of silver, as well as countless antiques, calligraphy and painting, jewelry. With yesterday's experience and lessons, the Dongcheng and Jianhui vassals who went to search their homes today brought professional tools such as fire blunderbuss, bows and arrows, spades, pickaxes, and sledgehammers. If the opponent is stubborn, you can also call for artillery support at any time. In short, the house can be demolished, the cellar can be dug, all the stolen goods have to be found, and the living cannot be let go. Hearing the order to be ransacked, Wu Chengxi was shocked for a few seconds, then knelt on his head and begged for mercy with a crying voice. His Royal Highness, I can't do anything, the minister is out of sincerity. Chapter 74, The King and the Minister Turns Over. The acting skills of this product have not improved significantly. Yoji couldn't help but sigh. What a piece of sincerity. Chen Biqian said the same thing yesterday. A piece of sincerity was exchanged for a box of silver. I don't know that Aking faces her own. Yinzi, how do you explain your own one piece of sincerity? This is to make money under the banner of one piece of sincerity. You can come to deceive this palace by claiming that you are a piece of sincerity. A piece of sincerity. In fact, I desperately to earn money, Ming. I have a reason to survive. Come here, take this person outside the temple. Once the stolen goods are found, immediately go to prison. Loyal to the liver and righteous courage Yang Shiken, Iron Bone Zheng Zheng Wu Yi, does not serve the second master Xi Yijin. Now there is another piece of sincerity Wu Chengxi. Following this development, there are still a bunch of people lined up behind Wu Chengxi. For example, the 5 cabinets. Sooner or later, Shang Zuzuo was still a little unconvinced, and said to him, His Royal Highness, is this a bit abrupt? If it is spread out, it is inevitable that some people will think that Wu Chengxi is convicted of words. That was the end of Wu Chengxi. Although he was a fellow villager, it was nothing. However, I don't know people well. It will make people laugh and generous. If they can avoid checking, maybe they can save some face. Another short-term memory. Yoji immediately helped him recall. Does Shang Aking remember how Lin Aking commented on Li Jie's investigation of this palace? Lin Aking also said that this act was abrupt at the time. What was the result? Shang Aking was the Metropolitan Procuratorate can distinguish loyalty and evil. Everyone is full of benevolence and morality. If you don't check it, you will say that they are honest officials. Every check is a wealth of wealth. Poor court and rich officials are really a century of shame in my court. I can clean up Wu Chengxi without playing cards according to the routine. This time I will let you know that in this hall, not everyone is qualified to ask others what they ate a few days ago. Even if you have this desire, you have to remember what you ate the other day, or just wait to be cleaned up. Yoji looked at the clock next to him, and then suddenly said, Shenkai has dealt with a lot of things and missed the break time, so let's adjourn the meeting now, and wait for the results of the search at the Wu Chengxi mansion, and then resume the meeting. Too long, you aching can move your muscles and bones. When conducting a raid, Wu Chengxi's family members should be unprepared, unless they transfer the money they have collected last night, or someone in the Wu mansion informs the people in advance. Otherwise the chances of Eastern failure as subordinates going empty should be minimal. This 5-grade herbalist does not have the ability to master the sky. Seeing that the prince actually protected Xuguoguan in this way, Shang and Zuzuo was extremely annoyed and reluctantly said, when His Royal Highness investigated Wu Chang for words, but deliberately avoided Xuguoguan, it was an act of unfairness and harm to the emperor. Holy virtue is not the work of a benevolent gentleman. Even the chief minister of the cabinet, as long as he deviates from the general direction of the 100 officials, he must be severely punished. Shang Zu's Yuo refused to agree to the prince's adjournment. He had to ask the prince for an explanation. It would be better to force the prince to make a compromise. Seeing the opportunity, Lin Yuji, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of Rights, who had been eager to try, immediately made a comeback. The minister agrees to what you do. Yaxi said, if only one person is investigated this time, Wu Chengxi, even if nothing is obtained, how can your highness convince the crowd? If both of them check, Fang Xian the true qualities of fairness and integrity. Afterwards, 6 people, including Shang Shazwang Qin neighbor from the Ministry of Industry, Liu Zongxian from the Ministry of Industry, Liu Zeshan, the right servant of the Xingbu, Li Rixuan, the right servant of the Ministry of War, Fu Shuxun, and Li Yazi, the secretary of the Hubuyu, came out one after another, agreeing with what the two said, and blatantly ignored the adjournment of the prince. According to the instructions, they stand in the hall, and everyone can't rest. In fact, they are forcing the palace. Yoji has long heard of such things. During the Jiajing period, Gui and Jiang Kong were extremely abhorred by the civil official group headed by Yang Shen for catering to the emperor's wishes. They planned to send them to Beijing when they were ordered to enter the upper dynasty. After the beating to death, the news leaked and Gui escaped. If nothing was done, the civil official group launched the staff to give more than 70 people such as Li Xing. The emperor of Jiajing said, the calyx and so on are all prejudices in music studies, disordered ordinances, and they must be condemned in the holy world. How can they be united in one word? Move to the United States. The translation means don't talk about promoting this kind of person. If you are a Ming Jun who cherishes your reputation, you must slaughter these 2 flattering villains, otherwise you will be a complete faint king and will not meet our requirements. We will scold you every day. The Emperor Jiajing did not agree to the unreasonable request of the civil official group. Yang Shen and his group organized a group to protest in the imperial city every day. After being arrested by a few people by Jin Yiwei, they even more unscrupulously staged a cried and denounced the emperor's stupid drama. Jin Yiwei is also a person below rank 5. For the unreasonable harassment of the civil official group, the Emperor Jiajing generally can only let it go if it is not forced to do nothing. And it is not only him, but also Zheng, Wanli, and Daddy Xiaogo. On the surface, the civil official group in the Ming dynasty was an official appointed by the court. A glimpse of what it did was almost the same as that of the market gangsters. It was even more humiliating as a scholar bureaucrat, and served as an official for their own interests. Even more, they became an interest group. Running dog. To deal with this kind of government mobster, Yoji will not be like his great-great-great-grandfather, and will not use the court staff. When I mentioned the officialdom just now, all of them were dumb, and now all of them are jumping with air. When I came out and shouted 3 and 4, the dare to be just a few Akings are deliberately hibernating. Since I didn't hear clearly, I repeat it again. I have nothing but people who want to be an official. I'm desperately climbing up, said to work for the country, but in reality, he is greedy for power. Whenever he encounters difficulties, he won't be bullshit. If I don't think I can listen to the orders of this palace, I can be an official. No one is stopping you. 8 of you, all of you, adjourn. The civil servants ordered by the emperor in the Ming dynasty, regardless of whether they were dead or alive afterwards, were all packaged as upright and stalwart, daring to be loyal ministers, and they would be praised and praised heroically in the civil official group. The emperor was severely criticized for his court minister, which seriously affected his reputation and prestige. There is a saying, although the court rod is cool, but the upright person is rod, the world regards it as the most glorious, and is admired for life. Therefore, in the face of such a shameless minister, the court rod not only could not be the emperor's means to suppress the courtiers, but became a hot potato in his hand. As long as it was taken out, it would definitely damage his reputation. The Wanli emperor struggled for a long time on the issue of establishing a prince, repelling 4 heads and assistants and hundreds of officials. But in the end he was unable to be an outnumbered enemy. The enemy who was just behind him had to succumb to the will of the civil official group and reluctantly cut love. The plan to make Zhu Qing's son the prince was abandoned, and Guangzong, the short-lived dad who dumped the potfather, was established as the prince, known in history as the national dispute. Chikai ate 20 locusts, but still couldn't move the little prince, and now he was endangered. Lin Yuji couldn't help being exposed to anger, and said loudly, "The minister thinks that if it is a generation of sages, it will be important to Jiangshan Shiji. Based on hundreds of officials and wanmen, based on justice and integrity, based on moral integrity, is the kingly way. But now and past His Royal Highness is arbitrarily acting, not enterprising, reversing right and wrong, and rebellious, repeatedly shielding villains and condoning traitors, insulting the virtuous and detrimental to the nation's physique. How can it be possible to rejuvenate Ming? This magnificent vision is really rhetorical and exaggerated. There was a tendency for the prince to supervise the country for 2 days. Maybe he had reached some kind of agreement with the first assistant in private. This is definitely not a good thing for Baiguan. If we can't dismantle this pair of monarchs and ministers, especially the plan to punish Xuguoguan, if it can't be realized, then the government will probably control it in the future. The officials who were to be appointed were all occupying important positions. Lin Yuji could act arbitrarily and dismiss 8 high-ranking imperial officials at a time if he did not believe in the prince. If this is the case, besides the prince who has been criticized by the government and the public, it will inevitably trigger a series of fierce turmoil, which may even spread to the officialdom of Nanjing. The officials of Shangshu Wang's neighbors held back for a long time, and they also wanted to take advantage of the trend to vent their anger to relieve the depression in their hearts, change the court, and cut your nails. It is not only against the people, but also insults the world's scholars. I disregard the grace of my Ming dynasty. Customs are all bad practices that have not been experienced in thousands of years. Nets are widely spread to catch insects, but they don't know that this thing is like a child's play, and it is a joke when it is spread to Minjian. The face of the sage and the court will be destroyed by the hands of this thing. Order to stop, and the consequences will be immeasurable. What your highness has done is ashamed of the ancestors and ancestors. You must reign in the cliff, repent and introspect. If not, it will be a shame to the royal family in 100 years. This one who sang a harmony, clap and clap, stunned himself, so happy, so chic. If Daddy Xiaogo sat here, he would have been irritated by a group of ministers, and then he would only rehabilitate. The skin becomes firmer. Yoji immediately retorted and said, "Zhuang King, this palace is just about to say that Chen Biqian is your subordinate, but such a corrupt and lawless person is under your nose, you but him blind to such a big mouse. Is it possible to be dim at an old age? Can't see the documents, and can't see the colleagues. And Lin King, what kind of thing is legacy, and bother Lin King begging for it? The people are in dire straits. And the people outside the customs are in a state of urgency, and they don't see you and other good strategies. On the contrary, they slander the skill of this palace. They are familiar with the use of this skill. If they have not used the net bag, they say that the net bag is useless. Such a funny face is the so-called virtuous minister. Use Zhuang King in the words, it is a joke when it reaches Minjian. At a young age, but without self-knowledge, he is a scholar, and even a minister, like a corpse, he will be spit on it. He did not agree to cut his nails before, and then asked the cabinet to vote, but did not recognize the result of the vote. He began to attack Xuguoguan, the first assistant. He also moved out a Wu Chang who wanted to kill with a knife but cut his own hand. After repeated failures, he gave up other routines and adopted it directly. The simple and rude way is to form a group to besiege Lao Tzu in a vain attempt to come back in one fell swoop. Is it really special for you to play DD66? Chapter 75. The Secretary of the Cannonball. To make money for the court is all misfired, and you will use the guise of a loyal minister to fiercely attack the prince and break Ming first and then finish it. That is your ultimate goal. Adjournment. This palace is too lazy to talk nonsense with you group of corpse position vegetarians. who is right and who is wrong today, future generations will comment on it. When this palace controls public opinion, you can write whatever you want, and there will be a few more bound editions, and you will be mad at you old folks. Seeing that the prince was indifferent, Lin Yuji had no other choice but to offer one last move, trying to force the prince to make concessions. If your royal highness can't take his life back, the minister will smash to death on this porch to look and listen. The prince is only Huang Ku age, but a veteran can control him. He argued many times and failed repeatedly. It is really discredited to spread it out. No matter what methods are used, he must change his mind. Yoji, who had already gotten up, heard such a decisive plan to touch porcelain and could only turn his head, glanced indifferently, and then told Yang Jinkao, "Go to the court, let people note that this person deliberately damaged the palace objects. If it has become a fact, remember to send someone to ask for compensation from his family." Stop. Impossible. You love to hit or not? What upright loyal minister? It's just rascal old self a gangster. If you feel a little lonely in the collision, you can push the other 7 people into the collision together and see if you can cross it. Want to use this trick to persecute this palace? You are really whimsical. This palace is not Zheng, Jiajing, Wanli, or Daddy. There is no Iron Heart, let alone the Emperor. You can't even sit on the position of the prince, and you have to be stunned by these dogs. If you don't hit your head to death today, Lao Tzu despises you. Later, you will be appointed a superb speaking minister. Yuji's logic is very simple. Clean out the disobedient people, and the rest will naturally be the obedient people. Don't say things like how Tang Tang, a man of integrity. That is for the kind-hearted emperor. If you really plan to clean them up and adopt an organized and planned implementation strategy, then ask the Mongols. If they hadn't left some hands to pay for their grains and taxes, there would be no hands in China forever. The Huangxian people who once dominated the Hetao area were completely exterminated by the Mongol army's scimitar. So as long as the knife is fast, you are not afraid of more heads. Tens of millions of people, killing them is just like playing. Yoji, who aspires to become the emperor of the ages, of course, can't do that, especially against some upright officials. Sometimes without a knife, the effect may be better. The blatant remarks of the prince directly angered Shang and Zuzuo. No matter what the prince ordered, he must lash out at this unreasonable person. The ministers are all ordered to serve in the court, loyal to the liver and righteousness. The sun and the moon can prove. His Royal Highness' steep increase in business taxes is unkind. It is unrighteous to reuse factories and guards. It is impolite to change court and order without authorization. It is unwise to conquer the land property. It is unbelief to make a net bag widely. It is against the 5 principles. Those who are benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith are all condemned by the people of the world. His Royal Highness does not listen to the recommendation of his ministers, and insists on going his own way, arbitrarily ruling the government. How can it be the benevolent emperor? What is the difference between Song Huizong and Song Huizong? Yoji made a simple translation of the words released by this product. In short, you little bastard dare not listen to us, you are the faint king. We are going to scold you. We were correct in the past, we are correct now, we will be correct in the future, and we will always be correct. If you don't do what we say, you are wrong, and you will be attacked by groups. Liu Zongxian seemed to feel that the attacking firepower was not enough, and immediately after Shang and Zuzuo he made up his knife. The danger of gangsters has been eliminated, and the country has subsided. The court should restore order and cultivate Minxing. However, His Royal Highness does not correct the morals and lacks virtue. Playthings lose one's will, indiscriminate grace, all kinds of government orders, incomprehensible, just like Xiaji and Shang Xuan. They will make thousands of people miserable. If your highness does not learn from the pain, if he is lost, he will know how to return, and it will be difficult to avoid the anger of the sky and the grievances, and suffer innocent disasters. If the first 3 emperors can't make your kid repent, then you can only get closer to the cruel Xiaji and Shangzu. At the end of the day, if you can't do it, you will curse, and there will always be a trick to do it. If a child with a yellow mouth can't follow kindness, be educated within humility, insist on being an enemy of the ministers, and fight against the courts. If things go on like this, he will be condemned. Lin Yuji, who was smashing the jar, remembered a strong medicine, and saw the prince drifting away, suddenly shouted, "Your Royal Highness feels that his conscious ability is low and is not enough to govern the country, so he should cede the responsibility of supervising the country to the other heirs of his majesty. If it were replaced by the younger third, fourth, or even fifth emperor, the officials would be able to set a target, far from being so laborious and thankless as they are now, and would be calculated by the prince." As soon as this statement came out, all the civil and military men of the Manchu dynasty were shocked. It was unheard of to allow the prince to resign the position of supervising the country, and it was not in line with the Ming dynasty's tradition of establishing the long and not the young. During the Wanli period, the state-based dispute was that the officials did not hesitate to die for a long time in order to dispel Shenzong's appointment of Zhu Qing's son as the prince. Zhu Chengluo, who was established as the prince, only lived less than a month, and then his son became the throne and began the apocalypse reign. Lin Yuji dared to say such rebellious remarks as abandoning the long and standing up the young. It was really shameful that he could not be guilty of 100 deaths. After listening to Yoji, he really stopped, turned around and asked, "Is this a prince?" As the prince in this palace, Jiang'o is ordered by the father and the emperor, so he will not listen to the little words of idlers and others, left and right, and then move the country of Yao Zhenxiu. What should be the crime of deceiving the monarch? Just now I said that I ran into a pillar, and I regretted it again. Now I want to do things again. This ability to jump up and down is really the leader. Even the first assistant can't compare to you. It's really good at stealing the show. While mourning Lin Zhenxiu, the Shangxiu of the criminal ministry, truthfully reported to the prince, the principal culprit abandons the city, cut his head or punishes his sentence. Ling Kai and his family members are slaves to the army, and they are not allowed to return. If the emperor is strong and the power is in control, it is also possible to punish the 3 clans of rebellious officials. It seems that this is not necessary at present. Whether the crime of abolishing the long term and establishing the young is serious or not, it depends on how the prince punishes the predecessor of the Ministry of Etiquette. Yoji smiled triumphantly at the corner of his mouth, and according to his own wishes, he changed the verdict slightly. Lin Aking's remarks are suspected of causing trouble to the court, but the palace has always been kind and generous, and cannot bear to punish the rebellious ministers severely. The staff is on you, and you will not be sent Jinyi to jail. Zhenxiu, the principal criminal and male family members were sent to mine in Yixian County, Shandong Province, and the female family members aged 5 to 40 years old were sent to the Jiufang Division. If you remember his past achievements, you will appreciate the Lin Mansion. The male family members will eat 50 bombed locusts per person every day. When you dig the mines, you will have strength. If you are against this palace will send your daughter, your niece, and your granddaughter to a good place to train, and then make money for this palace, and you will have to sleep with a woman in Shangsha's family. Tentals of silver, right? Wahahaha. When Lin Yuji heard this result, he was so angry that he didn't come up at all, and fell directly to the ground, fainting. Shang Aking was suspected of slandering the palace, and Liu Aking deliberately cursed the palace. His intentions were damaging, and his heart was punishable. The palace regards these 2 people's crimes as the same as Lin Yuji. Can Zuo Duyashi have objections? In the compassionate heart of a colleague, Zong Qiang, the imperial secretary of the imperial court, was embarrassed to agree with the prince's point of view. His Royal Highness, these 2 people may be confused for a while, and even speak without saying anything. I hope that your anger will be calmed down. Zong Qiang also slandered Shang Zuo and Liu Zongxian in his heart, and he was really ranting about them regardless of occasion. This incident was only caused by the court clothes and nails, and now it has reached this point, and it is already irreparable. It is reasonable for the prince to take into account the feelings of the officials in the hot weather. Trimming your nails is optional, and it won't stop there if you discuss it with pleasure and patiently. The first assistant and the cabinet have evaded their edge and died down. Why do you want to pursue it blindly? Yogi grinned and asked sternly, quite your anger? The ministers have finished talking about what shouldn't be said, and are planning to calm this palace. My palace asks you, do you have any objections? Exclamation mark. When these two people criticized the prince, their voices were so loud that it was difficult for the officials to hear clearly. At present, the prince and the first assistant have become one body, and King and some people in the six parts openly confront the prince. The rest of the civil servants intended to protect themselves wisely, and did not want to be born in it. But the generals and nobles would naturally turn to the prince. Zhongqian knew that it would be difficult to shirk the matter, and he could not continue to delay. In desperation, he had to say, Chen. No objection. What puzzled Yuoduyashi was that this was a good thing for the officials, but because some people had different political opinions and made big fuss, it gradually evolved into a fuss where the prince and the courtiers criticized each other, which was almost the same as in the past. Controversy over national origin. Shang and Zuzuo heard about his fate and couldn't help but laughed up his head, raised the treacherous ministers, punished the upright people, reverse black and white, and forget the ancestors. I will stop. I will fall in the near future. Ha 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 ha. Xuguoguan stared at the opponent with sullen expression. The treacherous minister in Shang and Zuzuo's mouth clearly meant himself. If he hadn't taken into account that his sparse words would make the already clear situation chaotic, he would have been involved in the war of words. Yoji looked at this arrogant man, and sneered with his back in his hand. I don't want to wait for the finals. Since the imprisonment of the country, this palace has paid attention to Minshing and safeguarded the community. I will see the day of ZTE. By the way, Shang Aking is a native of Zhejiang, and naturally does not support the increase in commercial tax. The nickname is the Prince is not benevolent. As long as you can continue to lower the commercial tax, even if Shang Aking's arms and breeze let those merchants give you, the son of the family is looking for a lucrative errand, earning thousands of tals of silver a year. And it is not difficult to think about it. Shang Aking can still claim to be an upright official. The tactics of building plank roads and crossing Chenkang secretly are really clever, and I admire them. This is the way to be an official. This kind of thing has existed in all dynasties, and it is not the only one in the Datong dynasty. Shang and Zuzuo never did it, but it did not do it on behalf of others. Shang and Zuzuo was so angry that he did not care about the courtesy of the officials. It's really nonsense, since this official has been in office. Chapter 76, Self-Inflicted. Regarding false slander with ulterior motives, the former rightist Yashi naturally wants to seek justice for himself, and make it clear before he retreats. Yoji waved his hand impatiently, and directly interjected, okay, I have heard too much, and enough. Without exception, it is some high-sounding nonsense. If Shang Aking still has the strength, then keep it and go mining in Shandong. If the poor people who dig together learn that Shang Aking is the official who safeguards the interests of merchants and levies taxes on the people, they will definitely warm welcome to Aking. Think of their own being raped. The tragic end of the displacement. Even if you don't put salt, will peel and gramp your whole family, tear the flesh and drink the blood, and eat so much that you don't have any bones. Today, Dekang is under harvest. The people are poor, the economy is in dire straits, and nothing is left. There is no money for arms. Only the merchants benefit. The business is huge at every turn, and the tax is 102 perfunctory. Knowing the difference is so great, Aking is trying to justify it. It is really impolite and shameless. What is it? Udao is self-inflicted and cannot live. This is the retribution of being a merchant's dog. The merchant's dog is the root of the disaster and the people. The funny thing is that you don't know it, and self-proclaimed as the loyal and good of the country, this palace, if you don't wait for you, it's hurting. And the surname is Yu Shang, protects the Shang, died in Shang, and it is you. Give you 2 words to serve it. Think that an upright official is a good official. That understanding of good officials is too narrow. Some upright officials knew that this was wrong, so they just went their own way and comforted themselves with the beautiful talk of toss-leaved breeze. A county grandfather, under his rule, the people live and work in peace and contentment. But it is not important to make a profit by themselves. If the whole county is impoverished and even left home, even if it is an upright official, it is not a pity to die. So the criterion for judging a good official is not whether you are greedy or not, but whether the people can eat and wear warmth. This is a reason to be a teacher. Even if a teacher drives a luxury car, as long as the students have good grades, it is convincing. If an upright official will rule it out, it will be a scourge that harms one party and must be eradicated. Being a good official is the ultimate manifestation of an official's personal ability. If it is honest and clean, it can only prove self-discipline. The palace did not treat the people cruelly and inhumanly, but instead reduced the 3 payments, which is far inferior to the famous Xiji Shangchong. The hungry people were never allowed to eat minced meat, and the policy of working instead of relief was inferior to the wise and courageous Jinhu Emperor. The act of not laboring the people and hurting the wealth also reduced the cost of the back residence, and it cannot be compared with Emperor Sui Yang, who pursues luxury. Every day he has to go to the court to govern. The minister has no idea. The palace has to find a way for them to live a natural life, not as free and easy as Song Huizong. The 2 kings compared the palace with many previous emperors. They really praised this palace. It is a blessing for Sanxing to have courtiers like you in this palace. This palace is not talented, but with self-knowledge. In all dynasties, among the 10-year-old emperor or the prince of the prison, the palace's knowledge and opinions should be ranked among the top 3. It is ridiculous that the palace has not received praise and support, but has been subjected to endless attacks and abuse. It seems that even if Mr. Ming is alive, he is no match for the many unpredictable ministers of the country. If my Ming is dead, I will be destroyed by the hands of you and others. This is a man-made disaster. Being old and greedy is a thief. If you bully the honest people like this, you are still a 10-year-old child. Not only will you be punished for yourself, but the whole family will be punished. Xguogwin listened to the prince's heartfelt scolding, and almost clapped his hands happily. This criticism really hit the point and was so pleasing. If the prince hadn't been able to observe the details and be both eloquent, I am afraid that today's reasonable situation will be reversed by these selfish villains. These people are really manipulatives blocking the car, and they are not capable of their own ability. Even if they can remain on the court today, they will have to find ways to remove them one by one in the future. Shang Zuzuo's face changed a bit after being scolded. His eyes suddenly rounded, his body stagnated, as if he had lost his balance, and he was about to fall down. Fortunately, he was supported by his quick colleague, and then he slowly lay on the ground. Symptoms like a heart attack. The officials finally saw the little prince's cursing ability, and they couldn't help but wait and see, but at the same time they were all lingering fears. Such an ironic and sarcasm in one go. The Shenzong's momentum of tongues against 100 officials during the national battle during the Wanli period. Hearing only one side of the word may agree with his point of view, but comparing the 2 arguments, I feel that each has its own reason, and it will be at odds with each other, making it difficult for the listener to immediately draw the final conclusion of who is right and who is wrong. If you want to observe carefully, there may be some truth in what the prince said. Practice leads to true knowledge. It is not advisable to just talk in empty words and talk on paper, and to debate political affairs in this way. When the emperor was in power, whenever matters concerning revenue and borders were involved, the officials divided into 2 factions or several factions. They talked with each other, and verbally criticized each other, which was not uncommon. Correct opinions are difficult to implement, and wrong opinions have been rampant for a long time, which entangles many statements and confuses the audience. The emperor is even more difficult to distinguish the truth from false. Compared with the emperor, the prince's punishment policy or the rude and arbitrary in the past is less human and unconvincing than the emperor. If it were not explained in advance, it would be more than enough to be named a king by the officials. This is second, because some courtiers took advantage of the emperor's xianyu to blatantly grab the power at the beginning of the crown prince's supervision, which was too hasty. Although the prince was young, the state ordered to check and punish the respectable Chen Biqian in one day. It can be seen from this that it is not easy for the officials to win an immediate victory, and it is by no means as simple as catching them. If you want to go head-to-head, and can't occupy the righteousness or the law to defeat the prince, you can only end up with the fate of Shang Zuzuo and others today, which is not worth the loss. At that time, Yang Lian threatened Tan Qi and pointed out that Wei Zongxian was a wolf, docile on the surface, and would eat the Lord for a long time. Although Apocalypse is only 20, how can he not know Yang Lian's greed for power? Shang and Zuzuo accused the prince of being benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and faith. The content either lacked practical basis or touched the prince's inverse scales. Most of them were improper words. Stop. If you really have to stalemate and have to vote again, I'm afraid the prince will use his own numerical advantage to overwhelm his opponent and win. Assuming that if something is difficult to decide in the future, all follow this method, the first assistant surrenders to the prince, the cabinet nodded in agreement, honorable and military commanders will follow suit. Only a few people object. Even if the words are repeatedly fierce, what can they do? The only remaining civil servants at the court meeting, and those who had grown up in their heads, almost all saw the doorway inside. That is, the prince has figured out a set of horror strategies for the Yizongkuo Hui. First of all, if there is no objection from the officials, then the proposal is passed, so that everyone is better off. Secondly, if someone objected, it was submitted to the cabinet for review, and after the cabinet agreed, the ministers voted on it. In the end, some people still insisted on opposing their opinions and refused to recognize the results of the vote. They were either given official status or ransacked their home. After so many rounds, I'm afraid that after 3 days, there will be no officials who oppose the prince at the meeting. Officials expecting to fill the vacancy continue to oppose. It's even more impossible, because all the people who fill the vacancy are nominated by the first assistant. After being secretly pointed out by Shufu, they gave the benefits. How could it be against Xguoguan? Furthermore, to be an enemy of Xguoguan is to be an enemy of the prince. This price may only be unbearable for anyone. On behalf of the cabinet of Xguoguan, through the proposal of the prince sent the missing personnel as favors to the first assistant. If you continue to play like this, within 5 days, who else will be able to fight against the officials of the third rank and above who are participating in the DPRK meeting? The prince appointed Sun Yinyun to take over the Jinying camp, and Sun Quanting, who was in charge of the Qinbing, was released and reinstated. Today, the Qinbing guards outside the Jingxi, and the Yonghua battalion and the Jinying battalion control it inside. As long as Xguoguan is stabilized and the disobedient courtiers are removed, then the prince will have the military power in the Jifu area and the right to speak at the court meeting. After the reorganization of the East Factory is complete, if there is any disobedience in the future, the prince can be cautiously suppressed, whether inside or outside the imperial court, and the protesters can only be arrested with their hands, and there is no other way. The imperial doctor go over and take a look. After Yoji gave the cold command, he went to the back to enjoy the cold, so he was scolded by himself. And Shang and Zuzuo became Wang Lang of the Daton dynasty. I also wanted to say something like, if you save it, you can bury it if you don't save it, but I still didn't say it when it came to my lips. Dog food has never been interrupted, but in the end, a dog from a house is desperate to show others the door, which is really a big joke. This is the practice of the Daton dynasty. In the game between monarchs and ministers, if you are strong, he will be weak, and if you are weak, he will be strong. To win the court's right to speak, you must use super tough to fight tough. As long as you relax a little bit, the opposite side will immediately come up with a stop up. Compared with the extremely submissive braided minions, These courtiers of the Diezhuang dynasty are indeed very uncomfortable. Zhu Kazai must take care of his family. Gin, neighbor of Shang Wang of the official department, also wanted to intercede for Lin Yuji, his fellow villager, and it was not helpful for everyone to go mining in Shandong together, but Liu Zeshan, the right servant of the criminal department, grabbed his sleeve robe and whispered. The official secretary Shang Wang Qinlin was going to fight to the death, but he thought of many family members, as well as his granddaughter under 10 years old, so he had to stop. His heartfelt words only turned into a sigh. Oh, where is Jiufang Division? All the officials knew everything well. Once you entered the place, no matter how clean you were, you would become a well-behaved and sensible sisterloo to pick up guests. The prince said that he was magnanimous, but in reality he would repay him, otherwise he would not get the minister's family members who offended him to the Jiufang Division. With the painful lessons of Shang Zuzuo, Lin Yuji, and Liu Zongxian, the other 5 people were afraid of hurting their families, and they all remained silent. Continuing to talk to the prince, it is equivalent to sending the family to the mine and teaching workshop, either to be exhausted or played alive. Hearing that their female relatives have entered the Jiufang Division, I am afraid that people who have offended them over the years will go there to play with them by name, and the consequences can be imagined. Chapter 77, After the Divide. Hurry up. Zhonggai and the generals were very puzzled by the actions of these people, but they did not feel pity. The prince's plan can not only pay military expenses, but also help the people, and even if you don't talk about your own money, why not do it? If you wait without a good plan, but deliberately obstruct it, it will harm the court, and you must get rid of it quickly. The feudal vassals of the East Factory still adhered to the principle of the search at hand, did not live up to the prince's ardent expectations, and returned to their lives carrying 6 boxes. The first box was filled with scattered silver, which is said to be scattered, which means that the weight varies, and the smallest piece is as much as 12. After all, Wu Chenxi couldn't really pick 1 or 2 when he searched, and his subordinates gave confession. In that case, he would be no different from kneeling on the street and begging for food. The 4 brawny men carried in. This box contained thousands of cls, and not only this one, but the 3 boxes that were opened in a row were all filled with white flowers. The 4th box contains calligraphy and paintings, and the 5th and 6th boxes are all antiques. However, according to the report, there are still many precious jewels in Wu's house that are still being counted, and they were not shipped immediately. As soon as the courtiers who were resting saw so many boxes, they guessed the possible result. They were no different from Chen Biqian and Li Jixi. It was true that the world was going down, and the court resumed immediately. Yoji sighed, then looked at the people jokingly and said, "Everyone, since when did I dare to even brazenly play thief? Shout, chase the thief." A 5th rank official is still not acting. The 5 rank officials in a few years have accumulated so much wealth. It is no wonder that the people are poor and hungry. If such officials live one more day, the people will die more. According to the calculation of a 5th rank official family wealth, 105. The quality official is 1 million tls. Isn't the court short of money? Let's grab a few more. The palace is still weird that Ming is so embarrassed. Where did all the money go? It turned out that they all went to the official mansion. Have you seen all of them? This is the person recommended by the Yashi, Shang and Zuzuo from the right capital. Does the palace say that he is oversight, or deliberately embarrass him? You needn't be polite. Please go up and taste Wu Chengxi's belongings and take a look here. Can the collection of Li Zi be compared with Li Jixi? Except for Lin Yuji, who has not yet awakened, the other 7 people were exposed to the main hall. Seeing Dongqing clan's triumphant return, his heart suddenly became cold. This Wu Chengxi was really inadequate and more than failing. Before he wiped his butt clean, he dared to challenge Shu Fu. As a result, he was ransacked without even touching the sleeves of Shu Fu, and so much wealth was copied out. Denial is not an issue. The first assistant will draw up a list of candidates for the vacant positions, and they will be nominated at the meeting tomorrow. There is another important thing today. which is to review Yang Shikeng's invitation to the palace, and the first assistant Xuguoguan, the Minister of Criminal Justice Zhenxiu, and Zuodu Yashi Zongqiang, the banquet, accompanied by the students of the Imperial College. So today's court meeting can end here. The other kings will return to their respective offices to handle government affairs, and continue tomorrow. In the future, if there is a big difference in official position between courtiers, they can all call each other adult, and the subordinates can see each other. The superiors can also be called an adult, such as Lord Zhang, Lord Li, Lord Liu, etc. The official nicknames of the Ming dynasty are so complicated that they cannot be called wrong among the officials. For example, the Hubu Shangxiu should be called Diasitu. Zuodu Yashi was also known as Zongxian. The official book was Zongsai, and the general soldier became Situ Zentai. The governor has more titles, such as Zongqing, Fuxian, Ministry, Tuyoji. These nicknames are simply incomprehensible, and he is completely unworthy of the number, so he must be rectified. If ordinary people don't know the exact nickname of the other party, they should call it a certain master. Since these people are older than themselves, and they are all human beings for the first time, they should all be called adults. As for Yang Shikeng streets, this product has been clamoring to the imperial city for so long. How can I give some blood inappropriately? Thinking that his surname is Yang, he can get closer to Yangshan, who is unruly. Soon you will know that this palace is not Jiajing, and you are not Yangshan either. Hearing that Yang Jiankao was going to entertain the prince, the first assistant and the others, the officials left the matter of changing the title of the prince behind. Because didn't Yang Shikeng lead a group of prison students from the Imperial College to kneel down to petition outside the palace? Why was it suddenly changed to a banquet? When the crown prince advocated that court officials must have clean meals, Yang Shikeng even held a banquet with great fanfare. There must be some oddities, and you must check it out. Could it be that the prince's words were only one side of the story, and Yang Jianchai did not reveal this? Because he failed to appear in the hall, he has no idea what happened today. All kinds of speculations lingered in the hearts of the officials, but it would be difficult to explore the mystery without a look at the scene. If you are interested, you can go there together after you finish handling the political affairs in your respective yemen. Presumably Yang Chen should not be short of a pair of chopsticks. Enter the court and ask the dung merchants to wait for a while, and the palace will meet them. It is naturally important to go to eat before meeting the stools, and to take so many people to the Yang mansion. The scene must be extremely enthusiastic, and it is guaranteed that Yang Shikeng will be unforgettable for life. At this time, Yang Shikeng and Wu Yi had been here waiting for the prince to drive for almost 4 hours, that is, they had knelt for about 8 hours. Without dripping in the middle. There are Jinui guards nearby. Even if someone wants to leave the field halfway, it is impossible. If you can't help it, you have to endure it. If you can't help it, you can solve it on the spot. The sun in the afternoon was even hotter and exposed everyone. If the prison students were young and strong, if they were replaced by veterans at this time, they would be overstretched and fainted. The ministers Yang Shikeng and Wu Yi, together with the supervising students of the Imperial College, welcomed the arrival of His Royal Highness, and wish His Royal Highness 1,000 years, 1,000 years, and 1,000 years. The prince did not break his promise. He waited and waited. He finally brought so many ministers who retreated. If a colleague responds to his call, there will be a door for this matter. The wall will fall and everyone will push it. I am not afraid that the prince will not agree. However, the prince's going out of the palace is indeed a bit horrible. There are dozens of servants, hundreds of officials, and hundreds of surrounding guards. The golden ruins are eye-catching, the curtains are gorgeous, the honors are majestic, and the show is magnificent. Looking from a distance, it is really different. Fan Ring. In the early Ming dynasty, only civil officials with rank 3 and above could ride sedan chair, while civil servants with rank 4 and lower could only ride horses. Later, the standard was relaxed, but all officials could only ride sedan chair with 4 persons, and they would be punished if the number of people exceeded the stipulated number. Elderly officials can be given a sedan chair by the emperor, but it is not the same thing if it is possible to sit on a sedan chair and to afford it. Hiring 4 sedan chairmen requires at least 4 or 5 pulls of silver a month, which is obviously more expensive than raising a horse. Therefore, whether an official earns money can be seen from whether he travels on a sedan chair or rides a horse. The monthly salary of officials below grade 5 is only 2 or 30 tals of silver. If they only receive royal salaries, sometimes they can't be fully discounted. Even their family's clothes and meals are a problem. Who would spend 4 or 5 tals of silver to raise 4? Bearer Yoji got off the golden wheel, the special carriage for the prince, and with the support of the servants, he walked to the Lord and asked, "I heard that you are waiting for Chen Bikian to make a petition. I hope the palace will give him a petition. Release. Can this matter? Today's meeting is the last time the pair of teachers and students have met." If you didn't want to see how much money Yang Shikeng's house had hidden, Yoji wouldn't have come to see this stuff. A shame. Yang Shikeng immediately bowed his head to the prince, then straightened up his upper body, clarifying his intentions. His Royal Highness is wise, Chen Shilang is full of poetry and books, is diligent in government affairs, has great ambitions, and treats others generously. The ministers all implore His Royal Highness to remember the feelings of Chen Shilang, who served the court in the past. Forgive Chen Bikian. Since Chen Bikian's home has been ransacked, and it is rumored that a lot of valuables have been seized, Yang Shikeng also realized that if he wanted to impress the prince, he would not be able to mention his family property, so he deliberately avoided the more sensitive terms such as being clean and honest for the officials and denying oneself and the public. I specifically mentioned Chen Bikian's strengths, hoping to be fooled by the face of the prince teacher in the East Palace. These are secondary issues mentioned by Yang's review. Chen Bikian's main problem is corruption and perverting the law. Now that people are getting stolen goods, there is no denying that they can wait for the public procuratorate to verify that they are correct tomorrow. If you don't believe it, come and admire Chen Bikian's collection. Yoji waved his hand. Yang Jinkai immediately asked his subordinates to carry a box of paintings and calligraphy that Chen Bikian had accumulated over the years, some of which were shamelessly signed and stamped by someone. When Yang Jinkao saw a group of people gathered around, he hurriedly raised his voice to exhort the crowd's onlookers. "The holy driver is here, no noise or hindrance to Sheng Kong. This is stolen goods, watch carefully, and don't damage it." In addition to Yang Shikeng and Wu Yi, there are also many supervising students who don't know why. Under the fan of the 2 guides, they are very angry at the prince's punishment of Chen Bikian, so today we must discuss an explanation. In order to let everyone find the root cause, Yoji specially reminded, the focus is not on this painting, but the signature in the lower left corner. This painting was able to match Chen Bikian's toy salary back then. I don't know how Chen Shilang could afford it. Valuable paintings. I want to see how you wash the floor. If it is not clean, then I will give you a bad review. An ignorant Erlengtsai supervisor seemed to be anxious to help Chen Bikian clarify the stolen goods, and suddenly said without a word, if it was not bought, or if it was given by someone else, it is not necessarily buying this painting. Yang Shikeng's expression froze in an instant. He didn't dare to say such a bad excuse, not to mention that he was not the prince alone at this time, and there were important court officials beside him. Without a reasonable explanation, he would never speak. That's taking bribes. The court stipulates that officials who accept bribes more than 60 tals must be beheaded. Yoji puts a label on the path, and now you can walk a narrower path. The supervisor immediately scratched his head and fell into contemplation, but he did not expect the prince to react so swiftly. The classmate next to him relieved him. Chen Shilang may not be clear about the value of this painting. This statement was immediately recognized by the surrounding supervisors, because they couldn't think of a better excuse. Chapter 78, IE Opening. Yoji smiled and asked, if you don't know, you dare to accept it? The court stipulates that it is there. If it is you, you dare to accept things that might make you lose your head? How many heads do you have enough to cut? Or, Chen Biqian is stupid than everyone present. The supervisors present were lost in thought again. Everyone asked themselves that few people were smarter than Chen Biqian. They had at least been a third-rank assistant, but they hadn't even managed to get a ninth-rank official. How could it be compared? Seeing the crowd slumped, Yoji hit the iron while it was hot. There are more than 9,700 gills of silver copied from Chen Biqian's house. Who can explain to the palace? How does Chen Shilang not know the value of these silver? What? More than 9,700 gills of silver? Isn't that nearly 10,000 gills? Shilang Chen actually hid so much money. Could it be that Chen Biqian, whom Yang asked everyone to help rescue, was a corrupt official? As soon as this explosive news was announced, everyone immediately began to whisper and talk. When Yang Shiking saw that things were thinking about development in a direction that he could not control, he hurriedly found an excuse. His Royal Highness, perhaps there must be a misunderstanding. As far as the minister knows, Shilang Chen has always been thrifty, as if he had never deliberately accepted bribes. Of course, Yang Shiking knew exactly what Chen Biqian looked like in private, but he had already come, so he retreated. He would inevitably be ridiculed by other Donglin colleagues when he returned. Even if the prince had already made preparations, he had to give it a try. Yoji directly targeted Yang Shiking, and asked with interest, "Oh, it seems that Yang Jian has a very good personal relationship with Chen Biqian. Even this is clear. I don't know how Yang Jian evaluates himself." Yang Shiking was stagnant. He did not expect that the prince would ask himself, hurriedly organized the language, and cautiously replied, "The administration and talents of the ministers are far inferior to Chen Shilang. He is diligent, only to accomplish his duties, and his ability is low and worthless." Mention, as long as the prince can ignore him, whether he can rescue Chen Biqian or not is not important. If he is targeted by the prince, the situation will be bad. Since he wanted to catch the fat sheep, Yoji revealed a little. Yang's review is too modest. I don't know about other aspects. I know a little bit about one aspect. I don't know if Yang's review can invite me and the others. Waiting to be a guest in the mansion? Yang Shiking was so scared that his soul was not possessed, and he forced his composure, bowed his hands and bowed his head to avoid the prince's scrutiny, so as not to let him see the flaws. The ministers have no way to discipline, and the palace is chaotic. Blame. After 3 days, the minister asks the family to clean up the mansion before daring to welcome your highness. If this is to allow the prince to lead people over, I am afraid that all the hard work of so many years will be discovered. So no matter what, the prince cannot be allowed to pass. Yoji sinks in. You have finished trimming and transferred all your valuables. What else did I look at in the past? Then he showed a more interested expression and said, "It's okay. It's better to hit the sun if you choose a day, just today. I don't care about it." Is it possible that there is a ghost in Yang's heart? Or is there a secret in the mansion? What you said today is useless, so I will let you see what it means to can't twist a chicken thigh with an arm right away. Yang Shiken was anxious to be wise, and finally came up with a reasonably plausible reason and put it out to prevaricate. The little concubine in the Fuzzhong feels cold and has not yet recovered. She is afraid of infecting His Royal Highness, and the minister will not dare to die. After speaking, Yang Shiken prayed silently in his heart. If he could escape this disaster, he would definitely go to the temple and pray for blessings and bless the whole family. You have Jiang Liangjai. I have a wall ladder. Yoji smiled and responded, "It's okay. The imperial doctor in this palace can help Yang review. By the way, you can prescribe some symptomatic drugs to make him heal as soon as possible. Don't talk about colds and fevers. You mean your wife just died at home, so I have to come and see." Yang Shiking still stands in front of everyone, trying to stop him. His Royal Highness must never try to take risks. The family's money has not been removed yet. If it is discovered, it will definitely end up like Chen Biqian. Yoji said in a pun, "I'm afraid that when the palace goes, some people will try to risk it." "Come here, help Yang check the road ahead and get off the road." Everyone, Aking and Xinxin students, Go with the palace. This palace takes you to an eye-opener today. Fang Zhengwu immediately understood and asked the two vassals to set up Yang Shikeng, who wanted to stay here and didn't want to leave. The lieutenant of the Yiwai division of Jin Yiwai, as the front guard, slammed the gong to clear the way with a sign to avoid a quiet at the front of the team, and then the majestic and powerful generals of the Han and the troops of the East Factory, the princes Jinrong and the officials were surrounded. In the middle, followed by hundreds of supervisors who planned to find out. The people who were frightened along the street all knelt to the ground and did not dare to raise their heads. Anyone who made loud noises was disrespectful, and Jin Yiwai immediately stepped forward to control the gag. However, seeing this kind of arrogant pomp plus the famous factory guards, as long as they don't want to find their own way, they will bow their heads and say nothing. Don't say yelling, even whispering. You have to worry about being seen by the prince's eagle dogs and suffering a sudden misfortune. The number of places in the factory guard establishment is extremely limited, but in order to monitor the movement of Minjian in the Jifu area, a large number of non-staff personnel, that is, temporary workers, have been recruited for a long time to provide them with the necessary information. Most of the applicants are sulfur hooligans. While receiving bonuses from their superiors, these unemployed vagrants who originally liked and disliked hard work often used the name of the factory guard to blackmail the people, and even directly avenged their private revenge. Therefore, when ordinary people see the serious factory guard team, will feel shudder even more. This kind of murderous team walks naturally unimpeded on the road, and there is no need to worry about shit and traffic jams. You married a wife and a dead wife today, and you have to stand aside when you see the prince's car. The guys in charge of blowing, playing and singing have to hold their breath, lest the guy in his hand loses his voice. If you dare to make the other person upset, then your whole family can attend your funeral immediately. Yoji looked at the sketch of Yang Mansion provided by Fang Zhengwe in the car, with a slight snicker at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the drawing, the loyalty to the liver and righteous courage had a rich family background. Yang Mansion is a very spacious courtyard house. The model is definitely not too small. The more obvious feature is that Yang Mansion's courtyard house has a shoulder wall when entering the door. When you open the door, you can see the white wall, usually only large. This thing is only available in the courtyard house, and you can enter the inner courtyard after entering the door and bypassing this thing. And the wall behind the Yang Mansion is not the inner courtyard, but the front hall. After passing through the front hall and then passing through the flower gate with verandas on both sides, it is considered to enter the backyard. The main room is directly opposite, with east and west wing rooms on both sides. According to convention, the east wing houses their long, the west wing houses the young ones, the east wing houses the male family members, and the west wing houses the female family members. The story of Jiang Xiaxing hooking up with Miss Kui is estimated to have happened in the west wing, hence the name West Wing Tale, and then the two of them stayed together and opened the room. Yang Shikeng, as a review of the 7 products of the Hanlin Academy, has a monthly salary of only 7 stone meters. Being able to live in such a house has proved from the side that his income is extremely high, and he is very suitable as a research object for the prince for analysis and anatomy. His Royal Highness arrives at Yang Mansion. You and all the staff will welcome you immediately. Please wait. The housekeeper wanted to go back to report to the hostess, so the knocking Jin Yiwai grabbed the collar and pulled it out. Then he was pressed against the wall to make no noise. A group of knives swarmed in from the front door and closed it. From the yard of the house came the sound of exclamation and screaming. Yoji, no matter how his subordinates are doing things, the prince only requires 2 words: efficiency. Under normal circumstances, the other party will not resist, and the errands will not hurt the innocent. The unrepentant Yang Shikeng is still testing the prince's bottom line, trying to find a feasible way out for himself. His Royal Highness, the foolish minister dares to ask for instructions. I don't know what crime the minister committed. This is what caused this situation. If it weren't for someone with ulterior motives to talk in front of the prince, How could the prince suddenly come to his house? And when he came, he sent people in and searched. Obviously, Jin Yiwei was looking for his own wealth. The few boxes of silver that were counted last night have not been out of the mansion. Don't be searched by Jin Yiwei. They are collected by me for many years as an official. Once they are copied, not only the hard work will be handed over, but also the black hat is also difficult. Keep it. If it was sent to another place earlier, even if it was searched by the prince today, he would not be allowed to find any clues. What a difference. 1,000 miles away. If Jin Yiwei finds it, what should I do? Seeing Yang Shikeng, who was sweating like rain, was still resisting, Yoji with a weird smile on his face, asked gently, "Review Yang. You have done things for the main palace in the Eastern Palace. Isn't it clear? It's clever." I was mistaken by cleverness. Today, Shufu, Shangxiu of the Criminal Ministry, and Suodu Yushai I have been present for certification, lest anyone say that this palace is deliberately framing Yang for review, and this crime cannot be afforded by this palace. As soon as I dozed off, someone took the initiative to give pillows. You also brought the cheerleader of the Imperial College here. You really deserve to be the loyalty and courage of the Datong dynasty. Take this opportunity to also verify the wealth of the Donglin friends who claim to be the country and the people, and whether all of them are fat and oily. At this time, Xguokwan, Zhenxiu, and Zongqian, who were the chief bystanders, also understood, and it was almost the same as the results of previous speculations. The meal that Yang Chong asked for is worth a lot of money, and it has to be said less. There are several thousand taels of silver. When the stolen goods are removed from the inside, the criminal department and the entourage of the Metropolitan Procuratorate can register and make a register on the spot. With the ironclad evidence, Yang Shikeng's wanting to deny denial is unarguable. At this moment, I took the prison students to petition. Isn't this an excuse for the prince to ransack his home? I don't know what Yang Shikeng thinks. Once the crime is convicted, it will be overwhelming if you want to reverse the case. Master, these vassals are so rude, trespassing in the mansion. What do you want to do? Chapter 79. Loyalty to the liver and righteous courage. A concubine who was brutally driven out of Yang's mansion by Jin Yiwei was originally unconscious, and when he saw a group of strangers standing outside the door, it was even more unknown. She glanced around and suddenly recognized her husband among the crowd. He begged as if he had found a life-saving straw. "His Royal Highness is here, no noise." There is a woman who dared to play tricks in front of the prince. Is it worth it? Yang Jinkao hurriedly stopped drinking. If the other party continued to make unreasonable troubles, he had to send someone to block his mouth. "TSK, Your Highness is here, please don't make a sound." Yang Shikeng was extremely dissatisfied, shaking his sleeves, and beckoning his little wife not to mess with himself at this time, and annoyed the prince. Not only did the whole family have a bad life, it would be impossible for them to breathe in the future. In less than a quarter of an hour, the feudal lords who turned the boxes and cupboards inside had a gain. They carried out 6 boxes in succession, and the weight was really not light. I don't know if the ground was filled with silver or lead. Yang Review, please explain to the palace. The feudal vase lifted the top cover, or white light came out, and the contents inside shone under the sun, dazzling people. It is difficult to look directly at it. No one needs to say it. Everyone is clear about the contents of the box. Xiao said in front of him also has 4,000 to 5,000 taels of silver. According to Yang Shikeng's annual salary, he has to eat or drink for the court for 20 years to earn so much silver, but these things are obviously not what he can accumulate right now. His Royal Highness. This is what Chen Biqian placed on the court temporarily. The minister has neglected before and is about to report this to His Highness. Now, if you want to find a way to survive, you have to break his arm and reluctantly cut his love. Yang Shikeng was very hard to give up with so much money, but he had to do it again. If he could not immediately clear the relationship, the guilt would have gone. Since Chen Biqian had already been convicted by the prince, he had done his best as a colleague of Donglin when he led others to the rescue, and there was no need to continue to protect him at this time. Never can Chen Bikian couldn't save it, but he even got in. HMPH. You are being so smart. This guy can actually rack his brains to use Chen Bikian as a substitute for the dead ghost, and deduct a bowl of Rixiang to a colleague. It seems that he still wants to die. However, since Lao Tzu wants to fuck you, any shots will definitely kill you, no matter how you survive in the Jedi. His Royal Highness is aware of the details, and foolish officials dare not conceal it. Yang Shikeng didn't know whether this excuse could be fooled. As long as the prince didn't grasp the true evidence, especially some important letters, he couldn't get the Metropolitan Procuratorate to convict him, and he could escape from the dead. In this case, come here, please review and write down the time when Chen Bikian sent the money. If you want to use this trick to Mengban Palace, then you can try it. Seeing that you are so loyal, you will be sent to Shandong for mining in 2 days, so you are the one. When Yang Shikeng heard that the prince arranged such an arrangement, his head went wide in an instant. How should this be done? As long as you write down the evidence in front of everyone, here is irretrievable evidence. The prince must send someone to confront Chen Bikian. If he learns that there is no such thing, then it would be a serious crime to deceive the emperor. Review Yang. Don't waste time, everyone is waiting here. Shouldn't you forget? Yoji looked at him in a hurry and was still trying to find a way, so he deliberately teased this guy. His Royal Highness Ming, the minister has forgotten the time for this matter. When Yang Shikeng saw this, he hurried down the donkey so as not to miss this excellent opportunity. Who sent it from? How much is the amount? Review Yang. You don't know the time, the amount, or who the other party is. I'm afraid your excuse is hard to establish. You are a clever dog. If you can't answer today, you are fooling you. Even if this happened, it would be the same as Chen Bikian without knowing it. Yang Shikeng knew that his excuse was about to be exposed by the prince, so he simply didn't stop doing it, and directly threw the pot to his wife, His Royal Highness. This thing was received by the base, and the minister did not know it in advance. Bring another person in, muddy the water and turn it into a triangular relationship that cannot be checked for a while. This may be a lucky pass. Hearing a more botched excuse, Yoji couldn't help but smile and exclaimed, the husband and wife are birds of the same forest. The catastrophe is coming up. Yang Review. You can really sacrifice your family at a critical moment. It's no wonder that this guy can become loyal to the liver and righteous. With such a character, it is normal to have 2 sides and 3 swords. It would be strange if he is upright. Only when his wife is regarded as a sacrifice can he make good luck. Bring Yang to review his wife and confront him. Today, this palace is going to do a package of sunspots. It is really interesting to judge the case in public. The Dongqing clan will immediately. Are you Yang Shikeng's wife? Your Highness. The slave house is exactly. Yang said that you privately received the money from Chen Bikian, but what happened? His Majesty, Yang Mansion is headed by the slave husband. If the slave husband is not willing, the slave family would not dare to privately accept other people's things. Don't say thousands of tals of silver, even if you receive a gift of silk and satin worth tens of tals. Report to the new Jia husband truthfully on that day. What's more, the new Jia has never had a relationship with Chen Bikian, so how can he collect his money? The new Jia pledged his life, and there is no such thing. It is clear that the new Jia husband has planted and framed the slave, and I hope His Highness will observe it. Review Yang. What's your explanation for this? His Royal Highness, this thing has already been collected by Gianni, and now it's a rake. It's clearly an injustice. Yang Shikeng knows that the situation has become extremely dangerous. As long as one sentence is wrong, it is a head fall. Therefore, he is determined to stick to the end, and he insists that his wife will not let go. Only in this way can he die and live. Hearing a basin of foot-washing water poured by her husband, the eldest wife immediately became furious, and shouted angrily, You, Yang Shikeng, you and my husband and wife, although there are usually some quarrels, There is nothing. It's a big problem. You married a few concubines, and I have endured it. Now you dare to treat me like this. What a kindness and revenge. You, a wolf-hearted thing, who has collected so much money as an official for many years. What face is it that your highness has planted on me? Today, you and I will be absolutely irresistible, and there will be no more love between husband and wife. Yoji and everyone were stunned when they saw it, but everyone likes to watch the couple quarrel. It's really interesting to see the old man. This kind of thing can't even be detected by Jinei. It's best to pick up a kitchen knife and chop each other. That's lively. Yang Shiking was not angry either, licking his big face and accusing him, His Majesty. You are already crazy when talking nonsense in the public. He is clearly setting up Yukin. Your Highness must not believe his rhetoric. Yoji won't take the initiative to grab the show at this moment. Now is the performance time for you couple. Whether it is a language program or an action game, it can be staged. In short, as long as you don't kill people. Being said to be a mad woman, the eldest wife became even more angry, and directly sacrificed the Wang bombing. Yang Shiken, don't be proud of you. Those scandals of yours are all recorded in a small notebook. If you think your Royal Highness doesn't know the inside story, you can plant them. My mother, you stroked the notebook last night. You haven't burnt the notebook yet. Ha 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 ha. While Yang Shiken was frightened and his body stagnated, what she said was a reminder to the chief assistant who was present. When she returned home, she must first burn the little book that records some ulterior things. This is the most important material evidence. Once it is obtained by the factory guard, all the people in the house will be in disaster. Yoji took a pamphlet presented by Yang Jinko, looked through it, and asked the shrew with interest, "Is that what you said?" His Royal Highness, it is this thing. Yang Review, can you recognize this thing? Enter the dynasty. Circulate it to Shufu, Shangxiu of the Criminal Ministry, and Zhuo Duyashi. Please open your eyes to a king. Zhuo Ogwen was the first to get it. After browsing a few pages, he knew that even if Yang Shiking was so quibble, he was dead. Zhenxiu, Shangxiu of the Criminal Ministry, and Zongqiang, Yashi of Zhuo Du, came to the same conclusion. With this thing, even review is not needed. With such ironclad evidence seized, the Metropolitan Procuratorate will save trouble. As long as the prince speaks for a conviction, the criminal department can directly feed grass to Yang Shiken. Yoji looked at Yang Shiken, who was speechless, and slowly said several crimes committed by the goods. First he was bold and took huge bribes, and then he deceived the king and planted his wife. Yang Review, this is yours. Is it an official way? At this time, the loyalty to the liver and righteous courage may want to work for the king master of the King dynasty. I don't know if Huang Deji or Dorgan will feel that I have lost the leader after learning about it. Where is the material? After receiving such important material evidence by the other party, Yang Shiken felt cold, but still wanted to survive, so he knelt and cried and said, "The minister is guilty. The minister deserves to die." The minister is confused for a while, and the minister regrets it, and hopes His Highness will show his favor. No matter how thick-skinned it is, there is no life or money. As long as he can escape this catastrophe, even if he will be the prince in the future, Yang Shiken will be busy and promised, because it is better to die than to live. More importantly, as long as you are convicted, it is definitely not easy to die, and the place to die will be uncomfortable and unsightly. Peeling the real grass, listening to it makes his scalp numb, shuddering. Why does Yang's Review come here? Isn't it right and righteous? Yoji mocked this stuff, and at the same time taught the guards in the dark. This is a corrupt official who brought a group of supervisors to find the strange story of our palace. Petitioning another corrupt official is really a joke. Entering the dynasty, let people show this booklet to the supervising students, but don't touch it. The supervisors were immediately shocked when they saw the contents inside. They did not think that Yang, who was regarded as an idol and role model, would be so unsightly to go privately. It was no different from a big mouse. It was a few thousand taels of silver. The sophistry of Yang's Review was also seen by everyone. Thinking of it, the supervisors were even more angry, because everyone had been kneeling with Yang from the morning to the afternoon. Now that the truth has come to light, they have been used by Yang's review. Chapter 80. Emptying the body. Execute Yang Shiken. Yes, put him to death. Such a corrupt official. What's the use of keeping him? You must be punished. To look and listen. Not killing this thief is not enough to quell my indignation. His Royal Highness is determined to call the shots for me and other supervising students. Don't let such a vicious person be spared. The supervising students who turned their anger into condemnation, shouted Yang Shiken to death. After all, a person has been tricked by Yang's scrutiny. As long as the person concerned does not say anything, it is difficult for outsiders to know. Right now a group of people are being played around by this stuff, just like monkeys. It's impossible to stop the drums. It will spread all over the streets and alleys of the capital tomorrow. This matter will also become everyone's after-dinner talk at the Imperial College and the Imperial Academy. The indignation of everyone is obvious. Yoji glanced at Wu Yi, who was touring with Yang Shiken in front of the Imperial City. At this time, the Iron Bone Clank had been irritated and decadent. Had it not been for the guards of Jin Yi by his side, I'm afraid I would have slipped away a long time ago. As long as he can escape from the scene, it doesn't matter even if he loses his black hat. It is enough to save his own dog's life. Iron Bone Clank may not be as greedy as loyal to the liver and righteous guts, but the amount of silver collected is definitely more than 60 tals. This is a line of life and death. If you cross the line, you will become a scarecrow. It doesn't matter if you don't find Wu Yi's pamphlet. As long as you treat the housekeeper of Wu's house well, you can tell me something when you enter Jinya's imprisonment. Otherwise, how can you get out of it alive? At this time, Jin Yi found a box of jewelry from the backyard, which should belong to the family members of the Yang family. Among them, gold hairpins and jade bracelets are more eye-catching. What surprised Yoji is that there is also one that is very beautiful. The pearl necklace. This thing is rare. This is the concubine's baby. A concubine who was probably less than 20 saw that his beloved thing was about to be in the hands of others, and wanted to come up to snatch the jewelry box in a hurry, and was immediately controlled by the 5 big and 3 thick Jin Yi around him. Arbitrarily noisy, Pam. How could Yang Jinkao allow these women to be presumptuous in front of the prince? And immediately ordered the servant to go over and slap the shrew a few times. Slow, don't be rude, let her come here. After the prince gave the order, the waiter who wanted to be severely punished did not continue his actions, and respectfully returned to the place to wait for orders. When the girl was taken before her eyes, Yoji smiled and asked, "This little girl, who is your last name and name? How old is your age, and where is your hometown?" Since this girl said she was a concubine, she should be Yang Shiken's little wife. Originally Yoji wanted to talk about his wife, but Mrs. seemed to be the name of the house, so I wasn't quite sure. Calling the other party girl may not be the title of a married woman, so let's just go to little girl. Hearing the prince's question, the petite girl, Ying Sheng, who seemed to be underdeveloped, replied in a whisper, "The young woman's surname is Liu Minian, who is born in Yangzhou and has an age of 18. She has been married to the Yang mansion for 4 years. Yoji felt a little disgusted when he heard it. If you count it this way, it means that this girl was just 14 years old and she was slapped by Yang Shiken. This is a veritable clothing beast. And I bought the famous Yangzhou thin horse. This girl is the same place of origin as Tangaifai, but if you compare it carefully, the quality is a lot worse. But in the words of Ugly 8 Monsters Jiang Saizi, no harm is done. After blowing the lights at night, it's just as cool to play. Looking at her height, this girl is estimated to be less than 1.6 meters, but she is better than her graceful figure and light posture. Look at her apricot-eyed, peach-faced face, and her voice in Yingxingyan. Maybe she is a rare roundworm at night. Things. People who buy Yang's a thin horse are for this purpose. Otherwise they won't spend a lot of money. It's just that your master Yang may not be blessed in the future. After all, it would be too extravagant to equip a certain miner with a skinny horse as standard. When the people of Daton dynasty heard the name Yangzhou, Their first reaction was a good place, and then thin horse. Yuji's feelings are very different. A plate of fried rice with a match in my heart. Plate after plate, endless. How many wives and concubines did your master marry? How many are you? Yoji wanted to know if the loyalty to the liver and righteous guts of Daton dynasty would die in the bed in the end. The fun would be great. My master has married 4 wives and concubines, and the little girl is the 4th. Polygamy and multiple concubines couldn't be more normal and damning. As long as you can afford it, you can marry another 20 or 30. With such a beautiful little wife sleeping with him, I wonder if Yang Shikeng usually feels his waist and knees are sore, his limbs are weak, and he feels his body is hollowed out. If his little wife can't hollow him out, I will also hollow out him today, and then he will be stuffed with grass, and the family will move to Tikang. Did you meet your elder in peace, or did you have another marriage? Yoji didn't directly ask about the Yang's thin horse. If this girl was not bought by Yang Shikeng, it would be equivalent to embarrassing herself, and it made the opposite girl quite embarrassed. Liu Yun didn't want to play any tricks at this time, but just answered truthfully, His Royal Highness, my master ransomed his concubine in Yangzhou, and spent 300 taels of silver. The court officials openly went to the specialty store to buy the girls. It was about the same as the market sell for gangsters 100 years later. They used the money that was greedy for ink. They were very bold. Yoji smiled and applauded. Well, yes, the cost of redemption for you is almost equal to Yang's review of the salary for 20 months. It's a big deal. The price is really high, but from the perspective of this palace, it can be regarded as a super institution. It's worth. Yang Zenzing is a beautiful woman. I really don't know that Yang Zenzing has lived by eating bark in the past 20 months. No wonder now that he has such a thick skin. He can make up for what he really eats. Yang Shikeng was frightened and terrified when he heard it next to him, and he didn't dare to make trouble easily. Not to mention anything else. He couldn't explain the money just for the redemption of his concubine. This box of jewelry. Does the little girl want to go back? Women still don't like jewelry. If they sell them forcibly, I'm afraid they will lose their love. The lowly concubine no longer dares to have this extravagant hope. I only ask your highness to think that the lowly concubine was born in a poor state, so that he can be generous and forgive the lowly concubine. Once Yang Shikeng is convicted, it will inevitably hurt his family. Although Liu Yun has been in the mansion for many years, her mind is still very clever. If she intercedes with the prince through this pretext, she may still be forgiven. If this thing belongs to you, it means that Yang Shikeng is assigned to be greedy and bribery. Does the little girl feel guilty in her heart? Seduce this girl to become a tainted witness, so that if the person gets the stolen goods, Yang Shikeng can be sacrificed. My master ransoms for a lowly concubine, and the cost of supporting a lowly concubine over the years is very expensive. However, the lowly concubine dares to make a price of 12 taels per night, which counts as 100 times a year, and 4,000 taels in 4 years, which has already been compensated up. This little concubine was quite daring to say that, at a price of 1,000 taels a year, she bids herself at such a price, which is beyond the reach of people. Everyone was shocked when they heard it, and even the first assistant was shocked by Liu Yun's price for annual subscription, faintly distressing his own money. Hee, you really acted rashly. Your master is in good health. Once every 3 days. I really envy others. I don't know what the price of beautiful women are in the realm of Yangzhou. The prince ridiculed the greedy and lustful Yang Shikeng in public, causing the eunuchs and guards around him to snicker. To meet the needs of the 4 wives is really a chore, and it is absolutely impossible to do without a good body. I don't know how many of the best products could be bought by the vassals in the south of the Yangtze River in the East Factory. Most of the famous skin Huaibian were born around 16,231,624 and are now 15 or 6 years old. They may have been bought by local tyrants. If you don't have first-class goods like Chen Yuan on hand, how can you catch a wall-pumping titan like Wu Sangai? I forcibly gave my 3rd brother a fat woman weighing 200 catties. The 3rd brother would rather wipe his neck by himself, rather than live it up. Liu Yun felt that the prince was so amiable, so she introduced her diligently. The humble concubine did not dare to conceal his royal highness. At that time, the beautiful women available for the nobles in Yangzhou were called thin horses. The sellers talked and talked according to the appearance, posture, and the prices based on many considerations such as manners, poems, paintings, singing, and dancing. Generally, it starts at 100 tals. If you are literate, you can reach 200 tals. For those who are young and younger than 15 years old, the price can be as high as 300 tals. Kin, chess, calligraphy and calligraphy, who know everything, can climb to 500 tals. If it is above this, and has the appearance of being overwhelming, it is not an exaggeration to reach 1,000 tals. The buyer is like a crucian carp that crosses the river. Don't count the number. Skinny horses are predominantly color, with art in the second place. If color and art are good, it is a rare thing, and naturally its worth is doubled. Even if the local tyrants buy it back, even if they don't use it, just put it there to let their colleagues taste and admire, and they will feel physical and mental pleasure. Yoji couldn't help but think of his Aunt Anne, who is also a good skin horse. Except for the small ball and short stature, other aspects are good. In this era, officials like Xiaojiabu, if Aunt Anne is publicly auctioned, the final price is bound to reach as much as 1,000 tals. In the Datong dynasty, it was not a big deal to talk about Yangzhou thin horses publicly, from the relatives of the emperor to the people of the Li people, and there was no one who disliked this kind of roundworm, including the half-male like eunuchs, men from different industries, different backgrounds, and different regions can only come together to offer the same topic, and that is women, especially the most beautiful beauties. What's more, there are many professional manufacturers in the production area, and hundreds of good horses are rolled off the line every year. As long as you have money in your pocket, you can go to Yangzhou to buy them at any time. This is also the source of motivation for many gentry to make money. Yoji didn't have much interest in this kind of waterlogged eggplant, but it is still possible to buy a batch of them to reward the meritorious officials under his command. Sun Quanting is less than 50 years old and is an upright man. When he wants to have domestic demand in his spare time, he only gives him a horse. Don't you know if it is enough? Chapter 81, Yangzhou Skinny Horse. If the first two skinny horses were squeezed and spurred the night last night, I would say that I would not even talk about the dynasty today. You would have to be supported even to get up, and the water flow would diverge during the brief period. Seeing the prince thoughtfully, no one else rushed to say anything. Yoji nodded gently after returning to his senses. Well, it's a wonderful thing. Do you know how valuable this box of jewelry is? No less than a few hundred tals of silver. Want to get it? The lowly concubine would like to follow the instructions of your highness. The lowly concubine is not greedy for money, because the lowly concubine has other secrets. Oh, my palace would like to hear about Qixiang. After the parents of the concubine passed away, there were still two younger sisters in the family who needed to support. However, the life was difficult, and the three sisters had to be raised as skinny horses. The concubine was bought by our master, but the two younger sisters were unable to accompany. Farewell. Now there is no news. The cheap concubine is very concerned, and only hopes to use this box of jewelry to convert it into cash, and then go to Yangzhou to find it. After Liu Yun finished speaking, she sobbed softly, pear blossoms with rain, and from time to time she wiped the wet corners of her eyes with her robe sleeves, her expression poignant, and her demeanor, which made her feel pity. After listening to Yoji, with caress in his heart, he ordered, "This palace will send people to verify what you said. If it is true, it will send people to Yangzhou to find your two younger sisters. If you have not married into someone else's family, you will redemption for them. If you have already passed the door, but life is not as good as death, you will also help. In the future, if you are worried about your livelihood, the palace can arrange your sisters to work, and you may not look forward to them, but you will not be bullied by people. It can be done. As long as the prince's sign is used, No one should come to die. Even if they do, they will be discounted by Jin Yiwai, and then let the other party pay the appearance fee of the uncles of Jin Yiwai. If you really want to continue to eat well, it depends on how high you can expose your white, tender and smooth thighs. When the case is over the day after tomorrow, you will go south to Yangtze with Jin Yiwai to search for sisters, and you will be rewarded with this box of jewels. To embarrass a girl from a poor background, Yoji can't do it by asking herself. But Buma Butai, who is embarrassed and demeanor, can definitely drop. Wait for the wonderful wife who caught the emperor chicken. Let this soup woman taste the superb skills of the international master. My palace intends to pardon this woman. Do the three kings have objections? The minister has no objection. Xgyuogwen would never have any opinions. Today, he has harvested another compost shortage, which can make a lot of money. At this juncture, how could it be possible to turn around in public for an unknown woman and the prince? Zuodiashi Zonqian and Xingbu Shangxiu Zhenxiu would not object, expecting something important from Yang Shikeng's concubine. This idea itself is funny. With the most critical account book, it doesn't matter if other people say it or not, unless they know that Yang Shikeng still hides the stolen money elsewhere. His Royal Highness Minf also implores His Royal Highness to show grace outside the law. The eldest wife saw that the prince pardoned her 4 wives and immediately stopped doing it. She was already very old, but she didn't want to be sent to the Jiufang division by Jin Yiwai to live a hard life. After her, Yang Shikeng's second wife and third wife also knelt down and begged for mercy. If they had known this, they had taken the initiative and didn't have to follow others behind and beg the prince for mercy. Seeing the humorous appearance of the 3 women in front of them frequently knocking their heads to themselves, Yoji laughed and mocked Yang Shikeng. Oh, Yang Zenzing, you are so popular that you are so popular, even your wife has turned your back. I didn't want to amnesty so many girls, but they will give the wives of other officials an obvious leading role, that is, reporting their husbands can survive and continue to live a good life. Even if you burn the ledger at that time, as long as the dogs in this palace seize the money, and these girls who know the inside story jump out to testify to their master, the assholes will not be able to deny it. The return of corruption depends on the concubine. What he said is true. This is an unchanging truth, and it must be practiced more in the future. It is basically impossible for the moths to want a bowl of water to be level and to stabilize all their wives. There is a turmoil. These girls with almost zero psychological endurance are about to turn back. You are very embarrassed by these requests. They are all pardoned. In the future, some people will say that they will not blame the public, and the arrangement of this palace will have a woman's benevolence. However, there is a solution to everything. If you are willing to accuse Yang Shikeng, confessed Yang Shikeng's financial history to the Metropolitan Procuratorate about the crimes of the crime. The palace can also ask the Yushi of the left capital for mercy, and may return to her natal life in the future. You are the last 3 straws that crush the loyalty to the liver and righteous gall. Yi County gold mine is waiting for Master Yang's shovel. Willing. Minu is willing. His Royal Highness is kind, and Minutes New is grateful and unforgettable forever. Yeah, how could it be unwilling? Those who didn't want to be sent to Jiufang Division. Review Yang. Now that there are human and physical evidence, many supervised students have witnessed with their own eyes. What is your face as a teacher? It is even more embarrassing to be favored and supported by the father of the palace. In the previous time, you urged the palace to release the corrupt official Chen Biqian. Right now, colleagues come to rescue you, a corrupt official. My palace really wants to know what kind of dog things are trying to rescue the heinous corrupt official. If this guy dares to fight against Lao Tzu openly, then he'll give you a blow. While Yoji was teasing Yang Shikeng, he even scolded Wu Yi, who had joined the group. Wu Yi was just 30 years old, less than 8 years in the official position, and his official status was not as high as Yang Shikeng, so he didn't earn much money. If Iron Bone Clank can be used for his own use, he can be set aside. Otherwise, the famous miner Yang Shikeng from Shandong Mine is waiting for you. All the ministers do are filled with holy grace, and are extremely ashamed, and I hope that His Royal Highness Rongjin will be reformed. Yang Shikeng knelt on his knees, did not dare to get up, and confessed his mistakes and apologized in a hurry, still holding a trace of luck in his heart. Renewed? Okay, go to Shandong Minerals and make a good change, lest you change it elsewhere, and the money in your pocket will increase again. You have been reformed in minerals, and it can be regarded as a demonstration and leading role for the vast number of corrupt officials. Well, Yoji never thought that this kind of guy who eats inside and outside can have the possibility of the prodigal son turning back. He yelled to change it. The greed in his bones cannot be changed in any way. It will appear in its original form within 3 months, and it will end up hitting the ground. Still his own face. Then you have to turn around again from the beginning. How troublesome. With such a once and for all solution, digging to death will never have a chance to be greedy for money. You save trouble, I save worry, both have the same beauty. How good it is. If you can extract the gold in the ore with internal skills, the palace will really admire you until not only the gold belongs to you, but you are also named the chief alchemist of the Ming Empire. Wu Yi, the minister is here. You and Yang Shikeng joined together to petition, and now Yang Shikeng is completely exposed. Would you like to go mining with him in Shandong? The minister knows that his fault is very serious, and His Highness can't punish him too much. The minister dare not refuse to dispatch Shandong to work as a miner. The job is unspeakable, and the female family members have to be incorporated into the Jiufang division to do the filthy things of those loose sisters. Wu Yi is absolutely unwilling to do it, but the situation is compelling, and the blame is on his carelessly making friends and getting acquainted with people like Yang Shikeng. My family wealth is not as good as Yang Shikeng's, but the gifts I have received over the years are altogether 1,800 kls, which has greatly exceeded the imperial court's line. If the prince sends someone to search, it will be as easy as flipping the palm, and punishing oneself according to the crime of corruption will be a sure thing. In that case, I think you have regrets, so please self-examine at home for a month, and reinstate your job afterwards. If you commit a crime again, it is not as simple as assigning Shandong mining. It is said that this product is the backbone of the Fush and has a lot of friendship with Jiang Bo and others. If it is used as a stirring stick, it may be more effective with half the effort. Although Wu Yi can't see the situation clearly, his literary talent is still good. He and Qian and Gong Din are called the 3 great masters of Jiangzuo. Unfortunately, these 3 are not good at integrity. Dorgan's fart can scare them. When writing the secrets Bumbutai and Dorgan have to tell in the future, Wu Yi can also help this palace. If he writes well, there may be a few more sequels. For example, The Color of Bumabutai Ghost Blowing Lanterns, The Beauty of Bumabutai, The Beast of Bumabutai Boils Blood, The Concierge Master of Bumabutai. As long as a certain prince advises them, even if the books in this series are priced at 5 kls of silver, they will be sold out of stock, and there will be no market. The content of this book is exquisite and the plot is fierce. It makes people feel thirsty, and the body temperature rises. It is really a good product for the vast imperial ministers to entertain after dinner. The minister is grateful. Thank you, Holy Grace. Wu Yi, who had escaped suddenly, felt relieved and his nerves relaxed. Only then did he feel that his clothes on his back had long been soaked with sweat. The previous petition in front of the imperial city was tantamount to blatantly contradicting the prince, and self-examination at home for a month was the lightest punishment. If you don't know how to repent, then you really have to go to Shandong to mine with Yang Shikeng. This is something Wu Yi is unwilling to do. If you don't know how to work, it will really be exhausting. The supervisor of the mine doesn't care what kind of errands you have done before. As long as you don't work hard, no matter how old you are, you will have to get a whip. How can the scholar's body resist this cruel whip? Compared with the actions of Yang Shikeng, Xi Yijin, Wu Chenxi and others, Wu Yi is considered to be the lesser culprit in this group of evils. I can punish the seduce of his brother-in-law Chen Zilin and the constant nagging of his mother. The things in the past can be forgotten, But in the future, if the prince is deliberately perfunctory, the whole family will still be unable to escape the fate of mining and selling meat. It is said that the wife of Iron Bones is still very tender. His Royal Highness, the minister reported that Wu Wai accepted bribes from others, and this matter has to be investigated. Yang Shikeng heard that Wu Wai was unscathed, and the penalty he received was huge. The anger in his heart was difficult to calm down, and the fire of hatred suddenly rose. No matter what, Wu Wai must be pulled into the water, and this colleague should not be allowed to continue to be happy. See Own Jokes. Chapter 82, The Four Dung Valves. Wu Wai widened his eyes and couldn't believe what he had heard. I didn't expect Yang Shikeng's character to be so inferior. He was really a despicable villain. Only today I saw this person's real face. Even if he took a step back and said that he could not wash away his guilt of greed for huge sums of silver by biting himself, it was completely detrimental to others. If you want this palace to release Chen Biqian, this palace will have to release it. If you ask this palace to investigate Wu Wai, this palace will have to do it. Yang Shikeng, who do you think you are? When is it your turn to tell me? The palace is stunned. Do you still know what your surname is? The imperial court as an official like you? It is really my great blessing. I took this Li to jail, and after the sentence was sent to Shandong, he drove back to the palace. The three kings, you can go back and rest. You should take this as a lesson. From now on, don't be used by bad guys, and be loyal to the emperor and serve the country. If you commit a crime again, you will be punished severely. If he is not taken away, and if he is allowed to rant about it, he may ask even the first assistant to check it out for a while. Any official he knows by his name will be identified as an accomplice of the asshole. His Royal Highness is wise. If the prince did not retire everyone, Xuguoguan did not want Yang Shikeng to continue to filth Sheng Kong. Since the prince had already hated him abnormally, it was useless to say anything. Besides, there is no proof and no evidence. What you are talking about is vain nonsense, and no one will believe it. If nothing was done, Yang Shikeng did not yell at him, only screamed His Royal Highness Ming. Because the bones of this guy were so soft, he was afraid of death and pain, and he couldn't bear the end of insulting the prince. He didn't want to go to the boundary between Dongcheng and Jinewei. If he was caught in, he would have to vomit everything that his grandfather knew. Yoji returned to his own territory and immediately met several pillars of the country who had been waiting here for a long time. The dung valve. You can ignore their existence, but you can't ignore their taste. Because this is a group of men standing at the top of the dung chain. Cao Minutes pays homage to His Royal Highness, wishing His Royal Highness 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. According to the instructions of the prince, Yang Jinkao summoned the four famous dung merchants in the capital, namely the Jiang family in the east of the inner city, the Liu family in the west of the inner city, the Sun family in the east of the outer city, and the Li family in the west of the outer city. The four families divided roughly their territories according to the inner city and the central axis of the capital. Their subordinates included dozens of dung merchants and thousands of dung husbands. If they were assembled, the scene would be magnificent, and the mellow taste would be able to reach the heavens. The dung merchants did not understand military affairs, but they also knew that the imperial court had used troops for a long time, and even the treasury was empty. The emperor was frowning. Today, the prince is in charge of the country, and the situation must not be any better. It's just that I heard that the prince yesterday ordered the seizure of more than 40 noble family properties in the capital. Is it possible that today the prince wants to do something against businessmen like them? If it is true, then it is better to do good things and donate some silver directly. It is better to save money and avoid disasters, so as not to really end up with a tragic end. Yoji didn't let those businessmen who earn Xiangjin immediately flatten themselves, but reprimanded with a slight dissatisfaction. The palace has been patrolled outside, and the content of the report is almost the same as that of the subordinates. The people dump the dirt at will. Things are everywhere on street corners and roadsides, and no one cleans them. They pile up, causing odor, mosquitoes and flies to breed, and epidemics. When I went out, I was almost depressed by the smoke. If the rain continues, the entire capital it's a huge dung farm. In summer, it is even more unbearable. If things go on like this, there is no need to attack by the east, and the people and animals in the capital will disappear by themselves. Can you be convicted? Madman. Had it not been for a special car to go out, I would easily step on shit when I walked out. The most disgusting thing is that it is not a dog, but a human. It's hard to guard against, it's all over the place, and it's more terrifying than landmines. There are so many landmines, and it is time-consuming to bury them, and the cost is not low. This thing is good. Thousands will be born overnight, and it will continue. Carminitz pleaded guilty. The four big dung merchants didn't know whether the prince was just making an excuse, or whether he was really angry with him because of this. If the prince went out to inspect the palace and stepped on feces, I am afraid that it would be difficult to keep the whole family small without spending a lot of money today. If you change this to yourself, you will be furious. Since the prince has condemned the crime, it is better to bear it directly. Yoji was indeed disgusted by the special smell outside, and was very unhappy in his heart, and replies coldly to the dung lords, convicting the guilty is not just talking about it. Carminitz is willing to donate 5,000 gills of silver for atonement. Carminitz also wishes the same amount of silver. Carminitz, speaking of this, as long as you are not a fool businessman, you know that you have to take the initiative to pay out. If you don't pay, you will lose your head. What do you mean? Doesn't this palace use the opportunity of patrolling to blackmail you? Even if you collect your money, it won't let you get the slightest handle. Carminitz would not dare to have such evil thoughts. Carminitz's donation is a sincere heart. Carminitz's move only shows regret in his heart. Carminwai is really ashamed of His Highness, and hopes His Highness will complete it. If the prince collects the money, the Dung clan can be considered a tease. If it is not accepted, it is too small. 5,000 tls per person, a total of 20,000 tls, said it is not too much, said that it is not too much, enough to eat a small stove every day, make some fresh toys, and buy some beautiful new clothes for the giant ball girl around. To squeeze a little bit more oil and water, it is a little unkind. After all, everyone is engaged in the fragrant nuggets industry. Niana waits for a sincere sincerity, and this palace is reluctant to do it. Yoji wouldn't say to charge you money, let alone leave any papers as proof for this group of people. This palace has taken a box of silver, and you have to thank this palace, otherwise, let alone continue working in the capital, even if you breathe. It is an extravagant hope. His Royal Highness is sympathetic to Carminitz. His Royal Highness is charitable and kind. Carminitz is grateful. Carminitz knocked out thanks to the Holy Grace. For the four big Feckle clan, no matter what the prince said, as long as he agreed to take the silver, the lives of the whole family could be saved. Given that the staff is short, no matter how young the prince is, he will not fail to understand this truth. Okay, flat yourself, give a seat. Each person spends 5,000 tls of silver to buy a seat in Prince Edward, which is considered a level fare, but the number is limited and is only an invitation to enter. For the local tyrants, they can still bear the drip, and they can listen to the prince at close range. The teachings are absolutely beneficial to the body and mind. The palace is looking for you to come here today, not to punish you. I went on a tour today. What I saw and heard, I was disappointed in this palace. The capital is an imperial capital, which should be clean and tidy, but the streets are surprisingly dirty, and the human and animal feces are BB. Yes, yesterday, the Japanese palace was on the mountain and overlooked. It is really my great wonder to see a dung pile. Now it's not in the middle of summer, it's so horrible. If the plague is rampant, you'll be waiting for you. Insufficient feces can't get rid of the relationship. A few years later, the Great Plague that killed hundreds of thousands of people in the capital is closely related to the current poor sanitation situation. If we do not rectify it severely, it is impossible to guarantee that we will not repeat the same mistakes, which will greatly weaken the defensive capabilities of the capital. It is impossible to let Yoji pay for money. especially for health. It is a bottomless pit that is deeper than military pay. There are millions of humans and animals in the capital. How can the prince manage to pull it out on the day, night, and every day? It's better to let the dung lords contribute money, people and efforts. This palace is more appropriate to supervise here. As long as there is a problem in someone's jurisdiction, you confine it grandiosely. Thousands of thousands. Isn't it beautiful? The dirty and chaotic situation in the capital must be eradicated. You are dung merchants and should be reported to the court. The palace ordered you to build a number of public toilets in their respective jurisdictions, which are public huts for the people to use for free. The goods are sold by yourselves, and the silver you get is not taxed. However, you must ensure that their respective jurisdictions are clean and tidy. The palace will send people to conduct random checks from time to time. If there is a perfunctory issue, a fine will be imposed. There is no place in this neighborhood of the capital that idiots dare not pull, and even the roots of the city wall dare to bury landmines. Before fighting, the officers and soldiers had to clear the mines in their defense zones to avoid stepping on them. His Royal Highness, the capital is so huge. If you rely on common like this, it will be difficult to sustain. Yeah, Your Majesty, the capital has a population of 1 million people, and I am far behind the manpower. According to the prince, the dung lords are not fools. With a calculation, if you want to keep the streets tidy, you must build a large number of communal huts. This will cost a lot of money, and you can't charge the people for a dung valve. All of them hurt. Although the things in the communal huts are their own in the end, they are for the future, and your investment in the early stage will be higher. The ratio of input to output is obviously asymmetrical. If it can be evaded, that would be great. Yuji's face sank like water to express the future prospects of the 4 dung valves. You have 2 ways to go. The first way, honestly follow the instructions of the palace. The second way, the palace will. The plan is to provide other dung merchants to support them to become bigger and stronger, and eventually squeeze out the 4 companies including and others. And others must pay taxes and fees of 30% of the silver. In short, as long as the palace is to supervise the country for 1 day, you will not be able to make money and not pay taxes in the future. 30 tax 1 was changed to 10 tax 3, and the tax rate was raised nearly 10 times at once. I'm not afraid that you won't kneel down and beg for mercy. If you want to take the second path, you can make sure that a group of well-dressed guards went to ransack their home 1 day, and the crime is naturally tax evasion. His Royal Highness, I can't do anything. Kamenets has always been duty-bound, loyal and patriotic. His words are very good. Kamenets is willing to go the first way. Kamenets is willing to follow His Royal Highness' order to repair this public hut. In the Datong dynasty, the official was killed by the sword and the minutes was fish. You can kill whatever you want. Merchants have been arrogantly trying to evade taxes and fees, but once they are targeted by more powerful guys, they are nothing more than a bunch of fat sheep. Chapter 83, The Queen's Dung Beetle. Offending the prince hastily, like this kind of mindless thing, these 4 dung valves are absolutely unwilling to do. It is equivalent to the previous 5,000 tals of silver. No matter how much he smells, Poten is nothing more than a businessman. The prince dare to move even if he is noble, and it is really easy to clean up a few merchants. Moreover, tax evasion is a common fact that everyone in the industry is tacit, and they don't even bother to make false accounts. If you really want to check the above, check it out. It's really not scary and uninteresting. Looking at these dung lords kneeling again, Yoji smiled contemptuously, and then calmly calmed them. Since you wait for good, this palace will naturally not be embarrassed for you. From now on, in the future, all walks of life, only the industries in which you are engaged are completely tax-free, and the palace will not be blamed for the previous evasion of taxes and fees. The palace will let you and others build public toilets to ensure that the streets are clean and tidy. Using the tax-free method to let you be Jingqing's cleaners is definitely mutual benefit, not a big bully. It's not too much. It's not too much. Kamenets is willing to do it. His Royal Highness is wise, so that Cao Min Mao can be stunned. The exchange condition of tax exemption is still very attractive to the dung merchants. In the past, the prince would not be held accountable for those who stubbornly. In general, he would lose a little bit, and it would be a peace of mind to spend some money to buy it. According to the prince, in the future, other industries may be taxed heavily. Only in my own business, there is no tax at all. Compared with businessmen in other industries, they are a lot cheaper. Thinking about this, the dung merchants are psychologically too much more balanced. Furthermore, the filth produced by the imperial city and the nobles will be divided into 4 parts, and each family will receive 3 months of income. It is completely free and does not need to be paid. It will be counted as a reward from the palace. Conversely, if someone violates the rules in their jurisdiction, the reward will be divided into 3 and allocated to the other 3. The landmines produced by the imperial city are something that dung merchants dream of. Of course, they are not for eating, but the nobles of the imperial city pay attention to meals. There is no shortage of fish and meat. The nutrients of the landmines are naturally the best. As long as you get them, you can sell at a high price. Hearing that this extra sweetness was not worth it, everyone was naturally very happy. The Jiang family from the eastern part of the inner city took the opportunity to say boldly, His Royal Highness Hong En, Cao Minutes is grateful, but there is a trace of doubt in his stomach. I don't know how to talk about it properly, but it's okay to say. His Royal Highness She expresses his love. The area of the capital is very large. With the 4 common houses alone, it may be difficult to build so many public cottages in a short time. His words have also been highly recognized by the other 3. The prince said it was easy, and he had to rely on businessmen like them to do the work. Even if everyone wants to do it, building hundreds of public huts is not something that can be done in a short time. Enter the dynasty, bring a map. Yoji was prepared for this, and could not be choked by a few fickle valves. Yang Jinkao hung a map that the prince had already marked on the wall, so that the prince could use a wooden stick to tell the story and avoid letting the dung dealers get close to the prince. Even if they used the guts from their wives and concubines to wipe the whole body in order not to pollute the prince's sense of smell, they thought they were fragrant, but their identities were too sensitive, so it would be better to keep the distance between the host and their guest. Let's take a look. In the first month, you only need to be responsible for the sanitation of the red-lined streets. To build public huts near these streets, the required land will be allocated by the court for free. In the second and third months, it is used to clean up the second-class streets, and in the fourth, fifth, and sixth 3 months, et al. Will work on the third-class streets. In this way, you will be done in a gradual and orderly manner. Yoji plans to cover all public toilets in the capital within half a year. If the project is slow, it can be extended for several months, but before the end of the year, all public toilets in the established area will be repaired. Regardless of whether the quantity is sufficient or not, the coverage density per unit area can be gradually increased in the future. Each family of the first type of street is responsible for 4, and if 2 public toilets are built at the end of each street, only 16 for 1. If you can build 4 seats a week, if you can't finish it in a month, then all of your family can go to eat. The most difficult is the 3 types of streets with the largest number, and hundreds of public toilets need to be built. But that will be 3 months later. By then, the manure valves have already summed up their experience and know how to build them quickly and save money. This is only the first phase of the project, because hundreds of public toilets are far from satisfying the people's desire to vent their energy in the capital. Even if 1,000 people are built to correspond to 1 million people, only 1 public toilet can be allocated to every 1,000 people. You have to wait in line for the year of the monkey. In any case, start this year and set up a general framework, and then increase the coverage density of public toilets in the next year, and after that, every year. Within 5 years, the sanitation situation in the capital will be greatly improved. Yoji didn't forget to tell the fickle valves to sprinkle lime for disinfection, and clean things when they are full. In addition, The baffle in the public toilet should be made stronger, so that it cannot be dropped when the family is working. Yoji has been drawn on paper for the specific structure of the public toilet, and the precautions are clearly marked. If anyone deliberately plays tricks or cleverness, he must change his or her head. It didn't take long to meet with the fecal valve. After all, seeing them on the front foot and going to dinner on the back foot would affect the appetite a little by connecting the two things. Generally speaking, only people with lofty beliefs and strong will have this kind of courage. But fortunately, with the public toilets, I will see which minister is not pleasing to the eye in the future. So Jin Yiwai throws the goods into the public toilet on a dark night with high winds, and then slips his feet into the pit by the name of it. Smoked to death. Letting the dung valves work for themselves for free and making the capital clean seems to be a good thing for the future, but the efforts of these 4 companies alone cannot change the inertia of the people in the capital in a short period of time. Not only must the merchants be strictly prohibited from dumping domestic garbage at will, but also the relevant yeoman must be strictly supervised. If there is no such yeoman, then just set up a yeoman specifically to manage this matter. The most important thing is to make vigorous repairs and updates to the sewage system in the capital, dig some new ditches, and install the necessary pipes to ensure that the people can dump their own fluid waste freely. Once the various measures are gradually put in place, the lethality of the plague on the people and animals in the capital will be greatly weakened, and the possibility that the tragedy that killed hundreds of thousands of people will be staged again will be very slim. These 4 queen dung beetles are still sensible, and they have to give this big job to the next. Otherwise, let your whole family eat xiang, regardless of the pepper or cumin flavor, and you can take it away if you can't eat it. His Royal Highness Suian is here. This product was responsible for making mahjong for the prince, and the finished product was delivered at noon. The craftsman hurriedly rushed to make the whole night's efforts were finally not in vain. Yoji was quite satisfied with the finished product made by the Yinza prison. After getting the prince's affirmation and approval, everyone was happy, very excited, and not sleepy. All afternoon, they carefully engraved on small wooden blocks. At the same time, they were very curious about the game that the prince brought from the fairy world. How to play. His Majesty, this is the plate carved by the craftsman of the servants. Please have a look. Suian was holding a tray with engraved mahjong tiles inside, but it hadn't been painted yet. It looked pale and ugly under the cover of Huang Ula's true colors. Yoji first picked out a few pictures at random, and took a closer look. The craftsman's engraving skills are very good. The cards and strokes are neat and tidy. If they are painted, they are more vigorous and powerful, and they are almost the same as the standards of later generations. Well, it's okay. Is that all? Such a semi-finished product can already be taken, but Yoji saw only a dozen cards on the tray, and the number was far from enough to make up a set of mahjong. His Majesty, the servants are afraid that the craftsman under them will not be able to meet the orders of His Highness, so let them try to carve these first, so as not to carve the existing cards. Suian also wanted to be on the safe side. If this was damaged or the prince was dissatisfied, he would immediately have to stab the wood again. It was impossible to repair the broken cards, and that would be a deal with the prince. Well, you have the intention. This is pretty good. You can engrave at this level. After engraving, you don't need to show it to the palace. You can paint it directly and bring the finished product after drying. Is it enough for 3 days? To make the first hemp in the history of the Ming Empire, of course, the general should not be in a hurry. The result of urging the craftsman is to make mistakes in a hurry. Enough. Your Majesty, please rest assured, the servants will do their best. Suian was also worried in advance that the prince would be anxious and would let himself deliver the finished things tomorrow. Hearing what the prince said, the construction period was so generous, and he felt relieved. We must let the craftsmen rest well, and not affect their sleep for the sake of rushing to work. The palace also expects them to make more mahjongs out. Send the decree from the palace. After the mahjong is completed, reward each person with a silver or 2. If there is any deduction from it, you will come to see you. Although Suian asked these workers to work overtime on their own terms, they were also doing errands for their own sake. As the prince, it would be unreasonable if he didn't show it. Anyway, he would have to use these people to continue making mahjong in the future. $1 or $2 is not much, but it can be regarded as a slight heart. In order to complete the mahjong as soon as possible, Supervisor Yinxiu is busy with dozens of people. Even if everyone gets a little bit of sweetness, the total reward of the prince is also 2 large ingots of silver are required. The slave and maidservant on behalf of the craftsman thank His Royal Highness for the grace. The slave and maid dare not deduct any points. If there is any rebellious move, let His Highness dispose of it. For example, in the future, the mansion is strictly investigating the secrets of the servants. Suiyang does not have the courage to commit crimes at this juncture. Don't lose your head because of a few catties of pork. A patron better than Gao Kikian, who had served the prince before, was cut down by the decisive prince. If the other servants don't want to rehabilitate immediately, they can only work with their tails underneath them. Chapter 84, The Prince's Egg. Donggong Bing by Eunuch Li Jizuan. The inner factory Admiral Eunuch Li Fengxiang. One in charge of the accounts, the other in charge of arresting people. The name of the infamous Sir Li has been spread among the servants, and they both worry about arresting people and asking for credit every day. These two people, along with the eunuch Wang Chenjian of Silly Bing's pen, Yang Jinkao, eunuch of Donggong, Fang Zhenghua, Admiral eunuch of Dongcheng, Gao Shiming, eunuch of Silly, eunuch Chuxian's Hang, and eunuch of Shangshan eunuch Zhang Guoyan, were targeted. The hateful colleagues are collectively referred to as the prince's bastard. After Wang Chenjian was bitten out by Wang Dihua, he immediately donated all his belongings and became the prince's echo worm. The speed at which he hugged his thighs caught his colleagues by surprise. Yang Jinkao is now the prince's second mouth. Sometimes the prince is inconvenient to say, he will relate, and he will naturally accept the money that is inconvenient to collect. Fang Zhenghua, who was promoted to governor by the prince, was already in power and was highly trusted by the prince, because it was rumored that the prince had privately said that in the future, the residents and each yeoman 20 for yeoman would have to cut costs, and only the East Factory would not be able to reduce it. Gao Shiming and Wang Chenjian together instructed the memorials submitted by the cabinet, including the imperial decree with a seal, plus a classical Chinese text that a certain prince could not understand. If the prince repents afterwards, this product can temporarily serve as the queen's backpot. Chuxian's Hang is responsible for overseeing the 20 for yeoman, especially the every move and irregular expenses of the chief eunuchs of the yeoman. If there is any income, he will directly report to the Prince Ming, and then a senior eunuch will not be able to work the next day. Among this group of people, you can see the prince regularly every day. Only Zhang Guoyan and Shangshan supervisor are the lifeline yeomen who have at least 3 times a day. The prince can only eat with peace of mind. It is said that the Emperor Tanqi favors wise Onxian, and now the back residence has turned into 9,000 years old. Although he does not have the power of wise Onxian, it can be regarded as proud. The eunuch who has not transformed naturally envy and hate in his heart. Since the second batch of in-house servants headed by Yan Xiaoyan was cut, many potential buyers have been stimulated. Zijin bonds sales have soared again, and currently exceed 3 million tals. It is estimated that they will exceed 4 million tals tomorrow. Mark. On the one hand, the eunuchs and court ladies were forced by the prince's butcher knife, so they had to pay for money to buy peace. On the other hand, after learning that the prince has bought Zaoyan gold mine and has to open another gold mine in Yixian, everyone is not afraid that the prince will have no silver to pay back. If there is no silver, he can still pay back the gold. Use 2 gold mines and royal reputation as collateral, and credit is naturally leveraged. If the prince really didn't want to pay back the money, he wouldn't spend such a great effort to get people to keep accounts, plus hand out personal accounts. Everyone also heard from the senior house waiter that when their money expires, it is pure money, and it can be spent whatever they want. Therefore, The eunuchs in charge of the palace is in the back residence, and the 24th Yemen gang will go crazy and buy Zygen bonds as if they are bankrupt. The 10-year bond has an investment return of 25, and the prince also helps you mill money for free, so you don't have to hide it anymore. Where can you find this good thing? Some people are still regretting that if they change their 5-year period to a 10-year period, they can still earn 5% more interest. However, the people in the bookkeeping group will not allow you to be so foolish. Change it today. If you regret it again tomorrow, you want to change it back. What about you playing a monkey? For the servants, the most important task at the moment is to do the errands. The prince confessed honestly, and then lived to the point where they can redeem the Zygen bonds. That would really be a return to their hometown. Well, don't forget what you said. Go on. This standard mahjong is almost enough. The words on the tiles are actually secondary. The most important thing about mahjong tiles is that the weight is moderate, the hand feels good, and it feels smooth and supple, just like touching. Thinking of this, Yoji turned his head to look at the huge hemisphere of Xia's sister who served him. Xia was a little unclear by the prince, so she suddenly felt a little nervous in her heart. Could it be that she wore the clothes upside down? While hesitating, I thought of a reasonable reason and asked, His Royal Highness has been tired for a long time, but is he hungry right now? Yoji smiled knowingly. I was indeed hungry under the crotch, but at the moment I can't nourish Xiao Yoji, so I can only bear it. Looking at the clock, it's almost time for dinner. Even if I'm not hungry, the little bellies of the pig-like brothers and sisters will growl. Well, let Zhang Yuoyan marinate the pork at noon. At this time, the royal chefs should make the braised pork rice. The pork chops and the noodles made Zhu Sijiang still want to eat. She begged her beautiful mother to eat it today, but these days the menu was set by the eldest son. Queen Zhao's mood was disturbed by the national war, and she had no intention of interfering in this matter. What I ate last night was marinated noodles. I can't eat noodles anymore today. Why don't you have to change it? For the pig brothers, the stewed pork rice with sauce is delicious and easy to make. It's easy to get used to it once. You can't use a small bowl to eat braised pork rice. In order to mix well with the gravy, you must use a large sea bowl. Only this kind of feast will make it enjoyable. How do you say that sentence? Large. So satisfied. By the time Yoji went to eat at the pretty mother's place, everyone was already there. Concubine Tangui didn't want to have dinner with her number one competitor every day, but the emperor hasn't awakened, and now she can't count on it. Her own father, Tan Hongyu, was also detained by Jin Yiwei, taking advantage of the opportunity to have dinner. Ask the prince a little bit about the inside story. If your family can do it conveniently, it is better to be released as soon as possible. Some people don't want to come but they have to come, and some people want to come but can't make it through, because this dining table can't come by wanting to come. The little wives of the fringe like Wang Fei, Concubine Liu, Concubine Fang, and Concubine Shin are not eligible to have a meal together for the time being. However, these little wives are also useful. For example, if the number of people who voted in the North Korean meeting is not enough, let these minor national warriors go up and make up the number. The queen's father counts as the first rank, and the imperial concubine's father is the second rank. Then the concubine's fathers will make up for the third rank, guaranteeing that certain stubborn ministers can be blown up alive. As long as there is such a need, I will give Laozi a head for all the national battles that are still panting. The Mad Dog Minister wants to vote with this palace. This palace can make you go round and round. Concubine Liu was too old. She was over 70, and the emperor's wife Jiang Yan was afraid that she was alone and lonely, so she accompanied her to dinner and did not come over. Jiang Yan was named one of the 5 great beauty queens in ancient times, and she is a super beauty who only appeared in 500 years. Compared to the national-level sisters like Queen Zhu and Gai Feitan, if it weren't for the title of imperial sister-in-law, they would have long been the target of the back residence. In addition to the stewed pork rice on the table, there are 3 side dishes: stir-fried mushrooms, rapeseed, celery, peanuts, and boiled dried silk. Among them, Boiled dried silk is also related to Gansai eyes going to the south of the Yangtze River. Yangtze's famous dish 9 silk soup passes through a certain emperor's instructions became another delicacy. Dining together is not a meal system. Although they are sitting together, there is a lunchbox in front of each person, which is used to hold the braised pork rice. There are 3 small bowls with side dishes next to it. In order to avoid unnecessary waste, the small bowl is just a big slap. This not only achieves the original intention of collective fire and saves the expenses of the back residents, but also takes into account personal hygiene preferences, so as not to eat other people's saliva. Some people didn't say anything, but they disliked each other very much, especially the beautiful mother and aunt Tan. These beautiful friends should be disgusting with each other. The table mates are all the top beauties of the Datong dynasty. Yoji doesn't care about this at all. As for the younger brothers who are screaming like pigs, then they can be ignored. The third prince Zhu Sijiang didn't know the specific method of braised pork rice. He thought it was like making braised noodles, covering the rice with chopped braised sauce. It was only after arriving at Cunning Palace that the delicacy turned out to be a different look, but it seemed to be mouth-watering. When Zhu Sijiang saw something on the table, he kept swallowing. Braised pork rice is indeed used to cover the rice with minced pork, but Yoji did not let the royal cooks do that. Because if the meat is too small, the premature princes and princesses will most likely not chew it. Swallowing down, to put it bluntly, it is lazy to chew. If it was like this yesterday, if it is still like this today, it will easily hurt the stomach and not easy to digest. The direct result is rapid fat gain. Yoji has reminded the beautiful mother that the prince and princess must not rest directly within half an hour after a meal, and must walk around to digest food. Before submitting it, Zhang Yuoyun had tasted it in advance. Although the preparation of this braised pork rice is not complicated, it does have some merits and it tastes very good. However, since his staff are making this for the first time, there is still a hint of anxiety in his heart. His Royal Highness, let's taste it first. The servants don't know whether the chefs can reach the level expected by His Highness. In order to avoid smashing the craftsmanship at night, making the whole family dissatisfied with the dumpling father, the chefs can't wait to do it in the afternoon, which is regarded as a drill or water test. According to the menu provided by Prince Edward, 5 imperial chefs each made the same braised pork rice. After tasting, they chose the best one for dinner to ensure that nothing went wrong. Everyone thinks you can get it, and then invite Zhang Yuoyun to taste it. After getting the basic approval from the supervisor, everyone summed up their previous experience and agreed on a standard practice that they can master, so that they can be targeted. It can basically guarantee that even if this delicacy is served on the royal dining table for the first time, it will not discredit the superintendent. It is really a shame to be embarrassed by such a simple medicine collection. The real reason why a group of cooks can brainstorm ideas is that it's impossible for an imperial cook to cook this dish. After the prince had eaten it at night for the past 2 days, he asked the supervisor to cook lunch for the courtiers the next day. Everyone must know how to cook it. Just make it delicious. After all, if the prince praised this delicacy to the courtiers in advance, and you turned it into a dark dish, and if you were criticized by the courtiers, the prince would have no light on his face and would surely anger the back kitchen, then someone would be cooked. Chapter 85, Conversation with Auntie. Yeah, it's delicious. Zhu Sijiang started to praise after just a few mouthfuls. The red pork belly is fat and lean. The fat is melted in the mouth. The lean meat is tender and cooked. The mouth is full of fragrance. The mellow taste of this thick oil-red sauce spreads to the nose even more. It made him extremely intoxicated. The rice is topped with broth. The tender green cabbage and the flaming braised pork complement each other, and the appealing appearance can make the taste buds of people with loss of appetite open, and the chopsticks keep turning. Don't say anything, lest you choke. Empress Zhe heard the rounding evaluation from her son's mouth. Kiao's face was slightly unhappy, her bright eyes flashed, and she immediately groaned. Eat as you go, and talk while eating, what it looks like when seen by the other two noble concubines. On the contrary, the two sons of concubine Tan, Zhu the fourth son of the emperor, and Zhu the fifth son of the emperor, did not say a word. Those side dishes are second, mainly because the braised pork rice is very suitable for the little princes. They eat all the dishes and flats, and they don't need it. Even the three stunning ladies also use most of the food in front of them. Satisfied with dinner. When the dinner was over, Yoji's friends were all led by the maids to walk around. Only when concubine Tan walked up to the prince and asked softly, "Brother Hong, is the auntie who is not talking? She just misses her father Ankang. I don't know when I can see him." Seeing her father one day earlier, the stone in Tangaifi's heart could fall to the ground earlier. Now that the queen mother and son are in control, Tangaifi is much better, and she no longer dared to openly confront Queen Zhu. If she was asked to beat her legs and squeeze her shoulders, "I'm afraid I have to obey my life happily." The beauties in the back residence are vying for each other, and the dynasties have emerged one after another. As a result, there have been countless incidents of fratricide. Concubine Tangui won't speak quickly at this critical juncture. After losing the asylum of Daddy Xiao Dia, their mother and son became a vulnerable group in the back residence. Yoji looked at this pleasing Yangtze thin horse, smelled the refreshing fragrance from the other's body, and calmly calmed down. "Auntie, please rest assured, although the national war has been robbed of the title, but life is absolutely worry-free. The court has not yet acted. All the noble officials are in the custody of the Ministry of Justice. The two national warriors are locked together. At the earliest, they will have to wait until the day after birth before they can be released. At that time, the family can be reunited." Tan Hong was accompanied by his unbelievable cheap grandfather's account. Dongqing found more than 350,000 silver and more than 2,800 gills of gold from the affiliated hospitals of the Zhu family. 13 places, nearly 7,000 acres of fertile fields, countless antique calligraphy and paintings. This is not even counted as the part of the investigator's own wiping. But Yoji saw and heard nothing. If Wang Chenjun is asked to read these family properties to Dajuo Dad, will the cheap old man be immediately awakened by anger and get up to hammer his cheap old man? The beautiful mother's dissatisfaction is mostly because of this. As the chief national warrior of the dignified state, sitting on such a huge family wealth, but in the face of the national disaster, she was innocent, and lied openly and deceived the monarch in front of the civil and military affairs of the country. It is impossible for Queen Zhu to have no heartache and resentment for the self-serving villain of her father. If she has no money, no one will be angry. The problem is that the situation is just the opposite, and the announcement will definitely cause an uproar in the world. Yoji's conversation turned around and mentioned the great side business he was about to create. By the way, the former said about acting as a model with aunt's court lady. If the aunt's manpower is insufficient, you can choose it in the back residence. 20 models are used at a time, and there are threshold-level beauties with fair skin and beauty. I'm afraid that Concubine Tan will not be able to come up with so many. Concubine Tangui learned that her father was innocent and could not be released for the time being, so she was not happy to ask more. Hearing that the prince talked about the money-making business, she immediately guessed that the prince might have made a few pieces of clothing, and said, "Brother Hong wants to send them to dress. If you really make a lot of money and can earn thousands of kills of silver each year, then this business must be in your own hands, and you must not let the prince transfer it to others." Yoji nodded. The little wife who dumped the pot father is really being so smart. Since the other party has guessed it, she said with certainty, "It is true. After all, clothes are just objects. Only when the beauties wear them, will the clothes show off. The characteristics and demeanor of this will make the female relatives of the rich and gentleman's family fall in love with it when they see it. If there are not so many people in the palace, then go directly to the sisters of Jiao Fangzai. They may be more professional than the maids. When customers buy clothes, the store will also give various poses. As long as the rich women step into this kind of shop, face a dazzling variety of sexy inner friends, And don't buy a few tens of tals at a time. You will be embarrassed to go out, and you will be strongly scorned by your sisters. No matter how much you know, you will eventually have to defeat the fire attack of the ball cover, garter belt, stockings, short pants, and an earpiece hollow inner support. Under the influence of your heart and the attention of others, you will pay the bill obediently. I'm not afraid that if you don't come, I'm afraid that you have no money. As long as you have money in your pocket, as long as you enter this shop, this palace will have a way to let you pay for it. Even if you can't get as many requests from the other party at one time, concubine Tan has to hold the little prince first. My aunt has already found 3 or 4 palace ladies, but I don't know if I can enter the eyes of Brother Hong, so my aunt sends someone to them. Call me. Concubine Tanguine knew very well that this incident could be used to show her good to the prince. Even if Queen Zhu still has a lot of hostility and prejudice, the prince will reconcile the business for the sake of cooperating together, so that it will not cause trouble. It's too stiff. During the time when the emperor was traveling in a crane, the concubine Tanguine not only had to repair the sister relationship that was about to break with Queen Zhu, but also waited for opportunities to please her. Otherwise it would be hard to guarantee that their mother and son would not be secretly attacked by the queen and the prince. This amount is far from enough. Yoji immediately interrupted the beautiful aunt's instructions. No aunt. This matter also involves frequent trips to the palace. I think it is because the child's plan is not good. It is better to use Jiufang division. When the people are better, find a money-making errand for them, and it will be convenient to find a way out in the future. The aunt only needs to wait for her release from the national war, and the palace will arrange the national war. National warfare sells Nei, which is still very sexy. It is estimated that this guy will not have time to see his daughter in the future. Either he is afraid of the sisters of Jiufang Zai, or he is scolding with his wife at home. Guy Phyton's house can be lively. Concubine Tangui felt that there was nothing wrong with this matter. The prince's kindness had to be accepted. After the family was raided, it would be impoverished. With just the amount of salary in the palace, it would be difficult to feed the family. In that way, it is better to cooperate with the prince to do some errands within one's ability. First, you can show the prince and the queen. Second, you can subsidize the family. And third, let the family dad who doesn't let himself worry have a job. But the prince's promise did not reassure concubine Tan. The former had used her private money to buy 3,000 tals of Zijin bonds. In order to be able to release her family safely, concubine Tan sent another 2,000 tals of silver. Directly the express arrived at the East Palace. Auntie. After the Yoji meal, the walk was completed, and he returned to his small yard, where the gift of concubine Tan and himself arrived. Yoji didn't want to refuse this Yangzhou skinny horse, not to mention the little wife who threw the pot father. It's just that if you have the money, it's better to buy Zijin bonds and deliver them to your door, and you will have to spend 2 times to carry them out. Brother Hong, please don't refuse. It's nothing. It's just the wish of my aunt. Now it's time to use good steel on the blade. I hesitate a little, and maybe something will happen. Concubine Tangui whispered softly, exhaling lame explanation with infinite charm and enchantment, supplemented by a pair of Kubo star eyes twinkling, making Yoji a little trance, and then listening to the words, a certain part of the body the party's about to awaken. Well then, last night Xia wore that little cute piece that made Xiao Yoji excited. If he is stimulated by the outside world today, then the prince's belief in resistance will collapse across the board and he must perform high-speed piston exercises. The subject is to be determined. Seeing this man, the little devilish guy, had collected his money, concubine Tan was relieved and asked with a smile, Brother Hong has made the clothes of the fairy world. Can I let the auntie see it as soon as possible? Ever since he woke up, he has repeatedly experienced actions. Although Tangai Fai is the mother of 3 children, she is still just a beautiful woman in her 20s. She is no less curious about new things than she is. Child. Since he wants to leave the transaction to the Tan family to take care of, Yoji has no reservations about Tangai Fai. Last night I just made a rough prototype, and I still need the staff of the Shanghai supervisor to continue to improve it, but it can also make my aunt go over. Xia, you can put on those clothes one by one and show them to the auntie. They gave me 5,000 taels of silver, which would be considered a reward for people watching a simple fashion show. Besides, there is only this reward at present. If you think it doesn't exist. Xia quickly came out wearing a dress, but with low eyebrows and pleasing to the eye, her body squeezed, not like a catwalk at all, but almost like doing something wrong and waiting for the master's punishment. Yoji couldn't stand it, so he snatched the whisk in Yang Jinko's hand and pointed the plump girl's chin with the tail stick to make the posture correct. Raise your head, look straight ahead, keep your waist straight, close your hips, and cross your legs back and forth. Forget it, don't trip yourself up, so be it. Clothes are not qualified, especially models. Although Tangai did not know the market prospects of this dress, she praised it in a timely manner. The clothes designed by Brother Hong are a perfect match for Xia. It is really wonderful to fully modify the graceful figure of the woman. Yeah. Chapter 86. Dome upgrade. Be bold and bold enough. They are all short-sleeved. They may also be suitable for women to wear in their own residences. If they are worn out, according to the current customs, they will inevitably be pointed out by others. It is also possible to hook a few sulfur gangsters. Yoji was a little embarrassed at the first performance. This clothes is still a semi-finished product, which made my aunt laugh. After a while, the child will make some improvements, and then I will ask my aunt to come and take a look. If the finished product is made like this, it will definitely not be sold. Even if you look at the Yangtze thin horse, Yoji needs to be improved. Concubine Tengui didn't care, but rather happily encouraged. Whatever Brother Hong said, my aunt is very confident in Brother Hong. I don't know what that woman's personal belongings. The prospects are not yet clear, but it does not mean that it will not work in the future. Since the prince has this plan, he will definitely do better and better in the future, otherwise he will not spend time on the woman's objects. It's also a semi-finished product, but I can take a look first. This area is Yoji's key investment target. As long as the beauties put on them, let the other half see them, and use the hot posture. They can be seductive. Xia knew she couldn't refuse the prince's request, so she had to change into that very shameful little thing and walked out even more shyly. When the two masters approached her, her pretty face was already flushed, and she didn't dare to look up. Except for the upper and lower two fabrics with small faces, Xia has nothing else on her body. Because of this piece of knee sets off the protruding and back-curved girl to be extra sexy. Basically over 90% of her skin. It can be seen by outsiders. Because Xia was originally a plump body, and the hemisphere was huge, and it was covered with lotus arms, invisibly played a role of gathering, so that the double peaks in the dome were almost ready to come out, revealing a large piece of white tender flesh, letting Tantan the imperial concubine was envious. In the whole world, there is nothing that can highlight the advantages of women's breast shape better than this close-fitting thing. If the beauties in the back residence are all wearing this thing to wait for the bed, I am afraid the emperor will be overwhelmed, and he will definitely not be able to go the next day. It's early. When concubine Tengui saw such a tight object, her eyes suddenly lit up and she was shocked. Oh my god, I didn't expect Brother Hong to be capable of supernatural craftsmanship. If this object is sold, it will surely arouse the gentry ladies' competition. This thing is probably many times more glamorous than the tube tops worn by women nowadays. As long as there are women wearing them, they will be able to attract bees and butterflies. There is no need to worry about not getting the rain and dew gifts from their husbands. Maybe there are other husbands. For men, women who don't wear clothes are actually not very attractive. Wearing too many clothes has the same effect as without clothes. The most important thing is that they are just right. All the exposed places are exposed, and the rest is waiting for the other party. Do it yourself to open it. Concubine Tengui naturally understood the mystery, and when she saw the real thing, she had a care in her heart, and she begged in a gentle manner, "Auntie will definitely give it all. Don't you want to transfer this sale to others?" Don't say that places outside of Gifu, even in the capital, as long as the ladies and daughters of the big families see this thing when they go shopping, they will definitely buy a few pieces. One person spends 10 tals of silver, and 100 people is 1,000 tals. By analogy, you will soon make a lot of money. Please rest assured, the child will naturally not break his promise. Yoji promised it. Tangai brand's Nei, thinking about it will make the idiots excited. Then I am afraid that the big foot-scraping man in the shop will be better than the rich girls who come to patronize in order to see the curvaceous looks of the models. The number of people is several times higher. His Royal Highness, Liu Heiwang from Shanghai Supervisor is here with the maid clothes. Let him in. Yang Jin waved to the distance, and Liu Heiwang, who was waiting at the door, took a group of tailors into the hospital. The trays in his hands were filled with ready-made clothes, which was an upgraded version of those crude products last night. Yoji roughly swept around, and finally fell on a ball cover. Compared with the one Xia was wearing, the workmanship seems to be much better. The white diamond yarn is embroidered with black curly lines, which makes the appearance more fascinating. With a touch of your hand, you can feel that there are two layers inside and outside. The outer layer is thinner, mainly used as a base cloth for embroidery. The inner layer is thicker, which can reduce unnecessary friction caused by embroidery to delicate skin and try to avoid allergic reactions. The shoulder straps and back straps are also bordered with fine lines, and the end of the back straps is also designed with a cloth buckle, which is more practical than the previous version of the lace. It also uses a front and rear double row, allowing the wearer to perform according to their own bust adjustment. Could this thing be Brother Hong's new inner yi? Concubine Tan, who likes to join in the fun, saw the S version of the ball cover, and was very surprised. Not only is the appearance beautiful and novel, but the design is more sophisticated. You can see the thoughts of the brothers on it, which is definitely not comparable to an ordinary tube top. Let my aunt laugh. Yoji nodded and agreed. This 20 version is a lot better than the 10 version, but there is still room for improvement. But outsiders are attracted by the novel appearance of the dome, and they don't see the doorway inside. As a woman who likes this thing, Concubine Tan gave a very pertinent evaluation, where Brother Hong's inner yi is a wonderful workmanship. If it is sold, it will surely be sought after by the female relatives. Although this thing uses very few fabrics, it takes a lot of work to embroider women. It will not be cheap to sell to the ladies of high-ranking officials, but it can also make a fortune. Auntie thinks if this item is for sale, how much should it be priced? There should always be 5 coins, right? Get started with a couple of silver. Really? Oh, seriously? This thing was not a mass consumer product at the beginning of its listing. It followed a high-end route. The main consumer groups were the wives, concubines and young ladies of officials and wealthy gentry. This circle was not very price sensitive, and focused on the style and workmanship of the product. Don't say 1 tal of silver, even if it's priced at 12 tals, 20 tals, or even 50 tals of silver, as long as you have something that you have never had before in gaming. Even if it is driven by curiosity, people will do it. Maybe you will buy it and take it home to have a look. Customers don't need money, so everything is easy to say. The best fabrics can be used, the best embroidery women can use. The designer is naturally the best. In short, to win the high-end customer base, we must use the best in everything, and we must not cut corners in any link. Can Brother Hong make something for his aunt? Everyone has the love of beauty, and Tangai was naturally moved when she saw such a beautiful object. If the emperor wakes up and sees himself wearing such a hot thing, he will surely get extra gifts and then retake the Holy Family. If the auntie really has this intention, the boy will ask the person from the Shanghai Supervisor to make a tailor-made one for the auntie, but this thing still needs to be improved in the eyes of the boy. If the auntie is not in a hurry, it's okay. In the eyes of my aunt, This thing is already very beautiful. Brother Hong has bothered. Concubine Tangui couldn't wait to try it on. She couldn't put on Xia's one anyway, because the bust of the two is too different. Tangai wears two more cloth pockets on her chest. Xia put on this newly made dome cover and came out and turned around, showing the most proud of woman's plumpness. Even though Tangai had read countless personal objects, she was stunned to see such a scene. If a man sees this beautiful dreamlike situation in front of him, he will have dry mouth and fever all over his body. Even a gentleman has to look at it a few more times. The words of others will fall on deaf ears, and he will surely think about it singly. Perhaps in the entire Ming dynasty, there is no more clothes that can highlight the distinctive characteristics of a woman's body than this thing. My previous judgment is absolutely correct. If this thing is sold on the market, it will definitely arouse a great response from the female families. Concubine Tangui was not good at harassing the prince too much. She only stayed for a while and left. Since she was asking for someone, she was full of flattering intentions to come over. Although 2,000 tals of silver is quite a lot, it can be regarded as no white flower. Not only does it finalize the transaction between the two parties, but also obtains a set of extremely sexy internal support. Yoji continued to instruct a group of tailors of Shanghai supervisor. There are still improvements in this internal support. First, the inner fabric can be replaced with silk, which may be a bit thicker than rhombic yarn, but silk feels better. Smooth, tender skin with care, and more warmth. Second, the interior can be divided into winter models and summer models. The high-end version with silk and the comfortable version with diamond yarn, which are not used for purchasing power customers. The price can be adjusted appropriately. Thirdly, the supporting effect of this thing is not good. A special edition can be made separately, and sterilized fish bones are inserted in the lower edge of the product. In order to avoid the wearer, the fish bones wrap an extra layer of fabric. For some women who love beauty, increasing the bust can increase the attractiveness to men. Using fish bones is also a helpless choice. Later generations will use steel rims or plastics, but in the Daton dynasty, washing with iron may cause rust, and plastics can only be obtained by smelting petroleum. Use wood, and worry about decay after being soaked in water. I chose to choose, and in the end I could only use processed fish bones. Although the feeling is a bit strange, as long as the girls can hold a hemisphere, it is better than nothing. If the A-cup girl wears gadgets, it may not be very useful, but the B-cup girl may become a B+ or C-cup with a cup. When the master sees it, she will be very affectionate. It can be done with a few silvers. Things are definitely value for money. Also, the cup should be divided into 3/4, and a half, and an E/4. There is also a pure chest support without this kind of shield. This shoulder strap and back strap, it can also be divided into an E-finger wide, toe finger wide, and 3-finger wide, which are used to adapt to the body characteristics of different women. The color of the fabric is tentatively scheduled for red, white, black, purple, blue, green, and orange. These 7 colors can be matched according to different embroidery patterns, and hundreds of styles can be made. Chapter 87, High-Heeled Stockings. More specific precautions and design patterns have been written on the paper. With the understanding of Shang Yijian, they should be able to understand it. Yoji explained it again in public, and there will probably not be much difference. But the sponge thing can't be realized. At the moment, there are no substitutes in Datonchao area. The vast number of beautiful girls have a chance to make their petite hemispheres grow bigger quickly. Liu Heiwang and a group of tailors were stunned. Everyone has never heard such a detailed explanation. It turns out that there are so many details about women's personal items. It seems that the prince has really learned a lot from the fairy world. What makes Xia feel even more ashamed is that the prince actually designed something very simple. I am afraid that even the sisters of Lu are ashamed to wear it, because it is worn underneath, and there is only a palm-sized piece of fabric in the front, and the back is so poor that there is only a thin strap. How can this be worn by people? Yoji is very fond of this thing. Daji, Zaishe, and Zhao Feiyan didn't wear it back then. A small piece of cloth can be sold at a sky-high price. The price per unit area is not much worse than the house. This is called a luxury. As long as the tailors have mastered the mystery of the dome, it is naturally easy to do this thing. If it is designed into one format, it can be made into a set of 2 pieces, and the price will rise. The focus tonight is not the triangle, but another thing that beauties love. Is the carpenter here? Here, these are all of them. I don't know what style of shoes your highness wants to make. This style. Yoji asked Yang Jinka to take a draft and showed Liu Heiwang to examine it. The latter was surprised when he saw it. Is this the shoes worn by women in the fairy world? Otherwise, how could it be like this? It's completely different from Ming's shoes. With such a slender heel, is it possible for a woman to walk on the sole of her foot? How to maintain balance? It's incredible. Just looking at the pattern the prince drew on the paper, Liu Heiwang couldn't figure it out. Xia, sit on a chair and let the tailor measure your feet. The carpenters are all men, so you can't directly touch the jade feet of the palace lady. But you can let the seamstress measure it on your behalf. Xia just wore shameful clothes in front of the concubine Tintin, and now she has to show part of her body to outsiders again. Although it is not a very important part of a woman, she has never had an experience before, and Kaolian immediately again, blushing. The head drooped and did not dare to look at others at all. After taking off the auspicious clouds embroidered shoes and the bag-shaped socks one after another, a pair of white and tender golden lotus was displayed in front of everyone. Fortunately, they have been washed before, otherwise the indecent air radiating under the dullness will definitely be smoked. The tailor who took a closer look, in that case, this girl would have no place to show herself. However, in the eyes of some servants who are used to rough work, the golden lotus of the palace lady next to the prince is so exquisite and lovely, with exquisite and small toes as dazzling as white jade, much more delicate than their hands, and perhaps better than those of rich gentry's homes. His wives and concubines need to be well maintained. They just enjoy the blessing in the palace, and they don't have that blessing. Yoji was almost done, and he ordered, first, make 3 pairs of ordinary wood according to the drawing, and then make a few pairs of rosewood, red sandalwood, and mahogany. After mastering the production process. The sole and the heel are separate, not one. Otherwise it's easy to break and it's not easy to repair. When assembling, either glue or nail them together. The upper should be pasted with a layer of pigskin, and the cross straps that fix the feet should be connected with a belt. These craftsmen have never touched similar shoes before, so Yoji had to let everyone start with the simplest high-heel sandals, so that there is no need to make uppers, and a few straps can bind the wearer's feet. In order to achieve the effect of shock absorption, a waterproof platform of about 3 centimeters has been added under the forefoot, which can also increase the height of the wearer accordingly. Considering that Xia is wearing high heels for the first time, if it is too high, it will easily break your feet, so the heel is tentatively set at 7 centimeters. With the help of waterproof platform, it will be easier to wear on the ground. From the slow development of this model, you can derive fish mouth, sharp mouth, round head, thick slope, exposed heel, high top, shaped belt. Anyway, many people can fill the entire display stand, with different colors, different styles, and different shapes. If you don't empty out the silver in the girl's pocket, it will be regarded as a failure. Because wearing high heels requires a long period of adaptation, Xia has already begun to receive preliminary training. Specifically, it is a pair of slightly larger embroidered shoes with 2-3 centimeter high wooden blocks under the heel. Xia always feels weird when putting it on. It's not that awkward to walk, but it is quite different from usual. It seems that her legs are a little tight, her hips are slightly lifted, and her height is naturally higher than before. Rise. Ming's women pay attention to the miniature figure, and high-heeled shoes are rushed to the market. I am afraid that no one will care about them. However, a certain prince had already thought of advertising gimmicks, such as superior. Small and exquisite refers to the Yangtze thin horse favored by men, but when comparing women with each other, Of course they hope that their height will become taller and taller. If you are short, like a girl under 1 meter 6, you have no potential to develop vertically, and you can only develop horizontally. Unless you deliberately go on a diet, a little plumper will appear fatter. Seeing that the socks were too ugly and didn't match the high heels, Yoji casually ordered, "I need to make a few pairs of stockings. Don't use silk in the early stage, just use diamond yarn to make them. According to the shape of the legs, make them tighter, like it's as close as a glove." It is impossible to make silk stockings without chemical fiber, so I can only make the next best thing and make some substitutes. But as long as we can produce similar things on a large scale, then we can achieve the original intention of robbing the majority of girls. The advantage of making silk stockings with diamond yarn is that there is not much difference in visual impact. As long as they are made and worn with knee and high heels, they will be extremely lethal to the animals, but it is difficult to truly achieve the effect of no sewing marks. After thinking about it, Yoji changed all the seams to X-shaped. Except for the feet with thin threads, they are all connected by thin cloth strips with thick fingers. This can not only hide the far from perfect craftsmanship, but also inspire the inner desires of the idiots. With stockings, the garter belt is its indispensable golden partner. It doesn't matter if you can't make an elastic band, you can use the buckle design to expand and contract from top to bottom. If you put on the ball cover, the cutie, the garter belt, the stockings, you will surely turn all living beings upside down, and the big guy will be fascinated by the feet. A set of 4 pieces is for 12 pulls of silver, no bargaining is allowed. No money in your pocket? Cannot afford? It doesn't matter, go to kill the Donglu. Just slaughter one, let alone buy a set. Even if you stop by, you will have the money to go happy and happy. For rich women, this thing is a certain prince's ATM. For the idiot, you have to snap the danzy before snap the sexy and graceful girl. If you don't give the money, you will be stupefied. Welcome to the factory guard of Jingxi. As soon as Xu returned home, the eldest son Xixing offered tea to him, and reported, "Father, Feng Guan, Feng Bihing, please see me." "We have been waiting for an hour in the side hall." After returning to the house today, his father's face was still calm, not as gloomy as yesterday. Perhaps the things discussed at the court were more relaxed, and X's mansion was not involved, so Xixing felt a little relieved. Taking off his official hat, wiping the sweat off his head with a towel, took another sip of tea, and then took a long sigh of relief. Xu then asked rather leisurely, "Oh, what is he doing here?" In the 7th year of the apocalypse, Wei Zongxian's Huiyu was eradicated by Emperor Chongzhen. Feng Quan was deprived of his status as a minor on the charge of attaching to an eunuch and framing a minister. At that time, he was accused of being a minor by discriminating a disciple for 3 years. Second, it can be seen. After that, Feng Quan went to Beijing for activities every year, hoping that Emperor Chongzhen had forgotten the things of the year and could re-employ himself, but unfortunately he was not successful. Xu was very clear about this, because Feng Quan did not come to his house less. Xixing knew his father's favor, and the visitor was his father's old friend. Even if he rushed in, he would not turn away the door with a large sum of money. "I brought 2 carts of gifts," and the child stopped him in order to avoid people's eyes and ears. "In the backyard. It is estimated that this time I came here for the official reinstatement." Looking at the slow and laborious appearance of the carriage, there are thousands of pulls of silver on it, not to mention, Feng Quan really did not hesitate to spend his money in order to seek an official. Xu calmly drank half a cup of tea, and after thinking for a while, he made a decision. After he changes clothes for his father, I will meet him, prepare wine and food, and talk while eating. Speaking in detail, the 2 of them went out of the same school, and they both worshipped under the 9,000-year-old school, but now they are different from the past. With Wei Zongxian's moss down, after more than 10 years, the 2 identities are no longer the same. Feng Quan received the news that Shufu had returned home, and was overjoyed when Xu's parents informed his father that he agreed to meet him. After entering the city this time, Feng Quan found out that the emperor was driving a crane and the prince was supervising the country through his family. He suddenly realized that if the chief assistant assisted him, the prince would be able to serve as an official and a half. Cao Minutes pays respects to the first assistant. There are requests and people, and there are distinctions between the host and their guest. Feng Quan looks extremely submissive, and he kneels and salutes when he sees the righteous master. "Oh, you and I are old friends. How can Bing be like this? It's really shameless to me. Once you come to my mansion, you don't need to be polite. Please hurry up and call our country." Xuogwen hurriedly stepped forward to help, with a hint of reproach. As long as the visitor brought real money, this redundant etiquette meaning would do, and there was no need for a real bow. Then Cao Minutes would be more respectful than his fate. Feng Quan peeked at each other, only to see Xuogwen smile, very kind, and just as he pleased. At the same time, I am also keeping my thoughts in mind beforehand. You must be careful everywhere to ensure that you are safe, so that you can work step by step and finally get what you want. Chapter 88, 7 points for officials. It's on the shelves today, and the 4D update. After this chapter, there should be 2 updates at 1900 hours and 2100 hours. Thank you for your support, especially the Emperor of the Chinese Federation for the generous rewards, and also thanks to Brilliant Sadness and Feelings and KKWT. Book Friends 16033110211875804621219749 inches. Yan Meng, Xiao Zongxing, Non-Professional Powerful, Darkness Endless, Martial Art, Fire June, Odd Opportunity. Aztec. Please forgive me if there are any omissions from the recommendation votes of classmates such as was. Book Friends 16122222554467 inches, Book Friends 2017112817551682 inches, and Fanxioa. After the book is on the shelves, students with money will vote for a monthly pass plus a reward. The principle of this palace is that you spend 100 coins, this palace is not too small, you spend 1 million coins, this palace is not too much. No matter how much it is your heart. My palace will raise its neck and open its mouth. Those who have no money will vote for the recommendation, and our palace will express our heartfelt thanks. At present, the recommended ticket ranking for this book is the 46th from the bottom I ordered. I think there is still a lot of room for improvement. If everyone works hard together, I think I can fly to the bottom 250th place no matter what. Regarding the plot after it was put on the shelves, you can reveal a little bit. In terms of heavy weapons, the Apocalypse-type tank, the Tikan-type multiple rocket launcher, the Wanli-Jilov-type airship, the Longqing-class battleship, and the Jiajing-class aircraft carrier will all come out. In short, there are only things you can't think of and what other authors haven't written. Based on past experience, old readers know that there is almost nothing that this palace can't do and dare not do after the trip through this palace. Because this palace is a doer, whether day or night. We believe that with everyone's support, we can strive to be in the top 250 of Quan Ming's works. Let's talk about it for the time being. Friendly reminder, I'm counting on 1,000-character settlement, so the above words are free. If you find something different from what I'm saying, please notify Megatron or SpongeBob SquarePants. Xgo praised his opinion and invited the guests to sit down. It's so good. Come, now His Royal Highness advocates frugality among officials. X has a little wine and hopes that Boing will not be offended. When the dishes were all ready, they withdrew from the attendants, and ordered the eldest son and old friends to drink freely, and don't let anyone come to disturb you without your own words. When Feng Quan looked at the tabletop, he saw only 4 dishes on the table. They were still meat and vegetables, beef with sauce, scrambled eggs with cucumber, fried yellow raw rice, and fried garlic sprouts. The soup was never seen at all. but the white and fat staple food was on the table for steamed buns. The dignified banquet, although there are only 2 of them, it is too shabby, isn't it? Seeing the guests' stunned appearance, Xgyuogwen asked with a goatee on his chin, and asked with a smile, why? This banquet does not suit Boheng's taste. With the profound lessons of these 2 days, how many officials who have been to the court dare to die at home? Even Shufu was afraid of being reported, because he was dismissed for dinner. It was really a waste of everything. Feng Quan heard the host's ridicule, and immediately changed his expression, complimenting, the first assistant is fresh and elegant, simple and frugal, which makes Boheng feel ashamed. I guessed that Xgyuogwen was deliberately pretending to show himself a pair of toss-sleeved breeds. In fact, everyone knew his hobby, but he just didn't want to pierce it. Xgyuogwen expressed the sarcasm in the other party's words, and asked cryptically, presumably Boheng has lived in his hometown for a long time, and he still doesn't know the story of Duke Huangdu, right? That's an ancient good story. Since the birth of Duke Huangdu, courtiers no longer dared to do it arbitrarily, otherwise the prince would talk about Sumion's meal last night. When Feng Quan saw that Shufu seemed to be revealing some inside information, he hurriedly showed his favor: I would like to listen to him, and I wish to hear about it. Yesterday, after Xgyuogwen slowly finished telling the story of Huang Dugong, and then talked about the copies of Chen Biqian and Li Jixi along the way, Feng Quan was dumbfounded, and his expression was terribly shocked. It took a while before he recovered. If this is the case, Xiaozu is not deliberately deceiving at the moment, and thinking about it is still a bit scary. If no one reminds it, it is bound to step into the abyss. Xgyuogwen drank a glass of wine by himself, and commented with emotion, the prince, his royal highness, and many princes and princesses ate together, only 5 or 6 dishes. The old man is the first assistant, so he dared to eat 4 dishes. 100 officials, at most 3 dishes. If you add more, you will be scared. How many officials still dare to continue eating and drinking at home? If you turn a deaf ear to the words of the prince, I'm afraid you will eat your head after a meal. Feng Quan was worried and feared that Xgyuogwen would hate him afterwards, and hurriedly apologized. The talented person misunderstood the first assistant, and if he missed the offense, I hope that the first assistant will help Heihan. Xgyuogwen waved his hand and said in a pun, it's okay, don't blame anyone who doesn't know. If Boheng becomes an official in the future, he must be the same. Speaking of this, if he is not sensible anymore, he is pretending to be confused. Feng Quan heard that his body was stagnant, and understood that the other party was implying that he was seeking an official position, and he hurriedly toasted, thank you for your enlightenment, and do it first. Out of hospitality, Xgyuogwen also took the opportunity to accompany a glass of wine. Since the other party has sent 2 carts of gifts, it is equivalent to the meat already in his own pot, and he is not in a hurry to eat. Seeing the other party's admiration, Feng Quan drank another glass of wine to be bold, and said bluntly, I have a good relationship with each other. Even if you are in the next, you can reserve for the sage, and I hope you can help me. Xgyuogwen's face was sinking. He stroked his goatee while observantly asked: Oh, Boheng really meant this? Shufu thought in his heart what price the old friend could get, and if he could really meet his psychological expectations, it wouldn't hurt to throw him a fat. Feng Quan realized that the time was ripe. He was about to tremble for the last time. He looked around and found no one nearby, so he immediately revealed his whole card. If the first assistant is willing to support, I would like to offer silver million liang, as a show. Kungsin, taking advantage of the presidency of the prince's supervision of the country, no matter how much money has been spilled, it can be recovered in the future. If you are reluctant now, I am afraid that there will be no future in this life. With that said, Xgyuogwen had a bottom in his heart, and he slowly said politely, you and I have a deep friendship. Boheng does not have to be like this. Today, the court has the Yuduyashi, the Ministry of Etiquette, the Ministry of Industry, and the Ministry of Officials. When the position becomes vacant, if Boheng intends to do so, How about I neglect to talk to His Royal Highness tomorrow morning? The heads of the 6 departments and the superintendent's court are both second grade, and the 10,000 silver has reached the second grade price of Xguogwan. If it is less than half of the silver, then the other party can only choose the third grade ministers or Dali temple officials. In various places in Ming dynasty, it is commonplace to buy and sell official positions. It is impossible for a governor to get 5,000 tals of silver. If he goes to Jiangnan to serve, he will have to increase the price. In contrast, 6 shangxiu only cost 10,000 tals, which is really not expensive. You can't let the first assistant sit and wait. These positions were quickly transferred in Feng Quain's mind. He quickly locked a position that was fairly familiar, and made a choice. I used to work in the Ministry of Etiquette before, and I'm still very concerned about my internal affairs. It's a familiar one, with a shallow ability and dull mind. If you can get the help of the first assistant, you are already grateful, and you will follow it in the future. With the help of 9,000 years old, Feng Quain was promoted to a scholar of rites and a scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion when he was less than 30 years old, and he became a servant of the imperial court, which shocked the government and the public. And even Xguogwan looked at him. Now that the other party said that he had collected a lot of money from himself, he could spread out all these important positions and let him choose, which is considered to be the most benevolent. When I talked about cow minutes, I was thinking about it right or wrong when I faced the first assistant and asked for additional requests. Xguogwan was also very happy, and understood that the other party had chosen the post of Shangxiu of the Ministry of Etiquette, and smiled and said, where, Bohen has been too modest. If it goes smoothly. Fortunately, Your Highness the Sacred Judge, you and I will be officials in the same court, and you should encourage each other and work together to provide you. Come, you must drink this cup. Feng Quain knows that Xguogwan, who is currently the chief assistant to the cabinet, will never use vacancies to deceive himself. If he really wants to be like what he said, then the reinstatement of his official office is a certainty, and there is no difference. When the prince was young, the chief assistant would naturally decide the affairs of the court. If he could keep up with the chief assistant and rely on his old friends, he would definitely reap the rewards. Thinking of this, Feng Quain couldn't help but exuberantly, with a flattering face and a toast to the chief assistant, celebrate. Xguogwan felt that it was necessary to remind this colleague who did not know the current situation of the court, so as not to offend the prince when he went to court on the first day. It's just that Boheng enters the court as an official, so be careful. Feng Quain immediately showed an appearance of humbly being taught. If you get the first and second help, you should remember it in the next. That official will listen to you the mystery of the current court, and don't tell it to others. I understand it with my heart, and guarantee the life of the whole family, and I will never leak it. That's good. First, you must not object to His Royal Highness court hearing. Second, you must not refute His Royal Highness reuse of factory guards. Third, you must not question the decree implemented by His Royal Highness. Fourth, you must not mock the artifacts invented by His Royal Highness. Fifth, don't intercede for the ransackers. Sixth, you have seen it too. Remember these 6 points and you can become an official. If you don't, you will be killed sooner or later. One more thing, Bohen must remember, don't think that the prince is young to be deceived. Feng Quain is grateful for the discussion that his old friends can put his heart to heart. Although the words have the meaning of exhortation or warning, they are undoubtedly invaluable to Feng Quain, who has not been involved in official careers for many years, and is even less aware of political affairs. From ancient times to the present, for thousands of years, the way to be an official has been to stand in line first, speak later, leave less handles, and flatter more. The prerequisite for standing in line is to have a thorough knowledge of the current court situation and be aware of the fire, otherwise you will become a political enemy, the target of the attack. With the kind reminder from the first assistant, Feng Quain can naturally get twice the result with half the effort. saving a lot of speculation and thinking. The 7-point advice, like a bead of words, was summed up by the wily first assistant using the experience and lessons of these 2 days. It will benefit Feng Quinn even more. Xuguoguan did it out of good intentions, and even more out of selfishness. If Feng Quinn, as always, can be as capable and sensible as he was back then, if someone in the cabinet does not listen to his advice and arbitrarily opposes the prince, he can replace him with Feng Quinn in order to eliminate future troubles, so as not to pollute Shenkong. Judging from the conversation between the two, Xuguoguan believes that Feng Quinn is not inferior to Wei Zhaoqing and Yao Minggong, at least in dealing with people, and he shows incomparable humility and submissiveness to himself in both words and things, or is better than some people who are waiting for the opportunity to attack the prince. The members of the cabinet should follow good deeds. If the 4 cabinet members plan to sit back and enjoy their achievements and are unwilling to come to his residence to visit, Xuguoguan also begins to prepare a backup plan, that is, to replace these miseras who are trying to save a few thousand taels of silver with others. Father, Shifu Jiang Saizi is here. Let him wait in the side hall first. It seems that there are people who really understand things, as long as they don't come empty-handed. Xuguoguan is secretly refreshed in his heart, leisurely wandering around and thinking about how much money can be lost. Calculated on the basis of 5,000 taels per person, the 4 cabinet members alone would have to offer 20,000 taels of silver patterns. How can he be so kind, ineffective in politics, and only relying on perfunctory tricks to win the Holy Family? He has been working for 8 years on the fatness of the envied courtiers. If he is like this, he may not be able to relive his old dreams. Chapter 89. People are not sages. The Cabinet, the 6th Department, and the 3rd grade or higher officials of the Metropolitan Procuratorate contributed to 23 people, and they had 8 fats in their hands, plus Yi Chun, who replaced Liu Zifeng, Zhuo Xilang of the Criminal Department, and Zhang Jiang, who replaced the Zhuo Xilang Lixi of the Ministry of Engineering, Xin Xisheng, who replaced Chen Biki and Zhuo Xilang, and the 4 helping hands from the cabinet already held 15 cards. Almost the number of courtiers obeyed the prince. It can be called a court resistance. If you work hard to form the climate, you will be a powerful force that cannot be underestimated in the court meeting in the future. It is more than that of the warm-hearted and benevolent group. Even the prince will have to give himself 3 points of courtesy. Xishing just whispered in the ear of Shufu. The shrewd Feng Quinn did not hear the name of the visitor, but he saw that the visitor might be the same way as himself, so he got up very wisely. Since there is a visitor from the first assistant, then the next don't bother too much, let's retire first, and wait for good news. Although the interview was short, the results were extremely fruitful. With the promise of the first assistant and another 10,000 taels of silver, Feng Quinn could naturally go back contentedly and wait for the notice of his appointment. Xuguoguan watched his old friend leave with a solemn expression. Between meeting guests, with his beard in his hand, he thought to himself, although the prince is astute and savvy, and eloquent, he has repeatedly refuted courtiers' stunning actions. He is unstoppable and unstoppable. But the government relies on scholar bureaucrats. If you want to implement government orders, you have to use civilian officials to enforce them. Otherwise, the imperial edicts will not be a piece of paper in the Jifu area. How can you talk about giving grace to Wanmin? It is precisely because of this that the cabinet and Kaiking, who should have been promoted by the court, were allowed to be recommended by the little prince. This is regarded as a way to show good and win. It is also a difficult moment for the prince in the early stage of imprisonment. A unique privilege is a signal of cooperation between the prince and the 2 major groups of Shufu to fight against the civil officials who are trying to seize power. However, in 2 days, with the use of both hard and soft tactics, the prince squeezed out and punished the courtiers who dared to disobey at the meeting. The rest didn't dare to attack again, and could only make false claims. This also means that the temporary cooperation between the 2 parties may come to an end, losing the enemy for the same. Frictions and conflicts of interest between them are inevitable. and fierce and turbulent battles will inevitably occur at the meeting. If you follow the prince's method and vote in the form of voting, as long as you accumulate enough votes, you can barely maintain the current evenly matched situation, and use appeasement to weaken the prince's power in disguise. Although this is a workable shortcut, it is better to lie dormant when it is not a last resort. It is a foolish act to confront the prince. However, it is necessary to continue strength in secret, in case of emergencies. If you really can't stand the prince's fierce offensive, instead of fighting to the point where the prince is dead, it is better to find a threatening target for the prince to anger, such as Donglin, who has been in the wild all the time. If you want to destroy Donglin, you can't do it overnight. In this way, for a long time in the future, the prince will have a strong enemy to guard against, and he will also have a lot of room for turning around. Well, this trick is more secure, and it won't hurt your vitality. Xuguoguan made up his mind. His expression gradually became relaxed and happy, and when he was in a good mood, he went to see Jiang Saizi. After Yoji has dealt with these plans for the production of strange and ingenious things, he will start to do business. But it is a pity that Xia's temporary alias is not called business. Since Zhuji was asked to form the Donggong Guards, he naturally couldn't use the old training methods of the Yongwei camp, and had to write him a set of things similar to modern military training. The content is nothing more than ideology and culture, physical fitness, individual combat, weapon use, unit coordination, arms coordination, and brand new strategies and tactics. Whether he can beat Lin Zan and Lenji's big braids is another matter. As long as he can spend money to raise a good obedient dog, it will be more than half a success, and the money that counts as a sack is not lost. Calculated according to Ming's current prices, a more qualified officer and soldier would be a more qualified soldier if he smashed 50 kills per year on a big soldier. If you double this basis, you will be as elite as Guan Jun, and you may not be able to fight braids. It would be appropriate to clean up the courier, liege. If the cost of single soldier breeding reaches 150 to 200 kills, the combat effectiveness of this Donggong Guard can be closer to the Kiz army. The actual situation is not known, but at least it is more feasible in theory. It would cost a lot of 200,000 tls for 5,000 people. If this road really works, then spend 2 million tls alive to create an elite division with a scale of 50,000. If this year's harvest can reach 30 million tls, Yoji decided to adopt the unsurpassable method and smash 4 million tls to cultivate a dog-legged army of 100,000 people, waiting for the big pigtails to be delivered to the door. After training for 2 or 3 years, it will be out. It's impossible to eat the 24 flags of the emperor chicken in one bite, but the other party also stares at their own dogs. I can't beat you, but you can be disgusting. Just hang on your ass and shoot. Eat the big pigtails that are alone, and eat one. Hundreds of thousands of people chuck shots on their own territory, which can make the emperor chicken feel restless like hemorrhoids. The old saying goes, people are not sages, who does not spend money? Want to save money? Non-existent. This money should be spent either for your own doggies or someone else's doggies. If you don't spend it, when the New Year's Eve is approaching, Huang Ji will bring his dog legs into the customs to help you spend it. In the righteousness of defending the country, Yoji decided to buy some high-quality dog food, and after the training was completed, he would let it out to eat other chickens. Brother Hong is writing. While Yoji was thinking about how to actually hammer the chicken outside the guan, a ray of natural sounds came from him, and when he heard the sound, he looked up and found that it was his beautiful mother. I don't know how my mother is coming, and if I miss you far away, I don't want my mother to be offended. Do you want to eat chicken so much that you don't even realize that outsiders come over? Yoji couldn't help turning his head to look at Xia. The little fat girl bowed her head shyly, indicating that she didn't know anything. Empress Zhu saw the clues and took the initiative to excuse Xia. Brother Hong, don't blame Xia. It's an important matter that the Queen Mother doesn't want to disturb Brother Hong. Although Xia has been transferred to Saiking Palace, Queen Zhu still regards her as her maid, and she has to take care of her in every possible way. Yoji solemnly stated that he would not pursue the malfeasance of the little fat girl. By the way, he asked the beautiful mother's intentions. The Queen Mother has ordered that the child ministers dare not disobey. Besides, the Mother Queen is the important matter of the children's ministers. I don't know what happened to the Queen Mother. Chapter 90, Complex Relationships. Instinctively, Yoji believes that something will happen to his beautiful mother who comes here, either because of concubine Tan, or because of the uneasy national war, but he still can't guess what it is, unless he guessed it wrong. Empress Zhao's eyes were tender, and she released a strong motherly love. She said with great concern, "Brother Hong is busy with government affairs during the day, and he has a lot of discussions with courtiers. It is not easy to rest. You must pay attention to your body." Can't Brother Hong? Daddy Xiaogo has become vegetable, and if he is angry with his beautiful mother, he will be too unfilial. Yoji has to apologize. The child is reckless, and the queen should not be angry. My palace just suffocates your appetite, and suffocates it to the end. I am not afraid that you will not say it. Anyway, it is not me who is anxious. It's getting dark. You can take care of it yourself. Now that the eldest son gave the steps, Queen Zhu also took the opportunity to tell the truth. The mother is fine, and Brother Hong said that. The queen remembered one thing, and she was very troubled in her heart. After today's court meeting, Queen Zhu thought about this for a long time, but she couldn't solve it on her own. So she had to discuss it with her eldest son. Yoji understood that the beautiful mother came to visit suddenly, and she really asked her for help, or said, it's okay for the mother to say. If the mother can't decide, the son will share the worries for the mother and the queen. It is impossible to restore the cheap grandfather to his post. It does not exist, and it will not work anyway. Other things will depend on the specific situation. The difficulty is not high, but there is still room for bargaining. Empress Zhu was worried that her son would not agree to her request, so she had to speak softly to explain the ins and outs in a negotiated tone. Today Wu Chang was ransacked, and the mother did not intend to plead with him, but this person had a private relationship with the national warrior, and he usually give a lot of valuables, gifts. I'm afraid that they will be revealed in prison, which will affect the release of the national war. I don't know what Brother Hong plans to do. It turns out that 4 years later, Daddy Xiaogo once rebuked Wu Chang in public, saying, "This servant has not been there in 300 years, and then he was beheaded to show the public." The real reason was to make friends with the servant. Yoji integrated the beautiful mother's remarks. Maybe this guy is not only colluding with the servant eunuch, otherwise the dumpling father will not be so angry after the incident. Being beaten and being green are two different levels of things. Thinking of this, Yoji pondered for a moment, and then made a plan. This person should be executed according to the law. But as long as the mother wants this person to survive, the son can do it. Whether the rumors are consistent with the facts, you will know at a glance. It will be impossible for the parties to cover up. Hearing that there is still a solution to this matter, Queen Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened, and she hurriedly asked, "Brother Hong really has a solution?" Yoji was surprised secretly, and thought, "He'll rub it. Isn't this the old Wu next door?" "My mother, the amount of this information is too large. My palace can't digest it for a while." If Wu Chengshi confessed this matter, I'm afraid that Dongcheng and Jianiuwei don't know what to do. It can be called the largest case in my dynasty in more than 200 years. It stands to reason that a beautiful mother should not have any chance to go out of the palace after becoming the mother of a country, unless she has the opportunity to use the time of grocery shopping to date someone. Could it be possible that the two of them were getting better at that time? With such a calculation, his life experience would be dangerous, and I didn't want to change his name so suddenly. In terms of family background, the old Wu next door is definitely not better than the trusting king. The theory of talent may be able to win the love of the beautiful woman by flicking, but this is not a decisive factor, unless the old Wu next door has any specialties, such as extraordinarily long things can hold the ticket. It's too evil to think so, and it's too disgusting. Not only is it disgusting for the dumpling father, but him even more disgusting. What merits the beautiful mother sees in this product is still unknown. But as long as she tries to keep her from dying, she must be implicated. Maybe it will be archived in the belly of the national war. If you put your wild father in jail, and then the owl first shows it to the public, no wonder this palace is righteous to destroy relatives. I can only say that the aristocracy is very messy, and this palace is also very embarrassed. Recalling the appearance of the old Wu next door to the meeting during the day, compared with himself, it seems that there is no connection between these two people. Are they secretly in love? In that case, regardless of whether there is close contact or not, Daddy Xiaogo has actually become the 24K platinum version of the Pan Man, and has been kept in the dark until the incident. But it seems that things have not yet developed to that point. Whether it is true or not, it is just a guess. The small chair in this palace is still very stable. Now that he has signed the ticket, Yoji, out of consideration of comforting his beautiful mother, affirmed, "Please rest assured, the queen, the son can let her live safely, or let her die silently. This person is all dependent on the mother to make a decision. My son will only offer suggestions. Just try again. Even if you can't get to the core content, you can know the priorities." Empress Zhu, out of curiosity instinct, must also be completely relieved in her heart. She wanted to figure out how the eldest son had to end the case. How on earth can this person be released? Can Brother Hong speak bluntly with the Empress? Yoji didn't mean anything, but said frankly, "It's easy. If the queen wants her son to pardon this person, she only has to ask this person to confess to another person." Who? Zuyanru. It's him? Seeing the hesitant look on the pretty face of her beautiful mother, Yoji sighed inwardly. There are other stories in it. When you were young, you really would have waves. The palace was willing to bow down, so he asked tentatively, "Exactly what? Does the mother know that the national war is also involved with Zuyanru?" "That's difficult. Zuyanru and Wu Chengxi had to kill one of the two dogs, even if one of them was his own dog father. Of course, there is a beautiful mother who witnessed the status quo, and the one who was killed in the end is definitely not the so-called dog dad. A Travels tells us that any monster with a backing can continue to live even if he commits a felony. It's just not clear how the beautiful mother-in-law would choose between these two people, and tentatively set them as the number one kingren and number two kingren of a certain queen. After thinking hard for a long time, Queen Zhu slowly said, "Brother Hong didn't know that Zuyanru put the national war into the genealogy. And the two families are named Zhu, so there is a blood relationship. Although the two are in two places. Zuyanru is from Yixing, not too far from Suzhou, but if you count it, this person is Brother Hong's uncle. That's how Uncle Go was born." Yoji heard this explanation. It was perfect enough. His head buzzed. The one mentioned was his uncle Wild, and the one being imprisoned was his wild father. My palace really wants to go out and shout to the universe, "Mardan, can this be played? Is the court opened by my house? Are the courtiers a relative of my family?" The extremely chaotic nepotism is so complicated. Chapter 91, Mother and Child Bargaining. Are there any secrets that the palace does not know, such as the first wild father, the second wild father, the third wild father and so on? Are the younger brothers and sisters in this palace born from the same father and mother? If not, then the fun is even greater. The boss is not his own. The second child is not his own. The third child is not his own. Husband, concubines can't help you. I'm afraid that when Dad Xiaogo knows the inside story, his facial muscles have to twitch like Nikolai Zhao. My mother. The ghost story you gave to your son in chief tonight is really exciting. If it hadn't been for the mental quality of my palace, I would have fainted at this time. Although my mother has spoken, I can't let it go. Yoji still said in embarrassment, Zuyanru is the leader of Donglin, but Donglin has always been the benefit of the Jiang's chaebol, and he often confronts the imperial decree openly. Said that this person is the uncle of Urchin, and now Urchin Qianfan has already expressed his position at the Korean meeting that he wants to levy business taxes. and Jiangnan is the first to bear the brunt. If Donglin is still the same, let her make a choice between home, country, and the world. Therefore, for the sake of damning tens of thousands of Sunmens, the minister has to keep striving for self-improvement. I hope my mother will forgive me. Self-improvement means righteousness and extermination. This cannot be said easily. Anyway, a beautiful mother can understand it, even if it is pretending to be confused. At that time, under the general trend, it is impossible to stop the car. Regardless of whether it is wild father or wild uncle, as long as I dare to block Lao Tzu's fortune, Lao Tzu will send someone to cut your life. What if the family's surname is Zhu? Do you have a special surname Zhu? As long as you are not surnamed Zhu, this palace will have a way to deal with you. Even if the surname is Zhu, this palace can still treat you subdued. It is said that Wu Chenxi is related to a certain queen, while Zhu Yanru is closer to Tang Gaifai. If a certain queen wants to take care of Zhu Yanru, wouldn't it become a triangle relationship? There is nothing going on for anyone related to the beautiful mother. The teacher Chen Renxi was dismissed, Xiang Yu was demoted, Wu Chenxi was the first, Zhu Yanru was bestowed to death, Zheng Wei was the worst, and Ling Kai had sex. From the tragic results of this series of characters, two conclusions can be drawn. Either a certain queen is a catastrophe, or there are hidden secrets in it. This is not even counting that his father Zukui was ransacked, and he returned before the national war overnight. Back from the result, two channels can be found. First, a certain queen was involved in politics, causing Dad to be furious. Secondly, a certain queen is ill with foreign ministers, and throwing the pot father is more than furious. Recalling further forward, that was when Xin Wang was selected for marriage. Tang Gaifai ranked first after the semi-finals, Yuan Gaifai ranked second, and a certain queen only ranked third. However, after Liu Tfi's black box operation, a certain queen jumped to first place in the finals and became the princess of letters in one fell swoop. The process is as incredible as the salted fish turning over. This reversal is really amazing. Concubine Liu and a certain queen are not related to each other, so why should she help her? Zukui couldn't even afford to give gifts at the time, and it didn't make any sense logically. Moreover, a certain queen had the worst background at the time and had a fortune-telling father, which was the biggest shortcoming. Compared to her face and talent, she is inferior to Concubine Tan, unless someone asks Concubine Liu to work hard. On the surface, the fact that a certain queen can be in position is entirely the result of cheating by a plug-in. Secretly, a certain force wanted to believe in the king's election to lay the foundation for the future. Everyone knows what happened afterwards. Daddy Xiaogou actually prefers the talented concubine Tangui. As the emperor of the Daton dynasty, Daddy Xiaogou married a woman he didn't like so much as the main room. Then this woman gave birth to a son that is not difficult to recruit her father likes. If Daming does not hang up after 5 years, Daddy Xiaogou might be like his grandfather Shenzong, insisting on abandoning the long and standing the young. That really reappeared yesterday, and the second national dispute has begun. The gangs that participated in the operation of the back then were either dead or dying. Zhu Yanru should not be among them. But that interest group is still not only intends to wait for an opportunity to resurrect, but also gives birth to the same evil derivative Fush. Apart from the different names, the two companies are almost the same in terms of grand strategy. In the name of saving the country and the people, the emperor is arrogant, dominates the court, and sells dog meat. Although Uncle Yi is Donglin's current handle, he already has a reputation for echoing and serving as the first assistant to the court, and his strength should not be underestimated. But Yoji still believes that Uncle Yi is not much less powerful than Uncle Yi, if some are not. The inside information known to the world is confessed by this product. I am afraid that the lethality will not be lower than that of an atomic bomb. Daddy Xiaogou was succeeded in August 1627, and the Prince Zhu Saihong was born in February 1629. These are two extremely important milestones. It is unlikely that the official history will deviate significantly. There was a difference of 17 months between the two time points. The beautiful mother has already entered the palace to be the queen. It stands to reason that the wild father should have no chance, unless a certain queen sneaks out of the palace, or a certain wild father comes in pretending to be a eunuch. Yoji had looked at his appearance carefully before, and it was similar to the traditional template of the old Zhu family, and it was considered to be in the same line as Daddy Sha or Go. Considering this, the possibility of identifying wild dad would be almost zero. If it becomes a wild queen father, it means that the beautiful mother is a huge wave. Yoji can only bow her head and admit her death. It's really funny for the family. The cheap grandfather is greedy for money and unrighteous, the beautiful mother Feng scrabbles. The dumpling father is suspicious and irritable, the wild father seduced the red apricot, and the wild uncle is always waiting for his brother-in-law to take off. This family is not good. If a few more relatives join the group, the thousands of miles in the Datong dynasty will be shaken by these Ronin. There is also a possibility that a certain queen and Wu are just eye-catching, and they can't even talk about secret love. Wu's identity is the middleman of Uncle Yi. Waiting for the cabinet to be ruined by the emperor, Shufu goes home to farm, and then works hard. It's good for Yinzi, Uncle Weina, to take the top position. It seems that Xuanru's second entry into the palace is not too far away. In history, Chongzhen returned to work in the 14th year, and that is what happened the next year. Somehow Wu is also a member of the Fush, and Donglin is the eldest brother and younger brother. Besides, he can also collect a very expensive intermediary fee. Empress Zhe heard the eldest son's stern remarks, and couldn't help but be moved. Although the tone was not good, the meaning was already very clear, that is, the uncle of the Zhe family could be let go, and as long as he abide by the court's decree, he would be unscathed. Tax collection is something to follow. As a queen, you can't interfere in government affairs. At present, the court is exempt from the 3 payments and wants to maintain the previous revenue. The only feasible way is to levy commercial taxes. It would be unwise if this uncle arbitrarily blocked it. She can't control it anymore. It's great for Brother Hong to think that way, and the Queen Mother is relieved. As long as that person is okay, Empress Zhu will be relieved, and it is not a waste of time to visit. Chapter 92, The Confession. But when I want to amnesty Wu Chang, Xuanru is not involved. But the mother has to promise the child 2 conditions. Even if you are a real mother, you can't brush your face for free, otherwise you'll think it's free every time. Empress Zhe frowned slightly, her shell teeth bit her cherry lips, and she immediately groaned: How can Brother Hong be like this? What I just said is good. How can it become a bargaining in an instant? It's comparable to a street thief buying something. Seeing that his mother didn't want to easily agree, Yoji coldly said, it's better to do business. Anyway, this kind of person in Wu Chang's life is not a pity. This is like seeing how important this product is to you, and what price you can get. Empress Zhu was silent for a moment before she said loosely: Brother Hong exclamation mark. Forget it. If it is not a non-partitioning condition, the mother can also consider it at her discretion. This little guy is young and has so many wicked ideas. If he is too extreme, he has to compromise. The attitude of the other party has begun to soften, and Yoji made his own assessment. The conditions put forward by the child are not high. First, the mother does not interfere with the child's choice of the prince and loves the other party. Second, the mother must fully support the child's all reforms. Empress Zhe thought this street was too deviant, and immediately reprimanded. The mansion has its own set of procedures for selecting concubines. How can you easily discard it? As the prince, he should abide by the things set by Emperor Taizagao. Most of the spouses of the emperor and the crown prince of the Ming dynasty came from sea draft women. Among the 45 concubines, only 3 were born nobles, and the rest were fished from the sea. The qualifications for the audition are also very simple. That is, recruiting unmarried women between the ages of 13 and 19, first make up an estimate, and then through layers of screening to improve the quality. There is another most important advantage of doing so, that is, due to the humble background of the Xu girl, it is not easy for the mud-legged relatives to expand their strength, which then threatens the emperor's throne. It's a joke that the beautiful mother actually moved the Zlaoliu smelly tofu out to suppress herself. Yoji retorted and said, Grandpa Taizu Huang also said, even though the concubine's ritual is the world, she can't make pre-political affairs. As for the members of the concubine, but if you are a deacon, you will be a servant of the towel. If you love too much, you will be arrogant and out of order. Looking at the palaces of the past, politics come from the inside, and there are few people who are not troublesome. The meaning of these words couldn't be clearer, that is, when the back residence is involved in politics, the court will be chaotic. Think of Jin Huida's mother-in-law Yang Yan. Lived to play the mighty Western Jin dynasty. In order to allow her stupid son to inherit the throne, the queen's exchange condition to the old man is to be free. Sima Yan was busy looking for luck in the chariot until he died in the body of a beautiful concubine. It didn't take long before the Western Jin dynasty was abandoned. The eldest son's remarks made Queen Zhu very frightened. If the courtiers learned about this, she would be subject to verbal condemnation, and she might be forced to end the court hearing. The rear residence is an ancestral system that cannot be overridden in this dynasty. The queen's success is the result of the prince's vigorous struggle. For this reason, many courtiers have been offended. If it is abolished because of this, all the previous efforts will be in vain. If you don't say anything if you're a child, the mother and the queen haven't been to the East Palace tonight. It's better to do business tomorrow, so you don't have to be in a dilemma for the mother. Now my mother begs his son, not his son begs his mother. In a more standardized way, it's called a seller's market. You want to save someone from me, and you want to get it away at the lowest possible price, which seems to make this palace very embarrassing. The selection of the concubine is an important matter involving the blood of the royal family. How about changing the conditions? To support the so-called reformation of the eldest son, Queen Zhu can nod and agree on the spot, as long as it does not involve the interests of the back residence. But to forcibly agree to the previous one is no less than handing over the power in one's hands. Even if it is given to his own son, it is somewhat unwilling. This matter, first, violated the ancestral system, and second, weakened her own rights, so Queen Zhu was very resistant to this. If her husband wakes up and learns about it, she will be furious. Since we want to amnesty the sinner at this critical juncture, how about the queen's choice? If you want to be Wu, you have to agree to the conditions set by the house, or you will be pulled down. Tonight, we will be a model mother and son tomorrow. This. Seeing that the eldest son was determined not to give in, Queen Zhu, who was determined to save people, couldn't help but hesitate again. Yoji guessed that her beautiful mother was struggling violently at this time, and hit the railroad while it was hot. Grandpa Taizu has already spoken in the immortal world, so that the children can be eclectic in many aspects and find another way, including choosing a concubine by themselves. The mother's queen does not have to bear the consequences. If there is a problem in the future, the child will bear it, and she will definitely not damage the rights of the mother's queen. This palace can carry the pots that it fought by itself. If Go directly dumped the pot on his mother, it would be too bad. Emperor Taizu Gao really said so. Empress Zhi finally found a step. With this gold medal as a talisman, the eldest son also made a guarantee. Even if he was still unwilling to delegate power in his heart, he still had to consider the person who was arrested. It's a big deal. How can a child dare to deceive the mother? You are the one who lied. Anyway, this is also in good intentions. If you marry someone who is unwilling to marry you, I'm afraid you will have similar thoughts. Maybe your own wild father. Forget it. Don't think about it. When you think of Yi Dad, even Uncle Yi and Savage's family are prone to insomnia if you think about it too much. When Empress Zhu was suspicious, she couldn't help asking again to make sure, Brother Hong really meant this. I can do whatever I want, and my mother can't stop it. Yoji tentatively asked with a smile, if the child intends to marry Xia, can the mother have objections? Empress Zhu was shocked and kept her expression as calm as possible, but still staring at her eyes. Kyang Bai couldn't stop sucking. Yoji traced the history without surprise, and brought out two major pieces of evidence. They all court ladies of Grandpa Xianzong's Wan Gaifai and Grandpa Shinzong's Wang Gui concubine. Grandpa's birth does not seem to be higher than that of a farmer. Now mothers and queens are already there. The mother's ritual is in the world. Besides, if the selected concubine is used by people with ulterior motives, wouldn't it be a way to lead wolves into the palace? Sister Xia is at least innocent, and she is not too young in age. She has a dignified appearance and outstanding figure. Serving the mother's queen for many years has made the mother feel at ease in all aspects. If the child rashly marries a stranger, I am afraid that the mother will not worry about it, right? First, the small life of this palace is very valuable. If you are fucked by a female assassin who pretends to be a concubine, even if your life is saved, but you didn't save the young chicken, you will lose a lot. Chapter 93, Special Wild Father. Second, I get these women's supplies every day, and there are beauties like Tangaifai and pretty mothers who are ruining the country and the people wantonly swaying, and a certain part of the powder is irritated and congested several times. Thirdly, Xia's face value is not very high, but it can be considered passable. The most important thing is that the measurements are too popular, almost according to the 906,090 scale, and will be the main push products in nightclubs in later generations. In the future, if you strictly control your weight and do more exercise, I am afraid that after the age of 20, you will develop into 10,060,100, and you will die of happiness. Even if you don't make her a queen after you have a relationship, you can make her a noble concubine, just like Tangaifai. Yuji's price is absolutely certain, and it is after repeated consideration. Otherwise it will only cause dissatisfaction and resentment in the heart of the beautiful mother. At the moment in the entire mansion, there is no one to rely on for Empress Zhu except the prince. Both Liu Tfei and Zhang Huangzhou are noble in status, and the power in their hands is far from the point where the court can call on the wind and rain. The Emperor Xianyu, the prince's supervision is in line with the Ming ancestor system, and it is justified to inherit the Datong temporarily. Because the prince is his eldest son, the position of the beautiful mother can still be as stable as Mount Tai, even more stable than when the pot father was in power. Assuming that the queen loses her mind at such a critical juncture and does not choose to support the prince, then only the fifth son of the Emperor Zhu Suan, born to concubine Tangui, will benefit. The result is obvious. During the day, Lin Yuji asked the prince to take the initiative to abdicate to the virtuous in public for the first time in the world, which has caused everyone to be speechless. This shows that some people in the imperial court have long planned to implement the plan to abolish the longevity and establish children when the situation is not favorable to them. That will inevitably lead to the Second National War, and maybe it will evolve into an even more bloody and fierce national war. In the end, it's hard to tell who will die. The current situation is that the crown prince born to Empress Zhu is in the first position, and the fifth son of Emperor Tangaifai, Zhu Suan, is in the second position. The third and fourth positions are Yoji's own brothers Zisijian and Zhu Zhao, and the fifth position. Aunt Tan gave birth to Zisikan, who was less than 3 years old. This ranking is almost the same as the F1 qualifying results. The official race starts in this order. The current starting situation is that the prince takes the lead, and the 5 princes follow closely. If there is an emergency in the middle of the schedule, the final result will be unpredictable. As long as the beautiful mother is not stupid, then the current situation is very beneficial to him and his 3 sons. It is impossible to support some courtiers' suggestions, let alone murder his eldest son. Regarding Yiji's amnesty for Wu Chenxi and Zhu Yanru, Queen Zhu can almost accept them as long as they are not excessive. Seeing that the beautiful mother was still indecisive, weighing the pros and cons, Yoji continued to pressure and said, Mother, today everyone knows that a large amount of stolen goods have been found from the Wu Chengxi mansion. If this person is amnesty for no reason at this time, it will definitely cause the opposition and protests of courtiers damaged the reputation of the child. And the queen was also in a passive and disadvantageous situation. Unless Wu Chengxi can bring out a few important figures to attract the attention of everyone, he can be released safely. It's not impossible for the wildfather who just entered to come out right away. Either pay a million taels of silver or spit out a few valuable names. If you don't want to pay at all, you have to let it go. The palace is not easy to explain to the people below. Everyone talks about gold. How can they have to stop everyone's mouth? The beautiful mother is pretty and tight, pursing her lips slightly, and after a pause, she grotesquely said, "Didn't Brother Hong say that the mother and the queen can be released after meeting these two conditions? How can you make things worse? You have to ask Wu Chengxi to confess." Others? It was a matter of great importance. After a while the price was raised. Queen Zhu was indeed a little unhappy, even if the price increase was for her own son. This little villain came back from the fairy world. It was really strange, and it became more and more difficult to get involved. Yoji had some logic, and said slowly and rationally, the mother wrongly blamed the child. Before the child, I wanted to use Wu Chengxi to elicit Zhu Yanru. After being raised by the mother, since they are all relatives of Zhao's family, the child is not good for extravagance. But if Wu Chengxi wants to come out, he must find a few people who are bigger than his status and fame to go in. Otherwise, how will the mother and the queen deal with the courtier's words? Anyway, the child is helpless. If you insist on letting Wu Chang go, as long as you have a decree, the prefectural procuratorate and the criminal department will more or less sell beautiful mothers for a face. When you go to court tomorrow, it will be lively. Facing the minister's mouth cannon attacks, the main palace will not fight back anyway. My mother, you feel that you have completed your training and are very powerful. Then you can fight with them and cheer for you next to the main palace. Seeing that his son had played a child's temper at this time, and pushed all the responsibility to herself, Empress Zhu also knew that everything in the court had to be argued, and the intensity was far beyond the imagination of outsiders. Although she is the mother of the country, she is also a woman. If she is debating right and wrong, she will not be able to persuade those important officials who have been in the officialdom for many years, but it is very likely that she will be criticized by the other party. Faced with such an important task, the beautiful mother frowned, thinking for a long time, and finally she couldn't help but sigh and compromise. If the mother meets the many conditions of Brother Hong, can Brother Hong ensure that Wu Chengxi is immediately amnesty? Will it not be implicated in Zhu Yanru? For the present plan, let's keep the safety of these two people first, and we will talk about the future things later. At present, it can only be so. After thinking about it, he was relieved. The benefits were given to his own son, and he was not an outsider. As long as this little guy can sit firmly on the throne of the prince, then he would sit back and relax, and it would be no problem to give in properly. Yoji waited for a long time. The mermaid finally got the bait, and she promised it all. Please be at ease, the queen. The child has his own way to ensure that Wu Chang will receive an amnesty. Just ask him to confess according to the child's instructions, and it will not. Zhu Yanru is implicated. There are always more methods than difficulties, not to mention that for this palace, it is not too difficult to release a Wu Chang, as long as his confession is very strong. Empress Zhu heard a very sensitive word, and suddenly became worried. Confession? Could it be that he would not be executed? Can people caught in the prison come out alive after being tortured? As the owner of the mansion, he also knows that even if he doesn't die, he will be peeled off. Yoji chuckled and explained calmly, just let him write something that should be written, such as a certain year, a certain day, a certain person bribes him a certain amount of money in a certain place, and so on. It must be this. There will be many things in Wu Chengxi's belly. It can be said that there is a stream of questions and thoughts. If there is a god in the writing, there is no need for torture at all, and the queen is too worried. Chapter 94, Concubine Election Privilege. For example, Who was the first person to give him money? Whoever gave him the largest amount of silver in a single transaction? Who gave him the most money? Who is the one who likes to give away other valuables instead of giving away money? Similar questions can be raised in a basket. As long as Wu Chenxi thinks it out, he must write all of them, and there can be no mistakes. Empress Zhu couldn't help being more anxious, for fear of falling into her son's trap. So, isn't this person's sins getting more and more serious? What's the matter? The imperial court in this palace is based on honesty, not speaking like farting, or even your own mother will have to alienate yourself in the future. This is not conducive to the establishment of a mother-child relationship of mutual respect and love. The logic of the woman is really weird, Yoji had to say seriously. This method is regarded as a reward for reporting. The more people exposed by him, the heavier the weight, the lighter his sentence will be. If you really confessed the heavyweights, then it is fair to say that he will be pardoned. At that time, the government and the public will not be able to say anything. After all, the family property has been copied, and the important evidence for tracing the origin has been obtained. The mother can rest assured that the child intends to instruct the Metropolitan Procuratorate and the Criminal Department to pass the introspection of Wu Chenxi. Come to establish a reporting reward system and encourage officials and the people to report to each other. As long as this trick is popularized, there will be countless butlers who will report their masters, because the reporter can get a neat tenth of his cash, and he can receive 1,000 tals after copying out 10,000 tals. How can you not be tempted? Didn't you go against this palace overtly and secretly? Let's just let you jump for a while. Within half a year, just wait to collect your corpses. The families around you are the ones who will eventually bury your whole family. Want to compare with this palace? You bastards, practice for another 10,000 years. The beautiful mother hesitated again, not knowing whether what the child said was true or false. It was really difficult for her to tell at a time, and she couldn't make up her mind immediately. The Mother Queen, for the Ministry of Criminal Affairs and the Metropolitan Procuratorate, a small corrupt official turned into a whistleblower witness, and he immediately confessed to several big corrupt officials. His family property was confiscated, he performed meritorious service, and then he was pardoned. This seems reasonable, right? No one can say anything. If the mother is at ease, she will leave the matter to her children to handle it, so she can be sure of everything. As long as Wu Chenxi is in the prison, don't be afraid of being overwhelmed, and suddenly come to a halt on his own. If you belch a bit, the palace will have nothing to do. If it were to that point, unknown while daddy passed away sadly, the beautiful mother shed tears, and the daddy or go lying on the bed was unclear. Really a green family. This noisy family will not be at ease if you don't toss daming around. If this matter is published in the Jingxi Daily, I am afraid it will be more fascinating than strange tales from a lonely studio. After being said that, Queen Zhi felt a little relieved, and asked, since the child personally promised, the mother can agree to the conditions of fitness, but I don't know when this person can be amnesty and released. The shorter the time, the less sins you will suffer. Once things are delayed, it will be worrying. Yoji thought about it, and then slowly said, the fastest is 3 days, and the slowest is 10 days. As long as this person is willing to cooperate and write down the content of the report, the Ministry of Criminal Justice will not use torture, and will receive delicious, and entertaining services, except without wives and concubines to serve. It's actually the same as living at home. The beautiful mother is so worried about this person's comfort. The title of Wild Father can't be taken off, and that Uncle Wild, if it weren't for the cheap grandpa who had entered the genealogy, he would have come to accompany Daddy Wild a long time ago. Thank you for the national war. Otherwise all the money you have worked so hard for many years will have to be moved by Jin Yiwei to the bowl of this palace. Both of these people are inextricably linked to Donglin. Don't tell the palace that you are also Donglin's tribute. If that's the case, how can the love in this palace be so bearable? This penetration is too strong, even more terrifying than some intelligence organizations. In that case, How about allowing the queen to select 2 concubines on her own? Regarding the complete abandonment of the decision-making power of the prince to choose the concubine, Queen Zhu still feels reluctant to give up. After all, this is one of the privileges of a queen, so she still hopes to keep the big head when things come. Giving up 2 candidates is considered as a bait for early temptation. If the eldest son reluctantly agrees, then he has won the mother-child game and will not let his son press on in the future. Looking at the beautiful mother, Yoji certainly knew what the other person was thinking, and immediately offered his own price. If this is the case, the child will amnesty Wu Chenxi without involving Zhu Yanru, and then take the family of these 2 people together. Let's go to jail and fill up the army. It's fair to exchange 2 for 2. If you want to use 2 beauties to exchange for the safety of these 2 families, it would be too unequal. Since you want to ensure your strength, you must make your own house satisfied. Otherwise they will be caught in minutes and clicked. Empress Zhu was obviously stimulated by this counter-offer, staring brightly, pursing her lips slightly, and whispering softly, "How can the emperor treat our mother and queen like this?" Originally, as a queen, taking the initiative to come to the Eastern Palace to beg for mercy was already putting aside his noble figure. Instead of appreciating his son, he sat on the ground and raised the price. This made the Queen Zhu, who thought she was sure of the best, a little bit resentful in her heart. At this time, "Who told you about the relationship between mother and son?" Yoji asked with a smile. Now that the grandfather's family is relegated to common people, why should the mother and queen try to protect Wu Chenxi, who is guilty of corruption and perverting the law, and insisting on sheltering the respectful Zhu Yanru? What's in it? Unspeakable secret? If you still refuse to let go, don't blame this palace for taking a salary from the bottom of the pan. Daddy Yi and Uncle Yi will die together if they die. When questioned by her son, Queen Zhu was still reluctant to tell the truth. She looked dull and hesitated, and finally asked hesitantly, "Is the emperor really can't give in?" Wu Chenxi was just humiliating himself during the day. Now Zhu Yanru is involved. Maybe he has been targeted by Brother Hong, otherwise he can't be bitten. Yoji didn't want to ask further, but calmly reiterated his conditions. 1 family is worth 10 concubines and 2 are 20. In addition, Zhu Yanru is asked to pay 100,000 taels of atonement silver, and write down what he will never oppose the government guarantee. This matter is considered complete. As long as Zhu Yanru submits, he will be a wolf whose teeth have been plucked from now on. He is not as lethal as a wild dog. He will definitely be rejected by the Donglin Pass. If he is not obedient, it will be better. Asking Zhu Yanru to pay 100,000 taels of silver at a time really shocked the beautiful mother, and she couldn't help but say, "Atonement silver? Why did the emperor find this person a crime? What proof?" Taking out such a large sum of money is equivalent to breaking your arm, so what face is there for yourself to send someone to notify the other party? Chapter 95, The Uncle's Trick. Yoji snorted and laughed. Certificate. How did Zhu Yanru's huge possessions come from? Doesn't the mother and queen know, or pretend to do not know? The uncle of the child has done no less ethical deeds than the national war. See there is a thick stack of sparse words and tips. During his time as the first assistant, his brother Zhu entered Jinyuan and was awarded the title of 1,000 households. This person has also become more vigorous and even named his family Zhu Wenyu as the deputy general soldier. It is ridiculous, and the use of power for selfishness cannot be added. As for whether other things are true or not, it will be obvious if you have copied the family. Don't tell the child that Zhu Yanru's Swangwan family wealth was picked up by him. How many butts of this level of assholes are clean? It doesn't even look clean, not a single one. Zhu Yanru thought that Xie would be fine if he hid in Jiangnan. That was the time to throw the pot farther, and now it won't work. Empress Zhao's complexion changed slightly, trying to maintain her composure. She saw the signs of the eldest son wanting to ransack the house. She tried her best to appease. "Don't do this. The mother's queen is abrupt. If the emperor intends to do this, it will not be difficult to think about it. The mother queen. That's it. I just don't know if the 100,000 taels can be reduced or exempted a bit. On the one hand, The beautiful mother kept complaining in her heart that the eldest son had spoken too much to herself, and she wanted so much, she was really not filial enough. On the other hand, he blames Xuanru for not being clean and self-conscious, and even being stabbed in the matter of collecting money, but making himself in a dilemma when interceding. With so many handles in the hands of the prince, I am afraid that I will not be able to enter the court as an official in the future. Even if I become a Shangxiu or even the first assistant, I will not be any better than Xguoguan. Maybe he will become a member of Brother Hong, a puppet or a servant. Yoji had no intention of giving in to the bloodletting of Zafat sheep at all. The Uncle Haya is a master who does not need money, and the Queen Mother does not need to worry about it. If the child lets him donate millions of dollars, he can be the first assistant in the cabinet. He can get it too. He can't get it out, and some people will take money for him. Donglin is the spokesperson of a certain gang, and the gold master behind it is some silver. It is a matter of a month to raise 1,000,000 tals of silver. Queen Zhe could not help but muttered in her heart. In this way, the eldest son knows the person's family very well. I am afraid that he has already read the relevant memorials, and now there is no room for change, so I can only agree to it first, and wait for a chance to reverse it later. Yoji saw the blinking eyes of his beautiful mother. He guessed what he was thinking, and enlightened him. Now that the case of Wu Chenxi is happening, if Xuanru wants to protect his life clearly, it is impossible not to make a vote. Otherwise he will definitely not be able to win the trust of others. To vote for the name certificate is not a simple piece of paper, even if the bandit goes up to the mountain and hugs someone's thigh. Do you have to take a gift? If you don't pay for it, you think you can get away with it. When this palace doesn't pay attention to you, then you are deceiving yourself and others. Did not please many benefits in this game, and if you continue to argue, you might lose some rights. Empress Zhe had to rein in the cliff, trying to hide her inner displeasure, and said angrily, Brother Hong is very thoughtful, and the mother is very pleased today. That's what happened. Empress Zhe began to regret. She just agreed to the condition of the eldest son. Now she has to let Xuanru put in 100,000 tals of silver. The face of the mother's world is afraid that others will be ridiculed. In comparison, it is better to just give up choosing the concubine privileges. The joy in Yoji's heart. I'm afraid that Daddy Xiaoguo was stepped on by a group of grassnema beasts on the green grassland of the fairy world, and praised. Excellent, excellent. In Wu Chenxi, the children arranged freely, but also notify Xuanru after you bother your mother. Through this incident, Yoji can be determined 250% that the beautiful mother must have a disconnected relationship with these two people. What is the specific thing? We must slowly explore it. If the dogs are asked to check, then it's not too far away from Dabai in the world. The emperor does not have to worry. The mother has her own measures. The night is late. The emperor should rest early. After the Queen Zhu said, she got up and returned to Cunning Palace. Seeing Xia not far away, she felt very complicated and hesitantly asked, the emperor really intends to marry Xia? Regarding the fact that the prince's favorite person was actually the maid next to her, even if Queen Zhe gave Xia to her son, she still felt a little hard to agree with. Even if there is the case of Xianzong first and then Shenzong, it is very tricky to copy this matter to the prince, and it will inevitably be met with repeated criticism. Giving up the right to choose the 20 crown princesses made Queen Zhe distressed. If she couldn't repent, she had to find another way as soon as possible. For example, let the son recruit more concubines and marry 100 or even 200, so as to dilute the number in the early period and regain the power of choosing the concubine. When the prince inherits the rule, hundreds or even thousands of beauties are commonplace. If you only marry a few people, you will have to be urged by courtiers. After all, the emperor's multiple heirs are the kingly way. It has been nailed down, and Yoji has no reason to look back, and calmly said with relief, the Shikai boy has already revealed the reason, and the queen does not have to worry about it. For another person, I am afraid that the mother is not at ease. Right? To marry a maid next to the queen as his wife, firstly know the foundation, secondly be loyal, thirdly gentle and obedient, fourthly have big hips and fat, and fifthly literate and hyphenate. Combined is the best person to accompany yourself. It's really good to let your beautiful mother-in-law rest assured. Choose a group from outside the palace. If you are spoiled, you will have to fight against your mother-in-law. You will worry about it at that time. This palace is for your sake, my mother. Empress Zhu realized that it was difficult for her son to make a profit, so she could only give up her willingness to bargain. No matter, Brother Hong already has a care, and there is no need for the mother to say anything. The prince insisted on fancying his maid, which may be widely criticized, but he had a slight benefit to himself, so he turned to call Xia from a distance, with a slightly majestic tone of the lord of the back residence, specially instructed, "You serve this palace." For many years, this palace has been clear about your situation. Now the prince is interested in you. From now on, he should be gentle and obedient, take care of you, and you must not be pampered or arrogant, and you must not have fun all day, and then destroy the prince's dragon. Otherwise, the punishment will not be neglected. Although the queen was very euphemistic, Xia spent many years observing her words and expressions in the palace, and she would naturally be able to hear the secrets. The prince liked herself, and maybe the days to come will be greatly changed. Because of this, the queen will be like this. So, there is no palace lady who does not look forward to one day being favored by her master, even if she is not the emperor, but the prince, and her identity is not the wife, but the side room. This envious glory of others is enough to make the rest of her life wear gold and silver. Of it. Chapter 96. My brother. Thinking of this, Xia, who was secretly astonished in her heart, knelt down hurriedly, her eyes flashing with glittering tears, and promised, "The Empress is kind and forgiving." When Xia's grace is as heavy as a mountain, Xia will remember her words in her heart and don't dare to forget. From now on, Xia will do her best to serve His Royal Highness, and never dare to be arrogant and domineering. I had no choice but to prevent the Queen from picking out any major problems. Then within a few years, the two would rise from a master-servant relationship to a mother-in-law relationship. If they were lucky enough to be pregnant with the prince's flesh and blood, their status would rise. Sending away the beautiful mother, Yoji marked it on the bound book he created, inserted a bookmark, and washed up under the service of Xia, and was ready to go to bed. I have to rest early today and review it tomorrow afternoon. The old grandson's army can't let those big guys see a little prince who is yawning. It would be a shame for Daddy. Gao Yu worked all day at the residence of Ngagongzi Chunjun. Although he was a small flag from the 7th rank, he could only be counted as a Zim official in the high-ranking Jianyi institution. But at any rate his subordinates could manage more than a dozen. Number of people. Trivial matters don't need to be done by yourself. It is enough to direct good brothers to do it carefully. However, Cheng Guogong's possessions are piled up, and the inventory is extremely tedious, and the workload is heavy. It still makes Gao Yu feel scalp numb. Since entering Jianyi, Gao Yu learned that this errand is just a glamorous job. If you don't get some privately, the monthly salary is no better than other professions. There is no way to talk about big fish and meat. Up. He has a small flag, and his monthly salary is not more than 7 shi rice, and he is still receiving chen rice. Even if the price of rice is 2 and 2 silver, chen rice can only be converted into half price, only 3 and 2.5 silver. It is the rice merchants who see him. Jin Yiwai gave a high price for the face. Sheng Shang is compassionate to his subordinates, so Jin Yiwai sends full salaries, but not silver patterns. All are converted into official warehouse meters. The entire Jin Yiwai, except for the high-ranking adults, from the general banner to the strong man, receives a monthly payment. They have to go to the market to sell rice, or else there is no money to spend. Looking at the stewed cabbage, green onions, tofu and other vegetarian dishes on the table, Gao Yu really has no appetite, and he is greasy to eat every day. It is very gratifying that Cheng Guogong has attached the white money. He has not moved. Greed. It's a pity that my eldest brother has repeatedly told him not to deal with others, and his brothers are not all knowledgeable, and it is hard to guarantee that some people have been planted from above and monitored himself in secret, so he can only endure pain. I don't know how long this kind of bitter life will take. When I think of my parents who died young, Gao Yu felt a sorrow and grief in her heart. His name was given by his father. Because he was born in January and his surname was Gao, he was called Gao Yu, month. Although it is very simple, even a little bit of a girl's name, but it is still said in the past, at least a lot stronger than the name of the same village, such as Li Ergu, and it is usually considered a rare comfort. Hey! When Gao Yu was sitting on the Kang meditating alone, the gate of the courtyard suddenly rang. Someone must have pushed it open. He hurriedly reached out and opened the paper window to see that it was the second brother who came back and went out to greet him. Second brother, this. Seeing the roast chicken and sauce meat in the other's left hand, and the wine jar under the armpit of his right arm, Gao Yu was taken aback for a moment, and then his face became joyful, which meant that there was something delicious in the evening. A roast chicken on the market costs 7 or 800 cents. Where is something poor people like them can afford to eat? They can eat one chicken every month. That is a tooth sacrifice. If you are really greedy for meat, you will buy a fish. Stewed, raw fish is at least much cheaper than cooked chicken. The second elder brother is the general banner of Zhengkaipin, but his monthly salary is only half a stone's worth of his own. As a martial artist, there is no nourishment of meat and fish. If you want to maintain your physical strength, you can only eat more. It's normal to spend 50 to 60 cents every day just to eat. With summer living expenses, by the end of the month, there will be no money to save at all. Not much better than ordinary people. Put the door in, say from the room. As usual, Shenlang entered the yard with a flat face, and when he saw his younger brother coming to greet him, he only gave an order, and then walked into the house with the finest wine and food. When Gao came back in January, I saw meat on the table and a jar of extremely mellow 3 white wine. This dinner was full of flavor, as if the whole person was refreshed and immediately refreshed. Slice the elbow. Shenlang spread out the paper and took out a huge sauce elbow. Although it hasn't been deboned yet, for the martial artist, this process is just the enjoyment of swinging a dagger. Okay. Gao Yu drew out his 1-foot-long knife very happily. The blade was sharpened so sharply that it shone brightly even under the light of the oil lamp. Picking up the big bone stick of the elbow with one hand, put it on the greased paper, and then began to pick the meat piece by piece in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Unlike the housewife, Gao Yu does not need to first remove the bones from the elbows and then slice the clean meat, but just slice them directly from the top. Not only that, but the meat should be of approximate size and weight. It should not be thin, thick, large, or small. If you don't even have this ability, then don't use knives or guns to avoid embarrassment. Seeing the third brother cut the elbows, and tore the roast chicken to pieces, Shenlang, who was sitting cross-legged on the kang, touched the beard on his lips and said, "Okay, let's eat together when the eldest brother comes back." Okay. Gao Yu wanted to feast on it immediately, but since the second brother had ordered, he could only wait with him. Besides, both myself and my second brother used to live in the eldest brother's house, and it was a bit rude to start without waiting for the eldest brother. Looking at the food at a table, even if the nose smells the strong fragrance, I can only swallow the saliva and wait patiently. However, out of curiosity, Gao Yu asked, "Second brother, the eldest brother is not a victim, will you please go to dinner?" The implication is that the eldest brother is full of wine and food when he comes back, and can't eat anything. Tonight, the two of them only need to take care of themselves. Shenlang naturally understood the meaning of the third brother, holding his shoulders, and earnestly said, "Yes, wine is good wine, and food is good food. But on that occasion, who would dare to eat full? In official meals, the same level can still use chopsticks more, and the superior invites subordinates to eat. Which subordinate dares to frequently send things to his mouth, unless he is the superior brother-in-law?" Gao Yu was so a little bit so, and knew that he had a problem with his talents. If he didn't know how to ask, he had to open another topic. "Second brother, you buy so much food, What should I do at the end of the month? I still have 50 tals scattered silver. As a brother, when the elder brother is not very rich, he is embarrassed to ask his brother to borrow money. When he is a brother, he must take the initiative to make his elder brother a good life. Chapter 97. Hearing his brother's courtesy, Shenlang chuckled, shook his head, and told the story before returning home. No, it's a coincidence that he encountered a thief on the way back. He wanted to get rid of my pursuit. I threw 12 tals of silver in my hand. I thought it was a hidden weapon, so I just avoided it. After looking back, I realized that it was this. Then make the best use of everything. Even if someone sees it, you can't say that Jin Yiwai has accepted a bribe from a gangster. This kind of thing is too much when patrolling. Even if it is a colleague, he will just treat it as if he hasn't seen anything. As for the thief, he ran away. You don't block my money, and I don't block your life. Everyone is so tacitly agreeing that they are reciprocity. Maybe they will meet each other in the future. The cross-correlation photo is here. The inevitable thing. So that's it. This time Gao Yu had an epiphany, and he calculated it in his heart. The meat and wine in front of him should not cost 5 tals of silver. At least half of the money left by the second brother should be enough to last until the end of the month. There is no need to pay for subsidies. Compared with stealing it from the Xungwis mansion when doing errands, the money is still safe to hold. Almost every Jinui has an income outside of the monthly salary. There are many types and countless. As long as you don't check it, you will be fine. Second brother, have you heard? What did you hear? His Royal Highness will give us the half component of the silver that has been stolen from the honorable mansion as a reward. Half percent? Give it to us. Seeing the second brother hesitated, he was a little unclear. Therefore, Gao Yu realized that there was something wrong with his talented speech, and hurriedly corrected it. It is for Dongqing and Jinui. If it exceeds 4 million tals of silver, even with the East Factory, Jin Yiwai can also be divided into 100,000 tals. If it falls on a general banner like the second brother, there are also 100 tals. The total monthly salary is only 7 stones and a half meter, which is less than 4 tals of silver, and 100 tals of silver can be obtained at a time. That is a veritable amount of money, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a windfall. If the general banner can get so much silver, as a small banner, how can he be able to pocket 50 tals? At the thought of earning so much money, Gao Yu felt excited, more than his annual salary. Shenlang frowned and groaned for a while, before he said, January, who did you listen to? This news can make people think about it, but if it is a rumor, it is not enough to believe. Gao Yu didn't dare to conceal it, so she said 1-to-1. When the people from Dongqing who were checking the family property with me were muttering privately, I passed by them and heard it. Shenlang looked at his third brother solemnly. The other party didn't seem to be lying, so he exhorted, it's a matter of great importance. It involves your Royal Highness. You must never pass it out until it is confirmed. If you track down to you, let's not say that it is the eldest brother, even the thousands of households and even the wives and confidants can't protect you. Jin Yiwai made the rumors of the prince, that is really too long for him. Although this errand can make ordinary people intimidated, it is not enough compared to the Dongqing, which is highly regarded by His Highness. If Jin Yiwai is compared to an arm, then Dongqing is the thigh of the 28 classic. Everyone understands the truth that an arm cannot twist a thigh. Not to mention that the newly appointed Dongqing Dugong is a celebrity around the prince, who can't afford to offend anyone. Even if the commander makes the adults see him, he must be courteous. The factory guard is the emperor's eagle dog. Everyone knows this. In the past dynasties, the leader of the East Factory was the emperor's domestic slave. In comparison, the commander Jin Yiwai was at best a close minister. From the perspective of the sage, the loyalty of domestic slaves is obviously higher than that of neighbors. As long as they don't dominate and the main action is dead, they will not be held accountable. What news is spread in the East Factory is their business. Jin Yiwai must not be mixed into it, and there will be any traps if it is not uniform. it is better to be very careful. Everyone has heard about the prince's set of courtiers. Now it is on the cusp of the storm. Who can guarantee that the Dongqing will not set off the Jianiwai? If someone gets caught, it's not a joke. Entering Jianiwai's imprisonment, and some people jumping out alive and entering the East Factory. Then, when Gao Yu was said so, she became scared and shrank her neck, and immediately promised, "Second brother, don't worry, I just overheard a few words." Apart from the second and eldest brothers, I have never told anyone else. In the eyes of Dongqing Dugong, a flag like him was nothing more than a bug. With 2 fingers, they were pinched to death. Food can be eaten indiscriminately, and you must not talk nonsense. If you want to live in this world, you have to take care of your mouth, especially as a Jianiwai. You will really be killed by talking nonsense. He didn't want to try the tortures in the prison that made life worse than death. The third brother has always been more obedient, so Shenlang believed it for the time being. He didn't ask about it anymore. He stroked the beard on his chin and said, "What else do you hear?" Jianiwai is a special agency specially set up by Datong dynasty to monitor the words and deeds of officials and the people, and rumors among colleagues are naturally among them. Harmfulness is not allowed, but the defensiveness is indispensable. If you know some gossip, you can also make preparations early so as not to be caught off guard when the incident occurs. Gao Yu was a little worried, so she stopped looking at her elder brother, put her eyes on the melon seeds on the table, and answered casually, "No, oh yes, some people say that your highness will use silver money to replace rice food next month. I don't know if it is true." Jianiwai Xioki's monthly salary is only 7 shims, which is equivalent to 3 or 25 silver coins. If silver is found directly, the salary will not increase, but it saves the trouble of exchanging rice for money at the market. In the act of robbing the nobles, Jianiwai also worked out great efforts. Although no one dared to ask for a reward for the time being, and Lord Liu Yangxing did not express his position, as long as the prince is not too stingy, he might really reward them with some silver. If there is more, I dare not say that everyone should have a dozen tals. The number of Jianiwai in the capital is about 5,000 people. The total, including high-ranking officials such as commanders, wives, and tongzi, may also be close to 7 or 80,000 tals, which is not much different from the rumored 100,000 tals. Before any written or oral messages were issued above, the rumors were still rumors. After hearing it, think about it for yourself, and it's okay to be cheerful to yourself. If you really take this seriously, you think that you are stupid every day. In the face of the brothers who became worshipped, Shenlang did not deliberately conceal the information he knew, and told the truth. I have also heard that, whether it is true or false, you have to follow the above meanings. It is useless to look at it like this. This is the truth. A general banner and a small banner are sitting together and discussing how to pay themselves a salary. Isn't this a big joke? Whose errands are within the scope of authority, who will do it? Don't need people like them to bother. Chapter 98, Splendid Dinner. They only need to work hard, and at the beginning of the month, they will naturally pay a salary, whether it is money or ice. And it will be clear at that time. Shenlang understood the status and situation of their 3 brothers now. They looked like officials, and his staff could lead dozens of people. They could do hard work and earn hard-earned money. If you don't pay attention, if you say something that doesn't agree with your boss, you will be put on small shoes. When you open your eyes every morning, you will feel like walking on thin ice, and the depression in your heart will not be relieved for a long time. What the second brother said, Gao Yu promised, and then bowed his head and ate melon seeds. Anyway, 1.5 months have passed since this month, and my heart is itchy again, and it is not too late for this time. Just wait. With this salary, there are no more than a few tals of silver left in a year. Not to mention marrying a wife and having children. I don't know how long can I save 100 tals of silver. There must be people who think like themselves. There are many in Jianiwai, who are eagerly looking forward to the rewards from above. Shenlang felt that it was necessary to urge this old man again not to mess around at this critical juncture. Be optimistic about your subordinates. Don't let them take advantage of the opportunity to fill their pockets. Once they are accused by others, those people will kneel down and plead with you, and you will be around. Embarrassed, make it not inside and out. In Jin Yiwai, there are foundational suppression and no foundation, and those who come first and then arrive. Everyone is used to it, but there are still people who are still obsessed with it. Shenlang had encountered this kind of thing before, and begging for mercy would inevitably offend his superiors, and silence would chill the hearts of his subordinates, so he learned the lesson and put the ugly words on the front before doing the errands, so as not to hurt him. Gao Yu understands that this is the second elder brother's empirical talk, and it is also consistent with saying, "Yes, I have told them everything that should be said." If anyone commits a deviant behavior, he must bear all the consequences himself. If something happens to him, the eldest brother and the second brother will do their best to protect themselves, even if they lose their fortunes. But if something happens to his subordinates, that's another matter. The two brothers just chatted without a word. They licked a lot of melon seeds and were still hungry, but the meat dishes and wine on the table remained unchanged. Not long after Xushi 1921 o'clock, around 8 o'clock, there was a sudden door slamming outside the courtyard. "I'm back. Is anyone home? Big brother is back." Gao Yu hurriedly got up and went out to open the door happily, which meant that he would be able to feast immediately. After waiting for so long, looking at the chicken and elbows, he was almost gluttonous. Before hearing the sound, Shenlang sat on the kang and heard his brother's unique footsteps, so he didn't feel suddenly, but felt that he came back a bit early. Could it be that the eldest brother didn't please him? It's rare to have a good face today, and take the initiative to invite eldest brother over to drink. If eldest brother is still indifferent and unsmiling, he would have missed the opportunity. Wanting to be promoted to the next level is a daydream. Now that you have gone home, just ask to understand it. It stands to reason that a treat is either official or private. No boss will ask a subordinate for no reason. Wang Yashi didn't have much contact with his eldest brother. He had almost no personal relationships except for an errand, let alone cronies. This time a sudden treat. Is it possible that there is another secret? A middle-aged man with a height of nearly 5.5 feet, about 1.8 meters, came in from the door. Although he was not burly in profile, he was also a trainer, and his stature was quite slender. The slightly longer face shows a little vicissitudes due to the crow's feet in the corners of the eyes and the relationship between the bronze skin color, but the eyes are very clear, as if they are under the tired body, dotted with two horrible lights. The man first put the embroidered spring knife, a parcel and a bamboo bucket left by his father on the foot of the table, then took off the lace-up dome hat and helmet, and finally began to take off the long form that he had worn for a day. A pair of breastplates with gold studs. It is not necessary to wear this way when doing errands and arresting people. It is not only heavy, but also trivial. But in the special period of the prince's supervision of the country, the frontline special service personnel of Jinyuai need to be fully armed and dispatched at any time. The commander Luo Yangxing, the school lieutenant and the strong man, must be dressed neatly. One is to show the prestige of the emperor's eagle dog, and second, it can also improve one's own defense when ransacking home. In case you face some stubborn guys, like the group of bastards raised by Yang Wan, whoever you are, don't ask. It's a stab in your chest. After the armor is worn, there will be a shelter in the emergency. Not to be crippled by the opponent. Brother, are you thirsty? Drink a bowl of water first. Gao Yu smelled the smell of alcohol from his eldest brother, and guessed that he had already tasted good wine at the Sheshi mansion, so there was no need to persuade him to drink at home. Just drink water. Okay. Lu Shang was also really thirsty. Without further ado, he picked up the large bowl in front of him, and drank it with gudong and gudong until he finished drinking. He took a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, drinking water at home is much easier than drinking at the boss house. On that occasion, even if the one who entertains oneself is good, he can't drink heartily. Shenlang saw that his brother's complexion was pretty good, but he couldn't see the frowning expression, So he asked tentatively, "Brother, how about the banquet?" In the Jinui system, he is already an official of the 4th rank, and the 2 higher levels are the commanders. There is a difference of several levels from the small general banner. If you rush to entertain you may be suspicious. Gao Yu also had the same doubts in her heart. Since the second brother had already asked questions, he would save much trouble, as long as he listened nearby. Lu Shang gave a dry cough and didn't directly make the difference. Instead, he glanced at the 2 meat dishes on the table and responded with a smile. "You two are also very good at home. Did you spend a lot of money?" There is still a lot of weight in the plate, and it seems that he hasn't moved much, so he should be waiting for himself. After that, he opened the package and took out the things packaged from the Shashi mansion: most of the duck, 30 or 40 slices of beef with soy sauce, and a small half-catty of peanut fans. The small bamboo barrels contain wolfberry wine, which not only tastes good, but also has nourishing effects. It is just a little bit less, but it is better than nothing. When asked by the elder brother, the second brother did not speak again. Gao Yu summarized what he had heard before, so that the eldest brother would have to nag them not to stretch out their hands during the errands. Lu Shang looked at his indifferent brother. His expression was the same as usual. He didn't notice anything unusual. He didn't seem to be deliberately coaxing himself, so he was relieved. The 2 combined the things they brought home into one, and almost filled the small square table. For the 3 brothers, this dinner became extremely rich. It was the first time in 2 or 3 months. Even if everyone is a martial artist, the appetite is not small. The dripping water is not sticky in the afternoon, and it is not started until the evening, so you can eat and drink after such a meal. Brother, is there something on my mind? Chapter 99. The Unspeakable Hidden. While Lu Shang was examining Shenlang, the latter was also looking at the former. When he entered the house, Shenlang could see that there was a bulge in his arms. Maybe something was inside. This is Jin Yaiwei's instinct, even his own brother. Shenlang couldn't speak clearly. After thinking about it for a moment, he made excuses based on his thoughts. The eldest brother can say the best, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't say it. No one has any secrets that are hard to say bluntly these days. Dang. Look again after eating. Since he was seen, Lu Shang did not intend to continue to conceal it. He took the bag out of his arms and placed it on the table in a big manner. Then he picked up the chopsticks and put a piece of sauced beef in his mouth, chewing on his own. Take peace of mind. An unintentional knock was a wake-up call to the 2 people who didn't know it. Just by listening to the sound, you could conclude that the contents must be metal or the like. Looking at the eldest brother's careful movements, there is most likely silver in the bag. Seeing that there should be a lot of weight, there can be 100 or 2. Shenlang and Gao Yi looked at each other face to face. They all guessed the probabilities in their hearts, but they didn't ask each other carefully, but ate them obediently. Even if the big brother has big things in his mind, he still has to wait until he finishes eating. In that case, it's important to fill up his stomach first, and let other things take their course. Only Lu Shang and Wang Yaxi knew what was inside. Why can I bring back a bag of things? Because Lu Shang decided to speak up after the meal, lest the 2 brothers lose their appetite in the face of such wine and meat after knowing the inside story, and it will be difficult to swallow. On the way back, Lu Shang was even afraid that he would be robbed by the gangster. This was the first time he had been a Jinui guardian for so many years and had such an incredible idea. Fortunately, the prince announced a curfew in the near future, and ordinary people were not allowed to go out during the period. At the same time, a large number of patrols were added, so that he did not encounter the slightest twists and turns along the way. Lu Shang was always careful when he went home, but he didn't seem to find anyone following him. The weight of the things brought back from the affair is no longer light, and it is heavy in Anon's hands. But the price to be paid for this is really not low, and not everyone is willing to take it out. Even when he returned home, Lu Shang's heart still reverberated with the words that the affair had told him before he left: just do it well, not to mention that you will be promoted to 100 households. The future of the 3 of you brothers will be a great future. Up. It's extremely easy to say that it's so easy. Even if you just think about it in private, it will make you feel refreshed, excited, and get promoted. Who wouldn't like this kind of good thing? It's just a tricky task if it is really done. Ron Lushang didn't have the time to think deeply at the wine table, and if the job was taken straightforwardly and neatly, the boss would be relieved. If you think about it and delay deliberately, not only will the chance of promotion go away in the future, even the position of general banner will not be guaranteed. Because the matter is important and highly confidential, no matter who it is, as long as you know the truth, you can't tolerate you to refuse to shirk, listen to the content but don't want to do it, you can only be silenced, and there is no room for negotiation. As he lowered his head and pondered, what Lu Shang saw was the embroidered spring knife left by his father. In addition to this weapon, it was also the dilapidated courtyard where he currently lives. A small house with only 2 houses at the front and back. The courtyard is a far cry from the spacious and luxuriant family house. The official career was bumpy, and the years were frustrating. I have already passed the year, but I only climbed to a small general flag. Compared with the father who has been in 100 households, he is a lot worse. If I don't seize this opportunity, I really don't know what to do. Years and months to reach the position of father. When Wang Yashi asked Lu Shang again to make a final decision, even though this errand was not a trivial matter, it was definitely a fight for life. If it might be different from the body, then I can't take care of it a lot. The land still sends a ruthlessness. Took it. Wang Yashi was immediately overjoyed and praised this refreshing subordinate. After toasting, he was given a deposit of 100 tals of gold. As long as he succeeded, he could get so much gold on the land afterwards. 200 tals of gold is equivalent to 2,000 tals of silver. The actual exchange amount is only a lot more. Wang Yashi can make a bold move and spend a lot of money. Someone must be instructed behind him. Lu Shang did not get an accurate answer from the opponent. However, according to his speculation, Wang Yu would be a person who can look forward to everything, and he must have his hands and eyes open to the sky. Otherwise he would never be a killer against such a high-powered target. This errand was very tricky, and Lu Shang agreed to take it, but he hadn't figured out how to do it. In the case of Baiyuo and Bailiang gold, even if there is the possibility of being broken and bones, he must take the risk. Because of this opportunity, I'm afraid I will only have this once in my life. Catch it and become famous. If you can't catch it, you will be mediocre for a lifetime. Brother, what do you think? Eat. It's rare to have so many meat dishes. After seeing his brother eating that piece of beef, Gao Yu didn't move his chopsticks for a long time, but he was meditating there. He seemed to see some clues, and it was not easy to ask more when eating, so he had to let the dishes show up. The sky is big and the earth is big, the biggest meal. No matter what the hell he has, even if the eldest brother takes over the job of taking his head off, he still has to wait until he finishes eating. The 3 of their brothers have been born and died many times together, so they are still afraid of this. This beef tastes good. Shen Lang knew that his eldest brother had a very serious mind, and that he could get this bag of things, and that things would not be easy to handle, so he deliberately praised the food he brought back. The thing that can make the eldest brother so melancholy is absolutely extraordinary. It's just that I can't guess what it can be, and I don't know if I can solve it after listening to it. It is good. Lu Shang picked up the bowl of wine and drank it, then sighed, temporarily relieved the pressure in his heart, roughly wiped a handful of wine drops on his beard, and began to eat vegetables. He has had enough of these days of rough tea and light rice. Who doesn't want to live the days of delicious and spicy food? Since the opportunity has come, then don't hesitate anymore. Anyway, it has already been taken, even if it takes life to exchange it. Lu Shang was very worried and didn't eat much, but Shen Lang and Gao Yu were really hungry. Facing a table of meat and vegetables, there were no outsiders, and the food was devoured. When they were full of food and drink, they were on the table. It has been eaten up at odds and ends. Big brother Shen Lang felt that the time was almost the same, so he started talking about business. Lu Shang hurriedly stretched out his hand and made a Mo Yan gesture. then let the two younger brothers go out with his eyes to see if anyone else was eavesdropping. The three have been together for many years and have formed a tacit understanding. The two brothers immediately understood and went down to check it out. Shenlang is in charge of the front yard and back house. Gao Yu, who is very good at work, walks up to the eaves with a vigorous step, and roughly searched around, but found no suspicious signs. After confirming that it was correct, he only returned to the house. Even if no one eavesdropped, Lu Shang still blew out the oil lamp. Chapter 100, Taking Some Yuan's Money. Brother, what the hell is it? Gao Yu was already scratched by his brother's various actions, and asked impatiently. Lu Shang deliberately lowered his voice, looked at the items on the table, and said, "Open it first." Without the light of the oil lamp, the room was dark, but there were still a few rays of moonlight that could penetrate the room through the paper windows. Gao Yu's eyes were very good. With this moonlight, she grabbed the bag, and when she picked it up, she was shocked. So heavy, it's definitely not silver. Could it be? Feeling unbelievable, Gao Yu reached into the bag directly and grabbed a small gold ingot weighing 5 kls, but did not cover the heat, so he gave it to Shenlang. Second brother. Shenlang took the things, naturally knowing what he was holding, and was shocked in his heart. There might be hundreds of kls in this bag. Did the eldest brother get it from Wang Yanshai, or is there another reason? Lu Shang frowned for a while, and then he said the way he had come up with when he went home, "We brothers have lived together for many years. Big brother has nothing to do. Don't take care of you. If you don't dislike it, just take it. Go to the south with this thing. There will be a way out anyway." 100 kls of gold is not too much. But for ordinary people, it is enough to live, and it is also a good choice to use this money for small business. If you take the money and stay in the capital, I am afraid that you will have the life to take the money, and you will not have the life to spend. Without waiting for a month to refute, Shenlang was very dissatisfied and said, "What did the eldest brother say? Although my brother is not as good as Liu Guanzhang, I don't want to live together, but I want to die. If we part ways, let me go with the three. My brother is surviving, it's better to be slaughtered." The eldest brother said that he must have encountered an unsolvable problem. The more this is the case, the more brothers need to be united. What a brother! Even the friends in the rivers and lakes can't keep up with the wine and meat friends. If it is spread out, it will make them feel complacent. Being embarrassed by his brother inadvertently, Gao Yu was also very angry, and immediately echoed. The second brother said that the ground is right, and the older brother should not look at the second brother Bian and the younger brother. Blessings are shared, and difficulties are shared. If your eldest brother is deliberately made things difficult, we will have a big deal. In addition to the swaggering daily patrols, Jin Yiwai sometimes has to perform tasks of adding blood to the tip of the knife. It is not completely that the field team has killed more than a dozen or even hundreds of people at a time. The most famous one was the Battle of Ceylon Mountain. When Zheng He returned to the west for the third time, he was attacked by indigenous armed forces from the Ceylon Mountain Kingdom, Sri Lanka. As a result, the Sanbao eunuch was furious, led a group of armed guards back, crushed all the way to the aboriginal palace, captured the king alive, and brought back to Ming. This battle should be the most glorious overseas military operation in the past 500 years. It has written a strong and colorful stroke. Jin Yiwai has acted as a group of Quasimal protagonists, and is regarded as a glorious ancestor of the 20th classics. Shenlang and Gao Yu did not have such a high level of consciousness. As long as someone threatened the life of their eldest brother, they would be their mortal enemy. No matter who it was, they would not give in half. Anyway, I didn't intend to continue to live it away. I swallowed my breath, and at the most spared a bitter life, and died with it. During the period, I could slaughter a few more dogs that don't know how to live or die, and that is what I have earned in this life. Seeing the resolute appearance of the two younger brothers, Lu Shang's expression was solemn and determined, and he whispered and explained the deadly mission he had received. "If this is the case, brother, you said, someone wants Liu Yang to die in 3 days. Within, the voice was extremely weak, but it reached the ears of the two of them. Undoubtedly it has stirred up a huge wave in an instant. Who is Liu Yangxing? Which Qin Yiwai doesn't know. As a commander, Liu Yangxing has been in charge of Jin Yiwai for more than 10 years and has won the appreciation and trust of His Majesty. Now someone wants to put him to death. This is truly shocking news. In shock, Shenlang quickly guessed that Wang Yashi's full name is Wang Shide, and Jin Yiwai, who is an official of the 4th grade, is commanding Yashi. There are 4 people in this position. Going up is from the 3rd rank commander. There are only 2 people, and here is the high-powered Jin Yiwai commander Liu Yangxing. A small official like Sesame like Shenlang, not to mention the commander. Even if it is Wang Shide's affair, it is unattainable for him, and he can't find a way to give gifts. Nowadays, someone actually wants Liu Yangxing's life. If it weren't from the mouth of the elder brother, it really makes him unbelievable. That is the commander of Jin Yiwai, not a civil servant without the power of a chicken. What is Jin Yiwai? In a nutshell, it is to safeguard imperial power, monitor Minyi, and culminate dissident armed organizations. Such errands as persecuting Zongliang, slaughtering innocent people, and poisoning the people are all commonplace. To be a Jin Yiwai, you must have a heart of stone. As long as the above orders, you would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. As the emperor's minion, Jin Yiwai has always killed people like hemp, causing countless unjust, false and wrongful cases. As the #1 leader of such a spy agency, what kind of person can you expect him to be? Because of the many feuds, Liu Yang has always been very cautious. The guards of the command and envoys are based on dozens of people. Most of the martial arts are not under the 3 of their brothers. Wanting to assassinate is really comparable. Shenlang took a breath, calmed down, and asked in a trembling voice, could it be the palace? Wang Shide is a quagmire, and there are 3 people at the same level as him, and there are 2 people who know him well. Even if Liu Yangxing was overthrown and without His Highness' order to promote him, he would not be able to swallow this benefit alone. I am afraid that he was also instigated by others. Lu Shang did not wait for the other party to give his full name, and directly interrupted Shenlang's speculation. He did not have any evidence at the moment. It would not be good to point the finger at the prince. It's hard to tell. I heard that Wu Tongzi is at odds with him. He also speculated about Wang Shide's motives, but because of his official position, he couldn't enjoy the ultimate benefits, and he was roughly excluded. Those who can sit back and enjoy their achievements and are willing to spend money may be Liu Yang's 2 subordinates. Wu Tongzi is Wu Mengming. Although he said he was greedy and lustful, and his virtues were confessed by Jin Yiwai, he knew that it would not harm the people if he took his measure. If there is a gap between him and Liu Yang, it is probably caused by the uneven distribution of the spoils. Wu Mengming and his superiors are generally considered to be a class of people, but they are not Liu Yangxin's cronies, but are appreciated by Emperor Chongzhen, and then brought up. Rumor has it that they have the meaning of replacing them, but there is no way to verify them. Brother, there's another thing. Gao Yu suddenly thought of a possibility, and offered suggestions. Speak, big brother. Remember that Dong Cheng and Jin Yiwai went to copy the Yang Yu residence? You mean